Chapter 1 Crack. Beneath a sky shrouded in gray, a sudden flash of lightning illuminated the world. The abrupt roar of thunder caused Jiang Han to hastily open his eyes, only to find himself standing atop a lofty mountain peak. Before him lay a dark and desolate canyon, shrouded in mist, from which the chilling echoes of a dragon's roar could be faintly discerned. Gazing at this scene, Jiang Han felt an odd sense of wonder, yet remained remarkably composed, fully aware of his circumstances. He resolutely declared, "Skip, what da ist?" As an experienced gamer, he understood that this was merely the eternal opening sequence of the game, anticipating the ensuing battles, dazzling elemental displays, or perhaps allowing players to indulge in a bit of showmanship. Nonsense. This was all mere fluff. Who in their right mind would pay attention to such trivialities? If there were genuine interest, he could always return later to catch up. The priority was to dive into the game and seize the opportunity. As his words echoed, a gentle, melodious female voice chimed in his ears. Ding. System notification. Greetings, player. Would you like to skip the game's opening sequence? Please note, skipping will incur a 50 reduction in experience gain for 1 hour as a penalty. Jiang Han. What is this? Those with a shorter temper might have already rage quit. This penalty seemed excessively harsh for the early stages, leaving Jiang Han no choice but to patiently observe from his mountain peak. Awoo! From afar, accompanied by the dragon's roar, a colossal silver dragon, measuring over 1,000 meters in length, surged from the canyon, unfurling its wings that could block out the sun. It rushed forth, stirring up a tempestuous wind, barreling towards Jiang Han's position. Jiang Han raised an eyebrow, even though he was accustomed to extravagant openings. Witnessing the fearsome silver dragon charging directly toward him was still quite breathtaking. At that moment, he noticed a man clad in a gray robe standing at the canyon's base. The man's pallid visage was marred by a grotesque smile as he rasped, "Even if the dragon god himself were to descend, he would perish here, let alone you." With that, he leaped effortlessly, his right leg rising with a casual grace, connecting with the side of the silver dragon's head, sending it hurtling away to crash against the canyon's edge, causing a cascade of rocks to tumble and dust to billow, showcasing immense destructive power. Shoo! A sword chi, as swift as a shooting star, sliced through the air. The gray-robed man disdainfully raised his hand, flicking his fingertips, sending the sharp sword chi ricocheting back, carving a deep, unseeable gouge into the rock face. With such meager strength, you hardly warrant my drawing of that divine weapon. What a boastful display. Jiang Han silently critiqued. Today, I shall ensure you are suppressed here. From a mist torn asunder by the sword, Chi emerged a silver-haired man wielding a sharp sword, his countenance resolute, seemingly resigned to a fate of death. As expected, the two engaged in a back-and-forth exchange of dazzling techniques, each sustaining injuries as they ravaged the canyon, leaving devastation in their wake. Next, it seemed they were poised to unleash their ultimate moves to conclude the battle, right? The opening sequence ought not to drag on too long, Jiang Han mused, feeling it was about time. He rubbed his hands together, eager to unleash his prowess in the game. With dragons in the game, it was beyond doubt that his future mount would be a colossal Dragano, the dragon god. If the officials claimed NPCs possessed intelligence rivaling that of humans, then it wouldn't be too much to seek out an impossibly beautiful NPC as a girlfriend, would it? Such a groundbreaking game must harbor immense commercial potential. It was only reasonable for a seasoned gamer like him to earn 100 or 80,000 from it. Quietly observing the duel, he fantasized about reaching such heights of skill himself, perhaps even surpassing them. A surge of youthful ambition welled up within him, and he could not help but strike a pose atop the mountain, crossing his arms and sneering, "Humph, two mere ants." Upon hearing this, the two combatants below exchanged incredulous glances, halting their actions, their expressions a mixture of confusion and disbelief. For a moment, uncertainty hung in the air. Who was this person, so patently weak yet audacious enough to stand there from the outset, now brazenly declaring them to be ants? Or perhaps, was he deliberately concealing his true strength, and they had merely misjudged him? Jiang Han's expression turned peculiar under their scrutinizing gazes, feeling somewhat bewildered. One could not deny the NPCs were indeed intelligent, but this level of intelligence seemed excessive. 1 second, 2 seconds. The previously tense atmosphere turned awkward. Ha ha! Unable to contain himself, Jiang Han chuckled awkwardly before adopting a serious tone. I was just joking, please continue, don't mind me. I am eager to see just how capable you are to dare call me an ant. The gray-robed man, unable to suppress his desire to test the other's strength, cautiously drew forth a striking blue sword that had not been drawn even by the silver-haired man, unleashing a torrent of unparalleled sword chi, as if to cleave the very fabric of this world. The sword chi whipped through the air, expanding within Jiang Han's gaze, growing ever larger. Swish! A flash of white light enveloped Jiang Han's vision, and in an instant, the two formidable beings, along with the canyon, vanished without a trace, replaced by a resplendent palace, accompanied by grand and majestic music. Ding! System notification. Would you like to create a character? Suppressing the urge to report the officials, Jiang Han took a deep breath to calm the tumultuous emotions within him, nodding yes. In the next moment, before him appeared a young man clad in tattered gray-white garments. The youth bore a striking resemblance to him, with well-defined features, a tall and slender build, and a pair of clear, bright eyes. Can I modify my appearance? Jiang Han inquired. Having a visage identical to his real self could lead to unnecessary complications. For instance, if he made an enemy in the game, being recognized in reality could invite retribution from narrow-minded individuals seeking vengeance. As the saying goes, one must remain vigilant against potential threats. It was best to avoid unnecessary risks. Moreover, if his striking looks drew too much attention, it was entirely possible that female admirers would come knocking. In this day and age, with societal values in decline, it was perilous for a young man to venture out. Ding! System notification. Adjustments can fluctuate by no more than 20. Swish! In an instant, a semi-transparent virtual panel appeared before Jiang Han, allowing him to modify the character's appearance. Without further ado, he made a few slight adjustments and submitted his changes. Ding! System notification. Adjustment successful. Please name your character. Note: once established, characters cannot be renamed, so please consider carefully. Naming. Jiang Han pondered for a moment before stating, the mightiest of kindergarten. Ding! System notification. Upon review, the player's age does not meet the criteria for this name. It has been automatically rejected. Please choose another name. Must I consider my age when selecting a name? In an instant, he was torn between admiration for the game's meticulousness and annoyance at its peculiarities. Fine, let's take it more seriously. Jiang Han shook his head, deliberating before declaring, a river of cold water. To be honest, he doubted anyone could connect his game ID to his real name. Furthermore, he did not believe his name was particularly unique. There were plenty of others with the same. Ding! System notification. The name has not been taken. Would you like to confirm? Confirm. Swish! In an instant, radiant light enveloped him, and Jiang Han's surroundings shifted, revealing a dilapidated village awash in white light, indicating countless players, like him, had descended into this novice village as adventurers. Time to accept a quest. Jiang Han scanned his surroundings and quickly locked onto a white-haired elder leaning on a cane. He maneuvered through the crowd and approached him, inquiring, "Greetings, elder. How may I assist you? With your abilities?" The elder cast a dismissive glance at Jiang Han, scoffing, "Are you worthy?" Jiang Han was momentarily taken aback by the retort, then retorted, "Old man, who do you think you're looking down on? What on earth was this game's NPCs truly this defiant? Do you wish to earn my respect?" The elder remained unperturbed, pointing outside the village at the lively blue slimes, impatiently stating, "It's simple. Slay a slime to prove your strength." Ding! System notification. Would you like to accept the quest to prove your strength? Difficulty D? Yes. Though Jiang Han's mind was racing with 1,000 thoughts, he recognized that now was not the time for dissent. With a twinge of regret for the elder's failure to appreciate his mother's virtues, he reluctantly accepted the somewhat bewildering task. Prove strength. Reward: 20 experience points. Time is of the essence. Upon receiving his task, he swiftly departed from the novice village, his gaze sweeping across creatures that seemed to be filled with a viscous substance. Without hesitation, he raised his right hand and retrieved the sole exquisite piece of equipment from his meager, tin-slot backpack. The heavens did not give birth to me. Jianghan Novice Village remains in eternal night. Bring forth the staff. Swish! A novice wooden stick, half a meter long and the thickness of a wrist, materialized in Jianghan's hands. He then brought it down forcefully upon the head of a slime. 5. The vivid red damage number appeared, indicating the sheer ferocity of Jianghan's assault. Is the initial damage in this game controlled so low? Jianghan was somewhat taken aback. Bang! However, in the next moment, he realized he had gravely miscalculated. The slime rebounded with astonishing speed. Jianghan, caught off guard, could not react in time. He felt a sharp pain in his chest, staggering backward as half of his health vanished. 50. Is this for real? Jianghan was left stunned. The slime's damage was 10 times greater than mine. This defies logic. Just as the slime prepared to launch another attack, Jianghan decisively retreated, returning to the safety of the novice village. He hurriedly opened the interface to check if there was some error. Level 1. Health 100. Attack 2. Defense 1. Reputation 0. Luck 0. Skill, Scouting Effect, can investigate the basic information of creatures or items within 5 levels of one's own. Aside from the 3-digit health, the highest attribute was merely 2 in attack, which was still due to the wooden sticks bonus. Overall, the panel's data was profoundly disappointing. This doesn't make sense. There are no so-called free attribute points to allocate. Jianghan mused, bewildered and struggling to comprehend the situation. It seemed that from the opening scene onward, this game was fraught with anomalies. Damn it, I can't even defeat a slime. At that moment, a flash of white light appeared beside Jianghan, and a burly young man materialized, cursing as if he had just been slain by a monster and resurrected at his birthplace. Jianghan couldn't help but glance at his game ID, his eyes widening in shock upon seeing the nickname Piledriver. Even the most formidable names in kindergarten were dismissed. Yet how could this individual possess such an impressive moniker? It was utterly unfair. However, being unfamiliar, Jianghan refrained from inquiring further. He simply observed as more players struggled against the slimes, trapped in the village, and pondered before directly accessing the official forum within the game. Unsurprisingly, the forum was ablaze with complaints about the excessive strength of the slimes. One post titled, "I am the slime," suppressing all enemies, had already risen to the top of the trending list, going viral across the internet. Afterward, Jianghan scrolled through the comments, hoping the omniscient netizens might uncover a solution. Old Horse's father player. Everyone, stop the noise. The officials must have their reasons for this. Let me speak fairly. Officials, in themselves. Clearly just player. Sorry, there are no competitors. They can do as they please. Handsome suspect player. I've asked all the villagers. They might as well give me the finger as encouragement. Thank you, officials. Is there really no one with a solution? Jianghan was left speechless. Ding. System notification. You have received an email. An email? Hastily clicking it open, Jianghan saw a message from the officials. Dear adventurer, greetings. This game employs a unique method to allow the world of Tianjin continent to evolve autonomously. All NPCs possess their own stories and emotions. Thus, we regret to inform you that we cannot arbitrarily alter any data within the game. However, we assure you that the novice village is by no means a dead end. We believe that adventurers can surely win the respect of the locals through their own strength, courage, and wisdom. Are they determined to annoy the players? Jianghan raised an eyebrow, feeling a mix of admiration and exasperation towards the official message. The notion that they could not modify any game data seemed hollow in his view. The officials' true intention might be to escalate the matter to enhance engagement. After all, even detractors can be fans used effectively. The impact can rival positive marketing. All NPCs possess their own stories and emotions. After carefully rereading the email, Jianghan pondered deeply, wandering around the novice village until he finally fixed his gaze upon a soldier clad in tattered armor. A novice village soldier? The question marks represented Jianghan's current strength and level, rendering him unable to accurately scout the soldier's information panel. It seems the novice village soldier is at least level 5, Jiang Han determined, focusing on the soldier's prowess. Without hesitation, he strode forward and cheerfully asked, "Good sir, may I request a favor?" "Absolutely not." The novice village soldier's rejection was succinct. However, Jiang Han was undeterred, slowly raising a finger, preparing to speak, but the soldier bluntly interjected, "You adventurers should first consider how to protect yourself from the slime's attacks. Do you truly believe that a mere trifle could sway me? I assure you, even for 10 gold coins, you shall not take anything from me." Goodness, indeed, there are plenty of talented individuals among the players. Some have already begun testing the waters with offers. Jiang Han took a deep breath and declared in a low voice, 10,000 gold coins. Although the official announcements from the Eternal game developers regarding game details were scant, the currency system had been elucidated. In the realm of eternity, there existed 3 forms of currency: copper coins, silver coins, and gold coins. As is customary in most games, 100 copper coins could be exchanged for 1 silver coin, and 100 silver coins could be traded for 1 gold coin. As for the recharge system, it had yet to be made available in the early stages. Therefore, no matter how affluent a player might be, it was impossible for them to present even a single gold coin. After all, if players could acquire gold coins in the initial phase of the game, the existence of copper and silver coins would be rendered utterly meaningless. It was evident that the soldier from the novice village was taken aback by Jiang Han's audacity, left speechless for quite some time. Eventually, he coldly remarked, "Adventurer, do you comprehend the significance of a full 10,000 gold coins? You may find it hard to believe, but among adventurers, my wealth is considered immense, enough to last several lifetimes." Jiang Han spoke with a flare of bravado. Several lifetimes to spend. This assertion was, of course, a fabrication, for just prior to entering the game, he had finished a packet of instant noodles, wherein the so-called beef was plentiful. After savoring every last drop of broth, he finally uncovered a solitary piece at the bottom. A discovery that could only be described with 4 words, like finding a treasure. Though he could not presently transport his wealth to this land of Tianheng, Jiang Han firmly stated, "I assure you, I shall become one of the wealthiest adventurers in this realm, that if you doubt my words, we can formalize a contract. Should I breach it, you may pursue me without hesitation. Pursue me as a player." The last thing he feared was pursuit. Once he leveled up, what trouble could a mere novice village soldier possibly pose? The novice village soldier hesitated. It was his first encounter with such a lavish and self-assured adventurer. Earning a mere 50 silver coins a month, he would be lying if he said he wasn't tempted. Moreover, even if the adventurer defaulted on their agreement, it seemed unlikely he could escape his grasp. "If you believe I am deceiving you, then so be it," Jiang Han countered, adopting a retreating stance. "That I am confident that someone in the village will be willing to assist me." With that, he turned to leave. "Wait." Upon hearing Jiang Han's intention to seek help elsewhere, the novice village soldier quickly called out to stop him, then added with seriousness, "Young adventurer, your generosity has persuaded me. Speak, how may I assist you?" At this, Jiang Han, with his back to the soldier, allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips. Although the bait was unappealing, he had successfully reeled in his catch, while countless players in various novice villages struggled to defeat slimes. Jiang Han felt that success was within his grasp. "That I hope to receive your full guidance," Jiang Han replied, striving to maintain his composure to avoid revealing his true intentions. "Certainly." After a moment's contemplation, the novice village soldier acquiesced. Ding! System notification. You have obtained the teachings of novice village soldier Cairo, learning the basic swordsmanship, D grade. Ding! System notification. You have acquired the teachings of novice village soldier Cairo, learning the basic combo, C grade. Although these were 2 skills that bore the name basic, Jiang Han felt elated, eager to venture forth and seek out slimes once more. With these 2 skills, he had undoubtedly made progress. Basic swordsmanship, passive, D grade, effect, attack 5, restriction, effective only when wielding sword-type weapons. Other weapon types yield only 50 effectiveness. Basic combo, active, C grade, effect, inflicts rapid damage based on personal attack to a single enemy, dealing 75 damage on the first strike and 80 damage on the second. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Cairo exhaled deeply, appearing to have expended considerable energy, Yet his gaze remained fixed on Jiang Han. I have imparted my teachings. Now you must formalize our contract. Agreed. Jiang Han nodded in assent. Now is certainly not the time to incite conflict. Ding! System notification. You have established a contract with Novice Village Soldier Cairo, agreeing to repay him with 10,000 gold coins within 1 week. Should you breach this contract, you will be relentlessly pursued by the entire Novice Village. Never to find peace. Jiang Han frowned. Why only 1 week? In truth, he had no intention of defaulting, as it was his own proposal. Once he leveled up, repayment would be feasible. However, Cairo's demand for a week was indeed a tall order. You have 1 week to produce 10,000 gold coins. Otherwise, you shan't leave the Novice Village. Cairo grinned, a hint of menace in his eyes. Truly astute. Jiang Han could not help but inwardly scoff, yet he smiled and nodded. Very well, but you must provide me with suitable weapons and attire. On what grounds? Cairo retorted incredulously. You seek 2 basic skills for 10,000 gold coins. What justification do you have? Jiang Han's voice turned icy. Cairo shrugged, his hands raised in a gesture of helplessness. But I have indeed shared my knowledge. Then add another 10,000 gold coins. Jiang Han raised 2 fingers, his anger simmering beneath the calm exterior. Was he attempting to play games with him? The threat of village-wide pursuit was trivial. He had no fear. If excitement was the goal, he would see it through to the end. All right, you have successfully persuaded me. Cairo's eyes gleamed with greed as he retrieved a tattered leather armor and a rusted iron sword from his backpack. Handing them to Jiang Han at soldier's leather armor, common level. Defense, 2-2 soldier's iron sword, common level. Attack, 3-3 common level, undoubtedly the most inferior grade of weaponry. According to official descriptions, equipment in the realm of Tianheng range from low to high as follows. Common level. Bronze level, silver level, gold level, dark gold level, spirit level, earth level, and heaven level. Beyond heaven level, the tiers of equipment remained undisclosed, seemingly inviting players to explore. Ding! System notification. The contract established with Novice Village Soldier Cairo has been altered. An additional 10,000 gold coins has been appended to the terms. Ignoring the system's message, Jiang Han donned the 2 pieces of equipment, immediately enhancing his character's stats. Jiang Han level, 1 health, 100 attack, 9-9 defense, 3-3 reputation, 0 luck, 0 I shall take my leave. Having achieved his objective, Jiang Han refrained from further conversation, turning to exit directly towards the outskirts of the Novice Village to confront the slimes. Hey, take me along to play. A charming young female player approached him. Seeking his attention, what serious player would start off with a mere flower vase? As a high-quality human player, Jiang Han resolutely declined, stating, sorry, I am but a heartless machine bent on slaying slimes. This moment. Many players who had witnessed Jiang Han's favor from the Novice Village Soldier were stirred to action, attempting to persuade Cairo with offers of money to gain similar advantages. However, Cairo's single statement left them lamenting, regretting their late initiative. The native could only impart skills to adventurers once a week, and no spare uniforms were available for exchange. Upon exiting the Novice Village, Jiang Han struck the slime with a decisive blow. He had already inspected the slime's information panel, level 3, with a health total of 300 points. Yet, it possessed a mere 5 points of attack, and with his impressive 3 points of defense. He could easily withstand the onslaught. 21. The vivid red damage number appeared, no longer just a single digit. Simultaneously, the slime became enraged, bouncing towards Jiang Han's chest. Reacting swiftly, he sidestepped and thrust at its back. No. To be precise, he executed 2 thrusts. Basic combo. 32. 38. The large numbers flashed before him, signaling a critical hit. The slime's health visibly diminished by a third. Subsequently, Jiang Han dispatched the slime with ease, achieving the remarkable feat of defeating a monster for the first time in the game, while also completing the task given by the village elder. Ding! System notification. Congratulations on slaying the blue slime. You have gained 10 experience points. Onward. Jiang Han did not return to the Novice Village. Instead, he immediately sought out the next slime to confront. It may be hard for others to believe, but he had somehow managed to pull ahead of countless players merely through boastful chatter. Given this, he naturally seized the opportunity to rapidly widen the gap. striving to be among the first to exit the novice village. In a mere 5 minutes, Jiang Han had vanquished over 10 slimes and suddenly felt a warmth enveloping him as golden light scattered around. Successfully reaching level 2, that upon inspecting his attribute panel, he found no free attribute points. The only benefits of leveling up were a 1 increase in both attack and defense, along with a boost of 100 health points. Well, that was commendable. At least his efficiency in slaying slimes had improved. Truly, the game designer was a remarkable individual. Jiang Han cast a glance at the multitude of players in the village who were struggling, silently admiring their plight. He had never encountered such an unusual design. Had he not successfully lured Cairo, he might have been stuck in a village like the others, unable to step outside, after spending another 2 hours as a heartless slime hunter. Jiang Han reached level 3, further enhancing his strength. Of course, had he merely been killing slimes, he would not have needed to invest so much time to level up. The issue was that at the game's onset, with an empty backpack devoid of money or potions and insufficient health, he had to rest in place, relying on passive recovery to gradually restore his health bar. Suddenly, Jiang Han sensed something amiss. After pondering for a moment, he realized, to his dismay, that after grinding for over 2 hours, none of the slimes had dropped a single copper coin. With no copper coins to speak of, the so-called equipment was even more unworthy of mention. Starting with a mere stick, was it reasonable to expect adventurers to conquer the world? Jiang Han looked down at the iron sword in his hand, which bore little distinction from scrap metal, and felt at a loss for words, realizing he had already outpaced so many. Damn it, I find myself at a loss for words. Upon reaching level 3, Jiang Han's defense had increased to 5 points, rendering the slime's attacks nearly ineffective against him, thus noticeably enhancing his monster-slaying efficiency. However, he soon discovered that the experience gained from kills had been halved, dropping from 10 points at level 1 to a mere 5 points. With no equipment drops and reduced experience, Jiang Han took a deep breath, contemplating the challenge of confronting more formidable monsters. Yet after a moment's hesitation, he opted to continue hunting slimes. It wasn't that the novice village only contained slimes. In fact, in the distance, he spotted several black wild bulls wandering about. However, the problem was that the bull's attributes were truly formidable. If he were to be trampled by one, it would be quite the spectacle. Wild bull, normal monster, level 6 health, 500 attack, 12 to 15 defense, 10 skill. Tough-hide. One could only wonder what the game designer was thinking, granting the wild bull such high attack alongside equally impressive defense. Given Jiang Han's current attributes, even breaking through their defense seemed a daunting task, and he estimated that even if he could defeat a wild bull, the efficiency would pale in comparison slimes, ultimately proving to be a poor trade-off. After enduring another 2 hours of slime grinding, Jiang Han calculated that he lacked just over 10 experience points to level up. He swiftly returned to the novice village, seeking out the white-haired elder who had initially treated him with disdain, and calmly stated, "Old man, I have proven my strength, and where is the evidence?" The elder retorted, "Words alone hold no weight. This is the evidence." Jiang Han retrieved a tattered blue cloth from his bag, the remnants of the slime's corpse after its demise. As for the liquid, it had all burst forth, seeping into the ground, making it impossible to retrieve. "You sly old man, how cunning you are! Fortunately, I had the foresight to prepare." Jiang Han secretly rejoiced at having anticipated the elder's potential trickery, though the task did not require him to bring anything back. He decided to remain cautious to avoid being caught off guard. As the saying goes, one learns from experience, and he had begun to grasp the intricacies of this game. The elder regarded Jiang Han with a hint of surprise. Snorting softly, "It seems there are a few adventurers whose intelligence barely meets the standards of the natives." Ding! System notification. Congratulations, you have completed the task of proving your strength and received 20 experience points. Swish! Golden light cascaded around him, and Jiang Han felt a warm sensation, as if basking in a hot spring, immensely comfortable. Excellent. He leveled up again. "Old man, do you have any more tasks?" Jiang Han felt no fondness for the elderly figure before him, bluntly inquiring about further quests. In truth, he struggled to understand why the game designers had so severely diminished the natives' goodwill towards adventurers, to the point of embodying hostility. "Yes," the elder replied tersely, casting a disapproving glance at him. In a deliberately difficult tone, he said, "I want you to hunt down the 10 demon gods. Oh, you dare." Ding. System notification. Do you wish to accept the task of hunting the demon gods? Difficulty, SSS. Hunt the demon gods. Difficulty, SSS. Reward: the Elder's mysterious heirloom. Time limit: 1 week. Failure penalty: minus 100,000 reputation with the light faction, -50 levels, and a fine of 10,000 gold coins to the Elder. Jiang Han stared at the task that popped up before him, feeling utterly speechless. Old man, you truly think highly of me. Had there been no time constraint, or perhaps a timeline of 1 or 2 years, he might have considered accepting it. But to hunt the so-called demon gods within a week? How could the Elder be so audacious? What about his dignity? Did he have no shame? The brave adventurers ought to forge ahead. And how could mere demon gods obstruct their path? The Elder, full of bravado, proclaimed, "Ultimately, it is your cowardice that holds you back?" Oh, Jiang Han could not help but sneer, gesturing to himself. Me? Cowardly? Isn't it so? The Elder wore an expression that implied he knew the answer all too well. Jiang Han chuckled, glancing at the penalty of 10,000 gold coins, and suddenly an idea struck him. If you wish for me to accept this task, you must first give me your mysterious heirloom. Debt is not to be taken lightly. Since these natives have such a penchant for trickery, he would gladly oblige them. On what grounds? The Elder, of course, vehemently shook his head in opposition. Do you really think I am foolish? Generous natives ought to wholeheartedly assist adventurers, allowing them to pursue their endeavors without worry. Jiang Han declared with righteous indignation, "Ultimately, it is your stinginess that is to blame. Logically, one should not offend the natives." But Jiang Han was not playing this game to be manipulated. He would not coddle the natives' foul tempers. "I am stingy." The Elder had never anticipated that this adventurer would be so foolish as to leap into a known trap. And he scoffed in disdain. "Fine, if you seek death, I shall oblige you. Here." He produced a scroll from his bag and handed it to Jiang Han. Ding! System notification. You have obtained one of the Elder's mysterious heirlooms. The Fire God's Wrath Forbidden Spell Scroll. Ding! System notification. You have successfully accepted the task of hunting the demon gods. The time limit is 1 week. Please be mindful of your time. The Fire God's Wrath S-rank item. Your mysterious heirloom is merely a single-use scroll. Jiang Han felt a tinge of disappointment. He had expected something more magnificent. After all, he was to hunt the demon gods, and the rewards should be substantial. The Elder remained impassive, stating coldly, "Rest assured, this is merely a portion of the advance payment. Upon completing the task, bring me the head of a demon god, and I shall grant you a combat class unattainable by ordinary adventurers." Jiang Han was genuinely taken aback that a combat class unattainable by ordinary adventurers. Could that be the legendary hidden class? This seemingly unassuming Elder of the novice village possessed such wealth. Get lost. I shall see how you intend to defeat the 10 demon gods, who have reigned supreme over the Tianheng continent for eons. Within a week, the Elder waved dismissively, his demeanor one of impatience. Eye in his eyes, this adventurer, who displayed some capability, was ultimately a dead man walking. Those demon gods were fearsome figures, capable of crushing an adventurer who hadn't even left the novice village with ease, likely simpler than squashing an ant. Seeing the Elder's disinterest, Jiang Han decided not to make a fool of himself. He turned and walked away calmly, his sights set on the wild bulls. "Just you wait. In a week, I shall present my humble offering." Hastily exiting the novice village, Jiang Han stored away the Fire God's Wrath Forbidden Spell Scroll. Feeling a peculiar sensation, were there truly so many treasures hidden within the novice village? Reflecting on the fact that the old man not only possessed a forbidden spell scroll, but also might grant players access to hidden classes, Jiang Han could not help but marvel at the sheer abundance of opportunities concealed within this shabby village. Without wasting any time, he made his way to the wild bulls, unhesitatingly raising his iron sword and striking fiercely at the belly of the bull. -21. It is acceptable. Although I must strike over 20 times, at least I can engage it now. Moo! The bison, upon being attacked, emitted a pained bellow and immediately lowered its head in fury, attempting to charge at Jiang Han with its sharp horns. However, Jiang Han, agile and swift, effortlessly evaded the bison's assault. After adapting to the game mechanics, avoiding the bison's attacks was not particularly challenging. Jiang Han smiled faintly, possessing a fair amount of confidence in his in-game positioning skills. Yet, in the next moment, that confidence evaporated entirely. Moo moo moo. The bison's cries seemed to summon its companions, and two other bison that had been leisurely grazing nearby were drawn to Jiang Han, charging towards him. "What is this?" Jiang Han gasped in shock. "Are they really going to gang up on me?" He had never anticipated that monsters in the novice village could actively attack players. After all, the slimes he had previously fought had completely ignored him. But now, the bison, slightly stronger than the slimes, posed a significant challenge. Seizing the moment before the other bison arrived, Jiang Han struck the agitated one with two swift blows. -15, -16. At the same time, two bison attacked from the sides, and Jiang Han quickly turned and rolled away, narrowly avoiding their charge. He then glanced left and right, suddenly spotting a stone on the ground. He picked it up and hurled it at one of the bison, striking its rear with precision. -25? Ding, system prompt. You threw a stone, dealing 25 points of damage to the bison. Is throwing a stone more painful than slashing with my iron sword? Is there no justice in this world? Jiang Han lamented, glancing down at the iron sword in his hand. Without a second thought, he lunged at the charging bison, aiming straight for its eyes. That he succeeded, but was simultaneously struck, causing a sharp pain in his chest as he was sent flying backward. -55, -50. The eyes, being a vulnerable point, had suffered a critical hit, inflicting slightly more damage than the bison itself. At that moment, Jiang Han's health was still at a substantial 400 points. Even after losing an eighth of his health, he was not in dire straits. Moo. The bison leaped around in agony. Meanwhile, the other two bison did not remain idle. They charged at Jiang Han with reckless abandon. Fortunately, their attacks were straightforward and lacking in strategy. Jiang Han employed the same tactic, swiftly dodging as they approached, effectively avoiding harm out of course for an average player. This would not be an easy feat, but Jiang Han, who considered himself a veteran gamer, had a fair amount of confidence in his evasive maneuvers. After several minutes, he managed to slay 3 bison through a combination of stone, throwing, and sword strikes. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on defeating the bison, earning 50 experience points. After reviewing the system records, Jiang Han felt invigorated as he picked up 3 copper coins that had dropped. After resting for a moment, he prepared to seek out another bison for trouble. The experience points were quite substantial. He needed 800 points to level up, and defeating 16 bison would suffice. Perhaps some players might find this pace slow, but every game's mechanics are distinct. Jiang Han. Leveling up once every 2 hours was far more enjoyable than idling in the novice village. A few minutes later, Jiang Han located 2 solitary bison. Observing that there were no herds nearby, he stealthily approached them with his iron sword in hand. In the bison's wary gaze, he wore a harmless smile and said, "Be good. I'm a nice person with no ill intentions." With that, he lunged at the bison's eyes, aiming for a critical strike to expedite his leveling process. Moo! Accompanied by the bison's furious roar, a chase ensued under the brilliant sunlight. After a while, panting heavily, Jiang Han picked up 2 copper coins and noticed some clothing lying next to one of the bison. Thank heavens, he had finally obtained a piece of equipment. Excitedly, he picked it up to inspect it. Bison leather armor, basic level, defense, 4-5. However, he had no intention of discarding the soldier's leather armor. It was still an item he could sell to novice players who couldn't even withstand a slime's attack, surely fetching a decent price. After spending 2 hours, Jiang Han filled his experience bar to the brim, and golden light enveloped him as he leveled up to level 5. Checking the system clock, he saw it was already 8 p.m. The game had launched at 1 p.m., meaning he had been online for 7 continuous hours. Although Jiang Han wished to press on and gain an even larger advantage over ordinary players, his midday instant noodles had not been very filling, and his hunger was becoming unbearable. He decided it was best to first satiate his appetite, finding a relatively safe spot where he wouldn't be immediately surrounded by bison upon logging back in. Jiang Han summoned the system panel and logged out of the game. Removing the gaming headset, Jiang Han deftly took out his phone to order takeout. Ding dong. Before long, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, A delivery person clad in yellow raised the takeout bag and said, "Hello, are you the national-level takeout reviewer? Here is your chicken cutlet rice." Glancing at the order on the bag, Jiang Han noted that the delivery person smirked slightly, seemingly stifling a laugh upon reading his online name from the delivery app. Thank you," Jiang Han replied. Taking the food and closing the door, he sat down at his computer desk, browsing the game forum while indulging in his meal. It appeared that most players had yet to even step out of the novice village. Through various grateful comments from forum users, Jiang Han gathered that the current situation had not changed. What did this imply? It meant that the soldier's leather armor he had swapped out would surely sell for a good price. After browsing for a few minutes, Jiang Han came across a post discussing the methods of obtaining hidden classes. Players are already acquiring hidden classes. Jiang Han was taken aback and quickly clicked to read more. What was the fuss about obtaining hidden classes? Most players were likely familiar with hidden classes, as the official website had mentioned their existence, including unique hidden classes. However, how exactly does one acquire a hidden class? Allow me to guide you through this. The method of obtaining hidden classes involves players acquiring them within the game. Many may be astonished at how players could obtain hidden classes, yet this is indeed the case, and I too am quite surprised. Damn, it turns out to be a marketing ploy. Jiang Han couldn't help but curse under his breath. Swiftly closing the post, finishing his chicken cutlet rice, and donning the gaming headset once more. Time to log back in. Swish. With a flash of white light, Jiang Han returned to the game, finding himself in the bison territory. At that moment, the game world had transitioned to night. A bright moon hung high in the sky, accompanied by the sounds of chirping insects. Fireflies danced low among the grass and branches, creating a serene atmosphere. Gripping his iron sword, Jiang Han sought to locate bison that were resting far from the herd, attempting to keep the number of bison attacking him at 3 or fewer to avoid being overwhelmed. Time passed quietly, and everything unfolded as Jiang Han wished. Although the bison's calls echoed distinctly in the still night, fortunately, they did not draw in their companions, as Jiang Han grew increasingly adept at handling the bison. His efficiency improved. 3 hours later, golden light enveloped him once more, and he reached level 6. That would be enough for today. Jiang Han glanced at the time and noted the growing experience requirements, deciding to log off and rest. Moo! Suddenly, a louder roar than that of a typical bison echoed through the night. Jiang Han's intention to log off was abruptly interrupted by the unexpected roar. His spirits lifting instantly. A boss? Without hesitation, he stealthily approached the source of the sound and eventually spotted a bison, as massive as a small mountain, by the creek. Its eyes glowed crimson, its horns long and sharp, and its entire body radiated an ominous red light, exuding a formidable presence. That moment, it was drinking water. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy ensures victory in every battle. Jiang Han promptly cast a reconnaissance spell. Bison King, bronze level boss, level 8 health, 4,000 attack, 18 to 23 defense, 14 skills, tough hide, ramming charge, frenzy. The Bison King's strength was beyond doubt, its overall attributes surpassing his by a significant margin. However, the true issue lay in its high defense and the unpredictability of its skills. Tough hide was a basic passive ability of the bison, increasing its health percentage slightly, which could be ignored. The most concerning were ramming charge and frenzy. Especially with frenzy, if it augmented its base attributes further, Jiang Han feared he might struggle to penetrate its defenses. Who knows what could happen in a week's time? If he didn't take a chance, how could a bicycle become a motorcycle? Jiang Han gritted his teeth and ultimately resolved to give it his all. With no means to escape and unable to overpower his opponent, he had one final resort. A forbidden spell scroll. The mere thought of unleashing a forbidden spell to obliterate the wild bulls in the novice village was exhilarating. However, it remained just a thought. He was well aware of the significance of the forbidden spell scrolls to players in the early stages of the game. While the idea of using a forbidden spell to slay bulls was indeed creative, it was also a gross misallocation of resources. Casting a glance around to ensure no wild bulls were approaching to intervene, Jiang Han picked up a stone and hurled it with force at the wild bull king, accurately striking two peculiar, round objects beneath its form from behind. 25. A splendid critical hit, causing the wild bull king's health, initially at 4,000, to diminish by a full 25 points. Such damage could be fatal. Moo! Startled by the ambush, the wild bull king ceased its drinking, turning to glare furiously at Jiang Han, its right front hoof pawing the ground incessantly, billowing 2 plumes of steam from its nostrils. Ding! System notification. Your despicable act of ambush has incited great fury in the wild bull king. A SA result. It enters a berserk state prematurely, gaining 25 to attack, 20 to movement speed, and minus 40 to defense. Lasting until the battle concludes. Premature. Jiang Han chuckled wryly. It could happen like this? Moo! The wild bull king did not afford him any time to react. With a furious roar, it charged towards Jiang Han with remarkable speed, akin to an arrow loose from a bow, creating an imposing presence. However, Jiang Han was quick to respond, deftly sidestepping its approach. Far from being flustered, he felt a surge of joy. His greatest fear was the bull's high defense rendering him ineffective. Yet here it was, willingly reducing its own defenses, a truly thoughtful gesture. Moo! Unfortunately, the wild bull king was oblivious to human speech and continued to employ its singular charge attack against its adversary. Clearly, aside from its attributes being superior to the bull's, its methods of attack were no different, and the side effects of its skills had lowered its defense to that of a regular bull. Thus, Jiang Han's sword strike could inflict 50 points of damage. Nevertheless, due to the wild bull king's formidable attack power, Jiang Han remained on high alert, wary of being struck and potentially facing an unexpected critical hit that could lead to his immediate demise. This was a war of attrition. The wild bull king was swift, and the window for Jiang Han to mount an attack was fleeting. Opportunities slipped away like grains of sand, compelling him to strike back only occasionally while evading. Yet he was not greedy. As long as he could inflict damage, the bull would eventually succumb to his relentless assault. In our past, then whoosh, whoosh, the health of the wild bull king waned, its eyes bloodshot. Panting heavily, yet it persisted stubbornly, its life force dwindled to 30, a brilliant red glow enveloped it. Jiang Han's heart sank at the sight of the wild bull king's transformation. Brother, after wasting several hours in this struggle with you, don't tell me you're about to advance. Advancement. This was the uncertain element mentioned by the game's developers. Even ordinary creatures could undergo advancement, sometimes up to 3 times, becoming significantly stronger, and the probability of a boss monster advancing was higher than that of ordinary foes. Moo! The wild bull king bellowed, the red light surging forth, manifesting 2 ethereal red figures of the same size beside it, dramatically enhancing its horizontal attack range. Ding! System notification. The wild bull king has activated the skill rampage, summoning 2 ethereal figures based on its own attack of 50, increasing its attack range by 200, lasting for 30 seconds. Upon receiving this information, Jiang Han felt a wave of relief. Fortunately, his luck had not extended to encountering the first boss in the game that had undergone advancement, after unleashing its skill. The wild bull king charged once more at the treacherous ambusher, yet Jiang Han remained composed, sidestepping the main attack. Although he was struck by one of the ethereal figures, the damage was minimal. -40. The wild bull king's strikes were indeed fierce, but the figures represented only half the strength of the original, equating to the typical attack power of an ordinary bull. With Jiang Han's current health at 600, he could withstand about 15 hits, and given that the rampage lasted only 30 seconds, it could manage a maximum of 3 to 4 attacks. Nothing of great concern. 20. 10. The wild bull king's health continued to diminish until it plummeted to around 1. Its vitality nearly extinguished, and its offensive capabilities sharply reduced, as if it were utterly exhausted and unable to move. Swish! Suddenly, a sharp sound of blades cutting through the air emerged from behind Jiang Han. Yet he seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, ducking just in time. With a swift, decisive turn, he swung his iron sword. -83. A bright red damage notification erupted, causing the ambusher to stagger back. Not only did he fail to succeed, but his stealth state was also interrupted, revealing his position in the moonlight. Jiang Han discerned that the assailant was a youth, perhaps 17 or 18, possessing a rather handsome visage, yet his actions were despicable. Attempting to kill and seize the spoils at a critical moment. Qing Yun level. For health. For 100 attack. 10 to 12 defense. 6 to 8. This was a player who had prematurely learned the rogue's stealth skill. Damn! Qing Yun gasped in disbelief. Indeed a master. How could you discover me even when I hid so deeply? Originally, his plan was to leverage Jiang Han's efforts to whittle down the Wild Bull King's health, only to swoop in and claim the spoils for himself. Yet the current situation had deviated entirely from his expectations. Before Jiang Han's counterattack, he had never anticipated that his stealth would be seen through, and the assured backstab he had envisioned was effortlessly evaded by his opponent. With the Wild Bull King's health dwindling, Jiang Han had no time to waste on idle chatter. He brandished his iron sword and executed a basic combo, seeking to swiftly conclude the confrontation. 60, 63. In an instant, Qing Yun's health fell below half. Let me die with clarity. Realizing the disparity in their strengths and the futility of a counterattack, Qing Yun, filled with reluctance, inquired, "How did you discover me?" Jiang Han responded with indifference. "Youngster, engage your intellect and ponder yourself." With that, he executed a swift and clean series of strikes, reducing Qing Yun to a mere flicker of white light, likely to respawn at the novice village's starting point. Attempting to ambush me, Jiang Han shifted his gaze to the exhausted Wild Bull King, sneering naive. In truth, his suspicion of someone lurking in the shadows was not without foundation. Firstly, the Wild Bull King would not have roared so loudly, drawing attention unless it had entered combat. Secondly, even ordinary bulls congregating would require him to seek out a solitary target, as a lord creature. The Wild Bull King, acting independently with no allies in sight, made it difficult for Jiang Han not to suspect it had been deliberately lured. With the crisis averted, Jiang Han raised his iron sword and struck down upon the Wild Bull King. After toiling for nearly 3 hours to bring it down, he was particularly exhilarated. "Brother, for the time I spent staying up late to entertain you, do drop a few good items." The iron sword severed the last vestige of life from the Wild Bull King, causing it to collapse in defeat, transforming into a lifeless corpse. Swish! The substantial experience surged into Jiang Han, warming him all over, propelling him to level 7, fully restoring his health. Ding! System notification. Congratulations on defeating the bronze-level boss. The Wild Bull King is the first player to vanquish a bronze-level boss in the game. You receive additional rewards: 10 free attribute points, 1,000 reputation, and a rare item, Heaven's Blessing Pearl. A reward for A? Jiang Han's eyes lit up. Free attribute points. This was the very thing he had sought since the server launched, and to his delight, he encountered it only after achieving his first kill. Ding! System notification. Would you like to announce your glorious achievement to all adventurers arriving in the Tianjin continent? Note: after the server-wide announcement, you will receive 10,000 reputation points. 10,000 reputation points. Although Jiang Han was unaware of the benefits of reputation at this moment, as it appeared in the player's basic information panel, the more, the better. Furthermore, earning just 1,000 points for the first kill of a bronze-level boss indicated that acquiring reputation was no small feat. Yes, after weighing the pros and cons, Jiang Han could not resist the temptation and chose to agree. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the player Jiang Han Shui from the Eastern District for becoming the first player to defeat a bronze-level boss. This announcement is hereby made. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the player Jiang Han Shui from the Eastern District for becoming the first player to defeat a bronze-level boss. This announcement is hereby made. The system announcement echoed 3 times in total, the text appearing in bold red, as if fearing that other players might miss it. Ding! System notification. Player Longzhan Yu requests to add you as a friend. Do you accept? Ding! System notification. Player Yugong Xiao 2 requests to add you as a friend. Do you accept? I anticipated that Jiang Han would be at his wit's end, hastily calling upon the system settings to prohibit all from adding him as a friend. And only then did tranquility return to his ears to end the game. Myriad interests inevitably intertwined. Once the news of his first kill was announced, a multitude of guilds would undoubtedly seek his allegiance. Furthermore, it was reasonable to assume that many would be eager to purchase the equipment dropped by the boss. Subsequently, he seized the moment to tally the spoils yielded by the king of wild bulls, a total of 50 copper coins and 2 pieces of equipment, a sword and a pair of boots. Suppressing his exhilaration, Jiang Han examined the attributes of the gear. Leather boots, common grade. Defense, 2 to 3 wild bull sword, bronze grade. Attack, 10 to 12 effect. 25 damage to bovine creatures required level. 5 gazing at the sword's blade, which emanated a faint crimson glow. He could easily envisage his unparalleled efficiency in slaying bulls. Without hesitation, he replaced his rusted iron sword with the newly acquired weapon and donned the leather boots, feeling as though he had finally attained the semblance of a seasoned player emerging from the novice village. Jiang Han level, 7 health, 700 attack, 22 to 24 defense, 13 to 15 reputation, 11,000 luck, 0 free attribute points, 10 with 10 free attribute points unallocated. Jiang Han wasted no time, investing all of them into attack, instantly elevating it to 32-34. Invincible, he declared, casting a modest glance at his character panel. I could see this moment. Facing not just one, but even 10 wild bulls would be mere slaughter for him. After all, being in the novice stage, his stats were pitifully low, yet the enhancement of his power was remarkably swift. As he checked the time, Jiang Han discovered it was already 4 in the morning. Although a hint of drowsiness lingered, his excitement from hunting the boss invigorated him. With the acquisition of the wild bull sword, his emotional state could only be described as euphoric, leaving no room for fatigue. Aware of the health risks associated with staying up late, he resolved to pull an all-nighter instead. Armed with his sword, he boldly roamed the territory of the wild bulls, no longer needing to be wary of encirclement. Slaying any bull in his path. -270, -255. The sight of 3-digit damage figures sent adrenaline coursing through Jiang Han's veins. With the wild bull sword's 25 damage bonus against bovine creatures, he found that 2 or 3 strikes were sufficient to fell a wild bull, which would often drag its companions to their demise, further enhancing his leveling efficiency. Thus, even though he had reached level 7 and surpassed the wild bulls, his experience gain was not diminished. Rather, it increased dramatically. By 6 in the morning, Jiang Han had ascended to level 8. At this point, the thrill of acquiring the wild bull sword had largely dissipated as he neared the moment of logging off. A sudden thought struck him. He recalled that he had yet to examine the system rewards. Opening his inventory, he discovered a blue orb quietly nestled within it, the Heavenly Blessing Orb, a class item. Effect: unconditionally increases any equipment of silver grade or below by 1 tier. Description: a wondrous orb containing a faint yet precious special power, seemingly formed from the tears of a powerful being. Gazing at the orb's effect, Jiang Han couldn't help but inhale sharply. For players of his current stage, this item was nothing short of miraculous. If he were to acquire silver-grade equipment and then use the Heavenly Blessing Orb to elevate its tier, would that not grant him a golden-grade item without conditions? Of course, he would never use the Heavenly Blessing Orb on the Wild Bull Sword. That would be an utter waste of a precious resource. Ding! The system chimed. Congratulations to the player from the Dahan region for being the second individual to defeat a bronze-grade boss. With this announcement, not long after the first kill, the second player swiftly followed. Jiang Han was not surprised by this. There were many skilled players among the populace, and his achievement of the first kill had relied significantly on luck. It was worth noting that his good friend Qin Yun had put in considerable effort, deserving of commendation. With the first kill of the bronze-grade boss, he received not only free attribute points as a reward, but also the Heavenly Blessing Orb. The benefits from the first kill of the silver-grade boss would likely be even greater. Jiang Han rubbed his hands together in anticipation. Present. The reward from his first kill had widened the gap in strength between him and ordinary players, giving him far more opportunities for the next tier of first kills than others. Removing his helmet, Jiang Han exhaled deeply, cleansing his mind, and after a brief wash, he collapsed in a bed. Ding dong, ding dong. After an indeterminate amount of time, he was roused by the incessant ringing of the doorbell. Who is it? Jiang Han groggily rose from his slumber, donned his pajamas, and hurriedly opened the door, only to be greeted by a delivery person. Hello, your package. Thank you. Accepting the package, Jiang Han returned to the living room to unveil its contents. Discovering a large bag of dried vegetables and a few pieces of baked flatbread, he immediately realized that this had been sent by his mother. Taking out his phone, Jiang Han prepared to call his mother to assure her of his well-being. However, Midway through dialing, he suddenly remembered something and paused his finger. First, I need to sell the soldier's iron sword and soldier's leather armor. Currently, funds were tight, and Jiang Han resolved to sell the equipment first. In the early stages, most players were stuck in a novice village. Regardless of the equipment's attributes, its value would not be low, ensuring he could fetch a good price. After that, he could inform his mother of his safety, and he would have some leverage to say he was sending money home. Of course, whether his mother wanted it was one matter, but he felt it was essential to let her know he was doing well out here. After washing up, Jiang Han eagerly donned his gaming helmet and entered the game. Whoosh, a flash of white light, and he found himself within the territory of the wild bulls, surrounded by freshly respawned foes. Without a second thought, he wielded the wild bull sword and swiftly dispatched them, collecting the copper coins that littered the ground. Suddenly, Jiang Han's eyes brightened as he spotted a pair of bracers dropped beside a wild bull's corpse. He hurriedly picked them up, casting a detection spell to reveal their attributes. Leather bracers, common grade. Defense, 2-2. Equipping the bracers immediately raised his defense by 2 points, bringing it to 16-18. The wild bull's attacks could no longer penetrate his defenses, causing them to inflict only 1 or 2 points of damage. For a novice, his attributes were now akin to a young cow soaring through the skies, remarkably powerful. Without further delay, and as other players were generally discovering ways to exit the novice village, he swiftly returned, drawing the attention of many players. Wow, a master! This wretched game has me trapped in a novice village. Yet some players have already taken flight. This person's level is beyond my detection, at least 5 levels higher than me. I haven't even fought a slime, and I'm already considering quitting. In eternity, the concept of trousers did not exist. Armor encompassed the entirety of one's lower half. Apart from potentially special equipment, players generally donned only weapons, armor, helmets, bracers, shoes, leg armor, and rings. Thus, visually, Jiang Han was equipped in all areas except for leg armor and a helmet, making him appear extraordinarily formidable among the novice players still clad in their beginner outfits. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Han shouted, "Selling equipment. 2 pieces in total, payment first, then trade." Unfortunately, due to the currently unavailable announcement system for making trumpet notifications within a certain range, drawing attention in the novice village relied solely on shouting, which could only attract limited interest. Equipment? Instantly, a throng of players surged towards him, surrounding Jiang Han, displaying the soldier's iron sword and soldier's leather armor. He stated, "Highest bidder wins. For such lackluster whiteboard items, only someone like me would want them. 100 for each, what do you think?" A player chimed in. "Thinking to acquire them for a mere 100? You might as well reach for the stars." Jiang Han shot him a look of pity and reiterated, "Highest bidder wins. I bid 500, 1,000, 2,000. Fortunately, not everyone was so oblivious to value. These 2 pieces of equipment, which would be ignored in other games, were fetching astonishingly high prices in eternity. Scarcity breeds value, whether in games or reality, as long as something possesses inherent worth. This adage holds true. 10,000 for each. I'll take both." A middle-aged man with bronze skin and a medium build squeezed through the crowd. He glanced at the equipment before appraising Jiang Han for a moment and chuckled. "Young man, you possess considerable skill. Would you be interested in joining my guild? The salary is negotiable." The mention of a 5-figure sum effectively silenced any potential bidders around them. He called 2 soon-to-be obsolete novice equipment pieces at such a high price was evidently a display of excess wealth, rendering further bidding unnecessary. "Apologies, but I currently prefer to remain an independent player," Jiang Han politely declined. Despite the maturity of game guilds nowadays, the requirements for joining were rather burdensome. For instance, during a boss raid, one must be online to assist and sign in regularly. Failure to comply would result in deductions from guild points, with the distribution of equipment ultimately decided by the upper echelons of the guild. Such stipulations contradicted Jiang Han's original intentions and constrained his potential. Very well. The man did not press the issue further, clearly not inclined to go to great lengths to entice a newcomer of Jiang Han's caliber. After a moment's thought, he added, "Let us become friends. Should you acquire any valuable equipment, you can sell it to our dragon clan first. I assure you, the price will be satisfactory." "All right," Jiang Han readily agreed. Establishing a connection with a guild that had ample resources meant he could avoid the time-consuming process of setting up a stall and swiftly obtain a fair price, which he would not decline. Beep, a system notification chimed. Long Tong Wan Li request to add you as a friend. Do you accept? Yes. In that instant, the other party learned his name and was slightly taken aback. So, you are the one known as Jianghan Shui? As the first player to receive a server-wide boss kill announcement, his name had naturally trended, sparking discussions among countless players, impossible to overlook. Despite the fact that the man's level exceeded Jiang Han's reconnaissance capabilities, he rightly surmised that Jiang Han was indeed the celebrated first kill celebrity. I will contact you if I procure any good equipment in the future. Just don't take advantage of me, Jiang Han jested, discreetly sending his bank card number to the man. I won't, I promise. Long Ting Wanli promptly completed the transaction. Removing his gaming headset, Jiang Han placed a sesame pancake in the frying pan to heat, sipped some water, and quickly dialed his mother. Hello. A familiar voice answered on the other end. Mom, Jiang Han said, I received the dried plum vegetables you sent. That's good to hear. I know you like them. So, I sent a bit more. How's work treating you out there? I heard from Uncle Chan next door that when you first started, expenses were quite high. If you're short on money, I can send you a few thousand. Jiang Han chuckled. Not at all. My boss appreciates my efforts and has recently awarded me several tens of thousands in bonuses. Several tens of thousands just a few months into your job. His mother's voice was filled with surprise that a mother naturally feels joy when her son succeeds. Yep, Jiang Han reassured. Don't worry, Mom, but I'm doing quite well out here. If things are tight at home, I can send back 20,000. There's no need for that. Just focus on your work. The conversation lasted over 10 minutes before Jiang Han hung up, promptly filling his stomach with dried plum vegetable pancakes for lunch before logging back into the game. The early game hours were precious, and he needed to continue expanding his advantages. After a brief exploration of the novice village and confirming there were no quests available, Jiang Han spent 50 copper coins on a health potion before decisively departing. According to the apothecary, this potion contained enough pills for 20 uses. Health potion effect. Restores 50 health points per second for 10 seconds after consumption cooldown. 20 seconds description. A concentrated pill favored by the adult indigenous residents of the novice village. Allegedly beneficial for energy and kidney support when taken 3 times a day, with 8 pills at each instance. Stepping onto the tender grass as he exited the novice village, Jiang Han ventured into a more challenging leveling area, his spirits lifted by the extra 20,000 in his bank account. This marked his first substantial earnings in the game, and it was a 5-figure sum, despite his self-proclaimed status as a veteran gamer. As an ordinary student who had only graduated recently, it was impossible to maintain complete composure after earning such a windfall. Minutes later, as he passed through the territory of wild bulls, he noticed several players banding together to defeat monsters. After hesitating for a few moments, he shook his head. Wild bulls are a no-go. Given his current equipment and level, seeking trouble with wild bulls would be a sheer waste of time, while they were efficient for leveling. The experience gained from wild bulls was pathetically low. Traversing past the wild bull territory, Jiang Han's gaze fell upon a picturesque valley beyond, lush and vibrant, filled with the songs of birds and fragrant blooms. However, a pack of large gray wolves prowled, adding an unsettling sense of danger to the beautiful landscape. Gray wolf, common monster, level 10 health, 2000 attack, 25 to 30 defense, 18 skill. But the gray wolves were indeed formidable, surpassing the wild bull king in attack and defense, albeit slightly lower in health. Nevertheless, Jiang Han, known as Jianghan Shui, who had achieved the first kill on the server, was not to be underestimated. Armed with his wild bull sword, he stood resolute. Drawing closer to the gray wolves, his formidable presence instantly attracted their attention. Confronted by a multitude of sharp, malevolent gazes, Jiang Han felt a tightening in his chest. The monsters in a novice village were already unpleasant enough in their pack mentality, and now they were initiating an attack? Oh, whoa. As expected, the more he wished to avoid conflict, the more it seemed inevitable. About a dozen gray wolves rose from their rest, growling lowly as they began to encircle Jiang Han. Without a second thought, Jiang Han turned to flee. While he could bravely face 3 or 4 at once, taking on a dozen would be akin to courting disaster, shaking off most of the gray wolves. He glanced back at two that relentlessly pursued him as he swiftly picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it with all his might at one, causing it to halt its advance and dodge to the side. Seizing the opportunity, he set his sights on the other gray wolf. As it lunged at him, he executed a graceful slide, successfully evading its jaws. 79. The gray wolf barely missed his neck, but Jiang Han reacted swiftly. Raising his left forearm to block its razor-sharp teeth, in an instant, his health dropped by nearly 10%. Taking advantage of the moment, he rolled over, pinning the gray wolf beneath him, and struck its belly twice with his iron sword. Basic combo, -110, -116. With the wild bull sword equipped, Jiang Han possessed a high attack power that significantly breached the gray wolf's defenses. At that moment, the other gray wolf charged in, and Jiang Han swiftly rolled away, delivering a powerful kick to the belly of the gray wolf beneath him, sending it flying before quickly evading. Rising to his feet, Jiang Han proactively initiated an attack, engaging the two gray wolves in combat. With a superior attack power, he forcefully dispatched both gray wolves. Beep. The system notification chimed. Congratulations, you have slain a gray wolf, earning 80 experience points. The experience gained from gray wolves far exceeded that from wild bulls. Jiang Han estimated that he would need to defeat approximately 25 gray wolves to level up. Additionally, each gray wolf dropped 2 copper coins, 0.2 coins. Collecting a total of 4 copper coins, Jiang Han realized that he would need to hunt 50 million gray wolves to amass 10,000 gold coins, nearly bringing tears of gratitude to his eyes. Repaying debts was a distant dream, and slaying a demon lord was purely fanciful. Calculating the numbers, he knew he would inevitably owe 30,000 gold coins. With a reputation of 100,000 and a level of 50, Jiang Han shook his head, unperturbed. The penalties were far too lenient to be of any concern. In his view, this was merely a manifestation of the indigenous people's hostility towards adventurers. He felt no remorse for his actions. Rather, he believed he had gained a substantial advantage. Firstly, the contract he had established with the novice village soldier, Cairo, stipulated that in the event of a breach, he would be subject to a village-wide manhunt. This implied that his punishment would be pursuit, rather than an enforced deduction of 10,000 gold coins from his inventory. Secondly, although the old man's punishment appeared daunting, the forbidden spell scroll he had received was generously and willingly bestowed upon him as a reward for fulfilling the quest conditions. Thus, there was no stipulation regarding the return of the scroll in the quest's punitive measures. In essence, trading the early game level 50 and 100,000 reputation for a forbidden spell scroll was hardly a loss in his eyes, even if the level were to plummet to negative. I could still rely on the forbidden spell scroll to swiftly claim the first kill of golden tier and even dark golden tier bosses. Let us see who truly incurs a loss. Jiang Han undoubtedly harbored his own plans. However, the old man would certainly demand it back. His primary objective was to find a way to retain the forbidden spell scroll. There was still ample time, so there was no need to rush. Casting aside distractions, he continued his leveling journey. Armed with experience from dealing with gray wolves, he began to roam outside the valley, keenly searching for solitary gray wolves to lure into a deserted area. Time passed slowly. The chilling howl of the gray wolf echoed intermittently outside the valley. Unfortunately for Jiang Han, he chose to provoke the wolves, a sly grin playing on his lips. Howl all you want. Even if you scream your throat raw, no wolf will come to your rescue. It must be noted that he did not usually act this way. Swish, 2 hours later, after slaying over 20 gray wolves. Golden light scattered as Jiang Han reached level 9. Just one more level, and he could exit the novice village. Regrettably, due to contract restrictions, it would be nearly impossible for him to leave the novice village for the next 5 days. Would he merely sit back and wait? That was not Jiang Han's style. Suddenly, Jiang Han's eyes brightened as he spotted a massive wolf, entirely black and shrouded in eerie mist, at the center of a pack in the distance. As it surveyed its surroundings, the other wolves bowed their heads in submission. In terms of size, it was formidable, towering up to Jiang Han's chest. Undoubtedly, it was the boss among the gray wolves. Time to lure the beast. Jiang Han remained calm. Even with thoughts of the boss in mind, he would not recklessly charge, and he needed to eliminate the surrounding gray wolves one by one, ensuring absolute safety. picking up a few stones. Jiang Han cautiously approached to attract the attention of some gray wolves, skillfully leading a portion away before dispatching them. After several maneuvers, he had nearly eradicated all the minions near the boss, leaving only one gray wolf too close to the boss to lure away. That should suffice. Jiang Han took a deep breath, adjusting his stance as he stealthily approached, tossing a reconnaissance spell towards the boss. Demonic Wolf King, Bronze Tier Boss, Level, 12 Health, 25. 000 Attack, 35 to 40 Defense, 25 Skills. Bloodthirsty, Wolf King's Intimidation. Rending Claws. Jiang Han found the situation somewhat challenging. This monster had substantial health. Grinding it down would likely take quite a while. After all, it was a boss, so he shouldn't be surprised. Taking a moment to compare, he picked up a stone and hurled it at a nearby gray wolf. If the minions were not entirely dealt with, they could be a real nuisance at a critical moment. A lesson Jiang Han had learned from playing numerous games. 103. The damage registered, and the aggro of both the Grey Wolf and the Demonic Wolf King immediately shifted to Jiang Han, who was fiercely charged at swish, keeping a keen eye on the Demonic Wolf King's movements. Jiang Han dodged just as it closed in, only for the creature to suddenly alter its attack trajectory mid-air, its dark claws slashing down. Jiang Han's expression shifted slightly. He had no time to maneuver, and the claws grazed his chest, delivering a sharp pain. 219. The damage popped up, indicating he had lost about a quarter of his health. Seizing the brief moment he was attacked, Jiang Han thrust his wild bull sword into the belly of the gray wolf that followed closely behind, then quickly unleashed a basic combo, forcing the wolf to retreat with pitiful cries. 50 without hesitation. He consumed a health potion, watching as his health visibly replenished. Truly a concentrated elixir. Awoo! The Demonic Wolf King roared, pressing the attack once more towards Jiang Han. Faced with the onslaught of the ferocious boss and realizing there was still a gray wolf behind him, Jiang Han frowned. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he turned to face the gray wolf, a realization dawning upon him. I was thinking about this all wrong. Without hesitation, Jiang Han charged at the gray wolf, which bared its fangs and viciously sank its teeth into the arm he had just extended, taking away a tenth of his health. 78. In the next moment, just as the gray wolf prepared to release its grip and retreat, Jiang Han, quick as lightning, seized it by the neck, pivoting his body to align the gray wolf towards the Demonic Wolf King. Seeing this, the boss had no choice but to redirect its sharp claws mid-swing to avoid harming its kin. Miss! A dodge notification popped above Jiang Han's head as he successfully used the gray wolf to block the Demonic Wolf King's position, narrowly escaping a dire crisis. This strategy could work. Jiang Han's eyes sparkled with determination. The Demonic Wolf King, now refraining from attacking, signaled that his positioning tactics had merit. Ugh. The gray wolf struggled in his grip, howling desperately and snapping at Jiang Han's arm, trying to force him to let go. However, Jiang Han completely ignored it, wielding his sword in one hand while holding the gray wolf in the other, resolutely facing the Demonic Wolf King. It was fortunate this was a game. In reality, he could never manage to hold a gray wolf with one arm and lift it. 105. This time, Jiang Han launched an offensive, driving his sword deep into the belly of the Demonic Wolf King, drawing forth a spurt of blood and marking the first successful hit. Instantly, the icy, crimson gaze of the Demonic Wolf King turned even more menacing, its claws swiftly descending but halting midway, for a gray wolf was still caught between it and its opponent. What a despicable adventurer! Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Han unleashed another basic combo, striking the Demonic Wolf King twice with his wild bull sword. Just as the boss prepared to retaliate, Jiang Han deftly used the gray wolf to force the creature to abandon its attack. This sequence of events played out repeatedly. Throughout the battle, Jiang Han remained focused, retreating and striking until he managed to draw the Demonic Wolf King near a large boulder, at which point he felt secure enough to unleash his full offensive. 60. With Jiang Han no longer needing to dodge, the frequency of his attacks surged, and the health bar of the Demonic Wolf King visibly dwindled until it fell to half, at which point it erupted in a dazzling red glow. Seemingly incensed. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Han's heart skipped a beat as he felt an unusual pressure envelop him. As if the air had thickened, hindering his movements, it seemed the process of defeating the boss would not be as smooth as he had anticipated. Ding! System notification. The demonic Wolf King used the skill Bloodthirst, increasing its attack by 15 and attack speed by 20 for 30 seconds. Ding! System notification. The demonic Wolf King used the skill Wolf King S Intimidation, reducing your attack speed by 10 and movement speed by 10 for 30 seconds, with both skills unleashed in quick succession, one boosting itself and the other weakening its foe. The situation became quite troublesome. To be safe, Jiang Han quickly swallowed another health potion, gripping the gray wolf tightly, and swung his wild bull sword down, taking another chunk of health from the demonic Wolf King. "Awoo!" The demonic Wolf King roared, its eyes ablaze with fury as its cold, pale claws slashed through the air, obliterating the gray wolf in his grasp, reducing it to a mass of flesh. The scene was gruesome. 1487, an utterly terrifying damage number erupted from the gray wolf, triggering a critical hit and resulting in its instant demise. Ding! System notification. The demonic Wolf King used the skill Rending Claws, dealing 250 damage to the gray wolf, but cannot act for 5 seconds. At last, they turned on each other. Jiang Han inhaled sharply, but he did not squander the precious time the gray wolf had bought him with its sacrifice. Rather than retreating, he pressed forward, launching another basic combo and unleashing his full force. 76, 81, 102. Although the demonic Wolf King's buffing skills were formidable, fortunately, they did not enhance its defense, making it relatively easy for Jiang Han to break through. Having eliminated the gray wolf that was held captive by the adventurer, the demonic Wolf King, now restored after 5 seconds, fixed its gaze on Jiang Han, its attacks coming down at an alarming speed, far surpassing its previous strikes. 310. In a single blow, Jiang Han lost more than a third of his health. What a beast! Jiang Han quickly retreated, creating distance while using the nearby boulder as cover. As the demonic Wolf King readied for another strike, he dodged to the side, employing the boulder to maneuver around the creature. Clearly, his foresight in drawing the demonic Wolf King near the obstacle had not been in vain. In truth, he had never believed that merely using positioning alone would allow him to easily take down a boss. After all, having navigated the deceptions of the novice village, he had adapted to the game's rhythm. Awoo! The demonic Wolf King, frustrated by its failed attack, grew ever more enraged. However, its destructive power is insufficient to obliterate formidable obstacles such as stone. As Jiang Han executed his serpentine maneuvers, the duration of his skills came to an end. While consuming a health potion, he adeptly evaded attacks until his health restored to over 80, at which point he struck once more. With a swift swing of the wild bull sword, he seamlessly followed up with a basic combo, thereby accelerating his output. 20. Jiang Han remained remarkably composed, not allowing the boss's dwindling health to diminish his vigilance. As soon as the cooldown for the health potion concluded, he promptly used it, continuing this until the demonic Wolf King collapsed with a mournful howl, at which point he exhaled in relief. Ding! System notification. Congratulations on defeating the bronze-level boss, the demonic Wolf King. Rewards: experience 2,000, reputation 500, swish, golden light scattered, and Jiang Han reached level 10. Ding! System notification. Congratulations on reaching level 10. You may now leave the novice village and proceed to the town for class advancement. Excellent. The next task is to find a way to deal with the old man and soldiers within the novice village. Jiang Han's gaze swept over the corpse of the demonic Wolf King, where he spotted several silver coins and a total of 3 pieces of equipment, instantly lifting his spirits. Bending down to collect them, he eagerly employed his reconnaissance skill to examine the attributes of the items. Wolfskin leggings, whiteboard level, defense, 5-5 required level, 10 Wolf Fang dagger, bronze level, attack, 14-16 effect, attack speed 10 required level, 10 Wolf King armor, bronze level, defense, 10-12 effect, health 5 required level, 10 among the 3 pieces of equipment. 2 were usable. Although he had yet to undergo class advancement, players could equip either daggers or swords. However, since he had mastered basic sword techniques, utilizing sword-type weapons granted him an additional 5 points of attack, making the Wild Bull sword equally competent as the Wolf Fang dagger. He stowed the wild bull sword in his inventory and donned the 3 pieces of equipment. Opening his character panel, he felt his attributes had soared. Jiang Han level, 10 health, 1050 attack, 36 to 38 defense, 30 to 33 reputation, 11500 luck. 0 A master is indeed lonely. Gazing at his dramatically enhanced attributes, he contemplated the meager stats of 2 to 2 attack and 1 to 1 defense from the novice village. And Jiang Han couldn't help but smile with pride, asking himself, who else dares to challenge me? Who? Suddenly, a hoarse, sharp voice interrupted Jiang Han's self-congratulation. Who dares to slay my meticulously arranged puppet? Jiang Han turned toward the source of the voice and beheld a figure emerging from the depths of the tranquil valley. A man clad in a deep crimson robe brandished a slender, bone-white staff, his face etched with anger as he approached rapidly. Another boss, and a humanoid one at that. Without hesitation, Jiang Han assessed his opponent while casting a reconnaissance spell. Undead Mage? Aside from the title prefix, everything else, including the name, was obscured by question marks, clearly surpassing the reconnaissance spell's probing range. This game truly defies conventional expectations. Jiang Han couldn't help but silently critique. Regarding the appearance of the undead mage, he wasn't particularly surprised. After all, the description of the demonic wolf king hinted at its transformation by an undead mage. However, he had not anticipated encountering it so soon. Nonetheless, even with the sudden emergence of such a formidable boss, he felt no particular trepidation regarding his own safety. He still had a trump card. The man was emaciated, his pallid face devoid of blood, and his malevolent gaze fixated on Jiang Han. I did not expect an adventurer to arrive in this valley so swiftly. It seems I have underestimated the situation. In his view, adventurers arriving at this valley should require at least 2 more days. Ample time for him to recover from his injuries and depart unnoticed. Neither did I foresee that my predicament would resolve so swiftly. Jiang Han remarked with a sigh. May I pose a question to you? The undead mage sensed something amiss. It was truly hard to believe that such an insignificant adventurer was unperturbed in his presence. With death imminent, what final words do you have? What tier of power are you? Jiang Han replied, as for my final words, enlighten me about your strength. To be frank, typically, when a regular player encounters such a hidden boss, death is almost certain. However, he was no ordinary player, but rather a superior being tasked with hunting down the top 10 demon gods of the Tianning continent within a week. Speaking of which, you adventurers have the favor of the goddess of life, allowing infinite resurrection. It is only natural you are unafraid of transient death. The undead mage stroked his chin, contemplating, and soon grasped the reason behind Jiang Han's audacity. Jiang Han looked at the undead mage in surprise. You know I can resurrect. He found it perplexing that NPCs could comprehend the resurrection mechanics of players. This was rather astonishing. Indeed, the cautious undead mage, observing Jiang Han's expression, relaxed slightly and sneered. I am a dark gold-level powerhouse of the Tianning continent, merely a step away from the spiritual level. Jiang Han gasped in feigned shock, exclaiming, to think that such a dark gold-level powerhouse exists within this humble novice village. How terrifying! Naturally, flattered by the acknowledgement from the insignificant creature, the undead mage felt a swell of pride. Boy, do not think that your flattery will earn you my mercy. Then before I perish, I have one last request. I hope that as a dark gold-level powerhouse, you can grant it. Jiang Han's face turned ashen, adopting a demeanor of complete surrender. What request? Speak, the undead mage inquired, a smug smile gracing his face. Since he had nothing better to do, he didn't mind indulging this thoroughly frightened adventurer for a few moments. Jiang Han asked, could I see your information panel? To be frank, a dark gold-level boss was rather formidable. He genuinely feared that the opponent's health might exceed 5 million, that if he couldn't eliminate it in one blow, he would utterly waste a forbidden spell scroll. You want to see my information panel? The undead mage's expression turned peculiar. Why was the adventurer's request so strange? This is my lifelong request. Jiang Han struggled to suppress his inner tension and excitement. There was no alternative. The opponent's health value was crucial to his future prospects. He sensed that this was a moment that could change his fate and possibly his life. Humph! The undead mage snorted coldly, raising his staff, the red gem embedded at its tip, radiating a deadly glow. Insect. You prattle too much. Prepare to meet your demise. He was not foolish. The adventurer's request was utterly nonsensical, and he had no obligation to fulfill it. Sighing inwardly, Jiang Han quickly retreated a distance, retrieving the forbidden spell scroll from his bag, and threatened, "Stop right there, or do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Upon seeing the item firmly clutched in Jiang Han's hand, the undead mage's pupils constricted, his heart seemingly gripped by an iron fist. A sense of crisis washing over him as he exclaimed, "Forbidden spell scroll? Unless you wish to die, let me see your information panel." Jiang Han pressed on directly. "You." The undead mage gritted his teeth, brutally exposing Jiang Han's intentions. "Do not think I am unaware of your thoughts. Most of the damage caused by the sealed scroll is fixed. You are afraid my health exceeds the damage of the spell. Hence you dare not tear it apart. Foolish designer." Hearing this, Jiang Han couldn't help but internally commend the designer for endowing NPCs with high intelligence. After a moment's thought, he altered his approach. "Hand over all your valuables. You dare to take advantage of me in my time of peril?" The undead mage cursed vehemently. Jiang Han coldly replied, "Surrender them. I shall tear apart the forbidden spell scroll, and you will undoubtedly perish." Since the game's NPCs possess sufficient intelligence, he believed he could use threats to compel the surrender of various equipment and items. Naturally, if he could ascertain that the opponent's health did not exceed 5 million, he would waste no time and unleash the forbidden spell immediately. Yet, the very reason for their standoff lay in the uncertainty surrounding each other's limits. "Ha ha!" The undead mage laughed in fury. "Never has anyone dared to threaten me. Daniel, come, tear it if you can. It is merely a disposable forbidden spell scroll. I am curious to see if I can withstand it. Playing this game with me, if you truly wish to escalate this. Why waste words? Just unleash your skills and fight me." Jiang Han thought to himself, a cold smirk forming as he raised the forbidden spell scroll. "Then I shall truly tear it. You dare?" Daniel feigned calmness and spoke with a pointed implication. "As long as I withstand the damage from the scroll, not only will you lose the scroll, but you shall also meet your demise, leaving you bereft of both life and wealth. Should you fail to endure the scroll's damage, all your possessions will be mine. Perish." Jiang Han exerted force in his hands, assuming the posture of tearing the scroll apart. "Hold on." Daniel's expression changed dramatically as he decisively raised his right hand to signal a halt. Jiang Han raised his eyebrows, tauntingly saying, "What are you afraid of? It's merely a disposable scroll. Didn't you want to see if you can withstand it?" "How extraordinary! Where does such a feeble adventurer acquire a forbidden scroll?" Taking a deep breath, Daniel suppressed his fury and frustration, gritting his teeth as he asked, "What do you want?" "Provide me with sufficient equipment and items, and I shall leave without further disturbances," Jiang Han replied calmly. "Consider it a financial sacrifice to avert calamity. What do you say?" "Absolutely not." Daniel shook his head, firmly rejecting the idea. "I cannot provide equipment or items to an adventurer free of charge." "Why not?" "Because of the rules of this world." "The rules of the world?" Jiang Han was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend whether the man before him was a genuine official character or an NPC with astonishing intelligence. "Then what do you propose?" Jiang Han frowned. "Well," Daniel pondered for a moment, observing Jiang Han's current level and condition. He hesitated and suggested, "How about this? I will make an exception and accept you as my disciple, teaching you the swordsmanship of the dark faction. What do you think?" Ding! System prompt. Necromancer Daniel invites you to join the dark faction. Do you agree? Note: once you agree, your reputation with the light faction will decrease by 100,000, and the dark faction reputation system will be activated. Ding! System prompt. Necromancer Daniel wishes to take you as a disciple. Do you agree? Note: if you agree, you will obtain a special hidden class, but it will also be regarded as a complete betrayal of the light faction. What the hell? Jiang Han did not consider himself particularly lacking in intelligence. Yet, the sudden barrage of 2 system notifications was utterly shocking. Choosing the dark faction was already bizarre enough, but for a dark gold grade boss to offer a hidden class was simply outrageous, beyond comprehension. Taking a deep breath to quell his inner excitement, he looked at the necromancer Daniel and said calmly, Don't think I am unaware of your intentions. Once I choose the dark faction, there will be no turning back. Furthermore, as my mentor, you will be wholly tied to me. And once I navigate this immediate crisis, you could deliberately make things difficult for me in various aspects. The allure of a hidden class was indeed substantial, but he could not afford to lose his reason because of it. Moreover, what formidable hidden class could a mere dark gold necromancer offer him? Rest assured, if you become my disciple, I will certainly devote myself to your training, the necromancer declared, raising 3 fingers solemnly. I swear to the god of oaths. Ding! System prompt. Necromancer Daniel swears to fully train you to become an excellent disciple, that if he violates this oath, he will face obliteration from the god of oaths. The god of oaths? This game is rather intriguing. After scanning through the system prompts, Jiang Han continued to inquire, but what if my power surpasses yours? What if you cannot make me stronger? What then? Although the necromancer was dark gold grade, which was indeed formidable in the early game, as player levels increased, he would become a mere weakling susceptible to slaughter. Choosing such a mentor could easily lead to his downfall. Daniel paused for a moment, intrigued, and remarked, Kid, it seems you're not only cautious, but also quite ambitious. You need not worry. In the dark faction, strength is paramount, that if your power is sufficiently great, I will recommend you to even stronger beings within the dark faction. And perhaps what? If you are confident enough, there may be an opportunity for you to become a disciple of one of the 10 demon gods. Daniel presented this grand temptation. The disciples of the 10 demon gods, Jiang Han had to admit. Daniel's words indeed stirred something within him. Becoming the disciple of another, even if it meant aligning with the villains, would simultaneously allow him to circumvent various risks a week from now. Besides, he held no particular fondness for the NPCs of the Light faction. Even if he betrayed them, he felt no guilt whatsoever. Very well. Jiang Han gazed at the 2 system prompts and chose to agree. Ding! System prompt. You have successfully joined the Dark Faction. The Dark Faction reputation system is now activated, and your reputation with the Light Faction is permanently set to -100,000. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on successfully transitioning to the unique hidden class, Dark Swordsman. Your basic growth and appearance have changed. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on becoming a Dark Swordsman. The potential within you has been unleashed, and your basic sword skills have evolved into dark swordsmanship, while your basic combo has advanced to frenzied slaughter. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on completing your class transition. As the first player in the game to accomplish this, you receive additional rewards. 10 free attribute points, 1,000 reputation, and the rare equipment, Ring of the Undead. A series of system prompts followed in quick succession. Gradually, Jiang Han felt an intense warmth coursing through his body, as if he were immersed in a furnace. Soon after, his skin began to take on a strange purplish-black hue. His nails turned black, and his eyes radiated a mesmerizing crimson glow. Meanwhile, a surge of power flowed into his limbs, his strength escalating exponentially. This sensation was peculiar and difficult to articulate. Moments later, as the heat receded, Jiang Han opened his character panel and stared at his appearance in astonishment. Is this really me? I hardly look like a good person. Kid, you made the right choice. Daniel sighed in relief, smiling. Those hypocrites in the Light faction are utterly detestable. How could they ever compare to the ease and freedom found in the Dark faction? Jiang Han nodded in agreement, seizing the opportunity to ease the tension between them. Mentor, you speak true, but my appearance is rather unusual. Can it be changed back? It's too unconventional. This appearance did not align with modern aesthetics. And he certainly did not want to sport purplish-black skin indefinitely. The reason for your transformation lies in the malevolent aura emanating from within you. Daniel chuckled. As long as your strength is sufficient, you can learn to contain this malevolent energy, thus restoring your original appearance. Yes, that's so. Jiang Han was left speechless. The malevolent aura was the cause. How extraordinary. It turns out I'm so wicked. Daniel replied with a grin. How could I deceive you, my apprentice? However, with your current strength, it is indeed difficult for others to perceive your true form. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. With that, he raised his staff and began to chant what seemed to be an exceedingly intricate incantation. Moments later, a black light surged forth from the gem atop the staff, rushing toward Jiang Han. Seeing this, Jiang Han made no attempt to evade it. bracing himself to confront the black light head-on. Ding! System prompt. You have acquired the concealment technique bestowed by your mentor, Necromancer Daniel, restoring your human form for a duration of 3 days. Soon, Jiang Han's appearance returned to its normal state. Well then, Jiang Han Shui, what a peculiar name. Daniel couldn't help but comment on Jiang Han's game name. Then turned serious. As your mentor, I must have you undergo a class transition trial to go forth and prove your loyalty to the Dark Faction. Ding! System prompt. You have forcibly accepted the quest Heart Towards Darkness difficulty. A force quest? Jiang Han hurriedly accessed the quest panel to check the details. Heart Towards Darkness difficulty. Eliminate 1,000 adventurers. Jiang Han was taken aback. Was this difficulty too high? He began to suspect that this man before him was trying to set him up. Not at all. Daniel shook his head. You are merely transitioning early. However, you still need to complete the tasks required for the transition. Moreover, the class you have obtained differs from the ordinary ones. Hence, the task difficulty is naturally greater. Dark Swordsman, I must admit your talent is remarkable. What do you mean? Jiang Han was utterly bewildered. This hidden class was given to me. What does it have to do with you? Not every necromancer in the world can be me, Daniel explained. Most disciples of necromancers transition to become either undead knights or undead swordsmen. However, the class you have acquired, Dark Swordsman, is a rare existence among thousands that far surpasses the undead swordsman in strength. And its potential is immeasurable. I hope so, Jiang Han nodded, as he contemplated the system prompt indicating that he had obtained a unique hidden class. Indeed, carried a sense of exclusivity, suggesting it should be more potent than a standard hidden class. Was it merely luck on his part? It is perhaps due to his identity as a player that he stands out from the rest. Very well, let the cold river flow forth and prove his heart's allegiance to darkness. Daniel waved his hand dismissively, stating that he was gravely injured and would require at least 3 days to recuperate. By then, he hoped that the task would be completed, so he could escort him out of this novice village. Jiang Han nodded. I shall do my utmost. In truth, the most daunting challenge was not the act of slaying 1,000 players, but rather the fact that there were but a handful who had managed to escape the novice village. Wait! Suddenly, Jiang Han had an epiphany and pressed Daniel, who was preparing to retreat into the valley to recuperate. What will happen if I die? The resurrection point. This was the most pressing concern. Having joined the Dark Faction, would he not be resurrected in the novice village? What would death entail? Daniel turned back, chuckling ominously. Having allied with the Dark Faction, how can you expect the protection of the Goddess of Life? At this, Jiang Han's heart sank in foreboding. Are you suggesting that I cannot be resurrected? Indeed, Daniel affirmed resolutely. Fear not. Although you have forsaken the Goddess of Life's protection, you shall simultaneously gain the favor of the ancient demon god. Oh, Jiang Han's spirit surged, prompting him to inquire, what does the protection of the ancient demon god entail? You shall discover that once you complete your class transition quest, Daniel replied, waving his hand as he turned to leave. Not divulging any further details, go forth. My apprentice, as a dark swordsman, you possess extraordinary talent and immense potential. Your future accomplishments will undoubtedly surpass my own. Safe travels, mentored as he watched Daniel retreat into the valley to heal. Jiang Han opened his character panel, brimming with excitement as he examined the gross statistics of his new class, Dark Swordsman. Attack, defense, speed. Note, the gross star rating indicates the enhancements obtainable with level increases. Each star represents the corresponding value added per level. Every point of attack inflicts 10 points of damage. Indifferent, vicious, formidable, bloodthirsty, and extraordinarily handsome. This description is rather embarrassing, making me feel quite bashful. Jiang Han grinned, scanning the panel, and discovered that beneath it lay the gross star ratings for ordinary classes. For instance, the warrior had a gross star rating of 3 stars in life, attack, defense, and speed, indicating a balanced development. Meanwhile, the rogue boasted 2 stars in life and defense, but compensated with 5 stars in attack growth and 4 stars in speed. Other classes such as mages and archers followed suit. Typically, those with pronounced gross star ratings would possess relatively weaker attributes elsewhere. Yet his Dark Swordsman utterly surpassed the benchmarks of ordinary classes. This gross star rating is simply ludicrous. Jiang Han was overjoyed. 5 stars represent the pinnacle of growth for ordinary classes, and here he was with 5 stars in life, defense, and speed, with an unprecedented 6 stars in attack, transcending the growth standards of ordinary classes. While the disparity may not seem vast at present, this was merely the first-class transition, a significant milestone in leaving the novice village that, in the future, there would undoubtedly be further enhancements to class growth ratings. Subsequently, he allocated all 20 points of free attribute bonuses gained from his class transition to attack, setting off towards the novice village while reviewing the bountiful rewards he had just acquired. First, he received a silver ring engraved with a skull from the system's rewards, which, at first glance, bore a somewhat sinister aura. Ring of the Undead, silver grade, attack, 15 to 15 effect, 5 to attack required level. 10. This marked Jiang Han's first acquisition of silver grade equipment, and it was a rather rare ring among all items. However, after weighing the pros and cons, Jiang Han equipped the Ring of the Undead without using a Divine Pearl to enhance its grade. Firstly, while ring-type equipment is indeed rare, the attribute enhancements it offers are certainly less significant than those of weapons, given the importance of level progression in the early stages of the game. It seemed somewhat impractical. Secondly, the level requirement for the silver grade ring was level 10, that if its grade were to be elevated to gold, the level requirement would increase, rendering it unequipable. Hence, at this moment, there was no need for undue haste. Next, he reviewed his skill list and found that the basic sword technique and basic combo had vanished, replaced by 2 seemingly formidable new skills. Dark Swordsmanship, passive, grade B, additional effect, 20 to attack speed restriction, effective at 100 when wielding sword-type weapons. Only 50 effect with other weapon types. Frenzied Slaughter, grade B. Suddenly, Jiang Han caught sight of more than 10 players within the realm of the Wild Bulls, grouped together to grind for experience. He stealthily approached, clutching his Wild Bull's sword. As he drew near, 2 vigilant players immediately stepped forward, blocking his path with unwelcoming expressions. "Sorry, buddy, this area is claimed by our Guild of Heroes. If you wish to level up, seek elsewhere." One player named Chaos of the World spoke with a grim tone, exuding an air of intimidation. The Guild of Heroes? What a fortuitous coincidence. Jiang Han couldn't help but chuckle at this revelation. As a seasoned player, he was well aware of the Guild of Heroes' reputation. Despite their names suggesting nobility, they were notorious for monopolizing monsters and territory within the game. He had never imagined he would find himself in the same novice village as the so-called heroes of the Guild of Heroes. However, it made sense considering it was a major guild with a wide reach. On what grounds? Jiang Han feigned indignation, adopting a righteous facade. This game has only just launched, and it's already difficult for solo players to level up. How can you monopolize this space? What are we solo players to do? I don't care what you think. This area is ours, Guild of Heroes. Are you deaf or just foolish? Another player retorted sharply. We solo players cannot stand idly by while they run amok. If no one is willing to stand up against them, then I shall be the first, Jiang Han boldly declared, disregarding their threats. Brothers, if you agree with what I say, remember to like, follow, and comment in support. What? The absurdity of his remarks left them bewildered. I'd like to slap you. Surely you've heard their words. Their actions deserve severe punishment. I, Jiang Han, must represent the solo players and stand against them resolutely. Jiang Han, secretly activating the recording function, spoke passionately. This was the idea that had struck him upon hearing the mention of the Guild of Heroes. Killing 1,000 adventurers was already a daunting task, and at this stage, the number of players who could leave the novice village was exceedingly scarce and had to find a way to attract animosity. Thus shifting his position, in doing so, he would accomplish the quest while transforming from the perpetrator into the victim, thereby preserving his reputation, a truly win-win scenario. Oh no, Chaos of the World was the first to react. This guy is recording. Get him! With that, he decisively raised his worn-out dagger and lunged at Jiang Han. -1. The astonishing damage popped up, leaving the 2 players dumbstruck. Didn't even break his defenses? Just then, Jiang Han turned off the recording function, raised his Wild Bull sword, and with a swift stroke, dealt a staggering -1,487 damage, nearly causing Chaos of the World's eyes to bulge out of his head. Swish! The next moment, a flash of white light enveloped chaos of the world, and he found himself in the novice village, standing there in a daze. What the hell? 4-digit damage. A novice village player can deal 4-digit damage. And that was without a critical hit. Instant kill. Staring at the lifeless form of chaos of the world, the other player gasped. Chaos has been one shot. The play had concluded. Jiang Han wasted no breath, swiftly striking down the foe to send him to join the ranks of the fallen. What a jest! Now that he had transitioned to a unique hidden class, his attributes were leagues beyond before. Instant kills were nothing short of normal. Jiang Han level, 10 life, 52-50 attack, 163 to 165 defense, 69 to 72 reputation, 1000 luck. 0 due to his allegiance to the dark faction. All reputation with the light faction had been reset. While his reputation had diminished significantly, the other attributes could only be described as having skyrocketed. At that moment, 2 system alerts chimed in his ears. Ding! System notification. You have slain the adventurer chaos of the world. Earning 35 experience points. Ding! System notification. You have slain the adventurer dragon knight In Jiping. Earning 27 experience points. Jiang Han stared at the system panel, momentarily taken aback, and after a brief period of shock, he was overwhelmed with joy. Upon joining the dark faction, killing players would yield experience points. He could assure himself that no ordinary player could boast such fortune. If players began to slaughter one another for experience, chaos would surely ensue, with rivers of blood flowing through the novice village. And even worse, players might resort to purchasing kills to level up, thus robbing the game of its inherent enjoyment. After a moment's contemplation, he deduced the only conclusion. Due to the differing factions, his act of slaying players was akin to vanquishing monsters. The notorious Chaos World had been slain. In the distance, a group of players, engrossed in their leveling activities, witnessed this spectacle. Without uttering a word, they rushed towards Jiang Han, encircling him. Alas, the disparity in strength was insurmountable. 1577, 1385, 1444. A horde of players with merely 400 or 500 health could hardly withstand damage exceeding 1,000. With a single stroke, Jiang Han dispatched each of them, their forms disintegrating into wisps of white light as they returned to the novice village's resurrection point. Yu, the last remaining player from the Hero Alliance, watching his comrades fall effortlessly, could scarcely articulate his disbelief. How could there be such a ruthless player in the novice village? What is wrong with me? Jiang Han retorted, sweeping his blade and taking him down. Was it merely because he was slightly more handsome? However, his opponent could no longer respond, evidently conceding to that point. Having successfully completed the kills, Jiang Han accrued over 200 experience points, and his quest progressed to 171,000. After some contemplation, he uploaded the video of the Hero Alliance's Chaos World being vanquished online, titling it with a provocative flair, "Little Heroes, How Ridiculous." The video garnered swift attention, with various shares, likes, and rapid-fire comments. First floor, wow. Isn't Jiang Han Shui the expert who achieved the first kill on a bronze-level boss? The Hero Alliance has truly met its match. Second floor, the big shot is impressive. Third floor, interesting. I've never seen anyone dare to provoke our Hero Alliance like this. You believe we can prevent you from leaving the novice village? That's you. Upon reading the third floor comment, Jiang Han's eyes gleamed, and without hesitation, he pinned the comment to the top, replying, "Humph." A swarm of ants. Closing the forum, Jiang Han let out a soft sigh. They must not let me off the hook. In truth, he had no desire to escalate matters to this extent. However, the task's difficulty was considerable, and he had no means to teleport to another novice village. If he were to slay 1,000 adventurers, he might be waiting until the cows came home. After much deliberation, he felt compelled to resort to some extreme measures. Furthermore, the Hero Alliance was not known for their benevolence. He had no need to hold back. As for the natives, he dared not even entertain the thought. The village chief, possessing a forbidden spell, was undoubtedly no ordinary individual, and with so few natives in a village, it was hardly worth risking his neck. Subsequently, he chose to log off. There was no choice. Man is iron, and Rice's steel point one cannot function on an empty stomach. Meanwhile, In another novice village, a player named Slaughtering the Mortal Realm was listening to his subordinate's report. Interesting. Closing Jiang Han's uploaded video, Slaughtering the Mortal Realm sneered. He truly thinks highly of himself, daring to provoke our hero alliance. He understood the rationale behind the other's actions. Essentially, this person aimed to establish a reputation for justice through the hero alliance, thereby increasing his visibility for the eventual formation of a guild to attract players. Otherwise, it was inexplicable why a player already at level 10 would seek to exploit the situation and escalate matters. Boss, what should we do? The subordinate queried. Chaos World claims he can deal 4-digit damage. His equipment must be exceptional, and with his class advancement, his power difference from ordinary players will be substantial. After a moment of contemplation, Slaughtering the Mortal Realm replied calmly, gather all Hero Alliance players in that novice village. Simultaneously rally other players to join our guild, and issue a bounty. Slaying Jiang Han Shui will yield a reward of 50,000. With no limit on the number of kills, the subordinate was taken aback. Leader, won't this be a bit over the top? This matter is far from trivial. The timing is indeed fortuitous. Slaughtering the Mortal Realm narrowed his eyes. Eternal has great potential for profit, and we must ensure ample visibility to secure our place among the top guilds in the eastern region. Just follow through. Infamy is still a form of notoriety. Ultimately, the game is not reality. In his view, the virtual world allows many players to unleash the darkness hidden within. Thus, the more wicked the act, the greater the allure it holds for a significant portion of players. Jiang Han Shui's provocation came at just the right moment. If the Hero Alliance could prevent the so-called expert from achieving the first kill on a boss from exiting the novice village, their reputation would surely soar. Leader, how many players do we need to gather? The subordinate inquired softly. 500. No, 2,000. Slaughtering the Mortal Realm's lips curled into a cold smile. Do not fear the expenditure. The larger the spectacle, the better. After hastily consuming a pack of instant noodles for dinner, Jiang Han eagerly donned his gaming headset. Upon entering the game, he opened the official website, and the glaring bounty notice caught his eye. After a cursory glance, he breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared the higher-ups of the Hero Alliance had indeed discerned his intentions to establish a reputation. This was the only reason they could conceive. After all, who would ever suspect that a player who had yet to leave the novice village would need to slay 1,000 players to complete a quest? Undeterred, he remained composed in the Bison territory, unperturbed by the prospect of facing overwhelming numbers. Moreover, the negligible damage from a multitude of players held little significance for him. Additionally, the space around him was limited. How much damage could he realistically sustain while surrounded? It should be noted that during the early stages prior to class advancement, there were no archers or mages, and thus no risk of range damage, even if there were 1 or 2 players with range skills. It would hardly matter. Found you within a mere 10 minutes. A throng of players surged forth, quickly locating Jiang Han's whereabouts and calling upon their allies. Jiang Han surveyed the scene, noting at least 500 players densely clustered together. Exuding a menacing aura, brandishing the bison sword, he strolled forward, opting for a diplomatic approach first. Are you all here to make trouble for me? The players exchanged glances before charging forth, weapons drawn. Among them were members of the Hero Alliance, and those seeking the 50,000 cash reward, each with their own motives, rendering any dialogue futile. Despite facing such a large assault for the first time in the game, Jiang Han remained calm, raising his sword to meet the onslaught. With a casual sweep, his sharp blade tore through the chest of the oncoming players, blood spraying in a crimson arc. 1784-1147-1475, countless damage notifications flashed, each resulting in an instant kill. Ding! System notification. You have slain adventurer Lu Yu Lu Hua, gaining 11 experience points. Ding! System notification. You have slain adventurer Yi Ru Guafu Cun, gaining 20 experience points. Damn, this is truly outrageous. No wonder the Hero Alliance offered such a hefty reward. Some players, pale with fright, realized the grim reality of their situation. The taste of death was far from pleasant, though players could revive. The fear of losing levels lingered, especially in the early stages. Levels were crucial. That it should be noted that some among them were only at level 2, struggling even against slimes. Dying would mean starting over. Today, all the brothers who perish will be welcomed into our hero alliance, their S8 death subsidy. Fear not, there are thousands more brothers on the way. We have numbers, we can grind him down. A member of the hero alliance shouted, Jianghan Shui's level is so high, and he has killed so many. His notoriety will be immense. If he dies, his equipment will surely drop. The concept of notoriety exists within the game. Senseless killing turns one's name red, increasing penalties upon death and the rate of equipment loss. This design is intended to balance the predatory behavior of high-level players targeting lower-level players. You think killing you will increase my notoriety? Jianghan secretly chuckled to himself. Sorry, whether my notoriety increases or not, my experience bar is filling up rapidly. Everyone, no need to rush. Let us take turns. Jianghan laughed heartily. In truth, he and T meant to laugh. He simply couldn't help himself. To the other players, it appeared as though Jianghan was reveling in the slaughter, an unsettling chill creeping into their hearts. Damn it, he is truly a madman. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The gleaming sword light was chillingly fierce, as Jianghan showed no mercy, causing corpses to fall into pools of blood, the white light flickering incessantly, rendering the scene exceedingly brutal. -1, -2. Miss. Of course, the players' attacks were not entirely ineffective. Even though Jianghan managed to evade some of the strikes, damage continued to manifest on his body without pause. His health bar was gradually diminishing. Albeit slowly, it offered a glimmer of hope to the players. Only half of his health remained. A player exclaimed with excitement, no matter how powerful he is, he can't withstand the assault of hundreds or thousands. Brothers, let's take him down. Just as the words were about to leave his lips, he abruptly halted. Swish! Suddenly, brilliant golden light scattered. Jianghan felt a warm current surge within him, restoring his state to an unprecedented peak. Level up to level 11. Simultaneously, his health was fully replenished. What the hell? Some players were dumbfounded, leveling up from killing players. Has the game gone mad? In an instant, praises overflowed. Be smart and get out of here quickly. To obscure this somewhat outrageous situation in a short time, Jianghan continued to slay, while explaining, did you really think I would get no reward for being the first to kill a boss? Having said that, he refrained from elaborating further. One statement sufficed. The rest was for them to deduce, that's how it is. Numerous players suddenly understood, realizing the reason for his abrupt level up. Clearly, the system had rewarded Jianghan for achieving the first kill on a bronze-level boss, likely granting him a rare item akin to an unconditional level up or a jewel that could store experience. The recent upgrade must have utilized such an item. Don't worry, we still have thousands of people. Taking him down is more than feasible. His command for us to retreat might just be a sign of weakness. Although some players remained skeptical, it was not a time to halt their assault. They had to press on with determination. Overall, being killed and receiving rewards from the Guild of Heroes was undoubtedly advantageous. After a brief period of agitation, the battle resumed. Amidst the fierce combat, Jianghan quickly glanced at the mission requirements. Discovering they had transformed into 5,371,000, with a completion rate exceeding half. 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Time slowly passed, until an enchanting chime rang in his ears, pulling him from the almost one-sided slaughter. Ding! System notification. Congratulations. You have completed the task Heart Toward Darkness and gained the recognition of the Dark Faction. Success! Jianghan felt an immense sense of relief. However, he chose not to depart, but continued treating the nearby players as wild monsters to farm. Such a rare opportunity. How could he let it slip away easily? Only 40 left. Keeping a close watch on Jianghan's health bar, the leader of the Guild of Heroes, Chaos of the World, gritted his teeth and urged, brothers, give it your all. Victory is within our grasp. To be honest, he was on the verge of vomiting that a significant portion of the players had rejoined the battlefield after dying, amounting to nearly 2,000 in total besieging a single player. Yet now, over 1,000 had been slain, and the opponent was still full of vigor. It was utterly absurd. How could this person be more challenging to kill than a boss? 30, 20. Jianghan's health continued to dwindle. There was no alternative. With a higher level, the required experience increased, and the player's levels were simply too low. He's on the brink of death. He's finally close to dying. Players who had returned after a previous death were flushed with excitement. rolling up their sleeves, ready to snatch the loot. Undoubtedly, with such high attributes, any equipment they could seize would be a considerable gain. "You think you can make me die?" Jiang Han grinned, wielding his bull sword to sweep away 2 players before him, finally filling his experience bar to the brim. Swish! Golden light scattered as Jiang Han's health was restored in the face of their despairing expressions. In an instant, the cacophony of shouts around him fell silent, but a deathly stillness enveloped the area. Why? Why has he leveled up again? When did player killing lead to leveling up? As they grappled with confusion, anger, and frustration, the ever-explanatory Jiang Han spoke again, delivering a statement that pushed them to the brink of collapse. "Did you really think that being the first to kill a boss would yield such meager rewards?" The leader, Chaos of the World, felt veins bulging on his forehead. His face darkened as if smeared with soy sauce. Extremely grim, he wanted to curse, but found himself devoid of the strength to do so. "You killed a bronze-level boss. The rewards can't be so generous." "Brother Chaos, what do we do now?" a subordinate asked with a mournful face. "Retreat." This single word was almost painfully extracted from Chaos of the World's clenched teeth. Continuing to waste time held no significance. The higher the opponent's level, the greater the chance of immunity to damage, compounded by the utterly incomprehensible leveling up, would only exacerbate their losses. But, can't you understand my words? Chaos of the World roared, "Retreat." Yes, soon. The news reached all the players besieging Jiang Han, causing them to scatter in a panic, like birds and beasts fleeing. Observing this, Jiang Han did not pursue, but rather turned to pick up several valuable pieces of equipment that had dropped nearby. It was not that he did not wish to collect more. Rather, his inventory space was limited, and he could not cram everything into it. However, he felt no regret. Most of the players who came to seek their demise were at levels 1 or 2, entirely avoiding slimes to trouble him, and they dropped nothing of worth, as novice equipment would not be lost upon death. With the task completed, and having leveled up twice, the gains were already substantial. And the experience from killing these low-level players was pitifully scant. Killing 1 or 2 more would hold little significance. He never expected the progression of events to unfold so smoothly, exhaling a breath of stale air. He looked at the continually vanishing corpses on the ground, and Jiang Han's inner turmoil gradually settled. Dealing with a faction like the Guild of Heroes posed no psychological burden for him. Subsequently, he opened his information panel to check, discovering his evil value remained at 0, assuring himself that killing members of opposing factions did not increase his evil value. Ding! System notification. Your mentor is facing dire straits and is highly likely to perish. Please provide assistance promptly. Should your mentor die, you will incur a penalty of minus 50,000 reputation with the Dark Faction. The sudden system alert ringing in Jiang Han's ears tightened his previously relaxed state of mind once more. Damn it, just when I shifted to the Dark Faction, you're about to die. Jiang Han was nearly moved to tears at this moment. He had not even left the novice village. If his mentor died, how would he escape? Walk out on foot? With no time to ponder further, he turned and hurried towards the direction where the gray wolves had respawned, reaching the valley's entrance in just a few minutes. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous sounds resonated, emanating from within the valley. Simultaneously, vibrant elemental energy surged forth, debris and airwaves rushing out towards the valley's exterior, seemingly indicating just how perilous the situation within truly was. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Han shielded his face with his arm, bracing against the impact of the debris and airwaves as he plunged into the valley, exploring deeper. Big brother, please don't die. Inside the valley, devastation reigned. The ground was marred with deep pits emitting black smoke, and in a relatively flat area, 2 figures stood facing each other, filled with murderous intent. Undead mage Daniel, surrender. An elderly man with white hair wore a cold smile. An undead mage. This was a type of existence with a high bounty in the Light faction. Slaying one would yield enough gold to ensure his livelihood, and with that reward, he might even have the chance to further his studies within the Light Church. In pursuit of tracking this individual, he had searched far and wide, finally discovering that the target was hidden in this unremarkable novice village. Thus, he had willingly lowered himself to become the village chief, exploring everywhere. Unfortunately, the target was well concealed. Despite months of effort, he had still found no traces and was nearly at the brink of giving up. Fortunately, just hours ago, he sensed a powerful aura near the territory of the Grey Wolves. And upon investigation, he finally located the target's whereabouts. You old fool. Stepping into the coffin, the outcome remains uncertain. Don't think that just because you're one tier above me, I fear you. Daniel's already pale face grew even more ghastly white. Extremely weak, and his threats were delivered with a lack of energy. Rustle, the sudden sound of footsteps approached. The two individuals turned their heads in unison, their gaze drawn to a young man approaching from the direction outside the valley. As he drew closer, they discerned his appearance. I ess at you. The village chief, who still held a faint recollection of Jiang Han, appeared momentarily taken aback, never anticipating that such an audacious adventurer would appear in this location. Jiang Han surveyed the two, quickly grasping the situation, his gaze ultimately resting on the elder as he smiled and waved, feigning ignorance. Old man, what brings you here? As he spoke, he cast a spell of reconnaissance towards the fiery mage. Noting the peculiar ambiguity of the title, everything aside from the appellation remained shrouded in question marks, even the name itself eluding him. Humph. The elder snorted disdainfully and replied, "Leave this place, or else." Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. His eyes flashing with a glimmer of insight as he fixed his unwavering gaze on Jiang Han, feeling incredulous. What a malevolent aura compared to you. The necromancer seems almost sanctified, as if blessed by the light. In his attempt to accurately convey the dark and eerie essence of his opponent, he involuntarily resorted to rather irreverent language. Jiang Han retorted, "I am merely a law-abiding youth. Do I truly exude such wickedness?" Suppressing the urge to scoff, he hastened to Daniel's side and whispered, "Can we win? Had you not arrived, I might have harbored a sliver of hope. With your presence, victory seems assuredly out of reach." Daniel responded, patting Jiang Han's shoulder with a look of genuine appreciation. Though their association was still nascent, the willingness of his disciple to assist was a commendable gesture. "What now?" Jiang Han nearly exclaimed in frustration. "I can discreetly cast a teleportation array to whisk us away," Daniel murmured, "but you must hold this fellow at bay for at least 20 seconds, or all will be for 0.20 seconds. At this, Jiang Han nodded, and in light of Daniel's expression of surprise, he inquired, "Is there no other option?" "It seems not." Daniel's lips twitched in exasperation. "If you are unwilling, why nod in agreement?" Despite being astounded by the malevolent aura that had subtly surfaced. As a spirit-level mage, he could not allow the two to conspire blatantly before him. "First, I shall slay the necromancer. I shall take this wretched brat to the Light Church, and I shall surely be rewarded by the emissaries." The prospect of a promising future ignited an unmistakable greed within his eyes as he raised his milky white staff, preparing to make his move. Your mentor is truly unscrupulous, compelling his disciple to reveal his trump card to aid in his escape. Jiang Han remarked, shaking his head in resignation as he stepped forward. "Hand it over." The elder and Daniel both froze in surprise. Hand over what? The task. Seeing their bewilderment, Jiang Han opted for greater clarity. Without a mission, and without substantial rewards, how could I possibly assist you? Forcing him to produce a precious forbidden spell scroll without offering any compensation would be nothing short of a loss for him. Daniel was at a loss for words. "You have the audacity to accuse me of being unscrupulous?" Ding! A system notification chimed. "The necromancer, Daniel, wishes for you to undertake the mission of obstructing the fiery mage. Difficulty: reward for obstructing the fiery mage." Receiving the task, Jiang Han felt a wave of relief wash over him, that he doubted that Daniel could bypass the system's constraints by simply offering him useless trinkets. As Brandy prepared to strike, Jiang Han resolutely retrieved the forbidden spell scroll, exclaiming, "Do not move, or I shall not hold back." Brandy, poised to attack, hesitated at the sight of the scroll in Jiang Han's hand. His eyes widening as he roared, "Kid, do you even know who gave you that?" He was all too familiar with that item. It had been bestowed upon him by the venerable elder in the novice village, specifically for the purpose of hunting down fiends like Jiang Han. Unfazed, Jiang Han replied calmly, casting a sidelong glance at Daniel, who was muttering incantations, likely already in the process of casting his own spell. "You think a forbidden spell scroll can deal with me?" Brandy's finger trembled as he pointed at Jiang Han, his expression contorted with rage. nearly exploding with anger. Regret consumed him. He could not fathom that the scroll he had initially given to punish his adversary would now serve as Jiang Han's trump card. Becoming his own source of peril, it probably won't, Jiang Han admitted, shaking his head, but you will undoubtedly suffer considerable harm. When faced with Daniel, you may not escape unscathed, a mere dark gold level necromancer, and he was severely injured. Even if I endure, Brandy aimed to make him comprehend his predicament. However, as he spoke, he seemed to realize something, glancing at the taciturn Daniel, his complexion shifting dramatically. Attempting to flee, dream on, swish, recognizing that his opponent was stalling for time. He ceased his idle chatter and immediately raised his staff, summoning a rapidly spinning fire tornado that painted the valley in crimson. Go. The fiery vortex surged forth, accompanied by an oppressive heat wave that rendered the surrounding air still. The terrifying temperature swiftly melting the rocky ground, unleashing a formidable wave of destruction. Sizzle. As the flames expanded ominously in Jiang Han's vision, he unhesitatingly tore open the forbidden spell scroll. Though reluctant, now was not the time for hesitation. Moreover, Daniel had granted him the opportunity for a unique hidden profession, a benefit far exceeding that of a singular forbidden spell scroll. Roar. In the next instant, a deafening dragon's roar reverberated through the valley as a colossal dragon composed of flames coalesced, obstructing the oncoming tornado, and with a thunderous cry, surged forth, effortlessly devouring Brandy's assault. Witnessing the menacing dragon's head approach, Brandy's eyes bulged with fury, and he bellowed, "You little brat, I will not rest until I see your downfall." Teleportation array, activate. Simultaneously, Daniel plunged his staff into the ground with great force. In the next moment, a radiant white light illuminated the earth, forming a slowly rotating, arcane array that enveloped both him and Jiang Han, whisking them away from the valley, their destination unknown. Ding! A system notification sounded. Attention! Adventurer Jiang Han has betrayed the Light faction, joining the nefarious Dark faction, inciting the wrath of the Light faction's hierarchy. Those who slay him shall be rewarded with rare items and obtain a unique hidden profession. Ding! The system chimed again. Attention! Adventurer Jiang Han has betrayed the Light faction, joining the nefarious Dark faction, inciting the wrath of the Light faction's hierarchy. Those who slay him shall be rewarded with rare items and obtain a unique hidden profession. Swish! As the white light flickered, Jiang Han and Daniel materialized upon an expansive plain, surrounded by lush greenery, the gentle breeze caressing them. Their arrival shattered the tranquil atmosphere, and the two malevolent auras sent animals scurrying in panic. Daniel exhaled in relief, panting, "We made it." Ding! The system announced, "You have entered the map, Sanfeng Plain." Ding! The system continued. Attention! Adventurer Jiang Han has betrayed the Light faction, joining the nefarious Dark faction, inciting the wrath of the Light faction's hierarchy. Those who slay him shall be rewarded with rare items and obtain a unique hidden profession. As Jiang Han surveyed his surroundings, a system notification echoed in his ears, repeating thrice, emphasizing its significance. Hiss! Jiang Han inhaled sharply. Rare items. A unique hidden profession. This game certainly knows how to entice. The rewards were exceedingly generous. Both the rare items and the unique hidden profession were prizes that players would fervently pursue. He had never anticipated that his alignment with the Dark faction would create such a tremendous uproar. Ding! The system chimed once more. Due to your departure from the Novice Village and violation of the contract established with Cairo, you will be hunted by Cairo and all native inhabitants of the Novice Village. Ding! The system continued. Due to your assistance to Necromancer Daniel in confronting Fiery Mage Brandy, the task of slaying the demon has been deemed a failure, resulting in penalties. Light faction reputation -100. 000 level -50 and a deduction of 10,000 coins from your inventory. Before Jiang Han could fully process the explosive information, two notifications regarding failed tasks resounded in his ears. 10,000 coins. Jiang Han gasped, hastily opening his inventory, only to find his silver and copper coins completely depleted. At least it was only a loss of all my coins. Jiang Han Song let out a sigh of relief. The prospect of having negative gold coins was indeed rather daunting. Subsequently, he opened his character panel and discovered that his level had reverted to level 1, as if he had returned to the beginning of his journey. As for his reputation in the Light faction, it had plummeted to -200,000. Master, I have sacrificed so much to save you. Yet, Jiang Han remained composed, reminding Daniel that he had successfully completed his task. Although the upcoming situation appeared somewhat grim, he was aware that his current condition was undoubtedly better than he had envisioned. The punishment period had ended, yet the reward phase had not yet commenced. Daniel's expression turned serious. Rest assured, your choice to save me will not go unrewarded, especially since you are my disciple. Ding, the system prompted. Congratulations on completing the task of thwarting the Flame Mage. You have received a reward. Experience 100,000, rare skill. Evil Stomp, S rank. Suddenly, a flurry of golden light erupted. For a novice, this was an enormous amount of experience, filling the experience bar to the brim. As his level soared rapidly, Jiang Han felt a surge of power swell within him, pulsating like a tidal wave. Not only had his strength been restored to its former glory, but it had also surpassed it, propelling him to level 14, with only about 20 more experience points needed to reach level 15, the rare skill. After reveling in the exhilaration of leveling up, Jiang Han turned his gaze towards the item rewards from the task. Evil Stomp, S rank. Upon reading the skill description, Jiang Han couldn't help but twitch his lips in bemusement. IT significantly enhanced movement and attack speeds while channeling power into foot-based attacks. Was this skill not explicitly designed for trampling foes? Crushing bodies was already brutal enough. One misstep could land him on a face. Venomous, truly venomous. It was no surprise that it was called Evil Stomp. It was indeed wicked to the extreme. Although he had yet to test the skill's potency, he decided to reserve it for encounters with opposing players. Unless there was a deep-seated grudge, it would be wise to refrain from indiscriminate use. This skill has been lost to time. I stumbled upon it in the tomb of a powerful warrior, Daniel explained. Regrettably, as a mage, my physical strength is insufficient to learn it. Thus, I have kept it for so long. And now it has fortuitously fallen into your hands. I believe this skill will greatly benefit you in the Dark faction. Greatly benefit? Jiang Han was somewhat perplexed by his meaning. Daniel patiently elaborated. As I mentioned, Evil Stomp has been lost. Many formidable individuals in the Dark faction would undoubtedly covet the opportunity to learn this skill from you. All right then, Jiang Han nodded, then asked, Master, are there any other rewards? What? Is that not enough? Daniel's countenance darkened. Not be too greedy. Do you truly believe that a single-use forbidden spell scroll is an equitable exchange for a lost S rank rare skill? It is not about fairness. I merely wish to grow swiftly. To grow, one must endure trials. Equipment is ultimately external. Daniel shook his head, shifting the topic. Let us proceed. Although the Songfeng Plain does not belong to the Light faction, it is also not under the jurisdiction of the Dark faction. You have yet to learn to conceal your presence. My stealth techniques are rudimentary and may not suffice to keep you hidden, potentially attracting danger. With that, he set off towards the north. Observing this, Jiang Han promptly followed. By joining the Dark faction, he had lost the protection of the Goddess of Life and could not resurrect, meaning that dying once would lead to a permanent loss of his character, a considerable risk. Unlike other players, he had to tread cautiously to avoid disastrous pitfalls. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he inquired of Daniel. Master, what do you mean by the protection of the 10 great demon gods? The protection of the 10 great demon gods. This was the benefit Daniel had mentioned to him upon losing his ability to resurrect. It was evident that joining the Dark faction would entail a loss of certain adventurer privileges, but he would also receive additional compensation. Follow me to a sufficiently safe area first, Daniel teased. Not disclosing that he was currently weakened and unable to grant Jiang Han the protection of the demon gods. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han fell silent, following quietly. For a full hour, the two evaded detection, steering clear of places Daniel deemed likely to have powerful individuals passing through. They finally departed from the Songfeng Plain and arrived at a desolate wasteland. Ding! The system prompted. You have entered the map, Desolate Land. My injuries are nearly healed, but I need to rest for 2 days, Daniel said. Leaning against a large stone, sitting cross-legged in a sun-shaded spot, he produced several vials of red liquid. These potions are for you. The monsters here are not particularly strong, making it a perfect opportunity for you to hone your skills. Go ahead. All right, thank you, Master. Jiang Han accepted the potions. Healing potion ding. The system prompted. Would you like to accept the task? Hone your skills. Difficulty. C? Yes. Jiang Han chose to accept. Upon receiving the task, Jiang Han did not immediately set out to confront the mutated lizards. Instead, he opted to log off and rest. In truth, having just slain over 1,000 players and employed forbidden spells against Brandy. Even though it was merely a game and not reality, his mental state was quite fatigued. Removing his gaming helmet, Jiang Han exhaled heavily, shaking off the lingering grogginess. After washing his face and brushing his teeth, he collapsed in a bed to sleep. Morning in Mingzhu City. In a brightly lit hall, a young man in a suit sat on a sofa, observing his subordinates who were too afraid to breathe. He spoke coolly. This decision was my error. I truly did not anticipate that Jiang Han's Hui would be so formidable that over 1,000 men could not subdue him. Brother Tu, it was my faulty command, Luan Shijian said, his face filled with shame. Brother Tu waved his hand dismissively. It has nothing to do with you. They were merely a group of scattered players. How could they all listen to your commands? Just focus on your tasks. Then, Brother Tu, you should rest early. Luan Shijian cautiously lifted his head to glance at the young man. Seeing his calm expression, he felt a sense of relief and turned to leave. Once Luan Shijian had departed, Brother Tu's lips curled downward, his fists clenched, his expression dark enough to wring water from. Jiang Han's Hui, our enmity is now established. As long as you continue to play eternity. We will settle this score sooner or later. Morning dawned. Jiang Han awoke leisurely, washed his face and brushed his teeth, then left his rented room to buy 2 meat buns and a cup of soy milk from a nearby breakfast shop. After a simple breakfast, he hurriedly logged back online. This moment. He had surpassed ordinary players by an immeasurable margin and needed to seize this opportunity to widen the gap even further. Whoosh, a flash of white light, and Jiang Han reappeared in the desolate land. Armed with a wild bull sword, he wandered around and, after a few minutes, found a spawn point for the mutated lizards. Gazing out, he saw a total of 6 lizards, each over a meter long, basking in the scorching sun on the wasteland. They had short limbs and long, thick tails, appearing quite formidable. Cautiously, Jiang Han approached slowly and cast a reconnaissance spell. Mutated lizard normal monster, level, 18 health, 20,000 attack, 120 to 125 defense, 90 to 100 skill. Bite these attributes, while slightly inferior in health, boasted attack and defense values 3 times higher than that of the level 12 mutated Wolf King. Far stronger indeed. Jiang Han was not particularly surprised by this in the novice village, players had yet to change classes, all starting at level 1. And upon class change, their attributes surged dramatically, making them incomparable to their former selves. It was only natural for monster stats to rise correspondingly. The mutated lizards congregated in groups, making them easy targets for area attacks. However, Jiang Han felt no anxiety, confirming that the monster's attributes did not exceed his expectations. And he charged forward with a swift stride. Evil stomp. In the next moment, his movement speed surged, his leg strength reaching unprecedented heights as he almost instantaneously arrived beside a mutated lizard, with a powerful stomp aimed at its head. He pinned it firmly to the ground, causing a crimson critical damage notification to pop up. Ding! The system prompted. You have used Evil Stomp, dealing 1869 points of damage to the mutated lizard and applying a suppression effect, rendering it immobile for 2 seconds. Instantly, the mutated lizard's health visibly diminished, setting aside the grotesqueness of Evil Stomp. Merely being able to close the distance and execute a control move showcased the overwhelming strength of this skill. Undoubtedly, this skill was a nightmare for fragile opponents. Seizing the 2 seconds of control, Jiang Han swung the wild bull sword, unleashing a flurry of 4 strikes within a single second, the damage figure staggering. -804, -870, -943, -1074, Gah! Under a sudden ambush, the corrupted lizard emitted a sharp cry, seemingly filled with rage. The moment it broke free from Jiang Han's control, it opened its mouth and bit down on Jiang Han's greaves. Dash 402. The damage was not insignificant. However, its opponent was no longer the same. Having attained full star growth in various aspects, and even exceeding the attack limit as a unique hidden class, Jiang Han was no longer faced. Despite a 4-level difference and equipped with little more than low-tier white gear, his attributes still overwhelmed an 18-level monster. Jiang Han's stats were as follows. Level 14, Health 7350, Attack 187-190, Defense 89-92, Reputation 1000. Luck 0.400. Damage was trivial compared to his substantial health pool exceeding 7,000 Ga. Nearby, 5 corrupted lizards, witnessing their companions attack, emitted a discordant noise and entered combat mode, rushing toward Jiang Han. In response, Jiang Han fought. While retreating, striving to avoid being encircled by the swarm of lizards, he deftly evaded their bites with quick footwork and launched precise counterattacks, often dispatching one lizard within 20 seconds. Ding! The system announced. Congratulations, you have slain a corrupted lizard and earned 500 experience points. The 4-level disparity rendered the monster's experience quite substantial. Generally, after every 2 kills, his experience bar would register a jump. Thus, combining the experience rewards from quests, after slaying 10 more, he would level up. Minutes later, he successfully dealt with 6 corrupted lizards, collecting 120 copper coins from their drops, and continued onward in search of the next spawn point. Ding ding! Suddenly, a notification from the system sounded. Jiang Han opened the chat panel to find a message from Longting Wanli, a player from the novice village who had spent 20,000 on starter gear. Asking, selling heads? Selling heads? Jiang Han was speechless, but he understood the implication and replied, not selling be why joining the dark faction. Dying once would result in account destruction. Otherwise, he would have already amassed wealth through headhunting before Longting Wanli even had the chance to speak. Longting Wanli offered, I can pay 5 million. Not selling, Jiang Han firmly rejected. The penalties for death were severe, far exceeding simply losing a level 0.5 million was a considerable sum. But it was precisely due to its enormity that he declined. Since the Light faction was willing to offer rare items and unique hidden classes as bounty rewards, he believed that the benefits of joining the Dark faction were equally significant. In other words, fortune favors the bold. The offer was tempting, yet, whether driven by greed or ambition, he desired more than a one-time payment of 5 million, if not for the exaggerated growth potential of the Dark Swordsman. He might have genuinely considered selling heads, but now he recognized the immense value of the hidden class he had acquired. Moreover, there was no rush to sell heads. He preferred to first experience the protection of the ancient demon god before making a decision. Longtung Wanli replied, All right, but I must say, your bounty rewards are quite generous. If the bounty goes unfulfilled, I estimate that many players will be eager to hunt you down. Once you die, you will lose all benefits. Rest assured, my bounty is substantial for a reason, Jiang Han mused, bemused by the subtle pressure he felt from Longting Wanli. Longting Wanli concluded, Well then, have a pleasant gaming experience, clearly recognizing Jiang Han's resolute mindset. He did not press further. Wait, I have some equipment. Do you want it? Jiang Han said as he sent screenshots of all the gear he no longer needed from his inventory, in less than 30 seconds. Longtung Wanli responded with an offer. A total of 30,000 deal. All right, Jiang Han agreed. The gear he'd sent, with the best being the Wolfang dagger, was otherwise insignificant, merely transitional items for the early game. As more players departed the novice village through strategies or team play, their value would depreciate rapidly. Where are you? I'll send someone to retrieve it. Have the rogue sneak into the desolate land. I'll provide the location, but I need payment up front. While he was not afraid of Longting Wanli bringing trouble, he was not naive either. He would not conduct the trade in person. Instead, he would hide the items in a designated spot and inform the other party where to collect them. All right. After ending the chat, Jiang Han resumed his hunt for corrupted lizards. Within 2 minutes, he found another spawn point. Brandishing the wild bull sword, he employed his previous tactics, approaching with evil trample to initiate control, followed by a frenzied slash, dealing considerable damage. Methodically hunting the corrupted lizards, he continued until over 10 minutes had passed, Swish, a golden light scattered. Level 15. The moment he leveled up, Jiang Han's expression shifted slightly as he felt a chilling energy surge from his chest. Coursing through his body, a purplish-black glow seeping out from his skin, eerie and alluring. What was happening? Am I about to evolve? Ding! The system prompted. Congratulations, you have reached level 15, awakening the power of the Dark Swordsman and grasping the skill. Death's power. Approximately 5 minutes elapsed as the energy within Jiang Han gradually dissipated, whether exhausted or lying dormant, waiting for the next opportunity when his strength would suffice to trigger it again. Comprehend a skill on one's own. Such an extraordinary hidden class. No wonder Daniel held such high regard for it. Jiang Han took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and opened the skill panel to discover a new purple-black skill icon that appeared strikingly cool. Death's Power, Passive, A-Class. After reviewing the skill details, Jiang Han was momentarily speechless before exclaiming, "Impressive! 0.5 health per second. What does that imply? 30 health recovered every minute." For Jiang Han at present, it was already a formidable healing skill. However, the true ferocity of this skill had yet to manifest, as its recovery was percentage-based. It is important to note that the Dark Swordsman boasted extraordinarily high growth rates in health and defense, ensuring that Death's Power would evolve into an exceedingly troublesome skill in the future. If unable to defeat them, retreat. In under 4 minutes, he would be back at full health for another battle. Whether for survival or strategy, the effects of Death's Power could very well prove decisive. Ding ding. The notification chimed as Longting wanly messaged, "The 30,000 has been transferred to you." "Good. I've hidden the gear there. You can send someone to retrieve it." Jiang Han provided him with a coordinate and a terrain screenshot from when he passed by. Of course, the items he discarded would not be permanently lost to the system. In reality, when he chose to hide the gear, the system had warned him that whiteboard-level equipment would become unclaimed and respawn after 24 hours, while bronze-level items took 3 days and silver-level items lasted a week. The more valuable the equipment, the longer the respawn time, a reasonable design indeed. All right, Longting wanly wasted no time. As always, if you have equipment, consider our Dragon Clan first. The prices will be absolutely fair. Absolutely. Jiang Han was pleased with this arrangement. This way, he could save the trouble of selling equipment, and why would he not want that? Closing the chat window, he continued seeking trouble with the corrupted lizards. With the understanding of Death's Power, his need for healing items diminished. After all, every time he sought a spawn point, his health would automatically restore to full. Time passed quietly as Jiang Han diligently leveled up until he slayed the 93rd corrupted lizard, finally obtaining a pair of shoes. The drop rates were indeed astonishing. Jiang Han quickly picked them up and examined the equipment attributes. Sand boots, bronze level, defense, 6-10, effect. Movement speed 2, required level, 16. The equipment attributes were quite impressive, but regrettably, he was still 1 level short. Jiang Han stashed them in his inventory, prepared to continue hunting monsters. Goo goo. Unfortunately, his stomach betrayed him, grumbling audibly. Jiang Han glanced at the time. It was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and he couldn't help but chuckle at himself. Truly, he had become so engrossed in the game that he could hardly pull himself away. He opened the system panel and selected to log out of the game. Logging off, removing the gaming headset, Jiang Han stood up to fill the electric kettle with water. With a swift motion, he tore open the instant noodles and tossed them into a bowl, adding the seasoning packet while he awaited the water to boil. In the meantime, he opened the official forum to peruse the posts. The predicament of Jiang Han in the icy waters. How to join the dark faction. The NPCs were stunning. Could he interact with them? The fervor surrounding the game was unprecedented. Not only was it a holographic simulation, but it also felt remarkably lifelike, with players from around the globe participating in this phenomenon-level game, which sparked discussions of astronomical proportions. Jiang Han noticed numerous trending threads about himself, with some players and guilds rallying others to form teams to hunt him down. It was, in a short time frame, rather unrealistic to level up by defeating players. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jiang Han dismissed the dangerous thought. Dying once would lead to the destruction of his account. In such circumstances, he had to exercise utmost caution. Once ensnared within a player's encirclement, the consequences could be dire. since the protection of the demon god was a substitute for that of the goddess of life. It must also be a formidable player privilege. Jiang Han stroked his chin, filled with anticipation. After a simple lunch of drinking a cup of plain water, Jiang Han re-entered the game, preparing to chase and frolic with the mutated lizard. With a flash of white light, he found himself back in place. Suddenly, a mutated lizard towering over him let out a fearsome roar, its long tail sweeping through the air and crashing into Jiang Han, sending him sprawling several meters away. Ding! The system prompted. You have been struck by the sweeping attack of the mutated lizard king, losing 1,010 health points. Upon logging in, Jiang Han's health had drastically decreased by 1/7. The young lizard did not adhere to the rules of combat. Caught completely off guard, Jiang Han was understandably startled, gazing at the imposing figure of the Lizard King, whose red skin set it apart from ordinary mutated lizards. Tightening his grip on the wild bull sword, he resolutely prepared for battle. Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in every encounter. He instinctively cast a reconnaissance spell. Mutated Lizard King, Bronze Level Boss, Level, 20 Health, 100, 000 Attack, 180 to 180 Defense, 120 Skills, Bite, Sweep, Surface Poison. It was killable. Making a swift judgment, Jiang Han surged forward, executing a wicked stomp, leaping high to drive his heel into the Lizard King's head, pinning it to the ground. Ding! The system notified. You used Wicked Stomp, dealing 1073 damage to the mutated lizard and applying a suppression effect, rendering it immobile for 0.35 seconds. Goodness, such a brief duration. Jiang Han was taken aback. He had no time to unleash frenzied slaughter before the mutated Lizard King shook him off its head. Ding! The system alerted. You have been eroded by the surface poison of the mutated Lizard King, losing 50 health points per second for 10 seconds. Instantly, Jiang Han's complexion turned green, veins bulging, resembling a direly ill patient. It seemed he could not afford to skimp on the medicine provided by Daniel. With a twinge of regret, he retrieved the potion and took a swig, a green glow beginning to envelop him. 500? 500! With the effects of the potion augmenting his confidence, Jiang Han felt more than capable of handling the mutated Lizard King. As his health approached full recovery, without hesitation, he charged forward, striking the Lizard King's head with the wild bull sword, leaving a bloody gash. 575. Following up his ordinary attack with a frenzied slaughter, he unleashed a flurry of blows with the ferocity of a tempest. Roar! The mutated Lizard King would not simply acquiesce. It immediately pivoted, utilizing its lengthy tail to execute a wide sweep, flinging Jiang Han aside. In response, Jiang Han quickly glanced around and spotted a protruding rock nearby. A spark of inspiration struck him, and he swiftly moved to take cover behind it, extending his finger towards the mutated Lizard King, calling out, "Come here." True to his nature, Jiang Han, with his innate talent, simultaneously executed both the finger's in and the lion's roar techniques. Roar, provoked by the taunt, the mutated Lizard King grew increasingly furious, charging forward with its short limbs, re-engaging Jiang Han in combat. However, Jiang Han, quick on his feet, chose to evade as it opened its massive maw, using the rock as a pivot, striking and circling to avoid numerous attacks while allowing the healing potion to take effect. Especially during its sweeping attack, which had a wide range, it was unable to unleash its full power in close proximity to the cover. Striking from the shadows came at a cost. Jiang Han patiently whittled down its health. Despite the mutated Lizard King's staggering health of 100,000, Jiang Han's damage output was substantial, dealing hundreds at a time, occasionally unleashing frenzied slaughter, maintaining a commendable offensive efficiency. However, the poisonous erosion was indeed a grievous passive skill. As long as he attacked, he could not avoid it, forcing Jiang Han to repeatedly utilize healing potions to recover. Fortunately, his health was sufficiently high, preventing waste of the potion's healing capacity. After a grueling 8 minutes, and utilizing 4 healing potions, Jiang Han finally triumphed over the mutated Lizard King, collecting a bounty of silver coins and 2 pieces of equipment, a set of earthy yellow armor and a yellow rock staff. Earthy yellow armor, bronze level, defense, 22 to 25 effect, 8 defense required level, 20 rock staff, bronze level, attack, 25 to 30 effect, 10 attack effect, 5 spell lifesteal required level. 20 The armor boasted decent attributes, but required level 20 for equipping, and was thus premature for him. As for the staff, while its attack was notably high and it boasted lifesteal, it held no significance for him. Should he equip it? Jiang Han considered sharing the attributes of the rock staff with Longting Wanli, adding the attributes of his plain leather shoes to the message. After defeating the mutated Lizard King, his level had risen to 15. With only a few more monsters to slay before he could equip the sand boots, he needed to promptly deal with the shoes while they still held some value. Longting Wanli replied, "Brother, this equipment requires too high a level. No one in our guild can use it. Level 20, that's outrageous." According to the information he had received, the highest level among adventurers in the Eastern Region's Light faction was only 13. Jiang Han had already managed to obtain level 20 equipment. How many levels was he himself? It was only a matter of time before he could use it, and the staff's attributes were undoubtedly exceptional. "Make an offer," Jiang Han responded. "You know how ridiculous the drop rates are in this game." Longting Wanli replied, "I can offer you 1,000 for the shoes, but for the rock staff, I can only quote 50. Zoza, after all, it is early game equipment. Even if it is exceptional, it will soon be outdated." He was no fool. The value of the equipment was still calculable. The reason he offered a high price for Jiang Han Soldier's iron sword and Soldier's leather armor was mainly to gain a few extra hours of leveling time. Not because those two pieces were genuinely worth thousands. "Alright, you transfer the funds first, as per our usual arrangement. Let someone pick it up in the desolate lands." Jiang Han felt elated, experiencing a sensation akin to a fish turning over. This marked his third transaction with Longting Wanli, and with this latest sum, he had earned over 100,000. In just a few days, he had amassed such wealth. Yet he believed that the future of eternity would bring him even greater rewards. Closing the chat window, Jiang Han resumed his methodical search for the spawn points of the mutated lizards. Daniel's requirement was to slay 500 mutated lizards, a daunting number, and he was still far from completing the task. About half an hour later, Shimmer, a golden light, erupted as Jiang Han reached level 16. Gaining 10 experience points in half an hour meant it would take 5 hours to level up, estimating the pace of his leveling. Jiang Han grimaced, unable to help but lament the absurdly slow leveling efficiency in eternity. Mind you, he was only at level 16. This was clearly the early game. Point one would need to grind diligently for 10 hours a day just to have a chance at leveling up twice. Was that reasonable? Moreover, this was his experience. Ordinary players lacked his high growth potential and would find it even more challenging that if they teamed up, experience would be distributed, making leveling up even more arduous. However, grumbling aside, he could not afford a rest. He continued grinding until 6 in the evening, glancing at the experience bar at 86 and the task requirement of 301, 500. He was satisfied to log off for dinner, removing the gaming headset. Jiang Han was about to order takeout on his phone when he noticed a few messages from a friend named Wang Kai, which he had overlooked during his gaming session. "Brother, are you there?" Not receiving a response, was he perhaps practicing self-preservation? It had been 3 minutes. It should be over by now. Jiang Han typed a reply. "Brother, is there something you need?" Wang Kai is his closest friend from university. Their bond forged through years of camaraderie, which allows for light-hearted teasing between them. As they embark on a barbecue outing, Wang Kai promptly responds, "Don't tell me you've already eaten. I can tell you're engrossed in a game." "What game?" Jiang Han retorts. "Do you think I'm so neglectful of my duties?" He then resolutely asserts, "I am working till you found a job." Wang Kai expresses his astonishment with a look of horror. "Yes, what kind of job?" "I earn a living by trading virtual products." "That sounds rather sophisticated. It's decent. Let's discuss it in person at our usual spot." Sure. In the evening, Sioux City glimmers with lights, after changing into casual attire. Jiang Han leaves his rented accommodation and walks for less than 5 minutes along the bustling street, where he spots a rather unremarkable-looking man waving at him from a barbecue stall at the intersection. As Jiang Han approaches, Wang Kai playfully thumps his chest, exclaiming, "Brother, impressive! I was about to introduce you to a job, but it seems you've already found one yourself." "Introduce me to a job?" Jiang Han replies. Taken aback, "A professional gamer." Wang Kai states bluntly, "With your skills, not being a professional gamer would be a waste. I'm currently working at a studio where we can really make a name for ourselves. I can refer you there, and we can work together. I'll pass." Jiang Han shakes his head. "Are you afraid I'll drag you down?" Wang Kai quickly clarifies, "If I were to do that, I wouldn't be a true brother. The salary is quite generous, 8,000 upon official employment, plus benefits and meals included. There's an entrance exam, but with your gaming prowess, I assure you, you'll breeze through such assessments. Well, Jiang Han muses, though some regions boast high average salaries. Making 8,000 seem modest, you must understand the average. Please, let me finish. Jiang Han chuckles. What I mean is, I wish to pursue this independently. Independently. Wang Kai seems taken aback. Aren't you relying on trading virtual products? Realization dawns on him suddenly, and he smacks his thigh, grinning. You've tricked me. The barbecue stall is filled with fragrant smoke, and the neon lights of nearby shops twinkle as passers-by engage in lively conversation. Surrounded by this vibrant atmosphere, the two friends continue to place their orders while awaiting their food at the street corner. Selling equipment and virtual items. I thought you were helping someone run an online store. Wang Kai cannot help but tease. So you've already immersed yourself in the game? Jiang Han nods, smiling. Eternal's virtual reality is incredibly captivating. It truly is a second world. How could I not be tempted? What is the name of the game? Wang Kai inquires. I'll add you as a friend once we return. Well, Jiang Han hesitates for a moment before shaking his head. Let's keep that under wraps for now. His reputation has grown quite significant, and too many players wish to eliminate him. It is not that he distrusts Wang Kai, but it is prudent to maintain discretion for the time being. After all, there are no secrets that remain hidden forever. The best way to keep a secret is to ensure no whispers arise at all. Wang Kai brushes it off, contemplating briefly before advising. Let me tell you, Eternal is unlike any other game. You must treat NPCs as real individuals, or you'll find it exceedingly difficult to progress. He is well aware of the game's notorious challenges and suspects that Jiang Han is likely stuck in the novice village. Hesitant to mention it, which is understandable. Although he has faith in Jiang Han's abilities, success in Eternal is less about skill and more about winning over the NPCs. He only grasped this crucial point the day after the game's launch. Indeed, Jiang Han wholeheartedly agrees. Ever since Daniel deduced that adventurers are under the protection of the goddess of life, they have no fear of death, stating they cannot contravene the rules while unconditionally providing players with equipment. Jiang Han has ceased to view the natives as mere formulaic NPCs as they enjoy their skewers. The conversation shifts back to the game At a certain moment, Wang Kai suddenly recalls something, glancing around to ensure no one is eavesdropping before whispering. Let me share a secret. It is said that once players reach a certain level, they will enter a hidden realm. A hidden realm? Jiang Han blinks in surprise, immediately pressing for details. What kind of hidden realm? I am not sure when the hidden realm opens. It should automatically activate once you reach a specific level. Wang Kai replies mysteriously that it seems the hidden realm is related to the adventurer's talents. Apparently, the developers of Eternal prefer not to grant talents through mere luck, but rather through trials to determine their strength. How do you know all this? Jiang Han queries, intrigued. Wang Kai comes from a decent background, but is certainly not wealthy enough to have insider knowledge. As I mentioned, I joined a studio with considerable influence, eager to make my mark in the game. Wang Kai pats his belly and rises. All right, no more questions for now. Let's call it a day. I need to head back to work. Sure. After bidding farewell to Wang Kai, Jiang Han returns, intending to complete his tasks and see if he can extract information about talent from Daniel. Once back in his rented room, he dons his gaming headset and logs in. Whoosh! Upon entering the game, Jiang Han opens his eyes to find himself in a desolate landscape. Time to continue hunting. He needs to eliminate 200 more demonized lizards and intends to finish the task tonight. Armed with his bison sword, Jiang Han searches for respawn points. Fortunately, he had previously marked many locations, and upon returning, the demonized lizards have respawned, saving him considerable time. During his monster hunting spree, Long Tongue Wanli transfers him 50,000, and Jiang Han reveals the location of his hidden equipment, completing the transaction. Ding! The system notifies him. Congratulations! You have completed the task of honing your skills. You may now visit your mentor, the Necromancer Daniel. To claim your reward, by 11 o'clock at night, Jiang Han finally slays the 500 demonized lizards, brimming with anticipation as he returns to Daniel's resting spot. Noticing someone approaching, Daniel rises, his face a mask of disbelief. I didn't expect you to finish the task so quickly. He appears to have recovered well, his previous frailty no longer evident. Although his complexion remains pale, his spirit seems invigorated. Quickly, I'm on the verge of throwing up, Jiang Han cannot help but think, but he solemnly states, Minter, I kindly request my reward. Seemingly taken aback by his apprentice's straightforward demand for a reward, Daniel's mouth twitches. Rest assured, I shall not shortchange my own disciple. Ding, the system announces, Congratulations, you have completed the task and earned 25,000 experience points and a storage ring, silver grade. Whoosh, the experience gained catapults Jiang Han, who is already close to level 80, to level 17 to reward, and it's a silver grade item. Yam Han exclaims, quickly opening his inventory to find a ring embedded with a blue-green gemstone resting inside. Simultaneously, the inventory space increases twofold. Storage ring, silver grade. Note: the storage ring does not count as equipment and can be carried to activate its effect. What a treasure! Jiang Han rejoices. With a storage ring, his inventory capacity expands significantly, allowing him to gather equipment without concern. After all, 30 slots are already ample for the early stages of the game. Minter, do you have any news regarding adventurer talents? Jiang Han inquires. Talents? Daniel pauses, then realizes. Ah, it makes sense. You adventurers have only just arrived on the Tianjin continent a few days ago and have yet to acquire your talents. Your inquiry is quite reasonable. Jiang Han presses for specifics. Could you elaborate? I must say, Daniel's dark gold level prowess offers substantial support for early adventurers, providing invaluable assistance. Once your strength reaches the average level of the natives, you will enter a unique hidden realm. Within that realm, you will face a special trial, and upon its completion, you will have approximately 60 minutes to acquire the talent you desire. Daniel elaborated on the situation in detail, describing the talents as vibrant balloons of various hues. Once you select a talent that satisfies you, you may opt to depart. There is a selection period of 60 minutes. Jiang Han felt a tinge of oddity. Do not be deceived by the abundance of time. In reality, most talents are rather mediocre. Daniel shook his head and continued, stating that within those 60 minutes, you are likely to encounter only D and C grade talents. For instance, my talent is C grade, known as alchemical frenzy. It grants me a slight chance of receiving double rewards when crafting potions, with the probability diminishing as the difficulty of the potion increases. Jiang Han was rendered speechless. You find it disappointing? It is inevitable. The greater the expectation, the deeper the disappointment. Initially, I aspired to attain A or even S grade talents, but reality has its lessons. Daniel chuckled heartily. Unperturbed, I have heard that the Sword God of the Light faction possesses a talent named Sword Heart, which enhances her damage by 80 when wielding sword-type weapons. It truly evokes envy in others. What grade is Sword Heart? Jiang Han inquired curiously. Is at S grade. The final damage. The effect is astonishingly potent. It is equivalent to increasing the original 1,000 points of damage to an unconditionally enhanced 1,800 points. And the term final implies that the damage can further escalate under critical conditions. No, it is SS grade. Daniel shook his head. It is the pinnacle of talents in the entire Tianjin continent. Is there an SSS grade above SS? Jiang Han continued to ask. There is not, Daniel replied, shaking his head in negation. In the entirety of the Tianjin continent, the holders of SS grade talents are few and far between. It is already the best talent available. The hierarchy of skills from low to high is consistently D, C, B, S, and SS. Do not overthink it, my lad. The S-grade skill I have bestowed upon you, Evil Tread, is already sufficient for you to wreak havoc in your domain. It should be to benefit the domain. Jiang Han corrected that S for talents. That is all I know, Daniel stated. Jiang Han organized the information provided by Daniel and pressed on. What constitutes the average standard for natives? Even the average should have a benchmark. The average standard for natives should be silver grade, Daniel answered, primarily based on the rate of power enhancement. Some individuals can enter the talent secret realm at level 20, while others may require over 30 levels. All right, Jiang Han still felt some reluctance. Is the strength of talents related to trials? It is. Daniel hesitated for a moment before nodding, but never mind. I do not wish to discourage you. You will understand once you enter the trials yourself. During the trials, you will have ample time to contemplate how to respond. Preparing in advance is futile, as you cannot use equipment or items within the secret realm. All right, since Daniel has said so, he felt it inappropriate to inquire further. Now, Daniel's tone shifted, becoming solemn. I shall now grant you the protection of the demon god. In an instant, Jiang Han, who had been digesting the information about talents, snapped back to attention. The protection of the demon god. Finally, it is about to happen. Let me see what extraordinary effect can replace the resurrection privilege of adventurers. Jiang Han took a deep breath, focusing intently. Great demon god, please protect your follower. I, the necromancer Daniel, can vouch for Jiang Han's loyalty to the dark faction. Daniel recited incantations, slowly raising the staff in his hand and pressing its tip against Jiang Han's forehead. With a flash, the red gem embedded at the top of the staff emitted streams of radiant light, enveloping Jiang Han's form. As the ritual progressed, Jiang Han's blood surged uncontrollably, enveloping him in a purplish-black mist. His dark hair rapidly regrowing into the sinister appearance of a dark swordsman after his class change. The entire process lasted about 10 minutes, after which Daniel withdrew his staff, exhaling heavily, having expended considerable energy. Once everything concluded, Jiang Han, aided by the cloak of invisibility, returned to his original appearance. Yet, the system notification ringing in his ears confirmed that Daniel's actions had not been in vain. Ding! System notification. Congratulations. You have received the protection of the demon god and possess yet. As a major city alarmingly close to the forces of light, it remains perpetually embroiled in warfare. The aspirations of the Light faction to reclaim the City of Radiance have never waned. A gentle breeze stirs, causing the resilient grass to sway. However, the faint scent of blood carried by the wind seems to testify to the tumultuous history of this place, with a soft crunch beneath their feet on the blood-stained ground. Jiang Han and Daniel arrived at the gates of the City of Shadows. Above them, several skeletal soldiers, clad in tattered iron and brandishing axes, immediately took notice of their presence and commanded, quickly, open the gates to welcome them. The Lord of the city is here. Hurry, hurry, do not keep the Lord waiting. He has been away for several months and has finally returned. The skeletal soldiers waved their weapons with great enthusiasm. Hearing their words, Jiang Han, following closely behind Daniel, was momentarily taken aback. Master, you are the Lord of the City of Shadows. The title of Lord. A mere dark gold-tier boss dares to be the ruler of a major city? Is he courting death? Jiang Han had little knowledge regarding the tier levels of cities, but based on the scan information disclosed by the officials, cities were categorized into 5 tiers. Level 4 villages. Level 3 towns, Level 2 cities, Level 1 major cities, and the highest tier, the super major city. Notably, there's only one super major city per server globally, followed by the Level 1 major cities, underscoring their significance. In general, one would expect a major city to be guarded by extraordinarily formidable bosses, with dark gold-tier creatures serving as the initial waves of minor adversaries, rather than allowing a dark gold tier to assume the role of city lord. Having held the position for less than half a year, few were aware of this fact. Daniel seemed quite pleased, unconsciously puffing out his chest to showcase the demeanor of a city lord to his recently acquired disciple. Attributing his ability to transcend to the spiritual level to the prestige of his title as City Lord. Seeing him so self-satisfied, Jiang Han refrained from dampening his spirits and offered a sheepish smile. As the city gates swung open, he entered alongside Daniel. Once inside the city, Jiang Han curiously surveyed his surroundings, casting a reconnaissance spell at the skeletal soldiers who had come to greet them. Skeleton soldier, common monster, level, health, attack, defense, skills. Though the attributes remained obscured, the designation skeleton soldier and the accompanying label of common monster seemed to emblazon the term cannon fodder across their foreheads, leaving Jiang Han struggling to fathom how formidable these creatures might truly be. The deputy lord has arrived, one of the skeletal soldiers announced. Soon, the throng of skeletal soldiers parted, creating a path. Jiang Han looked up to see a spectral being, armed with a spear and mounted on a skeletal horse, cutting through the crowd of skeletons. Dismounting before Daniel, it knelt on one knee, declaring, I pay my respects to the lord of the city. Jiang Han cast another reconnaissance spell, and although all attributes were marked with question marks, he discerned its title and name. Undead Knight Canty, Golden Tier Boss. Very well, splendid indeed. Jiang Han felt an ominous premonition. Upon entering the City of Shadows, he had received an introduction about this city, which included a statement that the Light faction's desire to reclaim the City of Radiance had never altered. Undoubtedly, although this city had been seized by the Dark faction, its proximity to the territory of the Light faction rendered it a prime target for future assaults, while the Dark faction would struggle to provide support. Consequently, it was abandoned by the higher-ups, who appointed a mere pawn as the city lord. Oh, not mention it. You have worked hard during my absence. Daniel chuckled heartily, quickly assisting Canty to his feet. Canty, with utmost respect, shook his head and replied, Lord, you jest. This is merely my duty, by the way. Let me introduce you. This is my new disciple, Jiang Han. Daniel gestured to Jiang Han, presenting him to the deputy lord. Greetings. Canty nodded his skeletal head in acknowledgement. I can vaguely sense your formidable aura of darkness. Your future is undoubtedly limitless. Of course, Daniel affirmed. Throughout the history of the Tianjin continent, there has never been a weak dark swordsman. The group engaged in light-hearted banter as they traversed the main street of the city, ultimately arriving at the dilapidated lord's mansion, a casualty of war, where they bid farewell to Canty. Subsequently, Daniel and Jiang Han entered the lord's mansion. Master, are you not concerned? Jiang Han inquired, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Given Daniel's series of actions, he did not strike Jiang Han as a fool, and it was incomprehensible that he could be so oblivious to the realities of the situation, lost in the illusion of being a city lord. Not at all, Daniel replied, shaking his head. I am a necromancer. Death does not frighten me, but it's rare to experience being a city lord, and I consider it a worthwhile endeavor. Jiang Han thought to himself, you may not fear death, but I am not yet ready to part with life. I know what you are thinking if reading Jiang Han's mind. Daniel spoke calmly. Strictly speaking, necromancers do not belong to the Dark faction. Thus, the high-ranking officials of the Dark faction harbor a degree of apprehension towards necromancers. They do not wish for the horrors of the undead calamity to repeat. The undead calamity? Jiang Han echoed, slightly startled. That sounded like a plot from an ancient game that on the Tianjin continent, all living beings harbored a profound fear of the undead and exhibited extreme aversion towards them. Daniel chuckled, thus, my demise is destined. However, I've already attained what I desire within this city. From here on, as long as I achieve my goals, death holds no terror for me. But he paused, gazing gently at Jiang Han. As your mentor, I shall not drag you into damnation. Although you may view my position as city lord as a misfortune, before everything unfolds, I can still provide you with some substantial benefits. Substantial benefits? Jiang Han inquired with curiosity. Such as, to be honest, he had not anticipated that Daniel possessed such profound insight. Yet when he claimed to have acquired what he desired within the city, what could his true objective be? As the forces of light and darkness sharpened their blades, an epic war loomed on the horizon. Yet at this very moment, they had not yet unveiled their true animosity. The calm before the storm lingered. Daniel patted Jiang Han's shoulder earnestly and said, before the calamity commences, I shall diligently hone your skills and my identity as City Lord conveniently grants me access to numerous resources for your growth. Staring blankly at Daniel, the inexplicably chosen mentor, Jiang Han felt a surge of emotions within him, profoundly sensing the true allure of games as the ninth art, almost unable to discern between the game and reality. Did he truly exist, or was he merely a virtual intelligence? After a moment of contemplation, Daniel issued a quest. Recently, wild mice afflicted by magical corruption have been frequently appearing near the City of Shadows. They consistently attack the patrolling skeletal soldiers, and their numbers are growing ever larger. Please assist in cleansing the wild mice. Beep, the system prompted. Do you accept the quest to clear the wild mice? Difficulty, C? Yes, Jiang Han unhesitatingly chose to accept, but then posed a question that lingered in his mind. Shouldn't creatures afflicted by magical corruption belong to the Dark faction? Since leaving the novice village, most of the creatures he encountered had been impacted by magical corruption, resulting in drastic changes in their temperament, rendering them violent and bloodthirsty. The very term magical corruption sounded inherently malevolent and should logically have no ties to the Dark faction. Creatures affected by magical corruption typically lost their rationality, Aside from retaining an innate affinity for their kind, they could coexist peacefully with their own species. However, regardless of the faction they belonged to, they would engage in relentless combat until death. Daniel patiently explained, then waved his hand, saying, "Some matters, even if you were to know at your current level of strength, would bear little significance. What is paramount is for you to grow swiftly. You must understand that dark swordsmen have a notorious reputation within the light faction. Once you catch the attention of the powerful, you'll forfeit your opportunity for growth." "Very well," Jiang Han conceded. Ceasing his inquiries, having received the quest, he noted that it was already midnight. "Forget it. My life takes precedence." After some thought, Jiang Han resolved not to stay up late that night, logging off to take a bath and peacefully drift into slumber. The following day, after filling his stomach with 2 mushroom buns, Jiang Han hurriedly logged back in, adhering to his plan to depart the Lord's mansion and venture outside the city to eliminate the wild mice. Clear the wild mice. Difficulty C. "How can you call me little brother when I am clearly a girl?" complained a skeletal soldier in a mournful tone. Jiang Han replied, "How am I to discern whether you are male or female among a bunch of skeletal frames?" "Little miss, where are the wild mice most concentrated?" Jiang Han could not help but wipe the sweat from his brow. Reluctantly changing his words, "To the south of the dismal city, there exists a particular congregation of corrupted wild mice." And at this point, the skeletal soldier hesitated, as if at a loss for words. Jiang Han, filled with curiosity, inquired, "And what else?" "Moreover, they have a penchant for burrowing into my body, which is truly vexing. I feel particularly guilty towards my boyfriend." The skeletal soldier lamented. With immense exasperation, Jiang Han departed from the dismal city, heading southward, as expected. He soon encountered a flurry of corrupted wild mice scurrying across the ground. Their fur was jet black, their eyes a fiery red, and their bodies were nearly the size of a man's arm, with long tails that flicked about restlessly, an utterly chilling sight. Corrupted wild mouse, common creature, level 22 health, 35. 000 attack, 150 to 160 defense, 70 to 80 skill. Not such a multitude? Jiang Han felt a sudden sense of difficulty. Upon roughly counting, he discovered that the number of corrupted wild mice at a single respawn point amounted to over 20. If he were to provoke their ire, he would be beset by at least 20 of them attacking simultaneously. Though their individual attacks were low, their small size allowed for a collective assault, which could prove quite troublesome. Eek! Just as Jiang Han was observing them, the corrupted wild mice, with uncanny sensitivity, detected the unwelcome guest. In a flurry of panic, they scattered in all directions, leaving the respawn point devoid of any remaining mice. This scene left Jiang Han utterly dumbfounded. "I haven't even moved yet. Why are you all fleeing?" Ding, system prompt. The corrupted wild mice, guided by instinct, have detected the malevolent aura concealed within you. Fortunately, the system kindly clarified Jiang Han's confusion. "My hidden malevolent aura." Jiang Han was left speechless. It was truly surreal. Who would have thought this inexplicable malevolent aura could serve a purpose? He silently praised the privileges granted by his class change to Dark Swordsman, and without further hesitation, he began to search for a respawn point. Upon spotting the corrupted wild mice, he seized the opportunity while they remained oblivious, decisively employing his evil tread skill to initiate control. 2200. The attack from the corrupted wild mice was not insignificant, yet their defenses were relatively low. Given Jiang Han's current attributes, even without a critical hit, he could inflict damage in the thousands. Following this, he unleashed a frenzied slash, directly taking away 1/6 of their health, allowing him to progress at a commendable pace. Eek! Eek! The corrupted wild mouse that Jiang Han had caught off guard emitted a series of sharp cries. Realizing it could not escape, it was forced to confront him. Regrettably, it had been entirely abandoned by its brethren, posing no threat to Jiang Han, and soon succumbed, yielding 650 experience points. In other words, at Jiang Han's current level, he needed just over 100,000 experience points to level up, requiring the defeat of more than 150 corrupted wild mice to reach level 18. The difficulty of leveling up was apparent. However, Jiang Han was not anxious, since the corrupted wild mice would only retaliate when cornered and otherwise flee upon sighting him. they posed no threat, and the quest would inevitably be completed. Though the dismal city was in a perilous state, on the brink of conflict at any moment, the general pattern of the game dictated that players must first attain a certain level of strength before engaging in such large-scale activities as siege warfare. Presently, for players to elevate their strength to contend with dark gold-level bosses, it would take at least a month or so, leaving him ample time. An hour passed. Then, as time flowed slowly, Jiang Han immersed himself in the thrill of monster hunting. Facing what should have been a troublesome swarm of corrupted wild mice, and possessing the privilege to eliminate them one by one. Swish. After 2.5 hours, Jiang Han leveled up, thanks to the bonus from the Fallen title. His health increased by over 1,000, and his attributes improved significantly. Finally, after Jiang Han defeated the 187th corrupted wild mouse, the ground yielded not only 30 copper coins, but also a pair of black iron bracers, bronze grade, defense, 10 to 12 effect, 3 defense required level, 28 fine item indeed. But like the Huanyan armor, it required level 20 to equip. Jiang Han could only stow it away in his inventory and continue his monster hunting journey. However, just then, the system's notification chimed 3 times in succession. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the player from the Merue District, God's Forbidden Zone, for acquiring the B-grade talent Agility. As the first adventurer to obtain a talent, you receive an additional reward, Talent Grade 1. Reputation 10,000, free attribute points 10. Looking at the system message, Jiang Han was taken aback. Was someone really able to acquire a talent so quickly? Indeed, there were many exceptional players among them. Jiang Han could not help but reflect on this. While it was somewhat regrettable not to be the first to gain a talent, he was not so arrogant as to believe that he alone could seize such unique opportunities before others. Eek! Suddenly, the ground nearby trembled, fissures appearing, and a gigantic purple mouse monster erupted from the earth, letting out a deafening roar that made his head throb. Ding! System prompt. Adventurer, please be advised that your rampant slaughter of corrupted wild mice has incited the wrath of the silver-level boss. The corrupted Mouse King. The corrupted Mouse King. Seizing the opportunity while the creature was still making its grand entrance, Jiang Han promptly cast a reconnaissance spell. Corrupted Mouse King, silver-level boss, level. Health, 150,000 attack, 220 to 230 defense, 140 to 155 skill. Its defenses were decent, but its attack was unquestionably formidable. The level and skills being obscured suggested that it had partially surpassed the reconnaissance spell's scope. Nonetheless, a silver-level boss, Jiang Han tightened his grip on the Wild Bull sword, his heart racing with excitement. If the corrupted wild mice were to assist, he might have to exercise caution. However, since they had been driven away by his malevolent aura, he felt confident in a one-on-one confrontation with the corrupted Mouse King. Though he had missed the reward for being the first to obtain a talent, he could not allow anyone to snatch the benefits of the first kill of a silver-level boss. Eek eek! The corrupted Mouse King, as massive as a small mountain, glared at Jiang Han with murderous intent, incessantly shrieking at him. It then lunged forward with astonishing speed. However, while the creature was fast, Jiang Han was faster. He initiated with evil tread, his movement speed surging as he closed in like a bolt of lightning, then leapt high into the air, landing forcefully on the corrupted Mouse King's head, delivering a 0.2-second suppression. Feeling humiliated, the Mouse King trembled and shook him off, opening its maw, filled with sharp teeth, to bite at Jiang Han. In response, Jiang Han quickly dodged to the side, attempting to evade. Yet the Mouse King's attack speed was rapid, and he was still grazed on the shoulder. 1105. In an instant, Jiang Han's health diminished significantly. The damage was indeed outrageous. Fortunately, with the title bonus, he could endure the assault. Jiang Han maintained a calm demeanor, decisively unleashing frenzied slash, carving deep wounds into the Mouse King's health, which was nearing 4,000. The corrupted Mouse King grew increasingly enraged, escalating its attack frequency. However, Jiang Han was always confident in his maneuvering skills, circling around the Mouse King's massive form, disrupting its accuracy. Eek! At one moment, the corrupted Mouse King's eyes glowed red, and its attack speed surged, no longer relying solely on its teeth, but instead charging its entire body at Jiang Han. Faced with the oncoming mass, Jiang Han had no way to evade. Yet the critical moment, he opted to use his now cooled down evil tread, leaping up again to land on the Mouse King's head. Ding! System prompt. You have successfully interrupted the corrupted Mouse King's skill release with evil tread. Awesome! Jiang Han could not help but marvel at how evil tread could truly be considered a divine skill. The more he used it, the more exhilarating it became, both flashy and practical. As he leaped off the Mouse King's body, Jiang Han swung the wild bull sword in a horizontal arc, diligently whittling down the corrupted Mouse King's formidable health of 150,000. Of course, not all damage could be avoided. During the battle, he still had to resort to healing potions to keep his health above a safe threshold, preventing any unforeseen mishaps. 80. 60. Jiang Han executed his assaults methodically, his focus razor-sharp. When the Mouse King's health reached 50%, he immediately retreated a few paces. Better safe than sorry. Typically, when a boss's health drops to half, it would unleash some skill, so it was wise to remain cautious. Eek! As expected, the Mouse King shrieked, seemingly attempting to convey some message to its surroundings. Eek! 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 Moments later, a multitude of corrupted wild mice emerged from the ground in response. However, upon catching sight of Jiang Han, they hurriedly retreated back. Jiang Han, the demonized Mouse King, quick to arrive, yet swift to depart. The scene bore a comical air, leaving both man and mouse momentarily stunned. Realizing that all the minions he summoned had fled, the demonized Mouse King turned and plunged its head into the deep pit it had just excavated. Ding! System prompt. The malevolent aura and formidable power emanating from you instilled fear in the demonized Mouse King, prompting its decision to flee. Run? Dare you run? Jiang Han dashed forward, seizing the Mouse King's long, thick tail, pulling with all his might. Finished having fun and wished to escape? Come out here, regrettably, in terms of sheer strength. A bronze-level boss could not contend with a silver-level boss. Not only did he fail to extract the Mouse King, but he was also dragged into the deep pit along with it. A first kill would not allow you to escape. Clinging to the mouse's tail with one hand and thrusting the wild bull sword with the other, Jiang Han relentlessly stabbed, inflicting numerous wounds upon the Mouse King's rear, causing its health to plummet rapidly. Nevertheless, the demonized Mouse King remained undeterred and continued to escape deeper into the pit. Swish! As its health dropped to 30, it finally reached its destination, entering a cavern illuminated by purple light. Arriving at the central area. What is this? Jiang Han, still gripping the mouse's tail, looked up to find the demonized Mouse King lingering by a shimmering purple crystal, its wounds healing rapidly, health points soaring. Releasing his grip and rising, Jiang Han's expression turned stern. This must be the source. Gurgle. Suddenly, Jiang Han felt his blood surge. Under the purple light's glow, he sensed his power escalating. Ding! System prompt. You are being illuminated by the purple lightning gem, temporarily activating the evil power within you, granting a total attribute increase of 1,000 for 1 minute. A total attribute increase of 1,000. Jiang Han was momentarily dumbfounded, opening his attribute panel to see his attack surpassing 2,000. Approaching the treasure, the demonized Mouse King's courage surged, turning to hiss at Jiang Han, ready to re-engage in battle. Die. Despite his astonishment, Jiang Han was acutely aware of the order of priorities. First, secure the silver-level first kill. Then investigate the origins of the purple lightning gem. With a frenzy, he unleashed a barrage of strikes. As the demonized Mouse King lunged at him, Jiang Han swung the wild bull sword, delivering a 4-hit combo that dealt devastating damage. 1569888-17888-20002-23988. A total damage exceeding 70,000 was simply untenable for the demonized Mouse King, whose health had dwindled to just over 50,000, and the overwhelming destruction cleaved its body into 4 gruesome pieces. Swish! Golden light erupted. A rich bounty of experience, as expected, propelled Jiang Han's level up to 19, reaching 73. Simultaneously, a melodious system notification resonated in Jiang Han's ears. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations! You have successfully slain the silver-level boss, the demonized Mouse King, earning a reward of 180,000 experience. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations! As the first player in the game to defeat a silver-level boss, you have received additional rewards. Reputation 1000, free attribute points 20. Rare item Favor of the Divine. Favor of the Divine. Jiang Han, filled with anticipation, opened his inventory to find a resplendent scroll, immediately checking its effects. Given that a bronze-level first kill awarded a treasure like the Pearl of Blessing, the reward for a silver-level first kill could not be less impressive. Favor of the Divine, S-grade, effect, unconditionally elevate any B-grade or below skill by 1 level. Description, Favor of the Divine is a product of nature, containing powers that only deities possess, immensely precious. Yet, in this world, there are always fortunate souls who receive the favor of fate, allowing B-grade skills to be unconditionally elevated by 1 level. Jiang Han was overjoyed. This is vastly superior to the Pearl of Blessing. The advantages of skills are incomparable to equipment, and golden-level gear is ultimately transient, destined to be outclassed. In terms of practicality, nothing can rival A-grade skills. Ding! System prompt. Would you like to announce your glorious achievement to all adventurers arriving in the Tianjin continent? Note: after the server-wide announcement, you will receive 10,000 reputation points. Yes, Jiang Han decisively agreed. His current renown was such that it set the gaming world ablaze, leaving no need for modesty. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the player Jiang Han Shui from the Eastern District for becoming the first player to defeat a silver-level boss. This is a formal announcement. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the player Jiang Han Shui from the Eastern District for becoming the first player to defeat a silver-level boss. This is a formal announcement. Afterward, Jiang Han picked up the equipment dropped by the demonized Mouse King and was about to examine its attributes when a system prompt, sending a shiver down his spine, echoed in his ears. Ding! System prompt. Adventurer Jiang Han Shui, your talent trial will commence in 3 minutes. The talent trial is commencing so suddenly? Jiang Han took a deep breath, suppressing his growing excitement, maintaining his composure. There are 3 minutes to prepare. Although acquiring a talent involves a significant element of luck, the talent trial is the sole opportunity to enhance the level of acquired talents. According to Daniel, items and equipment cannot be used during the trial. Yet it was never stated that skills could not be utilized. In other words, items and equipment are prohibited to prevent players from cheating, such as carrying items like forbidden scrolls or top-tier equipment without level restrictions. Skills, being part of one's own abilities, naturally do not fall under the category of cheating. The enhancements offered by skills should not be underestimated, especially passive effects that bolster attributes. Without hesitation, he retrieved the favor of the divine scroll awarded by the system from his inventory and tore it apart. Swish! Instantly, a burst of multicolored brilliance emanated from the torn scroll, swiftly transforming into a stream of light that entered Jiang Han's forehead, enveloping him in a warm sensation, akin to being submerged in a hot spring. Ding! System prompt. You have used the S-grade item, Favor of the Divine. Please select the skill you wish to enhance. Dark Swordsmanship. Jiang Han resolutely chose the skill that would significantly augment his attack power. Dark Swordsmanship. Currently, he possessed only 4 skills. Evil Trample, S-grade. Death Force, A-grade. These 2 skills were unaffected by Favor of the Divine and could be disregarded, while Frenzied Slaughter, though formidable, paled in comparison to Dark Swordsmanship. Ding! System prompt. Due to the effects of Favor of the Divine, your skill Dark Swordsmanship, B-grade, has advanced to Slaughter Technique, A-grade. With little time remaining, Jiang Han promptly opened his skill panel to check the information. Slaughter Technique, passive, A-grade, additional effect. Attack speed, 50. Powerful. Exceedingly powerful. Gazing at the skill description, Jiang Han's heart surged with excitement. The passive effect of Dark Swordsmanship merely granted an additional 50 points to attack, whereas advancing to Slaughter Technique multiplied it 4-fold, additionally providing a percentage-based attack bonus, while simultaneously removing restrictions on equipping sword-type weapons, activating unconditionally. What does this signify? It is essential to note that his current attack cap was just over 200 points. A single passive effect would directly double his attack. Now, facing the demonized Mouse King, it would be as effortless as slicing through melons. Subsequently, Jiang Han's gaze swept over the nearby purple lightning gem. Reaching out to take it, If only I could carry the tenfold total attribute boost from the purple lightning gem into the talent trial. Of course, it was merely wishful thinking. Such transient power-enhancing items are undoubtedly abundant in the Tianjin continent. If they could indeed be brought into the talent trial, the indigenous players with substantial backing would likely begin with at least A-grade talents. Ding! System prompt. You have acquired the A-grade item. Purple lightning gem. Purple lightning gem, A-grade. Note: there are many factors influencing potential. The system will comprehensively assess growth star levels, professions, attributes, skills, etc. The usage count has decreased to 23, indicating that it has been utilized once. It seems the previous enhancement was forcibly counted among the uses, and oh wonder, Daniel mentioned my immense potential. Jiang Han began to understand. The growth star level of the Dark Swordsman is no trivial matter, and is also the only hidden profession, signifying its extraordinary potential. Ding! System prompt. You will soon enter the talent trial in 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7. As the countdown concluded, a radiant white light enveloped Jiang Han, whisking him away from the cavern, his whereabouts unknown. Swish! The scene shifted, and Jiang Han arrived in a forest alive with the sounds of birds and fragrant blossoms, sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows, creating a serene atmosphere. Ding! System prompt. The trial begins. Please eliminate the enemy within 10 minutes. If successful, the talent acquisition range will be upgraded to CD level. If you fail, it will be D level. Soon, a countdown appeared in Jiang Han's line of sight. Enemy? He glanced down and beheld the ethereal apparition of a gray rabbit gradually materializing before him, transforming into a tangible wild rabbit. Normal creature. Level: 1 health, 100 attack, 3-3 defense, 1-1 skills. None description. A common wild rabbit has appeared in the talent trial, awaiting its fate. Wild rabbit? Jiang Han felt speechless. Its attributes were inferior even to that of slime. What exactly does the talent trial think of itself? Not rushing into an attack, he opened his attribute panel to confirm that the effect of the skill killing technique was directly carried over into the talent trial. Breathing a sigh of relief, it seemed his assumption was correct. Skill enhancements could indeed be applied within the talent trial. Fallen 1 Jiang Han Shui, bronze level boss. Level: 1 health, 500 attack, 271 defense, 5 reputation, 12,000 luck, 0 unallocated free attribute points, 20. A staggering 271 points of attack appearing on a level 1 player's panel was utterly incomprehensible. If other players were to discover this, they would undoubtedly not be astonished. Instead, they would berate him for the sheer absurdity of it. It appeared that the free attribute points rewarded by the system could also be utilized here. Jiang Han calculated briefly and concluded, promptly allocating all 20 free attribute points to attack, gaining a rough understanding of the trial process. He approached the wild rabbit and delivered a brutal kick, executing it mercilessly. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations, you have met the conditions. Talent acquisition range has been upgraded to CD level. Whoosh! In the next instant, the wild rabbit transformed into an ethereal shadow, gradually dissipating, replaced by a skeletal wraith, approximately the size of an adult, its appearance quite chilling. Clearly, upon meeting the conditions, the trial would initiate the next phase. Ding! System prompt. Please eliminate the enemy within 10 minutes. If successful, the talent acquisition range will be upgraded to BD level. If you fail, it will revert to CD level. Ding! System prompt. Your level has reached 10. Jiang Han was not surprised by the system upgrading his level. As his opponents in this phase were also level 1-0'd, it was evident that, in the trial, both sides would at least be equal in level. Chirp chirp. The wraith emitted a strange cry as it charged towards Jiang Han. However, with the enhancement of killing technique and his exceptionally high growth star rating, the wraith was utterly outmatched, swiftly dispatched by 2 precise punches. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations, you have met the conditions. Talent acquisition range has been upgraded to BD level. I am eager to see what level of talent I can ultimately acquire with the growth of the Dark Swordsman and the enhancement of killing technique. Jiang Han rubbed his fists in anticipation. As the wraith faded into an ethereal shadow, the next phase commenced without granting Jiang Han any respite. Ding! System prompt. Please eliminate the enemy within 10 minutes. If successful, the talent acquisition range will be upgraded to AD level. If you fail, it will revert to BD level. Undoubtedly, the difficulty of this trial would continue to escalate until it reached its maximum threshold, or until he was defeated by the enemy, at which point it would conclude. Howl, a fully crimson-furred demonic wolf, appeared in Jiang Han's line of sight. At level 20, demonic wolf, normal creature. Level 20 health, 30,000 attack, 130 to 140 defense, 80 skills. Bite.8 the same time. Jiang Han's level passively increased to 20, surpassing his actual in-game level. After examining the demonic wolf's attributes, Jiang Han felt reassured. After all, it was not a boss, and its attributes were significantly inferior to his. Defeating it would not be overly challenging. Despite having lost his weapons and armor, with his growth star rating and the passive effect of killing technique, Jiang Han felt no trepidation as the demonic wolf lunged at him. He unleashed a flurry of punches, striking its abdomen until it was sent flying, posing dramatically with one hand forward and the other back, casually stating, "Wing Chun, Jiang Han." How? Unfortunately, the demonic wolf was oblivious to the fact that it faced a formidable martial artist, continuing its reckless charge, only to be met with a brutal beating. Ultimately, it succumbed to a barrage of punches. Evidently, in the face of authentic Wing Chun, a mere wolf was insufficient upon completing the kill. Jiang Han couldn't help but reflect on his performance. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations, you have met the conditions. Talent acquisition range has been upgraded to AD level, having successfully navigated yet another phase of the talent trial. The next system prompt swiftly followed, indicating that defeating the next enemy would elevate the talent range to SD level. That it hardly seemed daunting. Jiang Han felt a twinge of oddity that it wasn't that he was arrogantly overconfident. Rather, he simply did not believe that the demonic wolf could pose a challenge to countless individuals, resulting in most receiving talents only at levels B, C, or D. Without further contemplation, the next enemy emerged. It was a human soldier, still categorized as a normal creature, but at level 30, as neither party wielded weapons. They engaged in a brawl, exchanging blows. Ultimately, Jiang Han's superior Wing Chun technique prevailed, and the talent acquisition range naturally reached SD level. Next up would surely be the SS level talent, Jiang Han mused, filled with doubt. Truth be told, the process had been somewhat effortless. Thus far, the entire talent adjustment had remained well within his control. However, Jiang Han had miscalculated. The next system bell did not announce the range for SS level talent, and instead shattered his assumptions. Ding! System prompt. Please eliminate the enemy within 10 minutes. If successful, the talent acquisition range will be upgraded to SB level. If you fail, it will revert to SD level. In an instant, Jiang Han came to a profound realization. The previous challenges were merely to elevate the upper limit for talent acquisition, while the forthcoming challenges aim to increase the lower limit. In other words, even if he succeeded in the prior battles, the talent acquired could still potentially only be at D level. Whether he could attain S level would depend on luck. I see now. Jiang Han took a deep breath. Maintaining his composure, he was eager to discover just how formidable the upcoming challenges would be. Howl! As the apparition of the human soldier faded, what materialized before Jiang Han was a young tiger adorned with purple wings on its back. The young tiger had light yellow fur with black stripes, its stature small, barely reaching Jiang Han's knees, seemingly still in its juvenile stage. Nevertheless, it radiated an indescribable aura of pressure, its gem-like purple eyes fixed on Jiang Han, infused with murderous intent. Upon entering combat mode, the electric currents crackled around the wings on its back, indicating it was no trivial opponent. A purple-winged young tiger, dark gold level boss. Level 1 health, 50,000 attack, 360 to 380 defense, 150 to 150 skills, thunder wings. Thunder roar, majestic authority, judgment of thunder, quite ferocious. Particularly concerning was its level, signifying that the future strength of the purple-winged young tiger would be unfathomable. Nevertheless, Jiang Han remained unfazed. Indeed, while the purple-winged young tiger possessed formidable power. In a direct confrontation at level 1, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. However, the system was not so cruel as to overwhelm players, and thus raised his level to 40, granting him a significant edge in attributes due to his extraordinary growth. Without hesitation, Jiang Han chose to strike first, swiftly closing the distance and landing a punch squarely on the young tiger's forehead. 40-50, over 4,000 points of damage appeared. Jiang Han was not surprised by this. At level 40, his attack soared to 576 points, easily penetrating defenses. Howl! Upon receiving the blow, the purple-winged young tiger fell into a rage, its purple wings unfurling as it prepared to ascend into the skies. Yet, Jiang Han, seizing the initiative, leaped high and stomped down upon its head, forcing it back to the ground, following up with a flurry of relentless strikes, fists raining down mercilessly. After a vigorous assault, he had stripped away over 20,000 of its health. Nearly half. Howl! The purple-winged young tiger unleashed a deafening roar, deploying its thunderous wave attack and activating the effects of majestic authority. Yet, Jiang Han remained undeterred. Even as the malevolent trampling skill came to an end, he exerted every ounce of his strength to suppress his opponent, lest it ascend into the air and rob him of his opportunity to strike. In a mere 30 seconds, the vitality of the purple-winged young tiger dwindled perilously low. Crack! In the void, a bolt of thunder suddenly descended, striking Jiang Han and inflicting a horrifying amount of damage, reducing his health by a third. Ding! System notification. You have been struck by the lightning punishment of the purple-winged young tiger, losing 6,757 health points. Jiang Han clenched his fists and exclaimed, "Die!" Ding! System notification. Congratulations, you have met the conditions. Your talent acquisition range has been elevated to SB level. Ding! System notification. Congratulations on successfully defeating the purple-winged young tiger. You have received a reward. 5 free attribute points. A pleasant surprise? Jiang Han opened his character panel and allocated all attribute points to attack. As it stood, the free attribute points were immensely valuable, seemingly belonging to a tier of rewards obtainable only through prestigious honors. Until now, aside from slaying the purple-winged young tiger, his previous gains were reliant on the first kills of the bronze and silver levels, along with being the first to change classes. Subsequently, he turned his attention to the reformed phantom, which gradually coalesced into a creature of vibrant blue hues, adorned with a lion's head, deer antlers, tiger's eyes, a moose's body, dragon scales, and an ox's tail, its forehooves surrounded by swirling blue mist. The surface of its form shimmered with azure light, exuding an aura of sacred nobility that was both divine and untouchable. What is this? Jiang Han couldn't help but swallow hard, his eyes widening in astonishment. Goodness, is the challenge level this daunting? Water Qilin, Celestial Gray Boss. Ding! System notification. Please note, your level has temporarily risen to level 50. It will revert after the talent trial concludes. Jiang Han was not surprised by the system's ongoing elevation of player levels to mitigate actual difficulty, compared to the terrifying growth of beastly creatures. Even at level 50, humans remained woefully inferior. After all, non-humanoid beings had no concept of equipment. The higher the tier, the stronger their attribute growth, while players needed to rely on equipment to stack their attributes in order to contend. However, knowing oneself and one's enemy leads to victory in every battle. To grasp the disparity, he prioritized checking his own attributes. Fallen 1 Jiang Han Shui, Bronze Grade Boss, level 50 health, 25,000 attack, 600 defense, 250 reputation, 12,000 luck, 0 unallocated free attribute points, 5A formidable 600 points in attack. The enhancement of his killing arts remained robust, beyond just numerical attack values. The killing arts also provided a percentage attack bonus, ensuring its continued relevance. While allocating all free attribute points to attack. Jiang Han's strength surged further. Meanwhile, the phantom of the Water Qilin fully materialized. Ding! System notification. Please defeat the enemy within 10 minutes. If successful, your talent acquisition range will be elevated to SA level. If unsuccessful, it will remain at SB level. And A level. As long as he could vanquish the Water Qilin, the talent he could acquire would at least be a level. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that it was a celestial grade boss. The system certainly had a flair for the dramatic. Jiang Han's expression turned gravely serious. A celestial grade. This was several tiers above the previous phase's dark gold grade. a leap that spanned at least 3 levels: Spirit, Earth, and Heaven. Despite the system boosting his level to 50, he still found himself at a disadvantage against a level 1 celestial grade boss, and when it came to skills, he was utterly outmatched. Water Qilin, celestial grade boss, level 1 health, 100000 attack, 680 defense, 350 skills, breath of water, cold tide, sacred auspice, forbidden sea domain. Jiang Han felt an immense pressure. All facets of his attributes were completely overshadowed, leaving him with no advantage whatsoever. Moreover, the Water Qilin's skills sounded preposterous, the last one even bearing the term forbidden. What did that mean? A level 1 Water Qilin could already cast forbidden spells. Roar! The Water Qilin roared, its glistening scales reflecting a deadly menace. A swirling torrent began to form in its gaping maw, which then surged forth, manifesting as a towering column of water. Seeing this, Jiang Han, who was already prepared, would not recklessly take the hit. He swiftly dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the water column that threatened to strike his chest. However, the Water Qilin was relentless. It tilted its head, causing the water column to shift its trajectory horizontally. Jiang Han was startled and instinctively bent his waist, falling to the ground. Yet before he could act, an intense chill swept over him, and the damp ground rapidly froze into frost. The biting cold invaded his body, causing his blood to flow sluggishly in an instant. Ding! System notification. The Water Qilin has activated the skill Cold Tide, reducing the speed of all enemy units within a 30-meter radius by 50, and their attack speed by 50, lasting for 10 seconds. 10 seconds. Jiang Han's expression changed drastically. He attempted to move, but his speed was severely hampered. The Water Qilin, quick to react, leapt into the air, landing heavily on either side of Jiang Han's shoulders, pinning him to the ground. 45-55, just a simple basic attack, and Jiang Han's health plummeted by nearly 1/5. Roar! It unleashed a deafening roar directed at Jiang Han, the sound resonating painfully against his eardrums. In the next moment, the torrent coalesced in its mouth, and at point-blank range, it was confident that its foe could not evade. Am I going to lose? Jiang Han gritted his teeth, struggling to break free. But his arms were firmly pinned, leaving him helpless as he watched the torrent brew in the Water Qilin's mouth. What should I do? His mind raced to devise a way out of this peril. Admittedly, he believed he had performed commendably in the talent trial, that if fortune favored him, the SB range for talent selection might still yield him an S level. But he was unwilling to concede defeat here. As he helplessly witnessed the torrent about to erupt, a sudden thought struck Jiang Han. Gathering saliva at the tip of his tongue, he exerted all his might to spit out. Hapi. The saliva shot forth, landing squarely in the Water Qilin's mouth, sliding down its massive tongue. Water Qilin. Hapi. Just as the second wave of elemental water attack was about to strike, the Water Qilin leaped backward, evading the shameless interruption. After spitting out a few mouthfuls of saliva onto the ground, it glared furiously at Jiang Han. Saved? Jiang Han hastily rose to his feet, facing the infuriated Water Qilin, taunting, "Don't think you're the only one who can breathe water. We humans possess a natural mastery over water elements as well." Ding! System notification. Please note, the Water Qilin's hatred for you is increased by 1,000. Ding! System notification. Due to your provocation, the Water Qilin is about to use the skill Forbidden Sea Domain. Roar! The Water Qilin howled to the heavens, its body glowing with radiant blue light. A surging wave of water erupted beneath it, expanding outward, and in mere seconds, it had engulfed Jiang Han's ankles. Seeing this, Jiang Han's brow furrowed with concern. Although he had temporarily escaped danger, the question of how to defeat the Water Qilin remained unanswered. Gurgle. Just as Jiang Han felt the weight of impending doom, a peculiar chill coursed through his veins, an enigmatic energy flooding from his chest to his limbs. This is Jiang Han's spirit's sword. The evil power within me is finally about to erupt. Ding! System notification. Congratulations. You have reached level 50 and unlocked the potential of the Dark Swordsman in battle, acquiring the skill Dark Rebirth, S level. As the sole hidden class, the Dark Swordsman's potential is undeniable. At a crucial moment, It had once again manifested to aid Jiang Han in comprehending this new skill. IT must be powerful. Seizing the opportunity while the water Qilin had yet to unleash the sea domain, Jiang Han hurriedly opened his skill panel to examine its details. Dark Rebirth, S level. Negative effect. Level will decrease by 10 upon use cooldown time. 7 natural days, incredible. Jiang Han's eyes widened in astonishment. Dark Rebirth could be described as a skill that damages the enemy while inflicting significant self-harm, trading a level decrease of 10 for a 5-minute enhancement of all attributes by 50. For an ordinary player, one would need to carefully weigh whether it was worth the cost. Yet for him, this skill was akin to a divine blessing. After all, levels can be regained, but for him, having joined the Dark faction, his life was singular. Dying once was nearly tantamount to destroying his account. Dark Rebirth. Time was of the essence, and without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Han immediately activated his powers. Instantly, a surge of dark mist emanated from within him, as an overwhelming chill coursed through his chest and into his limbs, resulting in a dramatic increase in strength. The water Qilin seemed to sense the shift in energy from its adversary, its expression revealing a hint of astonishment. What a malevolent force! Who exactly are you? It spoke in a voice as innocent as a child's. Human speech? Jiang Han was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded. If you concede, I shall reveal my identity. In your dreams, the water Qilin retorted, shaking its head in refusal. With that, there was nothing left to discuss. Empowered by the dark reincarnation, Jiang Han's attributes surpassed those of the water Qilin. However, the duration of this enhancement was limited to 5 minutes, leaving no room for waste. Evil Trample. Jiang Han leaped into the air, and before the water Qilin could react, he landed a heavy blow upon its forehead. Momentarily suppressing it for 0.5 seconds, he then spread his legs and positioned himself atop the water Qilin's neck, unleashing a flurry of brutal strikes. 10807, 4481, 4975, 5555, 6589. The successive hits totaled over 30,000 in damage. And with the water Qilin's health barely exceeding 100,000, it had lost nearly a third of its vitality in one fell swoop. Evil Trample. The water Qilin exclaimed again, astonished that Jiang Han could wield the long-lost technique. Had it not been for the talent trial, it could easily discern Jiang Han's skills and character attributes. Yet within this realm, despite Jiang Han's formidable prowess, his level remained at a mere 1, surpassing the limits of detection. Not only can I perform Evil Trample, but I can also execute Breath of Water. Would you care to witness it? As he continued his assault, Jiang Han did not forget to taunt. You shall pay for this. It seemed Jiang Han had struck a nerve, for the water Qilin erupted in fury, its right hoof stomping down upon the water-covered ground, causing the surface within a 100-meter radius to rise and transform into a rectangular domain. Ding! System notification. The water Qilin has activated the skill Forbidden Ocean Domain. All enemy units within the domain will face increasingly powerful aquatic creature attacks. Duration, 3 minutes. Aquatic creatures? Jiang Han's heart raced as he struck down upon the water Qilin's head, striving to conclude the battle swiftly. Suddenly, a serpentine sea creature formed of water leaped forth from the surface, baring its fangs as it sank its teeth into Jiang Han's calf before vanishing. Ding! System notification. You have been attacked by a venomous sea serpent, losing 500 health points per second for 10 seconds. 10 seconds equated to 5,000, a toll Jiang Han could endure. However, before he could recover, a frog-shaped creature formed from water leaped up, its tongue striking Jiang Han's leg and inflicting 3,096 points of damage. Ignoring the pain, Jiang Han focused entirely on attacking the water Qilin, his gaze fixated on its health bar. 60, 40, come down. The water Qilin continued to leap in an attempt to shake him off, but Jiang Han clamped his legs tightly around its neck, refusing to relent. Brother, just die already. Jiang Han exerted all his strength in a punch, desperately attempting to distract the creature. It's not easy for me to acquire a decent talent. The dignity of the Qilin cannot be desecrated. You are a harbinger of good fortune. Why are you so combative? Jiang Han scolded. You should say, human, as the revered beast of auspice. I do not wish to bear animosity towards you. I shall allow you to pass this trial. That would be reasonable. Human, how can I not hold you accountable for treating a revered beast with such disrespect? Since reasonable communication failed to alleviate the dire situation, Jiang Han ceased his banter. In reality, his gentle words were merely a ruse to distract the water Qilin from utilizing other skills. Breath of water was one thing. But should it unleash another frost tide, the consequences would be dire. Jar, remain calm. Do not lose your composure when confronting the enemy. Take note that some skills are now off cooldown. Suddenly, a voice filled with authority echoed. Is there a native observing the talent trial? A chill ran down Jiang Han's spine as he contemplated the official's self-evolving worldview. Finding it somewhat peculiar, it was evident that NPCs acted of their own volition, which explained the presence of this watching elder in broad daylight. This individual was observing him subdue the water Qilin, surely not a benevolent figure, likely one who thrived on clandestine dealings. Jiang Han bellowed. Jar, let us not heed his words. Jar was presumably the name of the water Qilin, as the saying goes. To strike is to show affection. Thus, addressing the water Qilin in such a familiar manner seemed entirely appropriate. Regrettably, the water Qilin did not heed Jiang Han's advice, a chilling aura enveloping it, undoubtedly signaling the onset of frost tide. At this critical juncture, Jiang Han remained silent, waiting for the opportune moment to leap mightily. Landing upon the water Qilin's head. Ding! System notification. You have successfully utilized the skill Evil Trample, interrupting the water Qilin's frost tide and rendering it momentarily suppressed for 0.5 seconds. The interruption, with his plans thwarted. He had no choice but to rely on the interrupting effect of Evil Trample. In fact, aside from wishing to delay the water Qilin's frost tide, he was also waiting for the cooldown of Evil Trample to conclude. Sigh. A heavy sigh escaped. Seizing the opportunity while the ocean domain had yet to fully unfold, Jiang Han unleashed a relentless assault, all the while being intermittently attacked by the aquatic creatures. 10, as he beheld the water Qilin's health dwindling. Jiang Han unleashed another frenzied slaughter. Daiwu! Simultaneously, a small, aquamarine whale leaped from the surface, stirring up a great wave. Yet, just as it neared Jiang Han, it spontaneously dissipated, transforming into droplets that fell back into the water. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, you have met the conditions. The range for acquiring talents has increased to SA level. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, you have successfully defeated the water Qilin and received a reward of 10 free attribute points. As the water Qilin's phantom faded, the sound of 2 consecutive system notifications brought Jiang Han a sense of relief, prompting him to exhale lightly. You performed admirably, the voice remarked, tinged with a hint of wistfulness. But alas, you have chosen the wrong faction. Do you believe that joining the light faction equates to a heart aligned with righteousness? Jiang Han retorted. Light and darkness are not merely matters of rhetoric. Human hearts are intricate. Good and evil reside within a single thought, and righteousness and malevolence cannot be distinctly separated. The voice's owner seemed to lapse into silence, and after a brief pause, responded, with your strength. We shall inevitably meet again. Hopefully not as adversaries, Jiang Han nodded. Following this exchange, there was no further response, and he redirected his attention to the present. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, you have successfully passed all talent trials and entered the talent selection phase. Please choose a talent that suits you carefully. Entering the talent selection phase, Jiang Han furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Is there no SS-level talent trial? While he understood that even if there were another trial, his chances of victory would be slim, he could not easily concede without having attempted it first. However, the system offered no reply. Whoosh! In the next moment, Jiang Han's surroundings shifted, revealing a realm filled with various vibrant energy, orbs floating in the air. Ding! System notification. Please note, you have 60 minutes to choose your talent. Upon the expiration of time, you will return to the heavenly continent. These must be the talents? Jiang Han curiously reached out to touch a yellow energy orb. And instantly, the talent within materialized before him. Rock solid, passive. A level final defense increased by 20. A level talents are this formidable. Jiang Han gasped in astonishment. This was not just defense. It was final defense. A distinct calculation category within defense. Whoever obtained this talent would undoubtedly possess an impenetrable fortitude. However, this talent was not Jiang Han's objective. The best defense is a robust offense. A high personal defense merely protects oneself. It cannot prevent others from harming those around him. If teammates perish under a group attack, even the most resilient will eventually fall. In contrast, he favored extreme damage. Moreover, as a dark swordsman with a staggering attack growth of 6 stars, it would be an utter waste not to select a talent that enhances his offensive capabilities. Though an hour appeared ample, the multitude of energy orbs in this realm overwhelmed Jiang Han's senses, leaving him dizzy from the sheer array of options. Impenetrable, passive, a level final health increased by 30, water and fire immunity, passive, a level resistance to water and fire elements increased by 50. Tier, passive, a grade inflicts a fixed damage of 20 to enemy units every second, lasting for 10 seconds, with a maximum of 3 layers. A grade, all are a grade. Dare you give me an S grade? Jiang Han muttered angrily, glancing at the energy spheres, yet none of them presented a desirable talent. The selection pool for SA grade talents was almost entirely composed of grades that, if there were SD grade talents. Jiang Han could hardly fathom how miserable his luck would be. 10 minutes, 20 minutes. Time ticked away, and Jiang Han could not afford to slacken. The longer it dragged on, the more he realized that an hour was simply insufficient, almost instinctively disregarding any talent that was not S grade. Finally, after swiftly passing through nearly 30 minutes, his eyes brightened as he spotted a precious S grade talent. Undying, passive, S grade restores 0.2 health per second during combat, and 0.8 health per second after exiting combat. An extraordinarily outrageous talent. When combined with the power of death, the recovery potential was nothing short of monstrous, even in battle. It allowed for a restoration of 0.3 health per second. If he disengaged from combat, he could return to full health in just over 70 seconds. Furthermore, belonging to the Dark faction, with title bonuses, his health was already exaggerated, maximizing the effectiveness of Undying. Yet it was still not an attack-type talent. He decided to hold on to it. If no suitable talent emerged when the time was up, he would opt for Undying. Jiang Han made his resolution that he had to admit that the SS grade talent, Sword Heart, which Daniel spoke of, had set his expectations too high. Subsequently, holding the energy sphere containing the Undying talent, he continued to examine other talents, bypassing any that were not S grade. 40 minutes, 50 minutes. Got it. With only 10 minutes remaining, Jiang Han finally spotted an extremely powerful S grade talent, causing him to tremble with excitement. This is definitely the one. Berserk, passive, S grade defense reduced by 10. Final attack increased by 40. Though Berserk had negative effects, making 1S defenses more fragile, the enhancement to attack was unparalleled. This skill grew increasingly potent in the later stages. After all, in the early game, the independent multiplier for final attack did not yield significant effects, rendering it similar to a mere 40 attack increase. However, as future attack bonuses accumulated, the power of Berserk would skyrocket. Soon, the final 10 minutes elapsed. Ding! System prompt. Do you wish to select Berserk as your personal talent? Please note, once selected, the talent cannot grow, cannot be changed, and will accompany you for life. Yes, Jiang Han decisively abandoned Undying and chose Berserk. After spending a full hour selecting, he encountered only 2 talents of S grade, indicating their rarity. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations, you have acquired the exclusive talent Berserk. It's over. Jiang Han sighed with relief. He was quite satisfied with the effects of the Berserk talent. The only regret was not witnessing a more ferocious SS grade talent. However, just as he prepared to log off and address his lunch after returning to the game's initial position, another system notification arrived belatedly. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations, you are the second player in the entire server to acquire talent. Receiving the reward. Talent grade increased by 1, reputation 1000, free attribute points 5. The system notification felt quite abrupt, leaving him in a dazed state for 5 seconds. Although he had always found the system notifications melodious, at this moment, he found them unprecedentedly delightful. For words to describe it, as if from the heavens. Ding! System prompt. Your talent skill Berserk, S grade, has advanced to Domineering, SS grade. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations, you have acquired the SS grade talent skill. Luck 1. Jiang Han was overjoyed, astonished by the game's generosity towards the second player to acquire talent. He overlooked one detail. In reality, not all additional rewards within the game were exclusive to the first player. The second, third, and even up to the 10th player could receive certain rewards, albeit diminishing in value. Take the boss first kill as an example. After the initial bronze level kill, the players from the Dahan region who were the second to kill were also announced server-wide, and their system rewards were undoubtedly granted. Whoosh! The scene shifted, and Jiang Han returned to the cave where the corrupted Rat King had led him. The surrounding corrupted wild rats sensed Jiang Han's presence and immediately scurried away, not daring to linger. Indifferent to them, Jiang Han unhesitatingly opened his skill panel, discovering that Dark Rebirth had turned gray and was no longer usable. However, at the very top of all skills, the talent skill Domineering, passive, SS grade, gleamed brightly. Final attack increased by 50. The effects of the Domineering talent were straightforward and brutal. Compared to the S-grade Berserk, it had no defensive reduction and additionally increased the final attack by 1-0 to IT was hardly inferior to the Sword Heart talent of the native. Known as the Sword God, from the Light Faction.in fact, compared to Sword Heart, Domineering was even stronger. After all, in scenarios where significant defense breaking was not feasible, the final attack increase of 50 provided by Domineering was far more ferocious than the final damage increase of 80 offered by Sword Heart. Having reviewed the talent skills, Jiang Han fell into silence, only to erupt in laughter after about 10 seconds. System, I love you. Following the acquisition of his talent, Jiang Han chose not to examine the equipment dropped by the corrupted Rat King, opting instead to log off. Having already defeated nearly 200 corrupted wild rats and undergone the talent trial, it was now 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and he was ravenous. Removing his gaming helmet, Jiang Han ordered takeout on his phone, then entered the official forum to explore content related to the game. The effects of the talent skill were quite impressive. On the first pinned post of the forum homepage, Jiang Han saw specific details regarding the talent acquired by a player from the Merué region. Swift, passive, a grade final movement speed increased by 30. Evidently, the original B grade talent agility had been advanced to Swift with the system's rewards, significantly enhancing its effects. The player named God S Forbidden Zone, being a rogue by profession, found Swift to be a tremendous boon. Unfortunately, compared to my Domineering, it still fell short. Jiang Han couldn't help but chuckle. The effects of attack far surpassed those of movement speed. Unless the opponent's speed was so swift that he couldn't even make contact. But was that likely? After all, he also had 5-star speed growth, not inferior to that of a rogue. Even if in the future, this individual truly became extraordinarily fast with the aid of other skills, he too had not neglected his growth. After all, rogues were inherently fragile, and perhaps he could forcefully eliminate them with area attacks. Before long, the delivery person arrived, and Jiang Han quickly finished his lunch, promptly donning his gaming helmet once more that he hadn't yet examined the equipment dropped by the corrupted Rat King. Nor had he tested the effects of Domineering. He was already quite eager. Whoosh! Reappearing in the cave, Jiang Han opened his inventory, focusing on the 3 pieces of equipment lying quietly within. Black crystal leggings, silver grade, defense, 20 to 25 health, 1000 effect, defense 8 required level, 22 Rat King sword, silver grade, attack, 60 to 80 effect, attack 10 additional effect, attack speed 10 required level, 25 black crystal helmet, silver grade, defense, 18 to 22 health, 800 effect, health 8, required level, 22. The Rat King was quite generous, dropping 3 pieces of silver grade equipment along with 50 silver coins. Unfortunately, the Rat King sword required level 25 to equip. Jiang Han gazed at the chillingly lustrous Rat King sword with a hint of regret. The Rat King's level had already surpassed his detection range, making it reasonable for the dropped equipment to require a higher level. Jiang Han glanced at his experience bar, which had reached 19 level 73. Not far from level 20, he immediately set out to confront the corrupted wild rats. Though he had undergone a talent trial in the meantime, his task was not yet complete. He still needed to linger in this area. However, with the enhancement of domineering, his monster-slaying speed was beyond imagination. Evil Stomp. As the corrupted wild rats fled at the sight of him, Jiang Han typically initiated with Evil Stomp. -11487, a damage exceeding 10,000 erupted, instantly reducing the health of the corrupted wild mouse by nearly a third. Subsequently, with a frenzied slash, the corrupted wild mouse was left with but a sliver of health. A final strike easily dispatched it. With an attack nearing 750, it was indeed formidable. Jiang Han's face lit up with joy, relishing the experience of leveling up as a true delight. It could be said that such damage was entirely beyond the capability of a player, yet to reach level 20. While engrossed in leveling, Jiang Han suddenly noticed an unconfirmed system announcement. Ding, the system prompted. Would you like to share your glorious achievements with all adventurers arriving in the Tianhe continent? Yes, Jiang Han unhesitatingly confirmed. His reputation was already quite illustrious. Countless players in the game likely sought to eliminate him for rewards. Thus, there was no need for any reservations. Ding, the system announced. Congratulations to the player Jiang Han Shui from the Eastern District for obtaining the S-rank Talent Frenzy. As the second adventurer to acquire this talent, you receive additional rewards. Talent grade increased by 1, reputation increased by 1,000, and 5 free attribute points. Ding, the system reiterated. Congratulations to the player Jiang Han Shui from the Eastern District for obtaining the S-rank Talent Frenzy. As the second adventurer to acquire this talent, you receive additional rewards. Talent grade increased by 1, reputation increased by 1,000, and 5 free attribute points. The entire announcement reverberated across the server 3 times. The ensuing commotion was, in fact, greater than that which followed the first player to gain a talent. After all, it was evident to any rational being the vast disparity between S-rank and B-rank talents. Beep beep. Long Tong Tian Xia messaged. Congratulations. Thank you, Jiang Han replied courteously. Had it not been for the previous encounter, he might have suspected this person to be an insider arranged by the game developers. Long Tong Wanli sent back a surprised emoji, as if he were wiping his nose and then retracting it. Just luck. Don't be so modest. If there exists any special method to procure higher-level talents during the talent trial, do let me know. I assure you, the price will be fair. Jiang Han pondered for a moment before responding. There are no special methods. The only thing one can rely on is the growth star rating of skills and professions. He did not conceal this information, that IT was not a secret known solely to him and would eventually become widely recognized. Yet, even with knowledge of the method, acquiring an SS-level skill was virtually impossible. Firstly, obtaining sufficiently powerful skills to enhance the probability of acquiring talent levels through passive attribute bonuses poses a tremendous challenge for novices. Secondly, even if players do not level up but gather numerous skill books, they must possess a hidden profession's growth star rating, which is serendipitous at best. Thirdly, even if affluent players manage to achieve these 2 conditions, they would still require an immense amount of time to collect them, alongside an unfathomable expenditure of money. The rewards for the early achievers of talent grade increases had already been claimed, making S-rank the highest attainable. Beep beep. Soon, a system notification indicated an increase of 100,000 yuan in his bank account. Jiang Han stared at the message in disbelief for a moment, exclaiming internally, "What incredible wealth! Thank you, I was already aware of enhancing overall strength through passive skills. However, I had not noticed the significance of the growth star rating. It appears yours must be exceptionally high." Long Tong Tian Xia messaged. "Not particularly high," Jiang Han humbly replied, "just all 4 stars. Claiming all 5 stars would seem rather boastful, let alone 6 stars for attack." He considered himself to be quite low-key. Ding. Long Tong Wanli issued an announcement. "Greetings to all eternal players. I, Long Tong Wanli, am willing to pay handsomely for a hidden profession that I am prepared to transfer the related class change tasks to my friends. Starting at 7 figures, while the unique hidden profession begins at 8 figures. I am open to negotiation." What? Jiang Han was left dumbfounded. System announcements indeed reach all players across the nation. However, each announcement costs 10 gold coins. And with the recharge system currently unavailable, a single gold coin had skyrocketed to a price of tens of thousands. Long Tongue Wan Li's proclamation would easily amount to several 100,000. Did I really just say just all 4 stars? Was that necessary? At that moment, Long Tong Wanli was collecting tasks in a place called Baihe Town. Upon receiving Jiang Han's message, he felt his mouth twitch. It seems the gross star rating of the unique hidden profession is indeed astonishing. Just all 4 stars, and he still has the audacity to say that. Brother, do you even understand the gross star rating of unique hidden professions? Next to Long Tong Wanli stood a brawny man. His name reading Long Zheng Hudo. Long Tong Wanli, who was extravagantly spending, had indeed seen the system announcement, leading to his inquiry. It is worth noting that hidden professions, and even rarer unique hidden professions, are exceedingly scarce within the game, and those players often keep their gross star ratings concealed, with only a few hidden professions occasionally coming to light. As for unique hidden professions, no information has surfaced to date. Jiang Han himself claimed all 4 stars. Long Tong Wanli did not conceal this from his brother. Hiss! Long Zheng Hudo gasped in astonishment, finding it hard to believe. All 4 stars? The gross star rating is crucial. During future second and third advancements, star ratings will surely change, creating an even greater disparity. Long Tong Wanli declared solemnly, to be 1 step ahead is to be ahead in every step. For now, I shall refrain from leveling up and must first acquire a hidden profession, preferably the unique one. All right, I will have my guild brothers assist you in gathering intelligence. Ding, the system prompted. Your task to eliminate the wild mice has been completed. You may now collect your reward from your mentor. Exiting the cave, Jiang Han diligently hunted for over an hour, finally defeating 500 corrupted wild mice. If the mice had attacked en masse, his efficiency would have increased tenfold. But having previously experienced the advantages of evil aura, he did not begrudge the disadvantages it brought. Meanwhile, his level had reached 20, equipping the Huangyan armor and black iron bracers, significantly boosting his defense. Returning to the Dark City, Jiang Han sought out Daniel within the Lord's Manor, stating, Mentor, I have successfully completed the task and also eliminated the source of the corrupted wild mice. Daniel, who had been concocting potions in the hall, turned around, taken aback upon seeing Jiang Han. Your attack. Daniel could see Jiang Han's character panel. When he left, Jiang Han's attack was merely over 200. Now, after just a few levels, it had soared to 750, which was indeed remarkable. I had some fortunate opportunities. Jiang Han chose not to disclose the reasons. While Daniel had vowed to the god of Oz to nurture him well, it was prudent to remain low-key nonetheless. Daniel pondered for a moment, smiling as he said, It seems you have acquired quite an impressive talent. Since you are unwilling to share, I shall not pry further. Tell me, what equipment do you desire? What do I desire? Hearing Daniel's words, Jiang Han was somewhat taken aback. I can actually choose for myself. The prospect of actively selecting a task reward was indeed unexpected, of course. Daniel laughed heartily. As I mentioned, I will utilize the resources of the Dark City to cultivate you. Would I deceive you? Thank you, Mentor. Jiang Han felt warmth in his heart. Glancing at his equipment, he produced the Mouse King's sword and said, Mentor, I have obtained a rather decent weapon, but it requires a higher level. Is there any way to lower the equipment's level requirement? The Mouse King's sword demanded level 25, meaning he would still have to wield the Wild Bull sword obtained from his first kill in the Novice Village until then, which felt somewhat underwhelming. However, he understood that one should not force matters and merely inquired out of curiosity. If it were not possible, he could opt for Daniel to reward him with a suitable weapon. Daniel examined the Mouse King's sword and nodded. This equipment is still quite good for you at present. After speaking, he returned the weapon to Jiang Han. Ding! The system prompted. Congratulations on completing the task to eliminate the wild mice. You have received the following rewards. Experience 150,000. C rank item Blessing Orb. Swish! Golden light erupted as Jiang Han's level reached 21. A Blessing Orb? Jiang Han opened his inventory and immediately spotted a green orb labeled Blessing Orb C rank. Elated, he exclaimed, Thank you, Mentor. Give it a try. Daniel encouraged, patting Jiang Han's shoulder. Without hesitation, Jiang Han used the Blessing Orb. Ding! System prompt. Please select the equipment for which you wish to lower the wearing level. Mouse King's Sword. Ding! System prompt. The wearing level of the Mouse King's Sword has been reduced by 10 levels. When the Blessing Orb dissipated, Jiang Han checked the equipment attributes again and found that the required level for the Mouse King sword had indeed changed to level 15, making it equipable at last. With this in mind, Jiang Han decisively took out the Heavenly Blessing Pearl and inquired, "Minter, I decided to use the Heavenly Blessing Pearl to enhance the level of the Mouse King sword. Do you think this is appropriate?" The Heavenly Blessing Pearl can unconditionally elevate equipment to the golden tier, and the advantages of using it early are undeniable. "Where did you obtain the Heavenly Blessing Pearl?" Daniel asked, his expression one of astonishment. "This item is worth significantly more than the Blessing Orb." "Just luck," Jiang Han replied with an awkward smile. He was at a loss for how to explain it. Should he say it was a gift from a system? That would hardly be fitting. "Well, I think it's quite good." Daniel did not press further, but instead responded to Jiang Han's inquiry. "The Heavenly Blessing Pearls come in various qualities, and the one you possess is of relatively lower quality. Using it to enhance the Mouse King sword is certainly not a loss." "All right, then I'll use it." Jiang Han nodded, filled with anticipation as he activated the Heavenly Blessing Pearl. Ding! System prompt. Please select the equipment for which you wish to improve its grade. Mouse King sword, swish! Instantly, the Heavenly Blessing Pearl in Jiang Han's left hand radiated a dazzling azure light. The IT transformed into a wisp of energy, akin to smoke or mist, which slowly flowed into the Mouse King sword held in his right hand. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The Mouse King sword emitted a faint tremor, its sharpness becoming apparent as the silver hilt turned to gold, with intricate and esoteric patterns appearing and disappearing along the sword's blade. The entire process lasted for 2 minutes. After the Heavenly Blessing Pearl completely vanished, the Mouse King sword had finally completed its advancement. Jiang Han could feel a surge of robust power flowing into his right arm simply by holding it, significantly enhancing his strength. Ding! System prompt. Your weapon, the Mouse King sword, has advanced to the Cold Cloud sword under the effect of the Heavenly Blessing Pearl. Cold Cloud sword, golden tier. Attack 150 to 180 effect. Attack 15. Attack speed 20 additional effect. Life steal 5 required level. 20 holding the Cold Cloud sword. Jiang Han waved it through the air a few times, his heart racing. Indeed, golden is a tier above silver. The attack limit of the Mouse King sword was merely 80 points, whereas the Cold Cloud sword soared to 180, more than doubling the previous value. It is worth noting that the weapon's attack is the base attack, which, when combined with percentage boosts and the formidable enhancement from talents, is far from simply 180 points. However, just as he was preparing to check the equipment's subsequent attributes, another system notification rang out abruptly. Ding! System prompt. Your strength has entered an entirely new realm, reaching the level of a Silver Tier boss, and your title has changed. Silver Tier boss level. Jiang Han gazed at the system prompt, feeling both surprised and intrigued. Ding! System prompt. Your title Fallen One has advanced to Dark Master, and attributes have changed. Opening the character panel once more, Jiang Han observed the various values, feeling rejuvenated, as if he had been reborn. With his strength dramatically increased. Dark Master, Jiang Han Shui, Silver Tier boss, level 21 life, 26,250 attack, 1,157 to 1,220 defense, 164 to 174 reputation, 18,000 luck. This attack value makes me doubt I could even defeat myself. Jiang Han mused in amazement. Point 1 can only say that the overwhelming nature of the enhancements is indeed formidable. The final attack increase of 50, combined with the earlier formidable killing techniques, 200 points of attack, along with the golden equipment Cold Cloud sword, has thoroughly disrupted the balance of offense and defense. Of course, this is also related to his decision to allocate all system-awarded free attribute points into attack. Subsequently, Jiang Han glanced at his newly acquired title, Dark Master, and couldn't help but smile. Indeed, the protection of the demon god can rival the benefits of infinite resurrection. Dark Master. Final life value increased by 150. In the early stages, the power of the demon god's protection had not yet revealed its full strength. As the values expanded to a certain degree, it would only grow more formidable. Meanwhile, Daniel, who was observing Jiang Han's attribute panel, wore an unusual expression. Kid, it seems the talent skill you've acquired is quite impressive. All thanks to your excellent guidance. Jiang Han flattered. Daniel nodded in agreement. That is indeed the case. Jiang Han. Currently, your attack is quite powerful, but your defense is rather weak. Daniel continued before Jiang Han could retort. Your armor is still inadequate, and you need to assist the Dark City with more tasks. What should I do next? Jiang Han knew that Daniel was about to issue a task. Recently, there have been reports of sneaky adventurers near Dark City that I am unsure of their intentions, but since they belong to the Light faction, they should not be allowed to return easily. Daniel said solemnly, Go and eliminate them to contribute to the Dark City. Ding, system prompt. Do you accept the task to eliminate adventurers? Difficulty B. Yes, Jiang Han agreed. He had originally thought Daniel would send him to deal with other wild monsters, but was pleasantly surprised it was players instead. Killing players is advantageous. The experience comes quickly, although it is somewhat dangerous. The Light faction's bounty will likely not be lifted, and he will have to face it sooner or later. Soon, the system notified him that it had accepted the task. Eliminate adventurers. Difficulty. Hey, Mentor, could you provide me with some potions? Jiang Han asked. Potions can save lives, and he had already used most of the healing potions given by Daniel, leaving him with very few. He needed to find a way to acquire more. Previously, I could give you potions as part of task reward, but now that you want potions, you will still need to trade for them. Daniel shook his head. However, as your mentor, I can sell you some at a 30% discount. Thank you, Mentor. As Jiang Han expressed his gratitude, a panel displaying healing potions appeared before him. So expensive. Jiang Han was taken aback. Even with the 30% discount, the life potion still required 70 silver coins. While its original price was a staggering 1 gold coin, this is not selling potions. It's outright highway robbery. Opening his inventory, Jiang Han saw that he had managed to save just over 5 gold coins to date. And he reluctantly said, 5 life potions and 4 healing potions. Different types of potions do not stack in effect. Thus, he preferred the life potion, even though it was twice as expensive. However, its recovery effect was also twice as strong. So there was no loss in that choice. Having accepted the task and purchased the potions, Jiang Han left the Lord's mansion, preparing to search for traces of players near Dark City, while Daniel immersed himself in researching potions. Stepping out of the city gates, he wandered about, waiting for players to reveal their positions. Suddenly, he felt a shadow enveloping him, while the distant sun shone brightly. Something seemed to block the sunlight above him. Looking up, Jiang Han's pupils constricted as he saw a silver dragon soaring just above him. Roar! The deafening roar of the dragon echoed across the plains, causing the skeleton minions within Dark City to prostrate themselves beneath the immense pressure of the dragon's might. The silver dragon was majestic, its enormous body obscuring the sun, yet its speed was akin to an arrow, vanishing almost instantaneously as Jiang Han noticed it, seemingly disinterested in the insignificant insects below. Above the dragon's head, a slender, silver-haired man frowned slightly. My lord. What is it? The silver dragon noticed the man's change in expression and inquired. The silver-haired man shook his head. It's nothing. I just sensed an extremely malevolent aura fleeting by. However, those powerful demon gods should not appear in this vicinity. Perhaps it was just a misperception. Should we go back and check? The task is paramount, the silver-haired man replied, shaking his head. Even if it were a demon god, I could defeat them, but I could not prevent them from escaping. There is no need to waste time. Understood. After a long while, Jiang Han finally snapped back to reality, smacking his lips. If only I could ride that dragon. It would be incredibly impressive. What hot-blooded youth would not yearn to become a magnificent dragon knight? Moreover, in nearly all games, dragons serve as the epitome of elite mounts, with players only gaining the opportunity to ride them in the latter stages of the game. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps reached Jiang Han's ears. As he turned his gaze, he noticed a rogue player stealthily trailing him. The expert in clandestine pursuits, apprentice rogue, thought, "Oh no, I'm too close. I've been discovered." The player seemed to be using a communication feature, his expression shifting dramatically. Then he realized something and exclaimed, "My heavens, he is transformed into a silver-tier boss." The expert in clandestine pursuits was bewildered. Aren't players supposed to embody the role of adventurers? How could one become a boss? Observing the astonished player, Jiang Han felt a sense of clarity, understanding that the rogue was utterly perplexed by his boss identity. And he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. What kind of dialogue should I choose? Jiang Han pondered, a mischievous thought emerging, and decided to employ a special opening line. Foolish adventurers, what purpose do you serve by trailing me? The expert in clandestine pursuits retorted, Foolish adventurers, aren't we all players? Must we be so estranged? Or could it be that this Jiang Han Shui is actually an NPC, not a player, merely sharing a name that resembles a player-s? No, that doesn't make sense. An NPC wouldn't receive a first kill reward. Furthermore, the video of him slaughtering thousands of players in the novice village had gone viral on the official website. How could he possibly be an NPC? Jiang Han Shui, what are you pretending for? The expert in clandestine pursuits grimaced, thinking, the reward for killing you would tempt any player. You don't seriously believe that in this game, we adhere to some code of chivalry. Do you? Then come at me. If you take a single step away from here, I shall be your father. Jiang Han, unfazed, raised his sword and effortlessly dispatched the rogue. -11998. The damage soared past 10,000. And the suddenness of the lethal strike left the rogue in shock as he met his untimely demise. With a flash, the expert in clandestine pursuits returned to the resurrection point, dazed and muttered. This is still the early game. How can someone deal over 10,000 damage? He opened the system panel to check and found a conclusion so incredible he could hardly believe it. Ding! System notification. You have been hit by the normal attack of the silver tier boss, Dark Control Jiang Han Shui, losing 11,998 health points. Ding! System notification. You have died and will respawn at the nearest resurrection point in 10 seconds. A normal attack? That was merely a normal attack? The expert in clandestine pursuits stood agape, rubbing his eyes fiercely to confirm he wasn't mistaken. He had assumed that strike would at least be a powerful skill. Beep! Soon, messages flooded the group. Send me the coordinates of the opponent. Sure. The expert in clandestine pursuits complied, but hesitated to add, everyone be extremely cautious. Jiang Han Shui's attack might exceed 1,000. Due to the vast level disparity, the attributes of the opponent were shrouded in mystery. Thus, he could only speculate the opponent's power based on the damage dealt. Over 1,000? Impossible? The highest attack in our guild is merely 176 points. Even if Jiang Han Shui wields a divine artifact, he shouldn't be able to deal over 1,000 damage at this level, right? Word had leaked, and many guilds were organizing their members. Forget the fact that he had become a silver tier boss. Even as a gold tier, he would be swiftly eliminated. After dispatching his foe, Jiang Han decisively turned to leave. Why wait around for the others to come looking for trouble? That would be rather foolish. Even though he was confident in facing thousands alone, he wouldn't be arrogant enough to confront them head-on with his current strength. After all, unlike the novice village days, his bounty was now substantial. Once it became known that he was waiting in a certain location, countless players would swarm, eager to empty their coffers just to kill him for the chance to unlock a unique hidden class. It is worth noting that the fervor surrounding this endeavor was unfathomable. Advertisements flooded the streets, and for reasons unknown, even the state was promoting it as a global phenomenon with simultaneous server launches. The estimated player count was in the billions, and interest continued to surge. With so many players, it was hard to believe that no fortunate soul had managed to seize an opportunity, although he didn't think all natives were as foolish as Brandy. Willing to hand over forbidden spell scrolls to adventurers, the risk was ever present that if such items were to appear and he chose to confront them directly, it would surely mean his demise. Minutes later, a cloud of dust rose in the distance as countless players surged forth, forming a formidable mass. The number of arrivals was indeed substantial. From a concealed position in the grass, Jiang Han observed the approaching horde, narrowing his eyes and tightening his grip on the cold cloud sword. Truth be told, as long as he remained moderate, defeating a group of adventurers who hadn't even passed the talent trial would be akin to scaling a mountain. Where is he? Upon reaching the spot where Jiang Han Shui had originally stood, a player named Blade Storm wore a grim expression. He must have fled. The expert in clandestine pursuits, who had died once, stepped forward and said, "He killed me just a few moments ago. Split up and search," Blade Storm commanded solemnly. The growth potential of the unique hidden class in eternity is unimaginable. We must capture Jiang Han Shui at all costs. Understood. Quickly, all players in the guild dispersed, searching for Jiang Han Shui's whereabouts near the Dark City. Over here, just a few minutes later, a player reported, I and several brothers were killed by him. The coordinates are, brothers, follow me. Blade Storm raised his arm high, and hundreds of comrades followed. However, upon arriving at the target location, they found nothing that he was here just now. The coordinates were just reached. The group received another message, stating his attacks were so high that each strike dealt over 10,000 damage. Blade Storm's forehead throbbed with veins as he instantly grasped the opponent's strategy. Damn it, he is playing hide and seek with me. Considering the massive number of players, the design of the Eternity map was exceptionally broad. Even the area near the Dark City could accommodate tens of thousands of players. Yet, despite the game having launched for 4 or 5 days, the vast majority of players remained in the Novice Village, making it utterly impractical to organize tens of thousands to besiege a single player. Brothers, he has changed locations again. The coordinates are... What the hell? How could players in the early game deal over 10,000 damage? Monsters only have a few thousand health. It would take 2 hits to kill them. Report, this guy must be using hacks. Messages about Jiang Han Shui's whereabouts continue to flood the group. Blade Storm's face grew ashen, grinding his teeth. How insidious. Brothers, let us disperse. This time, we've bitten off more than we can chew. To deal with Jiang Han Shui, he had specifically spent a fortune on special items, confident that he could trap the opponent for up to 10 minutes while drastically reducing their attributes. Yet, the opponent was elusive, preying on the isolated, and before his items could be utilized, the guild brothers had suffered significant losses. The cost was too great, and there was no guarantee of capturing Jiang Han Shui. He dared not act recklessly. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, you have reached level 22. After slaying an archer player, Jiang Han leveled up amidst a shower of golden light. Killing players is indeed the fastest way to level up. Jiang Han opened the quest panel and discovered he had long surpassed the requirement of defeating 500 adventurers. However, at that moment, the opposing leader seemed to have caught on, commanding his brothers to retreat to the city, forcing him to abandon the chase. Ding! System notification. Please be advised, due to the deaths of hundreds of adventurers near the Dark City, the higher-ups of the Light faction have taken notice and decided to initiate their plan a week early to reclaim their city of Radiance. Ding! System notification. Please be advised, due to the deaths of hundreds of adventurers near the Dark City, the higher-ups of the Light faction have taken notice and decided to initiate their plan a week early to reclaim their city of Radiance. Important system announcements were broadcasted 3 times in succession. Hiss! Jiang Han couldn't help but gasp in shock. Are they planning a siege war? A siege war. This was undoubtedly the first large-scale event in the game. While Jiang Han had expected such a day would eventually come, he never imagined a siege would commence so suddenly, without allowing him sufficient time for growth. Ding! System notification. You have received the main quest to guard the Dark City. Difficulty: Assess. Ding! System notification. Please be advised. The Light faction will organize personnel to attack the Dark City in 1 week. Ding! System notification. Please be aware, you will serve as the boss of the third wave defending the city against the siege army of the Light faction. If you are not present, you will lose 10 levels and permanently reduce all attributes by 1,000. However, before he could fully process the information just revealed, a series of 3 system alerts chimed in his ears. Jiang Han, a siege battle is one thing, but I must also partake in it as one of the defending bosses? This situation is dire. Jiang Han's expression was graver than ever. Typically, large-scale events would culminate in a victory for the Light faction, and at present, he lacked the strength to turn the tide. Moreover, the Dark City was a primary city, and the Light faction would likely dispatch exceptionally powerful NPCs. Without hesitation, he turned back to the Dark City, hastily entering the Lord's residence to consult his mentor about how he would handle the situation. I have a general understanding of the matter, Daniel said with a somber expression, gripping his bone-white staff. I never expected the order of the Tianheng continent to include you as well. Jiang Han was taken aback, left momentarily speechless. He had intended to inquire whether Daniel had a means to withstand the impending attack from the Light faction in a week, only to have Daniel deliver a statement that nearly left him in a daze. The order of the Tianheng continent has indeed encompassed you. Goodness, is this something an NPC in the game ought to say? This was outright revealing the rules of the game. Gazing at Daniel's unabashed concern, Jiang Han felt disoriented, as if he were not merely in a game, but rather a vibrant alternate world. "Fear not, my disciple," Daniel reassured, patting Jiang Han's shoulder. The critical moment. "I will intervene to rescue you. Once you are freed from the constraints of the rules, I will immediately use the teleportation array to send you away." "But what about you?" Jiang Han asked, feeling a warmth in his chest. Truth be told, he had never anticipated such treatment from Daniel. After all, their relationship as mentor and disciple was born from mutual compromise. Logically, Daniel should be eager for his unworthy disciple to meet an untimely end. Daniel shook his head, stating earnestly, "I am a necromancer, unafraid of death, and my mission is already complete. Death would rather be a release." "Mission?" Jiang Han queried, puzzled. It sounded as if this pertained to Daniel's own storyline. "In the future, you will undoubtedly comprehend," Daniel replied calmly. "You need not worry about my life or death, despite harboring numerous doubts." Jiang Han chose to keep them to himself. If Daniel was unwilling to divulge, further questioning might only lead to irritation. "Let us discuss the events of a week hence when the time comes." Daniel exhaled a sigh of exasperation, revealing that he noticed Jiang Han had completed the task he had assigned. "What reward do you desire?" "I would like a suitable pair of boots," Jiang Han replied. In truth, what he desired more was a life-preserving item capable of resisting forbidden spell scrolls. However, if Daniel possessed such an artifact, the earlier threats would have seemed utterly meaningless. Furthermore, precious life-saving items were hardly attainable from a B-rank difficulty quest. Ding! System notification. Congratulations on completing the task to clear the adventurers. You have received the reward. Experience 200,000 silver grade equipment. Swift foot boots, silver grade. Defense, 15 to 18 health. 800 effect. Increases movement speed by 8 required level. 22. Another piece of silver grade equipment. The level was just right, and Jiang Han promptly donned them, also equipping the black crystal helmet and black crystal leggings obtained from defeating the mutated Rat King, significantly boosting his defense and health. Dark Control, Jiang Han Shui, silver grade boss, level 22 health, 36,720 attack, 1,170 to 1,233 defense, 232 to 252 reputation, 18,000 luck. 1 while his attack may not be comparable. The equipment he wore was predominantly silver, with even the lowest tier item being black iron, complemented by an impressive 5-star defense growth, ensuring top-tier tankiness. Ordinary players would find it nearly impossible to breach his defenses. "Mentor, is there anything else you require of me?" Jiang Han sought to take the initiative in acquiring tasks. "Well," Daniel pondered for a moment before responding, "you are a dark swordsman with exceptional talent. Perhaps if you elevate your strength sufficiently, you will naturally comprehend some powerful skills. However, as the saying goes, more skills do not weigh one down. Basic skills must still be learned." As he spoke, he produced a letter and handed it to Jiang Han. "Here is a recommendation letter for you. Go to the Ghost Marsh and seek out a necromancer swordsman. I believe he will impart some formidable techniques to you." His profession as a necromancer meant that the skills he possessed, being melee in nature, could not be learned by a dark swordsman, necessitating Jiang Han's search for a more suitable instructor. "Thank you, mentor." Jiang Han accepted the letter. Ding! System notification. You have received the task. Necromancer Swordsman. Necromancer Swordsman, difficulty C. Where's the Ghost Marsh? Jiang Han inquired. There were no hints regarding map locations within the game. Players had to explore independently. Even upon joining the Dark Faction, the process remained the same. Daniel replied, "Keep heading north, and you shall arrive at the Ghost Marsh." "All right, thank you, mentor." After accepting the task, Jiang Han logged off to have a simple dinner before returning online to continue his battles. Departing from the Dark City, he set off directly to the north. After approximately 20 minutes, he reached the edge of the wilderness, where he was met with a desolate forest shrouded in mist. The forest was lifeless, with sparse foliage on the branches, the ground uneven, and many deep pits filled with a viscous green liquid bubbling ominously, seemingly possessing corrosive properties. Ding! System notification. You have entered the map. Ghost Marsh. Cautiously advancing, Jiang Han observed numerous skeletons congregating in clusters within the ruined forest. Unlike the skeleton soldiers of the Dark City, these skeletons moved oddly, emitting harsh, grating sounds, adorned with decaying, gelatinous flesh hanging from their bodies. The stench overpowering and nauseating. Rotten bones, common monster, level. Health, 80,000 attack, 250 to 260 defense. Skill, frenzied bite. The inability to ascertain their level and defense indicated they were at least level 28 monsters. Nevertheless, Jiang Han could still discern the majority of their attributes, likely due to the comparable strength between them. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Upon noticing the unexpected guest, they seemed to find a target amid their aimless wandering and immediately entered a combat stance, launching an assault on Jiang Han. Jiang Han's expression remained calm as he confirmed there were only 5 wild monsters. Drawing his cold cloud sword, he charged forward with great strides, activating Evil Stomp to heavily crush the foremost rotten bone. Unleashing a flurry of frenzied slashes. -17, 586, -8, 175, -8, 866, -9, 675, -11, 233. Over 50,000 points of damage erupted, and the health bar of the rotten bone plummeted by more than half. Simultaneously, the rotten bones retaliated, snapping their jaws at Jiang Han. -214, -122, -178. Regrettably, with Jiang Han's defense ceiling reaching 252, the rotten bones posed little threat. In a matter of moments, he dispatched several rotten bones, earning a substantial 6,000 experience and 3 silver coins. Although their strength was low, the experience they provided was quite commendable. Jiang Han glanced at his slightly increased experience bar, feeling quite satisfied and could present. He required 280,000 experience to level up, meaning he would need to slay fewer than 300 rotten bones to achieve this. Given his current attack exceeding 1,000, it was likely he could level up in less than 2 hours. Once he left the novice village, the difficulty of leveling up typically increased exponentially. However, under the exaggerated growth rate, the time required for him to level up was shorter than that experienced in the novice village. Subsequently, Jiang Han delved deeper into the ghost marsh, taking down any rotten bones that crossed his path. Half an hour passed. Swish, golden light erupted. Level 23. Originally, the task had rewarded him with 200,000 experience, and since his experience bar was over half full, this level up occurred particularly swiftly. Where exactly was the necromancer swordsman? Jiang Han cast a glance around, his brow slightly furrowed. The ghostly marshland enveloped in mist made discerning direction a formidable challenge. Despite marking his path diligently, the vastness of the map rendered locating the undead swordsman a daunting task. Wait! Suddenly, realization struck Jiang Han as he glanced at the mission panel once more, awakening from his reverie. I was mistaken. The mission had indeed provided a hint that the undead swordsman possessed self-awareness. With this thought, he inhaled deeply and shouted, "Undead swordsman, I am Daniel's envoy sent to find you." "Looking for me?" A voice abruptly resonated from behind Jiang Han. Startled, he swiftly turned around to find a pallid, gaunt man seated quietly on a stone not far away. Clad in a gray robe, he toyed with a sharp sword, not lifting his gaze. "When did he arrive there? What did Daniel want you to find me for?" The man slowly raised his head, his vacant eyes locking onto Jiang Han. Jiang Han retrieved a letter from his pack. "The reason for seeking you is inscribed within this letter." Swish! The slender man rose from the stone and, in the next moment, appeared directly before Jiang Han, seizing the letter and unfolding it for inspection. Impressive speed. Jiang Han silently marveled. This does not seem to be the speed one would expect from a dark gold tier boss. Could he truly be resurrected by Daniel? I see. After a brief moment, he lifted his head, scrutinizing Jiang Han. "I sensed an aura of sinister peculiarity about you." "Ha! It seems the dark swordsmen have returned to a tumultuous world. Alongside the emergence of many heroic figures from the Light faction, numerous malevolent beings have also resurfaced." Jiang Han found himself at a loss for words. "Daniel wishes for me to teach you certain techniques of the undead swordsman." He tucked away the letter and spoke calmly. "However, the rules of this realm bind me. In order to learn, you must first complete a task I assign." "The rules of this realm bind you?" Jiang Han could not help but voice his inner curiosity. "How do you perceive the rules of this realm?" It seemed these indigenous beings possessed an extraordinary understanding, cognizant of what was referred to as the process. It was rather astonishing for NPCs, was it not? Could it be that the eternal officials feared NPCs might engage in unpredictable behaviors, leading to the game's downfall? Or perhaps their knowledge of the rules was a special setting? Rules are rules. Since they exist, one must abide by them. The man's lips curled into a meaningful smile, his dim eyes unwavering as he gazed at Jiang Han. Even the 10 great demon gods cannot break them. Let alone you pursue the breaking of these rules? Jiang Han continued to inquire. The man shook his head. I fear that before breaking them, the rules will obliterate me. Some matters are still too premature for you. Once you grow into a true dark swordsman capable of making the world tremble, then you may seek your answers. For now, go and slay some rotting bones to prove your worthiness for me to teach you the art of killing. Ding! System prompt. Do you accept the task of proving your qualifications? Yes. Naturally, Jiang Han would not refuse. Qualification proof. Difficulty. B. Task requirement. Slay 1,000 rotting bones. 1,000. Jiang Han gazed at the task requirement in astonishment. Your attacks are relatively decent, yet your overall strength is lacking. You still need to hone your ski. The shrill sound of a mobile ringtone jolted Jiang Han awake from his slumber. With a weary expression, he reached for his phone resting by his pillow and answered. Hello? Buddy, it's noon already. Still asleep? Came Wang Kai's voice from the other end of the line that I stayed up late. What's the matter? Jiang Han inquired. Are you aware of the large-scale event that the system announced yesterday? Yes. Jiang Han rubbed his slightly swollen head, a wry smile creeping onto his lips. The siege battle. Right? I can't possibly not know, being one of the city defending bosses. Are you going to join the fun? Wang Kai asked, noting that the rewards for this siege event were quite generous, with the top few receiving gold-level equipment and even ultra-rare items. Rewards for the event? Jiang Han perked up immediately. Where did you see that? If his memory served him correctly, the system had not disclosed any information regarding the rewards. IT hasn't been announced. Wang Kai lowered his voice. I heard about it through special channels. Are you sure it's okay to tell me? Jiang Han expressed his skepticism. Last time during the talent trial, if it weren't for Wang Kai's tip, he wouldn't have pursued Daniel for details, and thus wouldn't have had the fortune to acquire the SS-level talent skill. Dominance, I haven't signed any confidentiality agreements, so I can share with whoever I like, Wang Kai replied nonchalantly. All right then. Jiang Han, concerned for his friend's well-being, refrained from probing further since Wang Kai seemed unconcerned. Just take a look for yourself. Honestly, grinding some minor monsters for points isn't too bad either, Wang Kai suggested. Yeah, Jiang Han understood his intention. After all, it was an event, and the rewards were certainly more substantial than the usual monster-slaying tasks. Wang Kai was looking out for him. Wait, event rewards. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Jiang Han, and he sprang up from his bed, excitement coursing through him. I have an idea. An idea? Wang Kai was utterly baffled by Jiang Han's sudden enthusiasm. What idea? Once this is accomplished, I'll treat you to a meal. First, tell me what it is. Muah. Wang Kai fell silent. Dude, I'm a GUI'd at Insu City at a certain studio. Wang Kai, during his lunch break, set down his phone. Utterly speechless. What on earth is that about? Why such excitement? Jiang Han and he had grown up together like brothers, sharing an unbreakable bond. That was why he was eager to help his friend by sharing information that ordinary players would never know. Had he not been aware of Jiang Han's sexual orientation, he would have considered maintaining some distance after that last phone call. Brother, I've encountered a bronze-level boss. Could you come and assist me? Sure. After ending the call, Jiang Han ordered a chicken leg rice and then proceeded to wash his face and brush his teeth, taking some time to groom himself in front of the mirror. Ding dong. Soon, the delivery arrived. In truth, Jiang Han felt that every time he looked in the mirror, time seemed to fly by, which he found rather peculiar. After much contemplation, he vaguely sensed that it might have some mysterious connection with an intangible concept known as appearance. After finishing lunch in a few minutes, he sipped some warm water, swiftly donned his gaming headset, and resumed his battle. Swish! With a flash of white light, Jiang Han appeared at the edge of the Phantom Marsh, promptly setting off for the Dark City. After about 20 minutes, he arrived at his destination. Hastily entering the Lord's Manor, he found Daniel leisurely concocting potions, entirely unperturbed by the impending battle against the ultimate boss in a week. "Master, I have a strategy that may counter the forces of the light faction." Jiang Han approached him, cutting straight to the chase. Daniel put away his potions, his expression one of surprise at the hotel. Once a primary stronghold of the light faction, the Dark City had been a crucial bastion against the encroachment of the Dark faction. Given that the light faction was preparing to attack, they would undoubtedly dispatch a formidable force. Frankly speaking, he believed that the Dark City was destined to fall. However, he was intrigued by his disciple's suggestion. We adventurers tend to resist being controlled," Jiang Han began, attempting to articulate his thoughts in a manner that Daniel could comprehend. "Although we descended upon the Eternal Continent as representatives of the light faction, there are countless individuals like me. The notion of representing either light or dark does not constrain our actions as adventurers." After pondering for a moment, Daniel grasped Jiang Han's idea. "What you mean is, under substantial rewards, there must be courageous individuals." Jiang Han spoke earnestly. "The light faction has always undervalued adventurers, even harboring hostility towards us. Therefore, we should take the opposite approach and recruit adventurers to fight for the dark faction. What do you think?" He felt that this approach had a certain feasibility from the very beginning in a novice village. He had sensed the locals' disdain towards adventurers, which had left many players feeling disgruntled. It was likely that a significant number wished to deviate from the main storyline, that you're thinking too simplistically. Daniel shook his head. "The dark faction is not one that can be joined at will. Even if they're not allowed to join, we can simply offer more generous rewards." "Can that work?" "Absolutely." Jiang Han nodded resolutely. "It is 100% feasible. And what? The reward for the top place should be extraordinarily generous," Jiang Han replied, a smile gracing his face. Daniel observed his disciple's grin, sensing an inexplicable hint of cunning. "For instance, only the first place can join the dark faction. I've mentioned before, joining the dark faction isn't as simple as you think. I initially invited you purely for self-preservation." Daniel shook his head. "Don't underestimate my abilities merely because I possess dark gold level strength that you've reached the spirit level." Jiang Han exclaimed in astonishment. "Cough, cough." Daniel cleared his throat, somewhat awkwardly. "Not quite yet. Let's not digress. What I meant is that my past strength was not merely at the dark gold level. Specifics are not for you to inquire. In any case, the dark faction is not a place that adventurers can simply join. Those who are under the protection of the goddess of life must fight for the light faction. It is a binding contract." "All right then," Jiang Han acquiesced. I could see Daniel was reluctant to elaborate on his past strength, and Jiang Han refrained from prying. Yet this did not imply that the reward for first place could not be joining the dark faction. Daniel appeared momentarily puzzled, struggling to wrap his head around it. A few seconds later, he gazed at Jiang Han, whose expression radiated kindness, and suddenly realized, clever boy. As long as you secure first place, the so-called reward of joining the dark faction naturally becomes void." "Exactly." With this idea affirmed, Daniel scrutinized Jiang Han intently. "What is it?" Jiang Han felt somewhat bewildered. There's something on my face. Handsome. This was a fact he could not deny. However, being stared at by another man felt somewhat unsettling. "No, I just find you a bit sly," he commented. In truth, Daniel held considerable confidence in Jiang Han's ability to secure first place and thus did not find anything amiss. Jiang Han. Sly? Nonsense. This is simply a display of exceptional wit. "Very well. Let us proceed, as you suggest." Daniel patted Jiang Han on the shoulder, expressing his satisfaction. "Although our acquaintance was not particularly pleasant, I still recognize you as my disciple." Ding! System notification. The Dark City senses the pressure from the Light faction and decides to recruit adventurers willing to forsake the light for the dark. Interested parties may approach the NPC Death Knight Kant outside the Dark City to register. Ding! System notification. The Siege Points leaderboard and the City Defense Points leaderboard are now active. Rewards can be viewed. The City Defense Points leaderboard? Well, this feels promising. Jiang Han opened the system panel and, indeed, found an additional leaderboard option. Upon opening it, he discovered the reward details. First place, join the Dark faction and receive the hidden profession of Deathsword Master. Second place, 1 random Dark Gold level equipment piece and 1 S level rare item. Third place, 2 random gold-level equipment pieces, and 1 A-level rare item. Excellent. Jiang Han gazed upon the reward for first place, a faint smile gracing his lips. The rarity of such a prize is indeed precious. Setting aside the so-called hidden class of the undead swordsman for the moment, the bounty he faces upon joining the Dark Faction consists of unique hidden professions and rare items. Rewards that could drive one to madness. Subsequently, Jiang Han opened the official forum, and true to his expectations, he discovered a plethora of posts fervently discussing the matter. After some contemplation, he posted under the ID Jiang Han Shui, expressing disbelief. Surely, there can't be anyone genuinely considering joining the Dark Faction. Within mere seconds, the comments surged, propelling his post to the trending charts. After all, the bounty on his head was simply too enticing. First floor. Who in their right mind wouldn't want to? Only those with a brain kicked by a donkey. Second floor. Joining the Dark Faction means being hunted. Selling your head could fetch you a fortune of over 100 million. Sure, there'll be consequences, but who cares? Money in the game is far more appealing. Third floor. Jiang Han Shui. What are you pretending for? It's only a matter of time before you're killed. Fourth floor. Good gracious, this reward is infinitely better than what the Light Faction offers. Fifth floor. I'm outright abandoning the light for the dark. Mentor, could you possibly cast a concealment spell on me again? Jiang Han inquired. Sporting a purplish-black complexion was indeed too unusual, making it difficult to conceal himself and risking social death. Did ID apply it regardless of your request, considering your current strength? Once you enter the sights of certain formidable beings, your demise is inevitable. With that, Daniel raised his staff, murmuring an incantation. Moments later, a dark aura surged from the staff, enveloping Jiang Han and transforming him back into an ordinary human form. Ding. System notification. You have received the concealment spell from your mentor, the undead mage Daniel, restoring your human form, with a duration of 1 month. 1 month. Jiang Han was quite astonished. The duration has increased, my strength has grown, and my injuries have healed. Naturally, the effects of the concealment spell last longer now. Daniel briefly explained, and then shifted the topic. Have you encountered Cheryl? Yes. Jiang Han nodded. I learned 2 skills. He intends for me to become sufficiently strong before I proceed to learn more. That's good. Daniel sighed in relief. It seemed he truly did not plan on returning to the Light Faction. Thus he could provide assistance. Jiang Han seized upon the keyword. Return? So, Cheryl was once part of the Light Faction? To be more precise, he had belonged to the Light Faction in life. He is indeed a formidable individual. Daniel stated candidly, I've mentioned in my letter, should I perish one day, he will be your next mentor. Jiang Han. Do not be surprised, Daniel shook his head. Following me, you will not progress far, and death is not my end. Remember, should I die one day, do not mourn for me, as long as you live long enough. We shall meet again in the future. This Jiang Han was taken aback. It seemed his mentor possessed an extraordinary identity, capable of resurrection. Becoming an undead mage is not something one can simply aspire to. Daniel chuckled with pride, then waved his hand. You are still too weak. Go strengthen yourself. I hope that when the points are tallied, you will be the indisputable first. Indisputable. His words served as a reminder to Jiang Han that he would not resort to any underhanded tactics during the tallying. Ding! System notification. You have received the task to sabotage. Sabotage, difficulty, S. Task penalty. Deprivation of the demon god's protection. This was a task forcibly imposed on the player, not one actively assigned by Daniel. Clearly, the system would not permit Jiang Han to disrupt the main storyline without facing any repercussions. Ding. System notification. Do you accept the task to destroy the enemy camp? Yes. Jiang Han chose to accept. The second notification heralded a task issued by Daniel. Destroy enemy camp. Difficulty, B. Daniel spoke earnestly. Having arrived in the City of Darkness, you have already gained some experience. It is time to increase the difficulty slightly and apply some pressure. I hope you will not disappoint me, and, even more so, do not tarnish the name of the Dark Swordsman. Understood. Jiang Han nodded. He then departed from the City of Darkness, striving to avoid drawing the attention of other players. Heading southeast, crossing beyond the territorial bounds of the City of Darkness, he entered a lush forest, vibrant with life, in stark contrast to the ghostly marsh. where numerous small creatures made their home. It was midday, and brilliant sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting mottled shadows upon the ground. As Jiang Han ventured deeper, he observed signs of human activity. Ding. System notification. You have entered the map. Sunlight Forest. The soft earth crunched beneath his feet as Jiang Han swiftly reached a campsite, spotting his target. A group of armored soldiers wielding long spears. Star Moon soldiers, common monster. Level. Health 100. 000 attack. Defense 250 to 280 skills. Combo, critical strike, star cloud formation. Lacking more advanced reconnaissance methods was indeed troublesome. After reviewing the attributes of the Star Moon soldiers, Jiang Han let out a resigned sigh. The basic reconnaissance skill available to novices could only assess the attributes of creatures no higher than 5 levels above oneself. And as players gradually outgrew the novice phase, it became increasingly insufficient. Cautiously approaching, he utilized the trees as cover, coming within close proximity to one soldier. Without hesitation, he employed Evil Tread, leaping high and landing forcefully to pin the soldier beneath his foot for 5 seconds. Seizing the moment before the alarm could be raised, Jiang Han plunged his blade into the soldier's neck, blood gushing forth. Ding. System notification. You have used the skill, Deathly Slash, dealing 24,765 damage to the Star Moon soldier and reducing its movement speed by 10. The sheer ferocity of the attack was staggering, with a single strike reducing the soldier's health by a quarter. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The soldier, disregarding his pain, shouted. Help, quickly! Jiang Han remained unfazed, following the deathly slash with a frenzied slash before stepping back a few paces. Watching as the soldier struggled to rise. Raising his left hand, he gestured into the void. Swish! Suddenly, a purplish-black energy surged into the air, swiftly coalescing into a massive hand that grasped the soldier tightly. Ding! System notification. You have used the skill, Grip of the Undead, ensnaring the Star Moon soldier for 1 second. Though Jiang Han's attacks far surpassed those of his peers, his levels still lagged considerably. And the control effect, due to the level disparity, did not last long. Nevertheless, seizing the opportunity, he approached and delivered 2 more strikes, finishing the soldier off. The combination of deathly slash and frenzied slash for output, along with Evil Tread and Grip of the Undead for control, was simply exquisite. Jiang Han was profoundly impressed by the seamless synergy of these skills. The enemy is here. However, the soldier's alarm had indeed served its purpose, as numerous soldiers quickly converged, radiating hostility. Realizing this, Jiang Han prepared to make his escape. The Star Moon soldiers were not enough to drive him to flee in disgrace, but the presence of unknown boss-level threats within the enemy camp necessitated a cautious approach. Where is the general? Go summon him, one of the Star Moon soldiers shouted. The Lord has gone out for leisure with his concubine, another replied. Damn it. As Jiang Han took a step, he froze upon hearing the soldiers' conversation. Let me first deal with the minions, then confront the boss. This is the system's doing. I ascend to it. With that thought, Jiang Han turned back, raising his Han Yun sword, coldly stating, Humph, a swarm of ants. If one is to put on a show, it should be a grand one. Since the boss was absent, a group of Star Moon soldiers would not hinder him from doing as he pleased. Curse the dark faction. Your arrogance shall bear consequences. The Star Moon soldiers, incensed by Jiang Han's taunt, surged forward, encircling him with a determined assault. Ding! System notification. The Star Moon soldiers have activated the skill, Star Cloud Formation, increasing their attack power by 15. Chirp, chirp, chirp. In the next moment, the soldiers in the front row simultaneously raised their guns, aiming menacingly at Jiang Han. However, Jiang Han remained utterly unfazed, unleashing his evil tread ability, significantly enhancing his jumping prowess that he bent his knees and leapt high into the air, effortlessly surpassing their attack range, resulting in a flurry of misses. Subsequently, he descended heavily, crashing down upon the face of a soldier in the second row, sending him sprawling backward in a most undignified manner. The soldier, as the others witnessed his humiliating fate, their eyes widened in shock, their faces turned pale, and their morale plummeted sharply. It is said that one should strike at the body, not the face. How could one dare to trample upon another's visage? The death blade followed, The grip of the undead continued to exert control, and the frenzied slashes erupted in a furious assault. By the end of Jiang Han's onslaught, the soldier was left gasping for breath, and a few additional strikes sealed his fate, kill. Yet, the momentary days passed quickly, as the elite soldiers of Xingyue Town. They were not to be trifled with. They swiftly regained their composure, thrusting their guns forward and launching a successive offensive. Ding! System prompt. You have suffered a critical strike from the Xingyue soldiers. Losing 2,458 health points. Ding! System prompt. You have suffered a critical strike from the Xingyue soldiers, losing 2,381 health points. With his health rapidly dwindling, Jiang Han found himself in a precarious situation in the midst of battle. He sees an opportunity to gulp down a healing potion. Green light emanating from his body. 500. 500. Despite Jiang Han possessing some insight into his own positioning and combat strategies, evading all damage in the face of a group assault was impossible. The relentless thrusts from the Xingyue soldiers were formidable, and within the encirclement, he had no choice but to fight while dodging. However, with his health soaring to 42,000, it was no simple task for these Xingyue soldiers to take him down. The battle raged on for 10 minutes, during which Jiang Han dispatched over 20 foes, significantly alleviating his burden and halting the use of potions. After successfully eliminating the entire camp of Xingyue soldiers, he began to explore, scavenging dozens of silver coins from various tents, puzzled by the scant number of soldiers stationed there. Was it truly only this few? He had anticipated at least several hundred, but was met with merely 20 or 30. Who could have orchestrated this? While within the tent, Jiang Han heard a rough and furious roar from outside. The bosses returned. Jiang Han hurriedly dashed out, and before him stood a muscular giant clad in yellow armor, wielding a sharp axe in each hand. With a broad back and a scarred face, he exuded an intimidating presence. Behind him, a curvaceous woman appeared pale. Seemingly terrified by the sight of the surrounding soldiers' corpses, to be cautious, Jiang Han cast a reconnaissance spell. Xingyue Commander, Quinton, Silver level boss, level. Health, 250,000 attack. Defense. Skills. He could only discern the opponent's health and a brief description. With no further information at his disposal, there was little he could do. The level of the Xingyue soldiers far surpassed his own, and as a boss, Quinton was even stronger, rendering the effectiveness of his reconnaissance spell considerably diminished. Upon spotting Jiang Han emerging from the tent, Quinton glared fiercely. You, Jiang Han. I recognize you. It seems my soldiers have met their demise at your hands. Huh, Jiang Han replied, astonished. Do we know each other? He had never anticipated that he would catch the attention of an NPC. You are notorious on the bounty list of the Light faction. Bringing you in would grant an extraordinary combat class, exponentially increasing one's strength and promising a boundless future. Who in the Light faction would desire your head? A glimmer of greed flashed in Quinton's eyes, his killing intent palpable. That if I kill you, I shall revel in endless riches and pleasures, indulging in the company of any beauty I desire. What kind of beauty could you possibly indulge in? Jiang Han feigned surprise, exclaiming, Wouldn't that be exhilarating for you? Ha ha, indeed, Quinton cackled, raising his axes and charging forward with ferocity. Swish. As he closed in, he crossed his axes before him, slashing down with formidable force, unleashing a sharp wave of energy in the shape of a towards Jiang Han. Evil Tread, utilizing his astounding speed boost, Jiang Han executed a leap, evading the sword-like energy attack, his legs coming together as he traced a perfect parabolic arc, striking Quinton squarely in the face, causing the latter to stagger back. Ding! System prompt. You have used the skill Evil Tread, dealing 11,571 damage to the enemy. Due to the significant level disparity, the suppression effect has not activated. Jiang Han's expression tightened. This was the first failure of his Evil Tread suppression. In the next moment, Quinton raised his axes and brought them crashing down upon Jiang Han's legs. 3580. 4214. Jiang Han grimaced in pain, seizing the momentum before it dissipated. He spread his legs and pushed off Quinton's shoulder, executing a perfect backflip and landing gracefully. Impressive skills. Despite being adversaries, Quinton couldn't help but commend him. Jiang Han remained silent. While the backflip looked spectacular, he wouldn't dare attempt such a stunt in reality. Fearing a nasty fall, the two charged at each other once more, exchanging blows with swords and axes, much to the terror of the woman hiding behind a tree, who watched the chilling flashes of steel. At one moment, Jiang Han's health plummeted to 30, and without hesitation, he consumed a more potent healing potion, then raised his hand, declaring, "Grip of the Undead." In an instant, a swirling mass of purple-black energy coalesced into a large hand, firmly ensnaring Quentin. Ding! System prompt. You have used the skill Grip of the Undead, binding Xingyue Commander Quentin for 0.8 seconds. Evil Tread. This time, Jiang Han refrained from attacking. Instead, he took advantage of the 2-second speed boost of 200 and made a hasty retreat. In terms of offense, he far exceeded his opponent, but his defense and health were vastly inferior. Engaging in a straightforward clash would only lead him into perilous waters. Thus, he resolved to adopt a different approach. Quentin, easily breaking free from the control, watched Jiang Han vanish in a flash, his eyes twitching so swift. "My lord, are you all right?" the woman inquired with concern. Quentin sheathed his axes, shaking his head in disappointment. "That I'm fine. But it's a pity he managed to escape." However, not a minute had passed before a rejuvenated Jiang Han reappeared, brandishing his cold cloud sword as he charged forward, shouting, "I won't run. If you want to fight, then let us fight." The deathly energy from the potion he consumed allowed him to recover at a rate of 0.5 health per second. His healing capabilities were no jest. "You dare return?" Quentin's fury surged as he raised his axe to meet him. 2 minutes later, Jiang Han executed a strategy once more, employing the Grip of the Undead to control Quentin, then using Evil Tread to make his escape. "Damn it!" Quentin gasped, his health dwindling to 40, his eyes ablaze with rage. "What a treacherous fellow, utterly devoid of honor." "My lord, shall we retreat?" the woman suggested. Quentin nodded. "Yes, this place is no longer safe." "Retreat?" Jiang Han stepped out from behind the tree, gripping his cold cloud sword tightly, his killing intent palpable. "You think you can run away after being bested? How despicable!" "You!" Quentin trembled, his face turning ashen with rage at Jiang Han's shameless words. "How dare you say such things? It is you who are cheating. How can you twist it into my desire to flee? Why can't I say it?" Jiang Han approached confidently. Quentin clenched his teeth. "Aren't you the one who has been running all along? That was you praising my skills, and I simply couldn't resist the urge to showcase them." Jiang Han retorted, charging forward once more. "Today, we shall fight to the death. It will either be you or me who perishes." "Die for me!" Quentin bellowed. Lunging forward as the life force rapidly dwindled, Jiang Han, despite his injuries, first resorted to the Death Spirit Slash to diminish his opponent's speed. Following that, he executed a rather ungraceful roll to evade a certain distance. Employing the Grip of the Undead, coupled with Evil Tread to disengage from combat, hiding behind a tree while frantically consuming potions to restore his condition, "My lord," the beautiful woman observed Quentin's exhausted demeanor, filled with deep concern. Hearing this, the battered Quentin cast a fleeting glance her way, the corners of his mouth twitching, yet he offered no reply and swiftly departed, vanishing from her sight within moments. He was no fool. Jiang Han clearly intended to exploit his advantage of rapid recovery to outlast him, and if he allowed the enemy to repeat the cycle, his demise was inevitable. "Can you escape?" Jiang Han decisively pursued him, utilizing the speed growth of the 5-star Dark Swordsman, equaling Quentin, whose level far exceeded his own. 2 minutes later, Quentin halted, gasping for breath, utterly spent. "Why is your stamina so terrifying?" "Stamina?" Jiang Han replied, somewhat perplexed. "Do adventurers actually feel fatigue?" The question caught him off guard. Was there a stamina mechanism in this game? "Of course," Quentin exclaimed, incredulous. "Everyone gets tired. After battling me for so long. Running and chasing. How could you possibly not be exhausted?" Jiang Han shrugged, indicating his inability to provide an answer, and then, brandishing the cold cloud sword, launched his attack. It seemed Quentin was indeed fatigued, unable to even lift his axe. Standing there as Jiang Han methodically drained his life with each strike, a minute later, Quentin's robust form collapsed, succumbing to death. Beep! The system notification chimed. "Congratulations on defeating the 35-level silver tier boss, Quentin, Commander of the Radiant Legion. Rewards: Experience 600, 000, Reputation 1, 500, beep. Another notification followed. Congratulations on completing the mission to destroy the enemy camp. You may proceed to claim your reward from the Necromancer mentor, Daniel. Golden light soared upward. The abundant experience propelled Jiang Han up 2 levels, reaching level 28. Furthermore, beside the corpse, he discovered 2 exquisitely designed pieces of equipment and 2 gold coins, which he hastily collected, then examined the equipment attributes. Rock wall armor, silver tier, defense, 60 to 80 health, 2000 effect, defense 15 required level, 35 thunderstorm axe, silver tier, attack, 100 to 120 effect, attack 10, attack speed -10 required level, 35. The armor had decent attributes. However, the weapon required a higher level, and its attack boost paled in comparison to his current golden tier weapon, the Cold Cloud Sword. Thus he resolved to sell it. He sent screenshots of the Thunderstorm Axe and other unequipped gear to Long Tung Wan Li, inquiring, "What is your offer?" 35. Level is quite all right, Long Tung Wan Li replied, appending a speechless emoji. Currently, the highest player level in the eastern region barely reached 23, and yet this fellow was selling a weapon that could only be equipped at level 35, which clearly lacked market standards. Complicating his offer as long as it's reasonable, Jiang Han stated. Indeed, he could wait until top players approached level 35 to sell it. Yet, the issue lay in his enrollment in the Dark Legion, which left him without a warehouse, and dying once would result in the loss of his account. The upcoming siege battle in a week posed considerable danger, and he could not guarantee his survival. Thus, selling off unnecessary gear before the event commenced was the wisest choice. To put it bluntly, even if he faced account deletion, he had already earned a significant amount of money in this game, sufficient to cover his daily expenses, allowing him to recreate a character and start a new .150,000. Long Tung Wan Li promptly offered a price, without hesitation. .200,000. Jiang Han countered. Agreed. Long Tung Wan Li acquiesced. After all, it was silver-tier equipment with decent attributes, though it was premature. Presenting it as a reward for the first guild member to reach level 35 could motivate many players. By the way, why do you think the Thunderstorm Axe can sell for 200,000? Long Tung Wan Li queried, somewhat puzzled. The price of 150,000 was already generous. He had expected Jiang Han to agree readily, but was taken aback by the counteroffer. Jiang Han promptly replied, "Because you have plenty of money." This was the same person who spent hundreds of thousands on announcements for a 4-star growth rating. Clearly not lacking in funds, an extra 50,000 would likely not even cause him to blink. Thus, it wouldn't be right to take advantage of him. Far away in a small town, Long Tung Wan Li twitched at the corner of his mouth, concise and to the point. "You expressed that beautifully. Rest assured, I won't deliberately shortchange you. As long as the price is right, I will prioritize you in the future," Jiang Han replied. "If the price isn't suitable, I'll just find another buyer." "Don T, just come to me." Long Tung Wan Li certainly didn't mind parting with an extra 50,000. That a person of ambition does not sweat the small stuff. 20,000 was trivial for him. But Jiang Han's potential was considerable. Even in mere equipment transactions, it could foster a valuable relationship. After chatting for a while, Jiang Han concealed the equipment in a secluded corner of the Sunlight Forest, burying it with earth, then awaited Long Tung Wan Li's transfer, informing him of the specific coordinates. Once the transaction concluded, Jiang Han returned to the City of Shadows to claim his mission rewards from his mentor. "Speak, what would you like to receive this time?" Daniel still displayed remarkable generosity regarding rewards, allowing Jiang Han to choose freely. Such privileges were unimaginable for other players. After pondering, Jiang Han inquired, "Mentor, could I possibly have the Grace Pearl again?" The armor required level 35, but with the Grace Pearl, he could equip it immediately. "Certainly," Daniel nodded in agreement. Beep, the system notification chimed. "Congratulations on completing the mission to destroy the enemy camp. Rewards: Experience 200,000. C-tier, item Grace Pearl." Upon using the Grace Pearl to lower the level requirement of the rock wall armor, Jiang Han promptly donned it, significantly enhancing his defense and health. Dark Control. Jiang Han Shui, Silver Tier Boss. Level: 28 health, 50, 220 attack, 1,245 to 1,308 defense, 331 to 374 reputation, 19,500 luck. 1. When Jiang Han equipped the rock wall armor, the system bell chimed unexpectedly. Beep, the system notification announced. Congratulations on meeting the requirements to unlock the power ranking of the Dark Legion. The power ranking of the Dark Legion? Jiang Han was slightly taken aback as he opened the system panel, indeed discovering a newly appeared ranking option that a quick glance at the rankings revealed. This must be the strength ranking of the 10 demon gods of the Dark Legion. 1. Temporal Beast, Porter 2. Star of Calamity, Elric 3. Ocean Devourer, Balro 4. Fallen Angel, Selah 5. Fire Dance Lotus, Nicole 6. War Behemoth, Harry 7. Wind of Annihilation, Rail 8. Soul Manipulator, Gal 9. Dragon of Sin, Atticus 10. Evil Curse. Lore, it wasn't that the strength ranking displayed only the top 10. It just so happened that a page contained 10 entries, making their titles and names particularly prominent. Additionally, under the system's friendly reminder, he noticed his own ranking at 99, 999, 955, Dark Control. Jiang Han Shui, quite formidable. From this ranking, Jiang Han discerned that he was far from a mere pawn. He was already a superpower within the billion-strong ranks of the Dark Legion. In other words, there were fewer than 1 billion individuals in the Dark Legion capable of defeating him. It seems you are now privy to the names of the demon gods, Daniel noted, understanding Jiang Han's interest in the rankings. Although the 10 demon gods were formidable, rarely encountering rivals on the celestial continent, he advised Jiang Han not to underestimate himself. In the future, there might be a chance for him to ascend to the top 10. Jiang Han raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Is it merely because I'm a dark swordsman? Precisely, Daniel nodded solemnly. The last dark swordsman was also one of the 10 demon gods, renowned throughout the land. Then how did he meet his end? Jiang Han asked, posing a rather gloomy question to him. Since the current top 10 rankings did not include that dark swordsman, it was highly likely he had already perished. Well, Daniel hesitated for a moment, finally saying, "You needn't concern yourself with that now. You will discover the truth in due time." Jiang Han was at a loss for words. It seemed that Daniel was consistently reluctant to allow him access to certain pivotal aspects of the game's background. By the way, speaking of which, your method has indeed proven to be quite effective. Daniel remarked that currently, more than 200,000 adventurers had chosen to register on the Kant side, willing to assist us when the siege battle commenced. Naturally, Jiang Han replied, unfazed. Players have always acted according to their own whims, devoid of any so-called sense of justice. The notion that the forces of light represent righteousness and therefore would never assist the dark faction is a moral principle that utterly fails to constrain them. Thus, perhaps as long as they do not appear, there is a genuine possibility of safeguarding the dark city. Daniel gazed at his proud disciple with a sense of satisfaction. Jiang Han felt a twinge of unease. Are you referring to what you already understand? Daniel chuckled, asking why he needed to feign ignorance. He had witnessed his disciple's cleverness firsthand. Did he truly believe that such a cautious individual could simplify complex matters? He was skeptical upon hearing this. Jiang Han's heart sank. That it seemed that the most troublesome aspect was indeed the plot twist. Well, you need not overthink it. Your current strength is insufficient. The fundamental task is to grow stronger. Daniel waved his hand, no longer engaging in idle chatter with Jiang Han, and proceeded to assign the next task. The main defensive force of the Dark City remained the skeleton soldiers. Your power now far surpasses theirs, so you should be able to teach them some combat techniques. Off you go. Ding, system notification. Do you accept the task to train skeleton soldiers? Yes, Jiang Han chose to agree. Training skeleton soldiers, difficulty C. After accepting the task, Jiang Han logged off, preparing to settle for instant noodles to appease his hunger, when he noticed a message from Wang Kai. Bro, let us go for spicy hot pot. I'll treat, let us indulge. Jiang Han would never refuse, and immediately replied. Thanks to Wang Kai's unintentional inspiration, he had thought of suggesting that Daniel recruit adventurers. Thus, he felt it imperative to reward his good brother. Wang Kai. Grease oil? Your words make me hesitant to eat. Old place? Yes. Putting on casual clothes and using water instead of hair gel. Jiang Han hurriedly tidied his disheveled hair and dashed out, arriving at the previous barbecue spot after crossing the traffic lights. Upon entering the spicy hot pot establishment, Jiang Han immediately spotted Wang Kai already placing an order, so he grabbed a basket to select his own. What was going on this morning? Wang Kai asked, tossing a couple of instant noodle packets into his basket with a grin. I can't believe it. Jiang Han explained, it was mainly due to encountering challenges in the game that I suddenly thought of a solution while talking to you. What challenge? Tell me. I'm doing well in the game now. Perhaps I can assist. Don't worry. It's already resolved. That is good to hear. By the way, what level are you now? In the 20s. Seriously? Aren't you near the top of the leaderboard? Wang Kai was taken aback. He had initially intended to boast, but found Jiang Han had surpassed him in level. Jiang Han felt a hint of curiosity. What level are you? 19. The one ranked 39th. That's me. Wang Kai did not conceal anything from Jiang Han. Can you finally tell me your game ID? Well, Jiang Han hesitated for a moment before saying, Bro, I'll tell you, but you mustn't spread it around. He had always trusted Wang Kai, but the value of his hidden profession was too great. He feared being threatened by those with ulterior motives. Thus, he would have to choose to move discreetly. My mouth isn't that loose, is it? Wang Kai chuckled, completely baffled by Jiang Han's caution. It's just a game ID. Does it really matter? Do you think just a game ID would astonish me? Jiang Han whispered, Actually, I am just Jiang Han Shu 8.0. So you were Jiang Han? Wang Kai abruptly paused mid-sentence, then exclaimed loudly, What the hell? Jiang Han Shu, the owner of that game ID, had been the subject of heated discussions within Eternal lately. It was impossible not to know. He had never imagined that his brother would be Jiang Han Shu. Sir, please keep your voice down, the owner reminded him. Noticing that all the patrons had turned to look at him, Wang Kai sheepishly smiled. Okay, my apologies. After placing their orders, the two sat at a small table, conversing in hushed tones. You really are Jiang Han Shu. But didn't he lie to me? Wang Kai muttered to himself, finally grasping the situation. Jiang Han Shu, Jiang Han. His brother's approach mirrored his own, concealing his true name within his game ID. Yes, Jiang Han nodded. In that case, I won't be able to assist you in the game anymore. Wang Kai chuckled. Since you are him, it's indeed wise not to disclose your game ID to others, lest you attract unnecessary trouble. You can trust me. Just act as if it was never mentioned. I believe you. After enjoying the spicy hot pot, the two returned home, and it was already past 7 o'clock. Jiang Han logged back into the game, reappearing in the dark city, where a system bell chimed. Ding. System notification. Please be advised, the Adventurer's active assistance to the Dark City has incited the displeasure of the higher-ups in the Light faction, who have decided to launch an attack 4 days early for a swift resolution. Ding! System notification. Please be advised, the Adventurer's active assistance to the Dark City has incited the displeasure of the higher-ups in the Light faction, who have decided to launch an attack 4 days early for a swift resolution. The repeated system alerts left Jiang Han's expression frozen in shock. 4 days early. Does that mean tomorrow? Is it truly possible for a confirmed game event to be moved up? Jiang Han's countenance turned grave. This system notification was far too unexpected. Could it be true, as stated in the official email upon the game's launch, that all NPCs possess their own stories and emotions? Thus, they can proactively alter what seems to be predetermined plot developments. He found it hard to believe. Generally speaking, the narratives in most games are pre-designed. Could Eternal genuinely allow NPCs to act independently? Or perhaps he was overthinking, as the developer simply did not want players to assist the Dark faction. Hence the deliberate advancement. Shaking his head, Jiang Han dispelled his distractions and continued with the task. The early advancement was indeed surprising, but it might not necessarily be a bad thing. Currently, the number of players who had acquired talents was exceedingly scarce, and most ordinary players were still in a novice village or just emerging from it. This would actually reduce the number of participants in the event, thus lowering the risk of the unknown. Looking around, he observed numerous skeleton soldiers practicing. It seemed they were all in preparation for the imminent battle. My lord. Upon seeing Jiang Han, they stood at attention, exhibiting considerable respect. This was quite normal, as he was nominally the disciple of the city lord, and his status was certainly not low. Jiang Han nodded, then commanded, The city lord has sent me to train you. I hope you can learn new skills from me. Gather all the nearby skeleton soldiers. Yes, upon receiving the order, they immediately complied. Before long, a multitude of skeleton soldiers gathered around Jiang Han, forming a circle around him. seemingly brimming with anticipation. So, how should I teach them? Jiang Han wore a peculiar expression. This was his first experience in the game under such circumstances, and he was unsure of the specifics. Ding! System notification. You can utilize active skills to demonstrate for the skeleton soldiers, allowing them to learn new skills. Note: skeleton soldiers have limited potential and cannot perfectly replicate skills. Hence, there is no restriction of once a week for skill teaching. Fortunately, the system provided timely hints. Through observation, Jiang Han opened his skill panel, scanning it from top to bottom until his eyes lit up, fixating on Evil Stomp. As an active skill, Evil Stomp could be considered his most powerful means at present. It offered both damage and control, and could even be used for escape. Just as Daniel had said, it was indeed a divine skill. Since the skeleton soldiers could not perfectly replicate skills, there was no need to hold back on Evil Stomp. Ahem! Jiang Han cleared his throat and proclaimed loudly, "Watch closely. Today I will teach you a very powerful technique." As he spoke, he unleashed the malevolent stomp, charging forward with great vigor before leaping high into the air, coming down with a decisive stamp upon the ground. The essence of this move lies in the stomp. A smile unexpectedly crept upon Jiang Han's lips, though he feigned seriousness as he declared, "When facing enemies, especially those adventurers from the Light faction, you must stomp with great ferocity, relentlessly." Originally, he had simply aimed to complete a task, but during the teaching process, he suddenly felt the joy of being a teacher. For reasons unknown, he envisioned the battle of the next day, where a throng of skeletal soldiers would employ similar malevolent stomp skills against the adventurers. The imagery was too splendid. Merely imagining it filled Jiang Han with enthusiasm. "Sir, could you demonstrate it once more?" A skeletal soldier respectfully requested. "I couldn't quite see the last time." "Certainly," Jiang Han replied without hesitation, waiting for the cooldown of the malevolent stomp to conclude before executing it once more. Ding! The system prompted. "Through your guidance, 13 skeletal soldiers have comprehended the D-grade skill. Stomp." Ding! The system continued. "Through your guidance, 3 skeletal soldiers have grasped the C-grade skill. Stomp." Clearly, the comprehension levels among these skeletal soldiers varied, resulting in different skill grades. However, the effects of the skills were indeed reminiscent of the malevolent stomp, albeit with significantly diminished power. Remember, do not rely on this move as your trump card. Use it only when your health is low. Jiang Han advised, emphasizing the importance of utilizing the skill immediately once the cooldown expired. Do not hold back. Ding! The system chimed. 22 skeletal soldiers have chosen to adopt Stomp as their primary combat skill, significantly increasing its usage frequency. Yes, just like that. In tomorrow's battle, we must put on a good show and let those foolish Light factioners understand our might. Jiang Han encouraged them, guiding them with care. Yes, after teaching this group, Jiang Han relocated to continue imparting knowledge, thoroughly enjoying the process. Ding! The system announced, "Congratulations on completing the task of training skeletal soldiers. You may proceed to the mentor to claim your reward." Unbeknownst to him, the task was complete. It was a delightful experience. This was his self-assessment of the teaching session. Upon returning to the Lord's mansion, he found it was already deep into the night. Jiang Han noticed that Daniel was not, as usual, engrossed in alchemy. Instead, he sat quietly in the expansive courtyard, gazing at the luminous moon hanging in the sky. "Mentor, I have completed the task." Jiang Han approached and spoke softly. Daniel replied, pulling his thoughts back as he smiled. "Since the Light faction has decided to attack tomorrow, I surmise you would choose to finish the task today." Ding! The system chimed again. "Congratulations on completing the task of training skeletal soldiers. You have received the reward, Fragment of the Unknown Moon Artifact." This task was unlike others, as it did not grant Jiang Han any experience, and Daniel did not inquire what he desired. A moon fragment? Jiang Han quickly opened his inventory, discovering a crescent-shaped item glowing with a brilliant silver sheen. Just by its appearance, he could tell it was extraordinary. Moon fragment, grade unknown. Jiang Han took the moon fragment, which resembled white jade, staring at it in awe. Momentarily speechless, he could hardly fathom that this was the reward for a seemingly simple C-grade task. It grants the holder immunity to a single fatal blow. The effect was astonishing beyond belief. It is precisely because the grade is unknown that I could entrust it to you through such a simple task, Daniel explained, seemingly aware of Jiang Han's confusion. Smiling as he did so. Thank you, Mentor, Jiang Han managed to respond, his mind racing. He understood what Daniel meant. Just as he had previously threatened with a forbidden spell scroll, he could not coerce Daniel into surrendering an item. The game had its rules, necessitating that rewards be given based on task completion, and those rewards must correspond to the task's difficulty. This prevented adventurers from acquiring extraordinary items through unconventional means during the early stages of the game. However, the unknown grade allows one to exploit loopholes in the game. The concept of fate is indeed ineffable. Daniel gazed at the moon, a wistful expression on his face. In the past, I evaded the pursuit of a powerful foe using the moon fragment's effect. Encountering you before the cooldown expired allowed you to seize the opportunity, inadvertently leading to my acquiring a disciple. Curiously, Jiang Han asked, "Why do you wish to give it to me? Is it due to the bond between mentor and disciple?" If that were the case, it would be rather peculiar, considering they had only known each other for a few days, because my task is complete, and I must face my demise if it is to be taken by those hypocrites of the Light faction. Why not choose to give it to you? Daniel stood, patting Jiang Han on the shoulder, reminding him, "Do not dwell on sadness. Do not forget what I previously said. As long as you live long enough, we shall meet again in the future. Who exactly are you?" Jiang Han longed to uncover the storyline. For reasons unknown, he had a premonition that the secrets Daniel harbored were part of the so-called main storyline within the game. Yet he could never trigger ITAS, I said. Once your strength is sufficient, all mysteries will unravel. Daniel shook his head, turning to depart. Remember, your primary task tomorrow is to protect yourself, seemingly to prevent Jiang Han from pursuing further questions. He entered the mansion, closing the door behind him to rest. Seeing this, Jiang Han could only relent, summoning the system panel to exit the game, since the event was moved up by 4 days. It meant that at 10 o'clock tomorrow, the Light faction would arrive at the city gates to prepare for the battle ahead. He must conserve his energy today. After removing the gaming helmet, Jiang Han freshened up and peacefully drifted into slumber. The next day, at 9:30, after washing his face with cold water to maintain absolute alertness, Jiang Han returned to his computer desk and donned the gaming helmet once more. Whoosh, accompanied by a flash of white light. He appeared at the location where he had logged off at 8 this moment. The Dark City was abuzz with activity. Aside from skeletal soldiers, players who had signed up to defend the city were scattered everywhere, forming teams and clustering together, engaged in animated discussions. Jiang Han. The cacophony of noise made him somewhat uncomfortable. Observing the throngs of people filling the expansive Dark City, he felt for the first time the overwhelming intensity of its popularity. Ding! The system announced. The main quest to defend the Dark City will commence promptly at 10 o'clock. Please prepare yourself. Ding! The system continued. Your task to obstruct has been activated. Failure to secure the top position on the city defense leaderboard will result in the loss of the demon god's protection. Ding! The system chimed again. Please be aware, you will face the Light faction as the third wave of city defense bosses. If you are absent, you will suffer a level decrease of -10 and a permanent reduction of -1000 to all attributes. A series of system notifications seemed to amplify the pressure Jiang Han bore. Jiang Han was online. Wow, finally get to see the true form of the big shot. He looks quite handsome. Wow, with so many players wanting to kill him. I wonder if he's feeling anxious. Upon logging in, Jiang Han naturally attracted the attention of countless players. After all, for most players, Jiang Han was a well-known name. However, they had only seen his appearance in videos, leading to inevitable curiosity. Thankfully, he had slightly altered his appearance when creating his character, feeling a sense of relief. There were too many players. In this situation, if he had used his real-life appearance, he might have been recognized on the streets, leading to trouble. Brother, can I get your autograph? Big shot. May I ask what level you are now? I'm at level 18 and can't even see your character panel. Make way. Ignoring the various remarks, Jiang Han pushed through the throng of players surrounding him and made his way up the city wall. As the third wave of city defense bosses, he had no intention of stepping down during the first round. After all, if he were to be encircled by players and the standoff lasted until the third wave concluded, it would take too long, and he would find himself in a predicament. This was not a game he was playing alone. He understood this profoundly, which is why he was exceedingly cautious. Indeed, with his current strength, he should be a rarity among the players, boasting a stellar 5-star defensive growth along with an array of silver-grade equipment. It would be a luxury for ordinary players to breach his defenses. However, if a player possessed a unique opportunity and acquired exceptional items, everything would be a different story. There are always greater beings beyond the known realm. In the Eastern District, there exists an overwhelming number of players, and he could hardly believe that he alone had the chance to acquire rare items, such as forbidden spell scrolls. As time slowly passed, it reached 10 o'clock. Ding! The system announced. The event has officially begun. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At the end of the wilderness, dust began to rise. Jiang Han squinted into the distance, where he could see thousands of horses galloping towards him, a sight of tremendous grandeur, in the blink of an eye. His field of vision was engulfed by a dark mass, rapidly closing in, a chaotic blend of adventurers and NPCs, densely packed, instilling a sense of dread. Ding! The system warned. Please be advised, the first wave of the siege battle led by the level 20 bronze tier boss, Xiangzhua and his Clear Wind Legion, is about to commence. From afar, Jiang Han could see Xiangzhua, with his flowing meteor hammer, mounted atop his steed, his bushy beard making him stand out prominently in his black armor. A figure of imposing stature at the forefront of the battlefield. Ha! He laughed boisterously, proclaiming, "What nonsense is this dark city? It is high time we reclaim our radiant city. Brothers, charge forth and slay those fools who betray the light, as well as the detestable skeleton soldiers." Atop the city gates, Daniel raised his hand and bellowed, "Prepare for battle!" As a level 1 main city, the resilience of the Dark City's walls was beyond imagination, capable of withstanding a tremendous amount of assaults for an extended period. However, this did not imply that the defenders should merely huddle behind the walls, engaging the enemy first while the range classes on the walls provided support. Was vital until the pressure became unbearable, at which point a gradual shift to wall defense would maximize the advantages of the defenders. Clang, clang, clang. The heavy iron gates began to creak open. Skeleton soldiers and adventurers surged forth like a tide, fanning out in a crescent formation, charging towards the formidable Clear Wind Legion. Ding! The system cautioned. Please note, as the third wave boss of silver rank, you cannot appear early before Jiang Han could take any action. The system had already issued a warning in advance. Jiang Han paid it no mind. The first wave was merely an appetizer, and he had no intention of entering the fray just yet. Kaka! Kaka! As the front line of skeleton soldiers closed in, their speed surged, leaping into the air to deliver powerful kicks against the approaching adversaries. Thud, thud, thud. Numerous players at the forefront were knocked down, their faces battered and bruised, appearing utterly disheveled. Yet, before they could regain their footing, another wave of skeleton soldiers trampled over them, their bony toes flailing across their faces. Hiss! In that moment, the battlefield echoed with gasps of astonishment as many players clutched their heads, staring blankly at the scene before them, utterly shocked. Damn it, do they really have to kick faces? These skeleton minions are too cruel. How vicious they are. Thank goodness I'm on the defending side. This is too classic. I must record this for repeated viewing. Just as countless players were intimidated by the skeleton minions' trampling skills, Daniel, atop the city gate, caught a glimpse of Jiang Han watching the battle not far away. This so-called trampling was a newly introduced skill on the skeleton minions panel, and the mastermind behind it was unmistakable. Noticing Daniel's gaze, Jiang Han turned his head and flashed him a harmless, radiant smile. What a wicked smile! Daniel took a deep breath, exclaiming in admiration. Truly, he is an embodiment of the dark swordsman that he believed his disciple excelled in every aspect, save for his lack of integrity. On the battlefield, such dramatic scenes played out repeatedly, causing many adventurers who had signed up for the siege to lose their composure. I swear, I've teamed up with friends to farm these skeleton soldiers before. They were never this disgusting. Stop trampling on me. I'm about to throw up. Countless players vented their frustrations. If it were just 1 or 2 skeleton soldiers trampling, they might have found it bearable. But with nearly every skeleton soldier doing so incessantly, wave after wave, even the most resilient players faced the risk of being knocked down. Setting aside the damage dealt, Their dignity was truly at stake. As players, how often in reality does one get treated this way? Damn skeleton soldiers, such despicable tactics. The boss of the first wave, Xiang Zhua, gritted his teeth, charging forward with his meteor hammer. His soldiers, mounted on horseback, were not in as dire a predicament as the adventurers. Standing atop the city wall, Jiang Han opened the siege point leaderboard and saw that many adventurers, eager for the generous rewards, were striving for the top. 1. Unconcerned sleep, points, 23. 2 to my beloved lace, points, 23 to blossoming beauty, points, 19. The battle had only just begun, and the Clear Wind Legion's health was still substantial. It was impossible for them to be defeated so quickly. Clearly, defenders could also score points by eliminating attackers. With everyone vying for points, it would not do for him to remain idle. Jiang Han furrowed his brow. Although he was confident in surpassing others later, it was prudent to gather as many points as possible, as they were directly tied to the final rewards. After some contemplation, he turned to a nearby archer player who was fervently shooting arrows. "Brother, do you have a spare weapon?" The player hesitated, then nodded. "I have one, but you're a warrior class. Using a bow won't grant you any bonuses that—" "No worries," Jiang Han replied. "Just give me a subpar one along with 10 quivers of arrows, and I'll pay you 10 silver coins." The weapon system in Eternal was quite user-friendly. For instance, warriors could wield bows, and mages could use swords, although they wouldn't receive weapon bonuses or corresponding skills. They could still equip them. That it was akin to reality. There was no reason a swordsman couldn't draw a bow, though they wouldn't match the proficiency of a dedicated archer. "All right," the player agreed decisively. Currently, a single gold coin was worth over 10,000, and 10 silver coins amounted to over 1,000. This was an exceptionally good deal. In mere seconds, they concluded the transaction, and Jiang Han successfully acquired a wooden bow along with 10 quivers of arrows. Totaling 100 arrows, wooden bow, base level, attack, 6 to 8 required level. 5 equipping the wooden bow, Jiang Han replaced his Frost Cloud sword, which brought his attack down to 842 points. Nonetheless, this was more than sufficient to handle the first wave of NPCs and adventurers. He retrieved an arrow, drew the bowstring, and aimed at one of the players. Jiang Han released the arrow with sudden force. Whoosh! The arrow traced a perfect parabolic arc. 2 seconds later, a player 3 meters away from Jiang Han fell into a pool of blood. Astonished as the unexpected arrow claimed their life. 7758. The instant kill did not surprise Jiang Han that a damage output exceeding 7,000, even against a level 15 knight with 5-star health growth, would lead to a swift demise. At this stage, few players could withstand such an assault. Simultaneously, the system chime alerted Jiang Han of his points gained. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on killing an adventurer of the Radiant faction, earning 1 point. Continue. Seeing the aim of his bow differed from what he anticipated, Jiang Han remained undeterred, continuing to shoot in hopes of earning more points. This time, he aimed at an NPC mounted on a horse. Whoosh! The arrow flew forth, and an adventurer was enveloped in a flash of light, meeting their end. Ding! The system announced. Congratulations on killing an adventurer of the Radiant faction, earning 1 point, Jiang Han. It was evident that the wooden bow's aim was not particularly reliable. Even with his extraordinary talent as an archer, he struggled to wield it effectively. Goodness, what exaggerated damage! However, the archer beside Jiang Han was utterly awestruck. This was the first time he had witnessed a swordsman wielding a bow inflict over 7,000 damage. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Han readied a third arrow, nocked it, drew the string, and aimed. In that moment, he became one with the arrow. Release. Instantly, the arrow shot forth, its sound slicing through the air with intensity. An adventurer who was struck from behind slowly collapsed. Ding! The system cautioned. Please note, due to your elimination of a defender adventurer, 1 point has been deducted. Occasionally, Daniel, a disciple, twitched the corner of his mouth. What a despicable fellow. Does he even kill his own kind? Damn it, Jiang Han grimaced, completely abandoning the pursuit of archery, opting instead to shoot arrows towards the distant clusters of enemies, in order to avoid unnecessary friendly fire. As time slowly passed, 20 minutes later, the numbers of the Qingfeng Legion on the battlefield dwindled, and the fighter, Xiazhua, was still desperately holding on. However, Under the relentless attrition of countless players, his health gradually declined, teetering on the brink of collapse. We must reclaim the City of Light. Xiazhua let out a feeble roar before falling off his horse, succumbing entirely and dropping several pieces of bronze-level equipment along with a handful of silver coins, which were swiftly snatched up by a throng of players. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the adventurer Wuxin Sleep for successfully defeating the fighter Xiaz, earning an additional 25 points. Ding! System notification. Please note, the 25-level bronze-level boss, Thunder Axe Angus, leading the Thunder Legion, will commence the second wave of the siege in 5 minutes. Upon concluding the first wave of battle, Jiang Han opened the leaderboard and was pleased to find himself prominently listed. 1 at Wuxin Sleep, points, 129, 2 to Ruo Meiwan, points, 68, 3 to Longzhan Ye, points, 57, 4 Yijiang Han's Hui, points, 51. The competition was indeed fierce, particularly for the first place, which had nearly doubled the score of the second. With only 51 points, Jiang Han gazed at his ranking, feeling somewhat disheartened. If it weren't for the wooden bow and arrows, he would have certainly secured at least second place, that he had roughly counted that he had taken down at least 70 foes during his archery efforts. Soon, 5 minutes passed, to the edge of the plains. A multitude of shield-bearing infantry, accompanied by adventurers, launched their assault once more. However, this time the adventurers had learned their lesson. They refrained from charging ahead of the NPCs, instead opting to hold back, allowing the NPCs to absorb the initial blows from the skeleton soldiers. Clack, clack, the battle was reignited, falling into a stalemate. Yet the NPC soldiers of the second wave were clearly far more formidable than those of the first, causing the defenders to retreat progressively, gradually falling back to the base of the city gates. Whoosh, 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 suddenly, a torrential downpour of arrows mingled with brilliantly colored spells descended upon the battlefield, causing the health of the frontline enemies to plummet rapidly, leading to their demise at the city's foot. At this moment, the mages and archers finally proved their worth. An exceptional archer, Jiang Han was fervently racking up points. This time, witnessing the enemy encroaching upon the city, he did not bother to aim or take careful aim. He simply loosed his arrows. The battlefield was chaotic, and it was entirely normal to accidentally injure a couple of allies amidst the fray. A third-wave boss, Yijiang Han's Hui found Jiang Han's actions quite understandable. Brothers of the Thunder Legion, charge! The second-wave siege boss Angus, brimming with murderous intent, wielded a colossal axe that towered over him, sweeping through the ranks with furious attacks, shattering the surrounding skeleton soldiers into a heap of bones. Let us reclaim the City of Light. Kill! With his charge into battle, the NPCs intensified their assault, and the first wave of skeleton soldiers struggled to withstand the onslaught. Their defenses swiftly breached in an instant. Numerous melee players fell, their white light flickering as they perished. This marked the end of their participation, for they could not resurrect and return to the battlefield until the siege concluded. Exit the city to engage, Daniel decisively commanded. Clearly, he was not inclined to allow the enemy any chance to approach the gates after the first wave of defenders retreated. Ding! System notification. Adventurers, please note, the elite skeleton soldiers led by the 25-level, silver-level boss skeleton commander will emerge as the second wave of defenders. As the skeleton soldiers struggled to make an impact, the system's message echoed in the ears of every attacking player. Clack, clack, clack. The heavy city gates reopened, revealing a slightly stronger contingent of skeleton soldiers led by a gigantic skeleton commander wielding a great sword, who surged forth to confront the advancing Thunder Legion. Clack, clack. The skeleton soldiers immediately employed the sea-level skill trample, trampling rows of NPCs and players beneath their feet. Coming back for more, the attacking adventurers were taken aback, hastily retreating, fearful of exposing their vulnerabilities and being recorded in embarrassing moments. Throughout his continuous shooting, Jiang Han kept a vigilant eye on the battlefield, noticing Angus being overwhelmed and pinned to the ground, struggling to rise after several agonizing seconds. Damn skeleton soldiers, such despicable tactics. Angus, battered and bruised, seethed with fury, poised to swing his great axe, when suddenly his vision darkened, obscured by the massive skeleton commander. Slash! The great sword descended, cleaving Angus in two in a grotesque display of carnage. As a fellow 20-level silver tier entity, the skeleton commander was far more formidable than Angus, and having been worn down by the lesser soldiers, Angus was swiftly dispatched. Ding! System notification. Due to the defeat of Thunder Axe Angus by the skeleton commander, the point reward is cancelled. Naturally, as an NPC, the skeleton commander could not be awarded points. This was a fact that Jiang Han, unable to enter the battlefield, found quite pleasing. Sir, it was over. Their leader had been slain. With the commander's death, the morale of the Thunder Legion plummeted, and the tides of battle turned. As within mere minutes, they all succumbed to the battlefield. Ding! System notification. Please note, the 35-level, silver-level boss Furious Soldier Cairo, leading the new Legion, will commence the third wave of the siege in 2 minutes. My goodness, they've jumped straight to a 35-level silver boss. Shouldn't it have been a 30-level? It seemed the difficulty would soar with the onset of the third wave. Furious Soldier Cairo, Jiang Han sheathed his bow. Slightly taken aback by the name of the third wave boss, he was exceedingly familiar with that name. Was it a coincidence, or was it truly him? Before long, a vast line of adventurers and NPCs surged forth, with their leader brandishing a silver longsword, moving with the grace of the wind. As he plunged into the crowd, a chilling light danced, causing many players to be instantaneously eliminated. 6770, 7423, 7371. The staggering damage numbers indicated his attacks were extraordinarily powerful. Clack clack. Witnessing the widespread slaughter, the skeleton commander charged forth to engage him. But as a 35-level, silver-level boss, Cairo's attributes far surpassed those of the commander, easily overpowering him and causing his health to plummet. Jiang Han narrowed his eyes. Could it really be him? As the NPC who had afforded him the opportunity to get ahead of the majority of players in the novice village, his impression of Cairo was indelibly etched in his mind. He readied himself to join the fray as the skeleton commander appeared to be on the verge of collapse. Ding! System notification. Due to the defeat of the skeleton commander by Furious Soldier Cairo, the point reward is cancelled. The outcome was hardly unexpected. The skeleton commander had managed to withstand Cairo's brutal assault for a few minutes before being reduced to a pile of bones. Afterward, the situation took another turn. Cairo's attributes far exceeded what the current mainstream players could endure, dispatching them with a single strike, while the damage they inflicted was negligible. Leading the new Legion, Cairo's forces thoroughly overwhelmed the elite-level skeleton soldiers. Disciple, always attentive to the battlefield, Daniel turned his gaze toward Jiang Han. Remember, your objective is to protect yourself. Do not allow the slaughter to cloud your judgment. Understood, Jiang Han nodded, warmth swelling his heart. Truthfully, regardless of Daniel's underlying motives, he had treated his apprentice remarkably well. Then go. Daniel spoke with solemnity. Ding! System notification. Adventurers, please note, the 28-level, silver-level boss Dark Master, Jiang Han's Hui, will lead the Skeleton Knights as the third wave of defenders. The next moment, the system's message jolted all attacking adventurers, igniting an uncontrollable glint of greed in their eyes. Finally, the main event had arrived. Ding! System notification. Please be advised, you must endure for at least 20 minutes before you may retreat back to the city. Meanwhile, a system notification echoed in Jiang Han's ears, one that only he could comprehend. 20 minutes. It was evident that the game rules were determined not to allow him to evade this calamity with ease. Ka. The city gates opened for the third time, and Jiang Han, leading his skeletal knights, emerged amidst a multitude of gazes, wielding the cold cloud sword. Suddenly, a cold glint flashed, and a dagger traced a shocking arc. As if he had eyes on the back of his head, Jiang Han bent low, perfectly dodging the attack aimed at his neck, then swiftly turned to thrust his sword, taking down his assailant. Damn it, the ambushing rogue was left dumbfounded, never expecting his sudden attack would be evaded. President, Jiang Han has emerged. Quickly surround him and block the city gates. Do not let him escape easily. It was inevitable that the rewards for the leading faction in the siege would be inferior to those of the defenders. The true rewards were not something that only the first place could claim. As Jiang Han stepped out with his skeletal knight, mounted on a skeletal steed, the city gates closed, and a vast number of defenders completely sealed the entrance. It was clear they had come prepared, specifically to claim Jiang Han's head, intending to coordinate their efforts. Jiang Han, however, remained unfazed. Once the time was up, he would certainly return to the city. These players would not be able to stop him. -1. Miss. -1. A flurry of damage notifications appeared, some unblocked or directly exempted. In the next moment, countless adventurers surrounded Jiang Han, leaving no escape. Ding! System notification. Due to the presence of over 3,000 adventurers around you, your resilience has increased, and your health has been augmented by an additional 50. Ding! System notification. Due to the presence of over 5,000 adventurers around you, your resilience has significantly increased, and your final health has been supplemented by an additional 100. Ding! System notification. Due to the presence of over 8,000 adventurers around you, your resilience has drastically increased, and your final health has been boosted by an additional 200. The system notifications rang in succession, ultimately raising Jiang Han's health to over 140,000.140,000. This was truly the health one would expect from a boss. Undoubtedly, the game had its hidden rules. As the number of players increased, so did the boss's health and resilience, making it more challenging to defeat him. While resilience diminished the effectiveness of control skills, this regulation reasonably restricted players from overwhelming a boss that was not currently meant to be challenged, thereby maintaining game balance. Swish! Jiang Han swept his sword, and the moment two players made contact with the blade, they were enveloped in white light, swiftly eliminated without a trace of suspense. -11475-22584. The two massive damage numbers stunned a large swath of players, particularly the second strike, which was a critical hit, doubling the damage. This damage, could it be that Jiang Han had truly become a boss? The top 10 players on the leaderboard had posted his attribute panel, revealing an attack power exceeding 1,300, a feat befitting a level 28 player. Brothers, for the sake of the unique hidden class, we must attack. Jiang Han observed the tide of adventurers surging towards him. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, you have killed an adventurer from the Light faction, earning 1 point. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, you have killed an adventurer from the Light faction, earning 1 point. Jiang Han's sword rose and fell, the chilling light creating a grim scene as bodies littered the ground. Stun him. Suddenly, several rogue players launched a simultaneous attack from all directions. Jiang Han dodged some, but inevitably, a few strikes landed. Ding! System notification. You have been struck by the chilling ice rain, stunning you for 0.05 seconds and losing 3 health points. Ding! System notification. You have been struck by the do not stop my strike, stunning you for 0.02 seconds and losing 2 health points. Jiang Han was not the least bit surprised by this. The more players gathered around him, the more terrifying the resilience and additional health bonuses granted by the system became, coupled with the already vast disparity. Their attempts to endlessly stun him with control skills were nothing short of wishful thinking. Damn it, a stun lasting only 0.05 seconds. Was this truly a game? Many rogues wore grim expressions. They were all players, having entered the game at the same time, toiling day and night, yet the disparity was so great that their signature control skills were nearly rendered ineffective. Naturally, they had probably never considered that Jiang Han, under the protection of the demon god, had long since transcended the ordinary player experience, fully integrating into the NPC perspective, possessing an identity unlike that of typical adventurers. Everyone, spread out. Too many players will only make him stronger. We need to attack in waves. A few rational players proposed, but alas, the possibility of implementation was slim. They were all vying for a singular reward, not a united front, and no player would willingly sacrifice themselves for another. Swish! At one moment, a sharp blade pierced through the crowd, reaching Jiang Han and stabbing into his chest. -5001. Jiang Han felt a sharp pain in his chest, his health visibly diminishing. Fortunately, there were enough adventurers around. Otherwise, that strike could have taken a tenth of his health. As the blade sank into Jiang Han's chest, Cairo sneered. Jiang Han, do you remember me? Scout skill. Angry Soldier Cairo, Silver Boss, level 35 health. Attack. 800 to 850 defense, 420 to 450 skills. Advanced swordsmanship, Silver Blade. Fury I remember, Jiang Han replied, no longer in his usual playful tone. As he examined Cairo's attributes, he nodded, the creditor from the novice village. Knowing this, will you not hurry to collect your debt? 20,000 gold coins, not a single coin less. Cairo chuckled coldly. Sorry, I can't repay you right now. Jiang Han tried to sound conciliatory. You should leave first. Once I accumulate enough wealth, I will certainly repay you. I would even swear an oath to the god of oaths. And if you die halfway, I would be left with nothing. You really expect me to believe anything you say? Cairo's eyes glimmered with greed as he proposed. How about this? You can use your head to pay off the debt, and I will consider the matter settled. Silently observing him, Jiang Han frowned slightly and raised his sword. Then there is nothing more to discuss. Let us see whose skill prevails. You. Cairo's face turned ashen with fury. You dare defy the contract and still have the gall to speak so boldly? Why should I not? Jiang Han's expression remained indifferent. You wish to claim my head? Very well. If you can defeat me, consider it a request. Would he really lay down his life for an unreasonable contract? Such a person would be far too benevolent. He could only say, the dark faction had indeed chosen wisely. Beg me, ha. Understanding the mockery behind Jiang Han's words, Cairo's fury turned to laughter. Die. He withdrew his sword from Jiang Han's chest and unleashed a flurry of cold light. In the face of Cairo's devastating skills, Jiang Han chose to ignore them, first using the grip of the undead to control him, then following up with a frenzied assault, stripping away over 30,000 of Cairo's health. The two fought in a desperate manner, their health plummeting, leaving the nearby adventurers in stunned disbelief. Had Jiang Han lost his mind? After all, Cairo was a silver-level NPC, with health far superior to his own. It was illogical to trade blows in such a manner. Was he aware that his demise was inevitable and merely wished to allow the NPC to claim the reward? As those adventurers dealt damage, they were filled with in a mere 2 minutes, Jiang Han's health was nearly depleted. Is this all you've got? Cairo, in a far better state than Jiang Han, wore a disdainful expression. Without turning back, Jiang Han thrust the cold cloud sword sideways, instantaneously slaying an approaching adventurer. Whoosh! A warm sensation enveloped him. Golden light surged upward. Level 29, simultaneously, his health was restored to full. Players, with a single level up. All the damage dealt to him thus far was rendered moot. Indeed, this is all I possess. Indifferent to the need for rebuttal, Jiang Han replied lightly. Yesterday, after completing his task, he had accumulated a considerable amount of experience. And coupled with his recent exploits atop the city walls, where he had slain adventurers, and his current confrontation with the enemy, he was merely a hair's breadth away from leveling up. He had meticulously calculated all of this. Otherwise, how could he have recklessly exchanged blows? You. Cairo's expression instantly darkened, feeling as though he had been toying with his opponent. You are still the Cairo I once knew, unchanged in the slightest. Jiang Han taunted as he launched his assault. How delightful! He held little fondness for idle chatter during battle. Yet provoking his adversary was crucial. It could incite rage, leading to irrationality, much like the water Qilin he faced during the talent trial. Naturally, if he encountered an opponent of formidable mental fortitude who remained unaffected by words, he would remain silent. However, Cairo was certainly not among them. Die for me! As anticipated, Cairo fell into the trap, his eyes bloodshot as he roared and charged at Jiang Han in a desperate frenzy. With a swift motion, he swung his silver blade, unleashing several horizontal arcs of sharp sword energy. Evil tread! Regrettably, Jiang Han had no intention of engaging in a mindless exchange of blows. He leapt abruptly, evading the sword energy and delivering a kick that sent Cairo sprawling to the ground. Ding! System notification. You have used Evil Tread, dealing 13,547 damage to the enraged soldier Cairo, successfully interrupting his skill and applying a suppression effect. Immobilizing him for 1 second, with Jiang Han's level increase, the suppression effect of Evil Tread had finally manifested its intended power. Even though Cairo was a silver-level boss, significantly higher in level than Jiang Han, he was still subjected to control. Necromancer's grip of the undead, frenzied slaughter, a flawless combination of control and damage once again caused Cairo's health to plummet. Subsequently, Jiang Han retreated a short distance, unhesitatingly gulping down a life potion to ensure his health remained at a robust level. Rising from the ground, Cairo gritted his teeth. "You scoundrel, you shall pay dearly for your actions today." Ding! System notification. The enraged soldier Cairo has activated the skill Frenzy, increasing his attack by 20 and attack speed by 25 for 1 minute. Frenzy, a commendable buff skill. However, Skeleton Knight, guard me well. Jiang Han commanded with fervor. S. Daniel's disciple and the leader of this team. He naturally held the authority to issue commands. Yes. Instantly, upon hearing the command, the Skeleton Knights abandoned their skirmishes with the enemy, shoving through the adventurers surrounding Jiang Han to form a formidable wall of protection before him. This scene left the players in a is it possible to do this? This game truly shatters my worldview. For the vast majority of players, they still did not grasp the concept of integrating with the natives and continued to interpret eternity within the confines of conventional gaming. Since you chose to join this siege, I do not believe you can escape unscathed. A cold smirk graced Jiang Han's lips. Once your buff effect ends, you shall be nothing but a lamb waiting for slaughter. The debt of 20,000 gold coins loomed over him. Was it excessive? Absolutely. And he was required to repay it within a week, a rate that was nothing short of usury, were it not for the time constraint or if he had accumulated enough wealth. He would undoubtedly remember and repay the favor of lending him equipment and imparting skills to give him an edge over others. However, for this preposterous contract, they dared to demand a head as collateral. For such insatiable greed, he found it exceedingly difficult to feel any remorse. You, Cairo, repeatedly mocked by Jiang Han, was left speechless, his face flushed with anger and resentment. In his mind, this battle was meant to bring him fame, a chance to soar to prominence through Jiang Han's bounty. Yet everything had deviated from his expectations. Or perhaps, do you believe that with Frenzy, you can break through the Skeleton Knight's protection within a minute? Jiang Han calmly stated, if not, your frenzy is nothing but impotent rage. Impotent rage, faced with Jiang Han's scornful taunts, Cairo was driven to madness, bellowing, all adventurers, fall back. Your numbers only serve to bolster his health and resilience. As the attacking party, he, like many adventurers encircled by defenders, understood well the advantages Jiang Han was receiving. However, his proposal received no response. The attacking adventurers exchanged glances, ultimately choosing to continue their relentless assault. Arrows and spells rained down upon Jiang Han, yet the damage inflicted was negligible. It is essential to note that the effective range for range classes was merely 50 meters to maintain accuracy. At greater distances, whether archers or mages, it became exceedingly difficult to strike their target. Thus, expecting the attacks of tens of thousands on the battlefield to land squarely on Jiang Han was utterly unrealistic. Utilizing the power of death, even without disengaging from combat, his health regeneration was approximately 140 points per second, supplemented by the occasional consumption of a life potion, rendering ordinary players' attacks inconsequential. Cairo surveyed the adventurers who ignored him, his face turning a deep shade of purple with rage. 30 seconds. Your frenzy has 30 seconds left. Standing within the protective circle of the Skeleton Knights, Jiang Han continued to apply verbal pressure. Upon hearing this, Cairo grew increasingly agitated, charging at Jiang Han with his silver blade. Damn Skeleton Knight. Get out of my way. 20 seconds. 10 seconds. Cairo, his anger boiling over, glared at Jiang Han with unbridled fury. You are far too noisy, evil tread. Sensing that his opponent's frenzy was about to expire, Jiang Han decisively struck. Utilizing his 5-star speed growth, Cairo had not yet reacted when he found himself beneath Jiang Han's foot. 14, 786. Following this, a seamless combination of skills brought Cairo's health to its nadir. Spare me. Cairo, pinned beneath Jiang Han's foot, wore a mask of despair, his earlier arrogance replaced by desperate pleas. Chop. The sound of a sword slicing through flesh answered him. The swordsman indifferent. Spare you? It is far too late. The enmity had been irrevocably established, and with the multitude of taunts hurled his way, Cairo likely seethed with rage. Allowing him to live now would only invite unnecessary complications later. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, you have slain the attacking side's third wave boss. the enraged soldier Cairo, earning an additional 500 points. Ding, system notification. Congratulations, you have slain the 35-level silver boss, the enraged soldier Cairo, receiving rewards. 2,000 reputation and 300,000 experience. As Cairo perished, 3 pieces of equipment burst forth from the ground, which Jiang Han swiftly collected, barely glancing at their attributes before downing another life potion to contend with the surging adventurers. Casting a quick glance at the time, Jiang Han estimated he still needed to hold his ground for 13 more minutes. Taking a deep breath, he gripped the cold cloud sword, decimating the surrounding adventurers with the efficiency of harvesting wheat. Each strike a lethal blow on the city walls. Daniel, who had been closely observing the battle between Jiang Han and Cairo, wore a look of profound satisfaction. I believe that by the time I am resurrected, you will undoubtedly be a figure of renown across the eternal continent. As he spoke, it seemed he sensed something amiss, narrowing his eyes as he gazed into the distance. Brandy, you truly are tenacious. He could perceive an aura from afar, comparable to his own strength, yet due to the constraints of the rules, it could not yet manifest. 2 minutes for minutes. Time trickled away, the sounds of battle echoing below. With countless eyes focused on Jiang Han, they felt that they could not possibly defeat him. They were merely granting him experience. Forget it, I concede that I refuse to believe that no one can breach my defenses. I have a hunch that the true experts are lurking in the crowd, waiting for the opportune moment. Growing weary of the lack of effective damage, many players began to express their frustration. Finally, the time had come for me to take the front lines at one moment, as a sea of corpses surrounded Jiang Han. A man wielding a blazing great sword appeared before him, clad in equipment far superior to that of the surrounding players. His eyes gleaming with fervor, Jiang Han frowned slightly, sensing a degree of pressure emanating from the man. Indeed, there were no shortage of skilled players among them. Reconnaissance Art, Autumn Wine Polonia, Crimson Flame Swordsman, level 25 health, 20,070 attack, 705 to 752 defense, 353 to 377 skills. Flame Slash, Flame Dragon Dance, Flame Guardian, Rage of the Crimson Flame. Crimson Flame Swordsman? Jiang Han was quite astonished. There was no doubt that this individual, like himself, belonged to a hidden profession. You possess a hidden profession, yet still seek to trouble me. Jiang Han inquired. It was, after all, his first encounter with another hidden profession, and he found himself rather intrigued by the opponent's occupational strength and skills. Qiufeng Wudong aimed the massive sword at Jiang Han and chuckled. A little birdie told me that if one chooses to forego other hidden professions while possessing a hidden profession, the reward from the game will be exchanged for equivalent rewards. Ah, I see, Jiang Han nodded. Moreover, I am quite interested in your personal prowess. An SS-level talent is truly enviable. With that, he charged towards Jiang Han, flames suddenly erupting from his body. Clang, the system prompted. Qiufeng Wudong has activated the skill Rage of Crimson Flame, enhancing all attributes by 25 for a duration of 2 minutes. As a price, his level will drop by 10 once the skill concludes. Jiang Han furrowed his brow slightly upon seeing the effect description of Rage of Crimson Flame. This skill bore a resemblance to his dark reincarnation, which he could only utilize at level 50. Although Rage of Crimson Flame provided a lesser amplification and had a shorter duration, the overall attribute enhancement of 25 would elevate him to Kai Luo's level of power. Prepare yourself. Qiufeng Wudong raised his fiery greatsword, and as he swung down, the blade radiated a fierce glow, showcasing considerable might. As the great sword descended, Jiang Han remained unfazed, standing his ground and choosing not to evade, bracing himself to endure the damage of the strike. Slash! The great sword struck Jiang Han's shoulder, inflicting over 10,000 points of damage. Clang! The system prompted. You have been attacked by Qiufeng Wudong's Flame Slash, receiving 10,578 points of damage. Impressive. A true master has appeared. There are certainly many skilled individuals in the Eastern District. He is not the only one that if we just make one last effort, it will be over. Upon witnessing the high damage dealt, all players began to sense the hope of defeating Jiang Han. It's my turn now, Jiang Han replied nonchalantly, and in an instant his speed surged several times. He leapt into the air, delivering a powerful kick to Qiufeng Wudong's face, then forcefully slammed him down into the ground. Evil tread. Dash 8547. 2 seconds of suppression. Qiufeng Wudong had yet to register his embarrassment over his damaged pride when he saw the effect, his expression shifting dramatically. Such an extended control effect was truly perilous. Clang, the system prompted. Qiufeng Wudong has activated the skill guardian of the flame god, enhancing his defense by 30 for 5 seconds. In a flurry of attacks, Jiang Han unleashed a 4-hit combo. Qiufeng Wudong saw his health plummet to a mere 23 points. Cold sweat breaking out. Just as he was preparing to roll away, a massive hand composed of purple-black energy appeared in his line of sight, grasping him with a vice-like grip. It was none other than Grip of the Undead. More? He thought, his face turning ashen as he found himself immobilized once again. How infuriatingly frustrating. Tian Yuchihua, if you don't come to my aid soon, I am truly finished. In a moment of desperation, he shouted, whoosh. The next second, a milky white radiance surged from the crowd, enveloping him and causing green numbers to appear. 0.25, 088, 18, 758. The sudden healing restored Qiufeng Wudong's health to full, preventing Jiang Han's subsequent undead slash from finishing him off. A strikingly beautiful woman in a white robe emerged from the crowd, her game ID being Tian Yuchihua, a holy priest. With a cold snort, she remarked, I thought you could handle it alone. Do you know that the cooldown for holy healing is 7 days? Another hidden profession. Jiang Han furrowed his brows slightly. Qiufeng Wudong scrambled away from Jiang Han's attack range, exclaiming, the priests on the battlefield are all healing me. I'll first bring him down to low health, and then it's a matter of luck for the final blow. There's no way I can outpace you, but at the very least, I cannot allow Jiang Han to return to the city alive. Trusting him once, I'll focus on bringing him down to low health first. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Instantly, Qiufeng Wudong's health was forcefully restored. Let's do this again, he declared, eyeing Jiang Han with confidence. If you have the ability, kill me in one shot. With dozens of priests continuously healing him from behind, he didn't believe Jiang Han could instantly slay him. You are mistaken. Jiang Han shook his head. If you have the ability, then within 2 minutes, deal 140,000 health damage to me. After 2 minutes, your buffs will expire, your level will drop by 10, and you'll be entirely at my mercy. I need not concern myself with your provocations. This Qiufeng Wudong paused, then decisively charged forward, sword raised. Observing this, Jiang Han turned and plunged into the throng of players, utilizing their positions to buy time. Excellent. No rashness. Daniel atop the city wall nodded with a smile. Combat is never a mindless exchange of blows. Only those who can discern the situation can be regarded as true warriors. 2 minutes later, Qiufeng Wudong's level fell to 14, his strength drastically diminished. Jiang Han wielded the cold cloud sword and swiftly dispatched him, subsequently taking Tian Yuchihua with him. Crimson Flame Swordsman and Holy Priest. Jiang Han confirmed the threat was neutralized, feeling a sense of relief. Indeed. There are many skilled players in the Eastern District. Whoosh! Moments later, golden light surged forth. Level 30, with the experience from Kai Luo and the numerous adventurers he had slain, Jiang Han's level rose once more. Clang! The system prompted. Attention! The Ice Legion led by the level 50 golden boss, Ice Mage Jennifer, will commence the 4th wave of the siege in 1 minute. Clang! The system prompted. Attention! The Flame Legion led by the level 80 Dark Old boss, Flame Mage Brandy, will commence the 5th wave of the siege in 1 minute. As Kai Luo's new British Legion exhibited signs of decline, the system notifications rang continuously in Jiang Han's ears. 2 waves of attacks commencing simultaneously. Are you foolish? It's evident that the following events will follow the storyline, bringing the adventurer activities to a close. I thought as much. How could an 80-level Dark Gold boss appear? Players began to murmur. Jiang Han, return. Daniel atop the city wall called out, the ensuing battles are not something you can partake in. Understood. Jiang Han promptly turned back, although the adventurers could yield substantial experience. He was not so overwhelmed by the thrill of leveling up that he lost his sense of discretion. Whoosh, 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 those blocking the city gate, he dispatched with a single strike each, though points would be deducted. It mattered little. He had already secured the top position on the siege points leaderboard. Jiang Han Shui, points, 11,099, second, Wuxin Sleep, points, 1,029. Third, Ruamajuan, points, 776. Fourth, Longzhan Ye, points, 774. Suddenly, a player from the defending side blocked his path, a mocking smile on his face. Everything has unfolded as I expected. Currently, players attempting to defeat you with ordinary means face an uphill battle. Wuxin Sleep, the one ranked second on the points leaderboard. Glancing at the opponent's game ID, Zhang Han replied coolly, "If you don't wish to lose a level, step aside." "Why the hurry?" Wuxin Sleep feigned ignorance, pulling a purple scroll from his pack. "Now, can you still act so arrogantly?" Looking at the scroll in his hand, Zhang Han remained unfazed. Indeed, with over 1 billion players in the Eastern District, it was inevitable that some would be fortunate enough to obtain a forbidden spell scroll. Rending, Wuxin Sleep tore the scroll, a confident expression adorning his face. "Jiang Han Shui, no matter how strong you are, can you withstand the terrifying might of the forbidden spell scroll?" Boom! As the scroll was shredded, purple light soared into the sky, transforming into a dense thundercloud, with torrents of lightning swirling within, growing ever more intense. Poised to erupt at any moment, clang, the system prompted. Player Wuxin Sleep has activated the forbidden spell Scroll 9 Heaven's Divine Thunder, inflicting 2 million fixed damage to all units within a 500 by 500 radius centered on himself. Crack! Thunder as thick as a barrel rained down, wreaking havoc on the adventurers. One moment, a bolt of lightning struck towards Jiang Han. Boom! Amidst the deafening explosion, Jiang Han was engulfed by the purple lightning. His figure obscured as earth and debris erupted around him. The destructive force exceedingly terrifying. My apologies. The sole hidden profession now belongs to me. Wuxin Sleep laughed heartily, with a complete 2 million points of damage. He could not believe Zhang Han could endure such an onslaught. Yes, that's so. Unbeknownst to him, Daniel, who stood beside Zhang Han, brandished his staff to dispel the electric sparks. His garments were charred and somewhat disheveled. Yet he had not sustained any serious injuries. "You dare to strike at the many adventurers guarding the Dark City. I cannot simply turn a blind eye to this." The smile on Wuxin Sleep's face froze. His eyes widened in shock as he stared at the intact Jiang Han Shui, stumbling back 2 steps as if losing his balance. His complexion shifted from pale to ashen, ultimately contorting into a grimace of fury. What the hell? A forbidden spell scroll. That was a forbidden spell scroll. It could be used to secure the coveted first kill of the golden treasure, to obliterate Jiang Han Shui in pursuit of the singular hidden class. Only to be thwarted by an NPC? Whoosh! Daniel raised his staff, a black light emanating from the gem at its tip, instantly dispatching Wuxin Sleep. "Apologies, my mother passed away thousands of years ago." "Master, even if I take this hit, I may not perish," Jiang Han declared, utterly astonished that Daniel would intervene to shield him from the forbidden spell. "And oh worries," Daniel replied with a smile, shaking his head. "I will ultimately meet my fate. The shards of the moon are precious and should not be squandered lightly, lest we find ourselves at a disadvantage when it truly matters." Suddenly, a raspy yet ear-piercing voice broke through, such profound affection between master and disciple. It is truly touching. Turning around, Zhang Han beheld a red-robed elder and a blue-robed crone hastening towards him, the former being the source of the remark. "Past grievances shall surely compel you to pay the price today." His expression darkened, his tone imbued with murderous intent. Flame Mage Brandy, Dark Gold level boss, level. Health, Attack, Defense. Skills. Though the reason for Brandy's fall from Spirit level to Dark Gold level was unclear, as an 80 level boss, the disparity in power between him and Jiang Han remained vast. Thus, apart from his name, all other attributes were obscured by question marks. Emerging from the city gates atop a skeletal steed wielding a long spear. The golden level boss candy advised, "Jiang Han Shui, leave this to me and the lord of the city. You should retreat to the city and rest." "Duck," Daniel whispered urgently. "Canny, and I will handle them." Jiang Han found himself at a loss for words, glancing between Daniel and Candy, emotions swirling within him, and suddenly felt a twinge of bitterness. Damn it, how can you all claim to be part of the dark faction with such resolve? "Master, I leave Brandy to you. Candy, let us confront this old hag together, Perhaps retreating to the city would indeed spare his life. Perhaps hiding was the wisest choice. But in this moment, despite knowing it was merely a game, he could not disengage from the role. Brilliant elemental magic howled beneath the city, arrows raining down incessantly. Kill! In the distance, the forces led by Brandy and Jennifer surged forth with unstoppable momentum. The soldiers, all elite monsters of level 40 or 50, far surpassed the adventurers defending the city and the skeletal knights, capable of dispatching one with just 2 or 3 strikes, rendering the situation overwhelmingly dire. What resistance could be mustered? These were NPCs far beyond their current capability. Farewell. Continuing to fight would only squander the hard-earned levels they had achieved, with the unfolding narrative no longer of concern. They opted to log off. Players on the defending side began to entertain thoughts of retreat. The ensuing battle would bear little significance for their rankings, and in their eyes, further resistance was unnecessary. Yet, a handful of players persisted, for the city walls had not yet been breached, and the narrative conflict between NPCs had yet to commence, clinging to a glimmer of hope for the defense of the Dark City. Old hag, beneath the city gates, Jennifer, draped in a blue robe, her wrinkled visage now contorted with anger, exclaimed, "Have the Dark Swordsmen become so brazen even before they have fully matured?" "Huh." Jiang Han could not suppress a derisive laugh. "Do you require me to call you grandmother to appease you?" Well aware that the newcomer bore ill intentions, to treat her with courtesy would be nothing short of hypocritical. "You," Jennifer seethed, "sharp-tongued brat. Go hide in the safe zone of the city and wait for the opportunity to retreat." Daniel commanded sternly. This time, "Heed my words." Ding. The system prompted. "Do you accept the task to temporarily avoid the fray?" "No." Jiang Han resolutely rejected without hesitation. "There is still a chance." His gaze grew profound as he fixed his eyes upon Daniel. "Trust me." Was the outcome already determined? Perhaps it seemed so to the other players, yet he still perceived a flicker of possibility. His words. Daniel hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth. "Very well. If you wish to fight, I shall not yield. That I will deal with Brandy, while you handle the old hag." "Agreed." Jiang Han nodded. "You." Jennifer's expression darkened further at being referred to as an old hag repeatedly, lines of anger deepening on her face. "Brandy, take care of this brat. You go kill Daniel." Given Daniel's formidable strength, she naturally dared not act recklessly. Yet a mere silver-level insect did not pose a threat in her eyes. "Understood." Brandy, unable to contain his murderous intent, found no fault in her decree. In his estimation, he had the upper hand over Daniel, while Jennifer would find it even easier to handle the undead knight Canty and Jiang Han Shui. Ensuring victory was inevitable. "Fall back to the city." Daniel commanded AS defenders. They could not abandon the solid fortifications. With the city gates now open, they would be vulnerable to an enemy onslaught, losing their advantage. Canty and Jiang Han exchanged knowing glances and retreated into the city without hesitation. Crack, crack, crack. The skeletal soldiers positioned at various corners of the city, upon witnessing this, promptly attempted to close the gates. Seeing this, Jennifer and Brandy exchanged glances and, seizing the moment before the gates could shut, charged into the city. It was not that they lacked the desire to prevent the gates from closing. Rather, the Dark City was a primary city of level 1, and while the gates did not close quickly, obstructing them at the center would create a weight that could crush even Earth-level or Sky-level powerhouses. Attempting to stop it would be akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Nevertheless, they felt no panic at infiltrating the enemy's stronghold. After all, no ominous presence lurked within the city, indicating the absence of hidden, unknown powerhouses. Of course, if there existed Sky-level or higher entities, they would be unable to sense them. Yet if such beings truly existed, why would they hide? Miss! As the two entered the city, numerous ranged players attempted to attack, only to find that the issue was not whether they could breach defenses, but that their damage was outright immune. Whoosh! Daniel raised his bone-white staff, conjuring a sphere of pitch-black energy that shot forth. "Is this truly your strength?" Brandy scoffed, swinging his fiery red staff to conjure a shield of fire element energy before him, perfectly deflecting the attack. Observing the clash between Daniel and Brandy, Jiang Han turned to Canty. "You engage directly. I will provide support." Ultimately, The opponent was a 50-level golden boss, and given his current attributes, he was highly likely to be dispatched in a single blow. It was imperative for Canny to draw the aggro. Understood, Canny nodded, then spurred his skeletal steed into a charge towards Jennifer. Ding! The system announced. Undead Knight Canty uses the skill charge, increasing movement speed by 35 and knocking back the first enemy unit he touches for 10 seconds. Humph! Jennifer, unwilling to slack, wielded her staff, summoning a chilling aura, swiftly creating a translucent ice wall before her to block the charge. Bang! The skeletal steed collided heavily with the ice wall, shattering it, yet the charge's effect was also nullified. Evil Tread! Jiang Han quickly surged forward, seizing the opportunity to attempt a kick to the opponent's head to suppress her and create an opening for Canny's assault. Whack! However, Jennifer effortlessly lifted her left hand to block the incoming kick. Her stance unwavering. -1. A damage value so minuscule it could be disregarded emerged, steeped in irony. Ding! The system informed. Your skill Evil Tread was blocked, dealing 1 point of damage to the enemy. Jiang Han's pupils dilata sharply. The strength of a 50-level golden boss was such that they could catch Evil Tread barehanded. Evil Tread was formidable, yet you are simply too weak. Jennifer scoffed with disdain, swiftly grasping her calf, then pivoting to thrust him backward, causing Jiang Han to lose his balance and crash against the city wall like a kite severed from its string, tumbling down in a disheveled manner. Bang! Although Jiang Han shielded his head with all his might, the forceful impact still left him seeing stars. Ding! System notification. You have been attacked by the Ice Mage Jennifer, losing 22,887 health points, and have entered a state of dizziness for 3 seconds. It was merely a commonplace attack, lacking any weapon enhancements or magical damage, yet a glaring crimson 5-digit number still appeared above Jiang Han's head. Mind you, upon entering the city, there were no numerous enemy adventurers around to provide any buffs, and Jiang Han's health was barely over 50,000. A single basic attack had severely injured him, indicating that Jennifer's attack power, even without weapon enhancements, was at least over 2,000. This is disastrous. Jiang Han is as good as finished. These two bosses are invincible. The defenders are doomed to fail. Brothers, it's time to retreat. Witnessing Jiang Han's plight, the defenders' morale plummeted, and countless players withdrew from the battle, preparing to log off. Jiang Han, be cautious. Kant hurriedly urged his skeletal horse into the fray, diverting Jennifer's firepower to prevent her from focusing on Jiang Han. After 3 seconds, Jiang Han's dizziness subsided. He shook his groggy head, clumsily rose to his feet, and expressionlessly retrieved the cold cloud sword from nearby. A weakling must embody the demeanor befitting their status. While Jennifer cast spells to counter Kant, she sneered, thinking, "You and can't believe you can restrain me? What a joke. I never imagined you would take yourselves seriously." As she spoke, she seized an opportunity during the battle to hurl an ice spike toward Jiang Han's position. But Kant forcibly repositioned, using the skeletal horse's body as a shield, and immediately lunged with his spear, exclaiming, "Old hag, your opponent is me." Imph! Jennifer coldly snorted, abandoning her attack on Jiang Han. The battle raged on intensely, with Daniel barely managing to fend off Brandy, sustaining several wounds, while Kant, a level 40 golden boss, found himself easily harvesting Daniel's life. A minute later. Evil Stomp. Coming again, Jennifer's lips curled disdainfully, her eyes filled with contempt as she faced Jiang Han's close assault. She raised her hand once more, attempting to block his feeble attack, an ant shaking a tree. Bang! In the next moment, her arm was pressed against her face, and the force of his kick was magnitude stronger than before. Contorting her expression as her body twisted sideways, her gaze rapidly descending until it met the ground. Boom! The floor shattered, creating a deep crater. The sudden turn of events caught the attention of both Daniel and Brandy. Players preparing to log off halted their movements, staring blankly at the scene. Rendered speechless, a level 50 golden boss was being forcefully subdued by Jiang Han. Standing atop Jennifer's face, Jiang Han's eyes reflected indifference. "Old hag, what are you pretending to be?" -141, 869. As the skill was unleashed, a vivid crimson damage number appeared. Some players nearly had their eyes pop out, thinking they had misread. 14,000 damage. What a joke. Such terrifying damage emanating from a golden boss far exceeding their current level, initiated by a player, created an overwhelming sense of incongruity. Ding! System notification. You have used A-grade item Purple Lightning Gem, awakening your latent potential, enhancing all attributes by 1,000 for 1 minute. Ding! System notification. You have used the skill Evil Stomp, inflicting 141,869 damage on Ice Mage Jennifer and applying a suppression effect, rendering her immobile for 10 seconds. 10 seconds, an unfathomably long duration of control. Ew. The contempt in Jennifer's eyes vanished, replaced by sheer terror as she gazed up at Jiang Han, trembling uncontrollably like a frightened animal. Frenzied slashes, -96, for 51, -108, for 57, -127, 775, -148, 733, in merely 2 seconds. Jiang Han dealt over 600,000 damage, despite being a golden boss. Jennifer's health visibly plummeted by nearly a quarter. Can't, Jiang Han called out, simultaneously dealing damage while prompting the dazed skeletal knight. Can't, snapping back to reality, immediately charged forward, thrusting his spear into Jennifer's body, leaving her grievously wounded, blood pooling on the ground. Brandy, come help me, Jennifer cried out in panic, her emotions spiraling out of control as she desperately sought assistance. She had never anticipated that the seemingly insignificant ant would suddenly transform into a dragon. Get away from me. Brandy, having gained the upper hand against Daniel, was filled with rage and summoned a fiery tornado with her staff. In the next instant, the violently swirling firestorm unleashed a scorching wave, surging toward Jiang Han and Kant, attempting to drive them away from Jennifer. The flames illuminated his face. Sensing the pressure, Jiang Han narrowed his eyes and withdrew his foot from Jennifer's face. Ding! System notification. By relinquishing your suppression, the control state on the opponent has been lifted. Just as Jennifer thought she could escape, a massive purplish-red hand materialized from thin air, ensnaring her tightly, rendering her utterly immobile. Ding! System notification. You have been hit by the dark control of Jiang Han's undead grasp, entering a 3-second immobilization state. The situation was dire. Seizing the moment while the control effect persisted, Jiang Han grasped her cloak, lifting her and positioning her towards the incoming fiery tornado, as if using her as a shield. Brandy, assist me in slaying this demon. For NPCs, the game is reality. There is no adventure party system, nor is there a concept of not harming teammates. Jennifer struggled in vain, her expression one of despair, as the fiery tornado rapidly enlarged in her line of sight. No. Boom. The searing agony engulfing her body elicited a blood-curdling scream from Jennifer. As an 80-level Dark Gold boss, Brandy's strength undeniably surpassed Jennifer's by a significant margin. The skill she unleashed did not disappoint Jiang Han, scorching a charred mark across Jennifer's front, leaving her on the brink of collapse. -1, 547, 800. Jennifer's health plummeted uncontrollably. With Brandy's assistance, combined with the damage dealt by Jiang Han and Kant, it totaled over 2.4 million, leaving her with only a sliver of health. Die. Jiang Han swung his blade. Necromantic slash, -314, 587. Instantly, blood sprayed forth as Jennifer's head rolled to the ground, her body severed. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, you have slain the 50-level golden boss Ice Mage Jennifer, earning the reward. Level 3, Reputation 2500. Ding! System notification. Congratulations. You have slain the golden boss Ice Mage Jennifer. As the first player in the game to defeat a golden boss, you receive additional rewards. Reputation 5000, free attribute points 30, rare skill Eye of Insight. Schwa schwa schwa. Golden light erupted 3 times, elevating his level to 33. Jiang Han was not surprised by this. Logically, a 50-level golden boss should yield much more experience, certainly not just 3 levels. However, the system did not grant experience, clearly intending to suppress players' leveling speed to a certain extent. Ding! System notification. Would you like to inform all adventurers descending upon the Tianjin continent of your glorious achievement? Note: after the server-wide announcement, you will receive 10,000 reputation points. Yes, Jiang Han readily agreed. At this point, he had no reservations, and this system notification could significantly boost the defender's morale. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the Eastern District player Jiang Han for becoming the first player to defeat a golden boss. This is hereby announced. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the Eastern District player Jiang Han for becoming the first player to defeat a golden boss. This is hereby announced. Cheaters! Jiang Han must have been exploiting hacks. Indeed, just moments ago he was being brutally beaten by NPCs, only to turn the tables effortlessly. I laughed. 3 first kills all concentrated on one person. Surely this is an official setup. Countless individuals have been lamenting. Their frustrations palpable. The advantage has been monopolized by a single individual, leaving others feeling decidedly uneasy. However, as they witnessed Jiang Han's remarkable reversal, defying the predetermined plot twist set by the system, many defenders regained their confidence, abandoning thoughts of logging off, and instead chose to continue their valiant stand against the 2 formidable armies of skeletal knights and soldiers besieging the city. With but a few seconds left of the all-attribute boost conferred by the Thunderstone, Jiang Han swiftly gathered the equipment dropped by Jennifer, scarcely able to examine their attributes, and allocated all his newly acquired free attribute points to his attack, hastening to assist Daniel alongside Kant. "You scoundrels!" Brandy's eyes were bloodshot, brimming with murderous intent, as he enveloped himself in flames, exuding an aura of terror. Frantic slaughter! Without any further ado, Jiang Han launched his assault. Swish! Brandy raised his staff, and the red gem atop it glimmered with a brilliant light, slowly forming a transparent shield that descended from above, encasing the caster in an impenetrable barrier. Ding! System notification. Flame Mage Brandy has activated the skill Flame Shield, creating a protective barrier equivalent to 25 of his own health points, capable of withstanding all forms of physical attacks. Miss! 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 The cold cloud sword struck repeatedly, yet 4 evasion indicators emerged, signifying that no damage had been inflicted, while the Flame Shield remained intact, save for a few minor cracks. The Dark Gold tier represented a new echelon, its values significantly surpassing those of the Golden tier. Despite the augmentation from the Thunderstone, Jiang Han's attributes still paled in comparison. Retreat, you are no match for him. Daniel's face turned pale, breathless, urgently warning Jiang Han to maintain distance. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han hastily fell back. "Master, are you all right?" he inquired with concern. Having vanquished the 4th wave boss Jennifer, Brandy was the final adversary. If Daniel could defeat him, the tide of the city defense battle could still be turned. Daniel downed several potions, his complexion flushing with an unusual hue, propped up by his staff as his waning spirit rallied. He could still barely hold on. Boom! Suddenly, flames erupted from the ground where Brandy stood, roaring forth and spreading rapidly for hundreds of meters, incinerating nearby adventurers and skeletal soldiers alike to ashes. Ding! System notification. Flame Mage Brandy has unleashed the skill Inferno C, inflicting damage based on his attack power of 10 to all enemy units within a 100-100 range every second, while reducing their movement speed by 10, lasting for 2 minutes. Brandy's gaze was cold and filled with malice, his demeanor bordering on madness, as fury eclipsed his reason. "Today, none of you shall escape." Each word was nearly forced through clenched teeth. The intense heat thickened the air, and within the flames, Brandy appeared overwhelmingly formidable. In that moment, all observing players hastily retreated, fearful of stepping into the fiery domain conjured by Brandy, lest they be consumed alive. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Jiang Han found himself continually taking burn damage. His movement speed adversely affected. Based on his attack power of 10, he took a swig of a health potion, casting a stern glance at the system notification, quickly estimating Brandy's attack power to fluctuate around 850 points. This figure was excessively high. Even with the Thunderstone's enhancement, which multiplied his attributes tenfold, he still fell short. Moreover, the Thunderstone's duration had ended, and unless he activated it once more, he could inflict no harm upon Brandy. "This is still my fight." Daniel, his expression grave, spoke earnestly. "You and Kant must vacate the Inferno area." Jiang Han shook his head. "I will look for an opportunity from the side." Retreat? At this juncture, with hope within reach, How could he possibly withdraw? You. Daniel was left speechless. Always playing the master-apprentice charade in front of me. Don't you find it overly sentimental? Brandy interrupted forcefully, pointing his staff at Jiang Han. Aunt, you have dared to mock me time and again. Today, I shall send you to hell. Swish, with Brandy casting his spell, a fireball coalesced before him, hurtling towards Jiang Han with the speed of a released arrow. Reaching him in the blink of an eye. How swift! Jiang Han felt a surge of alarm. Deprived of the Thunderstone's enhancement, his reflexes had considerably diminished, making it exceedingly difficult to evade Brandy's assault. Of course, it was not that he was reluctant to use the remaining charge of the Thunderstone. It was merely that its duration lasted only a minute, and he wished to deploy it at a more critical moment. Be careful. Kant hurriedly positioned himself in front of Jiang Han, braving the fireball with his own body, resulting in the skeletal horse shattering, sending him flying backward. 878001. An outrageous damage figure appeared. The disparity between Kant, a level 40 golden boss, and Brandy was staggering. Fall back. Seeing this, Daniel swiftly waved his staff, summoning a dozen skeletal minions to charge at Brandy, buying precious time. Jiang Han tightened his grip on the sword's hilt and said, Master, can you utilize this? He produced the Thunderstone if it could awaken Daniel's potential and significantly enhance his attributes. Perhaps all would fall into place. The necromancer no longer belongs to the realm of the living. Daniel shook his head, stepping away from Jiang Han to shield his disciple from the ensuing shockwaves, then proceeded to cast spells, engaging Brandy in a life-and-death struggle. Perhaps had you not withstood that forbidden spell, you could have held your ground against me for a while longer, Brandy sneered, raising his hand for yet another fire vortex. Prepare to meet your demise. As the fire vortex howled, Daniel summoned a wave of black energy that surged forth like a shockwave from his front. Boom! The two spells collided, creating a deep crater in the ground, billowing smoke that surged outwards, making it difficult for Jiang Han to maintain his footing, forcing him out of the battlefield's confines. Cough, cough. Daniel coughed violently, trembling, akin to a candle flickering in the wind. In contrast, Brandy merely took a few steps back as the flame's shield shattered, suffering far less damage. Truly powerless? Watching the battle unfold, Jiang Han felt an urgency rise within him, hastily rummaging through his pack for items that could alter the situation. The Thunderstone? The amplification was staggering, yet his base attributes were still too lacking. Even if he used it, he would still be unable to rival Brandy. Daniel, as a necromancer, could not utilize it, and Kant, being a skeletal knight, was likewise not a living being. Thus, it could not dictate the outcome of the battle. Equipment: Cairo and Jennifer had indeed dropped a considerable amount of gear. However, Cairo was level 35 and Jennifer level 50, rendering their drops unsuitable for his current use. Then a skill. Jiang Han's eyes brightened as he spotted a skill with a blue cover lying within his pack. It was the reward from slaying the golden boss, the Eye of Insight, S rank, which could be learned by someone no higher than level 50. This was exponentially stronger than the scouting skill given to beginners. Without hesitation, Jiang Han promptly chose to learn it. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, you have learned the skill Eye of Insight. Resolutely, Jiang Han activated the Eye of Insight to examine Brandy's attributes, despite Brandy being an 80-level Dark Gold boss. He was not beyond his 50-level limit, allowing the Eye of Insight to reveal all information. Flame Mage Brandy, Dark Gold tier, level 80 health, 10 million attack, 15,500 to 16,200 defense, 11,500 to 12,100 skills, Scorching Fireball, Fire Vortex, Flame Shield, Inferno Seeding, System Notification. Through the Eye of Insight, you have discerned the opponent's weakness. Weakness? Jiang Han felt a jolt of energy surge through him as he reopened Brandy's panel. Noticing the system's additional hint. Weakness. Due to advanced age, physical stamina is poor. Poor stamina is a weakness. After a brief moment of confusion, Jiang Han quickly grasped the implication, shouting at the top of his lungs, Master, do not confront him head-on. This old man has poor stamina. Let us engage him in a war of attrition. A war of attrition. Daniel, pale-faced, immediately comprehended Jiang Han's intent, creating distance and raising his arm to command. All skeletal soldiers within the city advance. While skeletal soldiers were weak, relying on a swarm strategy to deal with Brandy was nearly impossible. Even the weakest of skeleton soldiers ultimately require Brandy to wield his staff and unleash his magic to be vanquished. Thus, a modicum of Brandy's stamina must inevitably be expended. Ha! Brandy's laughter rang out, as if it heard the most ludicrous jest. Am I weak? Little wretch, do you wish to amuse me to death? Even if my age has diminished my vigor, I am not so easily worn down by a mere throng of skeletons. Yet the skeleton soldiers remained undaunted, surging toward him, although the inferno had yet to subside. The notion of incinerating the skeletons within mere seconds was patently unrealistic. Begone, you filthy rabble! He brandished his staff, and a fireball pierced through a dozen skeletons, wreaking havoc with astounding might. Seizing the moment as the skeletons scrambled, Daniel found a brief respite and, casting a glance at Jiang Han, spoke gravely. Perhaps you speak the truth. His weakness indeed lies in his diminished stamina. However, to think that the skeletons alone could exhaust him is a fanciful notion. Not necessarily, Jiang Han interjected, shaking his head. Could the priest not attempt to heal Daniel? From every perspective, the eternal official seems to blur the lines between NPCs and adventurers. Perhaps the adventurer's healing abilities could also benefit the natives. No. Daniel hastily raised a hand in refusal. Swish, swish, swish. Yet before Jiang Han could voice his concerns, numerous healing spells had already descended upon Daniel, leaving him no time to intervene. Miss. -1. -1. The so-called healing spells not only failed to cure, but inflicted harm instead. Jiang Han, it seems quite reasonable that light element spells would harm the undead. Are you attempting to slay your master? Encountering such a remarkable disciple, Daniel was profoundly moved. Cough, cough. Hastily urging everyone to cease their attacks. Jiang Han awkwardly cleared his throat and stammered. My mistake, he had never considered such a scenario. After swallowing a potion, Daniel regained his composure. Your idea is commendable, but the sheer number of skeletons that Brandy has slain is overwhelming. How can the two great legions outside withstand this? We must remember that the siege is not solely the work of Jennifer and Brandy. They command the Ice Legion and the Flame Legion, whose soldiers far surpass the defenders in level. Their only advantage lies in their numbers. You may be right. For a moment, Jiang Han's emotions became tumultuous. Unable to devise a countermeasure, he lamented. Yet, taking a step forward is better than standing still. After all, if you perish, our defeat is assured. If you live, we still have a chance. Daniel must survive. This was his selfish desire, the key to turning the tide of battle. And no matter how many NPCs besieged the city, Daniel could withstand the immense pressure, just as Brandy dispatched the skeletons with ease. There had never been an opportunity. Daniel gazed at the formidable Brandy, his expression unperturbed, for the forces of the Light faction in the Dark City were determined to prevail. At these words, Jiang Han's heart skipped a beat. What does this mean? Is there to be another wave? Cowardly as a mouse, how much longer will you cling to life? Undead mage. Brandy unleashed a torrent of flames, incinerating the nearby skeletons into mere ash, a scene both horrific and mesmerizing. Very well. Let my role conclude here for the time being. Yet Daniel exhaled a breath of resignation and coldly stated, Brandy harbors such hatred for you that if he were to let you go, it would pose a grave threat. You must be slain. With that, he raised his staff and began to chant incantations. Rumble. Suddenly, thunder roared. Dense, heavy cloud descended like spilled ink, obscuring the sun and plunging the realm into darkness, as if divine retribution were imminent. Gazing up at the sudden shift in the atmosphere, Jiang Han felt an unsettling foreboding and, looking at Daniel, who was intoning obscure spells with closed eyes, managed to ask, Master, who exactly are you? Just a moment ago, Daniel had been on the brink of collapse under Brandy's assault. Now he seemed transformed into an entirely different person. Swish! A black beam of energy materialized in the sky, dispersing the surrounding clouds in the next instant. That dark pillar extended downward, piercing Daniel's form amid the raging winds, the resulting shockwave causing the imposing dark city to tremble. Jiang Han, closest to Daniel, felt no harm. A semi-transparent black dome shielded him securely within. The once arrogant Brandy was now stricken with terror, sensing an ominous presence. What is this? The overwhelming aura was a stark contrast to the Daniel of moments before. Ding! System notification. Undead Mage Daniel has received an unknown boon. All attributes increased by 10,000, lasting 10 seconds. All attributes increased 100-fold. Jiang Han, witnessing the system's notification, felt a tumultuous storm of emotions surging within him. Uncertain of how to respond. You have truly exerted yourself. Within the black pillar, Daniel slowly approached Jiang Han, patting his shoulder as he usually did. There is no need for sorrow. As I have said. If you live long enough, we shall meet again, and then you will know who I am. With that, he raised his staff and pointed it at Brandy. Whoosh! A faint black projectile shot forth. No. Brandy's face was etched with despair. Yet under the oppressive force, he could hardly lift a foot. 38, 578, 411. The inevitable instant kill. For this was damage that Brandy could never withstand. Even at full health and strength point 10 seconds later, the boon Daniel had received dissipated. Ding! System notification. Due to unknown reasons, Undead Mage Daniel's attributes have decreased by 10,000. His face turned ashen, nearly fainting, and he collapsed to one knee, leaning on his staff as he urged, "You must leave quickly. If you do not, it will be too late." TSK, TSK, TSK. However, before Jiang Han could take any action, a figure clad in white armor leaped down from the castle ramparts, strolling toward Daniel and Jiang Han with nonchalance. Exclaiming in awe, the dying strike of an undead mage never ceases to be breathtaking, no matter how many times one witnesses it. The man had golden hair and a handsome countenance. His armor adorned with a vivid red cross on both the bracers and chest, indicating his allegiance to the light order that he appeared to have been observing from the shadows for some time. Fully aware of the undead mage's formidable power, only now, with the threat neutralized, did he choose to reveal himself. Ding! System notification. Please note, due to the death of Flame Mage Brandy, the hidden storyline boss, Holy Knight Herbert, has been triggered. Ding! System notification. Due to the defenders successfully withstanding 5 waves of attacks from the Light faction, the point rewards have doubled. The system's chimes echoed in the ears of every defender. Alas, it seems defeat is inevitable. Thankfully, the point rewards have doubled. It is not a total loss. The last move by the Castle Lord was astonishing, directly altering the weather. Might I be able to achieve such feats in the future? White light erupted everywhere. Countless players logged off, utterly abandoning the defense. A hidden storyline boss, Jiang Han, felt a pang of bitterness within. Using his insight, to investigate, only to find a screen full of question marks, indicating that the figure was not one meant to appear at this stage. It was clear that this was a thorough narrative execution. With a dark swordsman and an undead mage, it seems I am destined for wealth. Herbert wore a broad smile, fully aware of the riches that could be reaped from these two. That Daniel, weak and feeble, seemed barely able to lift his eyelids. What does your light order seek by collecting the remains of undead mages? It is common knowledge that calamity awaits you. You need not concern yourself with that. Herbert dismissed the threat with a wave of his hand, producing a silver glimmering spear that he grasped firmly. In the next instant, with a condescending demeanor, he raised the silver spear, pointing it directly at Jiang Han. The tip nearly grazed his pupil. You are a man of deep loyalty, which I do admire. However, you have chosen the wrong faction. Leave your dying words. This is my final act of mercy towards you. Jiang Han fell silent, gazing up in confusion at the adventurers above who were gradually transforming into white light as they departed. He gripped his cold cloud sword tightly, unwilling to accept this conclusion, yet utterly helpless. Suddenly, a long spear lunged from behind, aimed at Herbert. Jiang Han, hurry and escape. Kant shouted, having lost his skeletal steed. Boom! In the next moment, Herbert swung his arm, deftly moving Jiang Han's silver spear backward, delivering a clean and decisive blow to Kant, instantly shattering him into a myriad of bone fragments scattered across the ground. 3285704, a vivid red number flashed. Over 3 million in damage. Even a fully healthy Kant could not withstand such a blow, let alone in his severely injured state. Ding! System notification. Due to the death of the undead knight, Kant at the hands of the Holy Knight Herbert. The point reward has been revoked. Truly, A loyal hound, Herbert remarked with an even tone, casting a glance at Kent's shattered remains before returning his gaze to Jiang Han, without any last words. Let him perish. The silver gleam was sharp and straight. He thrust his spear forward, showing no mercy. The growth of the dark swordsman was terrifyingly formidable. He could not allow his opponent to leave alive. Clang! The crisp clash of sword against spear shattered the ground beneath Herbert, sending a powerful shockwave that hurled Jiang Han and Daniel nearby. Herbert's body trembled slightly, involuntarily taking a step back, gazing at the newcomer. He could not help but display a look of astonishment. An ordinary undead swordsman could not possibly possess such strength. Who were you in life? Although referred to as an undead swordsman, the blocker did not resemble a skeleton, but rather a pale, slender man, who wordlessly, after thwarting Herbert's inevitable assault, turned and dashed away, seizing Jiang Han's armored arm with a sudden leap. Bang! The ground erupted into a deep pit, with alarming cracks extending from the edges, as if invisibly illustrating the sheer force of that leap. The undead swordsman easily leapt up to the city walls with Jiang Han in tow, then exerted himself once more, using the city wall as concealment, vanishing from Herbert's sight. Observing this scene, Herbert refrained from pursuing, for he lacked the confidence to defeat his opponent, should he truly provoke the other. The consequences would be dire. Witnessing Jiang Han being taken away by Cheryl, Daniel felt an overwhelming sense of relief, his body collapsing weakly to the ground, transforming into an unusual orb radiating a strange aura amidst the blackened twilight. Having seen the holy night, not long after, the city gates swung wide open, and soldiers from both armies, upon spotting Herbert, knelt on one knee, bowing in submission. Though the Church of Light and the monarchy were two distinct entities, the ties between them were ambiguous and profound. The status of a holy knight was exalted, naturally surpassing that of their commanding officers. Bending down to retrieve the orb, Herbert observed it silently for a long while before gripping it tightly, commanding, "Increase the bounty on the dark swordsman. Regardless of life or death, I demand to see his head." Yes. In the gale, the surrounding scenery rapidly receded. Why didn't TU save Daniel as well? Jiang Han inquired, having been whisked away by the undead swordsman. Cheryl maintained her pace, exerting all her strength to run. Daniel triggered the celestial phenomenon. That was the last strike of the undead mage. After using it, he is unable to move and has entered the countdown to death. And moreover, the undead mage poses a significant threat to the Church of Light. If I were to take both of you, Herbert would undoubtedly pursue you to that point. Not only would I fail to protect you, but I might even lose my own life, Cheryl explained. Herbert I can handle, but there are other powerful beings lurking in the shadows of the Dark City. Jiang Han fell silent. Other hidden powers? Just how many formidable entities were observing this siege? It was not until they reached the ghostly marsh shrouded in mist and hid deep within the desolate forest that Cheryl released Jiang Han, calmly stating, "We should be safe now." "Thank you," Jiang Han sincerely expressed. He would not question Cheryl's late arrival to put it plainly, the rules dictated such. Otherwise, there would be no need for successive waves of attacking and defending the city. Perhaps Herbert alone could have effortlessly overrun all the defensive forces of the Dark City and secured victory. Cheryl shook her head. "No need for thanks. Daniel had already mentioned in his letter that he hoped I would save your life at a critical moment. I am merely fulfilling a promise." After speaking, she produced a map and handed it to Jiang Han. "What is this?" Jiang Han immediately took the map and noticed a red mark in the center, resembling a treasure map. "From this day forth, I shall be your new mentor," Cheryl stated solemnly. "Your performance in the Dark City was commendable. I hold you in high regard. However, if you wish for me to accept you as my disciple, you must still undergo a trial." Ding! System notification. "Do you accept the quest to find a treasure?" "Yes." Jiang Han would certainly not be foolish. Indeed, the failure to defend the Dark City left him with a sense of regret. Yet Daniel had mentioned on multiple occasions that as long as he lived long enough, they would meet again. It seemed Daniel had left himself a way out. What he needed to do was simply grow stronger, to explore and understand the entirety of this eternal heaven continent. Ding! System notification. You have accepted the quest to find the treasure. Difficulty B. Go forth, Cheryl waved her hand and stepped in the mist, saying, I know this task will not trouble you. Be swift in your return. Jiang Han nodded, beginning to study the treasure map intently, preparing to set out. However, before he could focus his attention, a series of system notifications interrupted his thoughts. Ding! System notification. Your main quest to protect the Dark City has been ultimately deemed a failure. Based on personal contributions, you receive the reward. Experience 1,000,000, Rare Dark Gold Equipment. Breeze Ring. Ding! System notification. Congratulations. You have completed the task of meddling, earning rewards. Experience 500,000, Golden Equipment, Black Scale Bracers, and the title of Dark Master has received a slight enhancement. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, you have become the first on the City Defense Points leaderboard. Earning rewards. Experience 1,500,000, joining the Dark Faction and changing your profession to the Hidden Class. Undead Swordsman. Ding! System notification. Since you have joined the Dark Faction and possess the unique Hidden Class. Dark Swordsman, you may choose to change rewards or alter your profession. Note: according to system assessment, the rarity of Dark Swordsman is higher than that of Undead Swordsman. Please choose wisely. Numerous system notifications cascaded in rapid succession. Jiang Han, however, was not surprised, for he had triggered many quests prior to the siege. Now that the tasks were reaching their conclusion, it was only natural for settlements to occur. Swish, swish, swish. Simultaneously, 3 beams of golden light shot forth, propelling his level directly to 36, further elevating his base attributes. Although he found himself in the Dark Faction and was unable to view the player-level leaderboard, he knew that he had now distanced himself significantly from the current players in terms of level. Yet before he could review the rewards from the quests one by one, 3 more notifications rang in his ears. Ding! System notification. Please note, in the Eastern District, the adventurer Jiang Han Shui has betrayed the Light Faction and made a name for himself in the Dark City, drawing the intense attention of the Light Faction. Those who kill him may obtain ultra-rare items and transition to the unique Hidden Class, along with additional rewards of an S-Class rare skill. Ding! System notification. Please note, in the Eastern District, the adventurer Jiang Han Shui has betrayed the Light Faction and made a name for himself in the Dark City, drawing the intense attention of the Light Faction. Those who kill him may obtain ultra-rare items and transition to the unique Hidden Class, along with additional rewards of an S-Class rare skill. The 3 system notifications all conveyed the same message. Although it pertained to him, it was not solely visible to him. Staring at the information for quite some time, Jiang Han could not help but chuckle coldly. Interesting. The bounty reward has increased. Initially, it was merely a rare item and a unique Hidden Class, but now it had been enhanced to include an S-Class rare skill. Furthermore, the term Ultra was deliberately added before the rare item, as if to ensure that adventurers would not underestimate the value of the reward. Undoubtedly, this was a bounty that would drive ordinary players into a frenzy, no longer paying heed to the system prompt. Jiang Han proceeded along the path marked by the treasure map, simultaneously unwrapping his package to examine the numerous spoils he had acquired during this event. First, he discovered the equipment dropped by Kalo, the Valor Boots, Silver Grade, with defense 30 to 35. Health, 2500, effect, speed increase 12, required level, 35. The Valor Ring, Silver Grade, with attack, 30-40, health, 2000, effect, attack increase 10, required level, 35. And the Valor Sword, Silver Grade, with attack, 120-140, effect, attack increase 15. Attack speed increase 15, required level, 35. All these items were splendid. Jiang Han felt immensely satisfied with the attributes of the equipment and mused, these will significantly enhance my strength. Brother Kalo, you may rest in peace. The 3 pieces of equipment included boots that he could wear immediately, while the Valor Sword and Valor Ring, as weapons and accessories, held considerable value and could replenish his bank account out of course. The Valor Ring paled in comparison to the Undead Ring he currently wore, primarily because the reward from the main quest had been far superior. The Gentle Breeze Ring, Dark Gold Grade, boasted attack, 160 to 180. Health, 15,000, effect, attack increase 30, special skill. Gentle Breeze Guardian, required level, 30. Although dark gold equipment surpassed gold in tier, the staggering increase of 180 in attack was quite absurd, matching the cold cloud sword he wielded. Furthermore, the gentle breeze ring provided a substantial boost to health and attack power, even including an excellent damage mitigation skill. Gentle Breeze Guardian C-grade summons a wind element to reduce the damage of the next incoming attack by 20. With a cooldown of 5 minutes, exceptional. This was undoubtedly top-tier equipment. Jiang Han decisively replaced the Undead Ring, and his attributes surged dramatically. After updating all possible strength-enhancing gear, he opened his character panel and saw that his values had soared tremendously. Dark Control, Jiang Han Shui, Silver Grade Boss, Level, 36, Health, 162432, Attack, 2020-2143, Defense, 440-494, Reputation, 39,000, Luck, one with a health pool exceeding 160,000, he far surpassed players of the same level. Moreover, due to completing the task Interference, the title had further boosted his health. Dark Control, final health increase 200. After scrutinizing his attributes, Jiang Han shook his head in disbelief. This attack power is simply outrageous. An attack exceeding 2,000 means I could inflict 16 to 17,000 damage with a mere swing. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Is there a system message I have yet to confirm? He opened the message panel and immediately saw the option to accept the hidden class Undead Swordsman. No, Jiang Han was not foolish enough to forfeit the absurdly powerful Dark Swordsman class. Ding! System notification. You have chosen to forfeit the hidden class Undead Swordsman. The system has determined that the reward can be changed to skills, equipment, or items of the same rarity. Please select the type you wish to receive. In this regard, the game was indeed quite user-friendly. Jiang Han stroked his chin, appreciating that the system did not arbitrarily decide the reward content. Skills. After a moment of contemplation, he opted for what was relatively the most critical choice. Skills. The reasoning was straightforward. Equipment would eventually be updated and inevitably become obsolete, while items possessed too much randomness. If he were to receive a forbidden scroll, it would be a significant loss. After all, he had already secured the first kill on a gold-level boss, and the health of a dark gold-level boss could not be obliterated merely by a single forbidden scroll. Thus, selecting a skill was certainly a safe bet. After all, the Undead Swordsman was a hidden class, and the skills acquired would undoubtedly be potent, especially since the system had specifically indicated that the rewards would be usable by him. Ding! System notification. Congratulations! You have become a number 1 on the City Defense Points leaderboard and receive the reward. Experience 1, 500,000, S-Class skill. War Domain. War Domain. It sounded like a buff-type skill, right? Upon opening his package, Jiang Han saw a skill book with a red cover and eagerly checked its details. War Domain, S-Class. Good heavens, it was not merely a buff. It also included debuffs for enemies. Jiang Han's eyes lit up as he promptly learned it, adding a remarkably powerful skill to his skill bar. Rustle. Fully equipped, he successfully traversed the Phantom Marsh and entered deeper into the map occupied by the Dark Camp. In the distance, a continuous range of mountains came into view. The peaks towered into the clouds, but contrary to his expectations, there was no snow. Instead, the mountains were of vivid red, with bare rocks exposed and nearly devoid of trees, presenting a lifeless appearance. Ding! System notification. You have entered the map. Lava Mountains. Jiang Han picked up the map and examined it closely, confirming that the position marked by Cheryl was at the highest point of the mountains, and he prepared to set off immediately. Cluck cluck! An untimely sound interrupted Jiang Han's quest. Checking the time, Jiang Han saw it was 7 in the evening. Excellent, the siege battle would commence at 10, which meant he had missed lunch, with the thought of preserving his life foremost in his mind. Jiang Han decisively logged off, reheated the baked buns sent by his mother, and enjoyed his dinner with plain water while browsing the official forum. Regarding the bounty on Jiang Han Shui. Report Jiang Han Shui. Official complaint results. My affairs with NPC girlfriends. Why was the majority about Jiang Han Shui? Jiang Han shook his head. Feeling quite helpless, he acknowledged his attractiveness, but did the fervor need to reach such extremes? At least in the Eastern District, the game ID Jiang Han Shui had nearly become synonymous with trending topics. Wherever these 4 characters appeared, heat was sure to follow. After a bout of complaints, He clicked on the second pin post to learn about the so-called complaint results. Official. We apologize. Upon inspection, the player has exhibited no behavior indicative of cheating. The display of strength far exceeding current players is merely temporary. A result of utilizing items. Upon reading this, Jiang Han let out a sigh of relief. To be honest, he had genuinely feared that the game officials would deliberately target him, which would place him in a more disadvantageous position. Having filled his stomach, he swiftly donned his helmet and resumed his battle. Swish, accompanied by a flash of white light, he re-entered the game. Confirming the direction with the map, Jiang Han strode purposefully towards the mountains. Upon reaching the foothills and preparing to climb, a nearby fiery red stone suddenly sprouted limbs and hurled a punch at him. Jiang Han reacted swiftly, dodging to the side. Inside eye, lava rock monster, normal monster, level 38. Health, 220,000, attack, 500-550, defense, 700-800, skill, solid stone transformation, a level 38 monster. The lava rock monster boasted stronger defense than attack, and its skills clearly favored defense. For ordinary players, its kill efficiency was not low. But it was certainly not a preferred choice for leveling. Swish, confirming the enemy posed minimal threat, Jiang Han swept his sword, the blade making a deep gash on the lava rock monster, while simultaneously activating War Domain. It was a perfect opportunity to test the power of War Domain against a minor foe. Ding! System notification. You have used the skill War Domain, increasing your attack by 20, while reducing the lava rock monster's attack by 20. Lasting 3 minutes. The lava rock monster was 2 levels higher, yet War Domain still provided a 20-point boost in reduction, and it was an area skill, truly deserving of its S-class rating. -15547. The lava rock monster indeed had commendable defense. But unfortunately, it was facing an opponent whose attack attributes had long surpassed expectations, receiving 5-digit damage. The stone monster seemed to realize its opponent's formidable strength, glowing red, retracting its limbs, and curling up entirely. Ding! System prompt. The lava stone monster has used the skill Petrification, reducing its attack by 20 and increasing its defense by 30, lasting for 2 minutes, with a mere 550 points of attack to begin with, and further diminished by the War Domain. Who could it possibly hurt? Jiang Han was momentarily at a loss for words. Too apathetic to evade, he unleashed a frenzied slaughter followed by a deathly slash, swiftly dispatching it within mere seconds. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on defeating the lava stone monster, earning 2,500 experience points. The experience gained was decent, yet regrettably, Jiang Han needed a staggering 1.2 million experience points to level up, which translated to the necessity of slaying 480 monsters, a rather fruitless endeavor. Consequently, he made no delay at the mountain's base. After eliminating several lava stone monsters that obstructed his path, Jiang Han ascended to a higher elevation, where he encountered numerous ape-like creatures frolicking in groups, pursuing the sharp-mouthed fire ape, normal monster, level 40 health, 280,000 attack, 1,000 to 1080 defense, 420 to 460 skill. Provocative rock throwing him, Jiang Han observed the monster's panel. His expression somewhat peculiar. Provoking enemies? What precisely did this provocation entail? Was it a means to draw their ire, forcing them to attack him, or merely verbal taunts? To err on the side of caution, he resolved to seek out a solitary creature first. Everyone, look! Someone's coming! However, before he could make his move, a sharp-mouthed fire ape spotted Jiang Han and immediately summoned its companions. Upon hearing this, over 10 nearby sharp-mouthed fire apes rushed to its side. Jiang Han hesitated, contemplating whether to engage. This person is quite hideous, one of the sharp-mouthed fire apes remarked. Indeed, he was rather unsightly, and his name was equally peculiar. How laughable! The sharp-mouthed fire apes chattered amongst themselves, which swiftly elucidated the meaning of provocation for Jiang Han. And oh wonder, the description labeled the sharp-mouthed fire ape as the most detestable creature in the Tianjin continent. Their tongues were truly venomous. Today, not a single one of you shall escape, Jiang Han declared with a chilling intent, brandishing his sword as he charged forth in a different realm. Were this in the urban landscape, such loquacious beings would have likely received a few slaps, accompanied by lessons on recognizing true worth. Evil stomp. Without further ado, once within range, Jiang Han dashed forward, stepping upon one sharp-mouthed fire ape, activating the war domain as he unleashed a frenzied slaughter. 15487, 17329, 19555, 23144. The sharp-mouthed fire ape's defense paled in comparison to that of the lava stone monster, and its health was only marginally higher. With Jiang Han's attack exceeding 2,000, he dispatched them with remarkable swiftness. Ding! System prompt. You have activated the skill War Domain, boosting your attack by 20 and reducing the sharp-mouthed fire ape's attack by 16. Lasting for 3 minutes. It was evident that the system recognized the sharp-mouthed fire ape's level as superior to that of the lava stone monster, resulting in a diminished effect of the attack reduction. Swish, swish, swish. Meanwhile, the sharp-mouthed fire apes began to pick up debris from the ground, hurling it towards him. Jiang Han evaded a portion of the projectiles, yet a few still struck him. 4471, 4847, 4741. Currently, Jiang Han's health stood at an impressive 160. 000. Even with the multitude of sharp-mouthed fire apes attacking with over 1,000 damage, they posed little threat as he swiftly took down one. The surrounding sharp-mouthed fire apes grew increasingly enraged, uttering numerous obscenities that the system filtered out. Regrettably for them, their adversary was no novice in the art of provocation. Jiang Han understood that ignoring them was the optimal response. Thus he remained silent. 3 minutes later, Jiang Han, having crushed the last of the sharp-mouthed fire apes at this spawn point with his evil stomp, coldly remarked, "Short and stout, I offer you a chance to redeem yourself. Will you accept?" "Yes, yes, yes. Please spare me, great king." The sharp-mouthed fire ape trembled in fear, its body quaking as it finally abandoned its taunts. Fervently nodding like a chick pecking at rice. "Lead me to your companions." Since the sharp-mouthed fire ape was capable of communication, Jiang Han wished to see if it could guide him to a spawn point. Perhaps such a mechanism was unthinkable in other games, yet Eternity was unique, possibly harboring such a feature. Certainly. The sharp-mouthed fire ape readily acquiesced. Excellent. Jiang Han lifted his foot, allowing it to rise. "Lead the way." All right. Under the guidance of the sharp-mouthed fire ape, Jiang Han located the next spawn point. Before they could engage in collective provocation, he charged in, sword drawn, and engaged in combat. Minutes later, Jiang Han stood upon another sharp-mouthed fire ape. Wearing an innocuous smile, "Lead me to your companions." While their speech was indeed harsh, the experience they offered was substantial, each yielding 3,200 points, coupled with their low defense that, in Jiang Han's eyes, they were ideal targets for leveling up. Sure, ding, system prompt. With over 100,000 players possessing talents across the entire server, the player talent level leaderboard has been activated. Following the sharp-mouthed fire ape, Jiang Han heard the system's chime, curious to open the leaderboard and view the newly unveiled talent rankings. 1. Overbearing, SS rank. 2. Heroic, S rank. 3. Compassion, S rank. 4. Plunder, S rank. 5. Grace, S rank. 6. Rising Winds, a rank. Curiously, he was the sole individual to attain SS rank. What a delightful sensation. So ostentatious. Jiang Han couldn't help but shake his head, enviously pondering, who is this first-place contender? How could they possibly possess an SS rank talent? Surely they aren't a plant. It was well known that only the top 10 players to acquire talents could have a chance at system rewards, thereby obtaining SS rank talents. The individual at the top of the leaderboard must possess extraordinary strength, a notion Jiang Han could scarcely fathom. With a buoyant spirit, he approached the next spawn point, unleashing a torrent of attacks upon the sharp-mouthed fire apes. Minutes later, Jiang Han resorted to his previous tactic, continuing to threaten. "Lead me to your companions." Ding, system prompt. Your merciless slaughter of the sharp-mouthed fire apes has incited the wrath of the sharp-mouthed fire ape king. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled slightly, stones bouncing in the distance. A towering, 3-meter-tall, fur-covered giant sharp-mouthed fire ape charged forth, an imposing sight. Its robust arms swung wildly as it emitted a furious roar, seemingly in a volatile state. Who dares to slay our sharp-mouthed fire ape clan? Seizing the opportunity while it was still a distance away, Jiang Han unhesitatingly activated his insightful eye to examine its attributes. Sharp-mouthed fire ape king, golden boss, Level 42 health. 2. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Attack 1600 to 1800 defense. 800 to 950 skills. Rock throwing, heavy punch, ultimate provocation, a golden boss. After reviewing the panel, Jiang Han furrowed his brow, sensing a measure of pressure in terms of attack. He indeed held the advantage. Yet he could not contend with the sharp-mouthed Fire Ape King's defense and health in the depths of the Dark City. He had managed to defeat Jennifer by leveraging the tenfold amplification of the Purple Lightning Gem. However, he could not waste the last use of the Purple Lightning Gem on the sharp-mouthed Fire Ape King. That would be sheer extravagance. Great King, over here. The surviving sharp-mouthed Fire Ape spotted its leader and quickly pointed at Jiang Han, exclaiming, "This is the one attacking us. You dare to slander me." Jiang Han unsheathed his sword, swiftly and cleanly dispatching it. The sharp-mouthed Fire Ape King was utterly enraged, releasing an earth-shattering roar. Let's see how this goes. If it fails, I shall retreat. Jiang Han felt confident in his ability to escape and deemed it unnecessary to shy away from danger. Should it come to that, he might employ the same kite strategy he had used against the Star Moon General. Drawing the foe out and exhausting it as the sharp-mouthed Fire Ape King closed in, it swung a fist, murderous intent radiating. Die. In response, Jiang Han activated the War Domain, reducing its attack by 10. He then leaped into the air, executing an evil stomp that struck the king squarely in the face, inflicting 16,570 points of damage while knocking it to the ground, pinning it for 0. 5 seconds, and the sharp-mouthed Fire Ape King, now on the ground, suddenly taunted, "Is that all you've got?" Ding! The system prompted. Please note, the sharp-mouthed Fire Ape King has utilized the special skill Ultimate Provocation, employing a verbal assault that reduces your attack by 5, that you can also gain or lose benefits through counterattacks. Jiang Han's entire being trembled at the sight of the system notification. Gain or lose benefits through counterattacks? Is the power of verbal taunts now manifesting? Initially reluctant to engage in banter, the moment this ultimate provocation was unleashed, he felt invigorated. Wow, you are truly formidable. As Jiang Han drew his sword, he did not hold back his words. With such prowess, I trust that those sharp-mouthed fire apes under your protection are undoubtedly safe, correct? Ding! The system announced. You have used a verbal assault, reducing the sharp-mouthed Fire Ape King's defense by 10. Is this a breach of defense? Seizing the moment while the defense was lowered, Jiang Han swiftly followed up with soul-reaping slash, grip of the undead, and frenzied slaughter, unleashing nearly 80,000 damage and reducing the sharp-mouthed Fire Ape King's health by approximately 4. Are you merely tickling me? The sharp-mouthed Fire Ape King laughed heartily. Such little strength. Your vitality must be lacking. Ding! The system notified. The sharp-mouthed Fire Ape King has used the skill Ultimate Provocation, launching a verbal assault that reduces your attack by 10. What? Which eye of yours saw his taunt have any effect on me? My vitality is abundant. Thank you very much, Jiang Han, feeling exasperated, countered with a physique so exaggerated. Several times larger than an ordinary sharp-mouthed fire ape, can you truly fit through? Ding! The system chimed. You have used a verbal assault, decreasing the sharp-mouthed Fire Ape King's defense by 20, while increasing your attack by 10 and attack speed by 10. Ew. The sharp-mouthed Fire Ape King seethed with rage, seemingly struck at a sensitive point, and raised his right fist to strike with violent force, both speed and power intact. Given their proximity, Jiang Han had no means of evading. Swish! At a critical moment, a faint green energy shield materialized before him, mitigating the impact of the blow. Wind Guardian, -30157. 30,000 damage still fell within Jiang Han's tolerable range, after enduring the sharp-mouthed Fire Ape King's heavy punch. Jiang Han continued his taunts. With such little strength, you ought to be embarrassed and return home to suckle. Your voice sounds like that of a quacking duck. I can't comprehend a word you say. I say, with a visage like yours, so invigorating, even a dog would shake its head in disapproval. You mutt. Resorting to insults when outmatched. An animal remains, but an animal. Both man and ape engaged in a furious exchange of insults, mutually diminishing their attack and defense. However, Jiang Han's superior skills prevailed. and after several rounds, he had the sharp-mouthed fire ape king furious and red-faced, smoke billowing from his ears, ultimately leading him to unleash a torrent of curses, thereby ending the duration of ultimate provocation. Alas, it was too late. Jiang Han activated the war domain once more, consumed 2 healing potions, and unleashed a flurry of skills, ultimately vanquishing the creature. Ding! The system announced, "Congratulations! You have successfully slain the level 42 golden boss, Sharp-Mouthed Fire Ape King, and received the rewards. 1,800,000 experience and 2,500 reputation." Swish! Golden light scattered, and Jiang Han reached level 37. Not only that, but due to previously defeating numerous sharp-mouthed fire apes and the substantial experience from the boss, he attained 37 level 88 experience, nearing the threshold of level 38. After picking up the 2 pieces of equipment and 3 coins dropped by the foe, Jiang Han promptly examined the attributes. Flame Dagger, Golden Level, Attack, 250 to 280 effect, Attack 25 effect, Attack Speed 30 negative effect, HP minus 20 per second required level. 40 Flame Helmet, Golden Level, Defense, 80 to 100 health, 2500 effect, Defense 20 required level. 40 This dagger boasts impressive attack stats. After reviewing the attributes of the Flame Dagger, Jiang Han glanced at his own Cold Cloud Sword and shook his head. "Brother, you have fallen into disrepair," although it was clear that the dagger far surpassed his sword in every aspect. He had not contemplated a weapon change. After all, his profession was that of a dark swordsman, and his skills were tailored for sword-type weapons. The dagger's limited range would feel uncomfortable to wield. Of course, it was not without merit. The flame helmet far exceeded the attributes of his black crystal helmet and would certainly warrant a change, though he still needed a bit more level to equip it. Subsequently, Jiang Han continued his ascent up the lava mountains. Ding! The system warned. Please note, due to the high-temperature environment, you will lose 10 health points per second. The scalding red rocks rendered the air stagnant. Jiang Han was drenched in sweat, as if caught in a downpour, feeling exceedingly uncomfortable. The higher he climbed, the hotter the temperatures became, eventually reaching a threshold that inflicted damage, until he reached the barren mountain peak, where he would lose 500 health points per second. Thankfully, the environment was not an enemy, and thus did not trigger combat status. The power of death still provided a continuous 0.5 health recovery per second, keeping him at full health. I found it. Following the clues from the treasure map, Jiang Han surveyed his surroundings and arrived at a rocky spot, where he spotted a wooden stick buried in the earth. He immediately used the Cold Cloud Sword to clear away the soil and excavated the long wooden stick. Whiteboard level, attack, 1-to-1 required level. 1. This description is quite sinister. Do the game's designers not fear being beaten to death with it? Joking aside, Jiang Han waved the stick with some exasperation. Is this truly the treasure? He had anticipated something of considerable value, only to discover that Cheryl had merely arranged a task for him, presenting a stick as the endpoint. Glug glug. Just as Jiang Han prepared to return with the stick in hand, a surge of blood erupted within him. Icy energy coursing through his limbs, as a wave of purple-black energy surged forth from his body. What is happening? Is the potential of the Dark Swordsman awakening once again? Ding! The system announced. You sense an aura that shares your origin. Current distance, 500 meters. Same origin. As the energy within him gradually subsided, Jiang Han instinctively felt a faint, elusive energy nearby, prompting him to begin his search. Current distance, 505 meters. Current distance, 493 meters. Fortunately, the system continuously reminded Jiang Han of how many meters remained until reaching his destination, allowing him to discern the direction. Otherwise, he might have traversed the entire peak of the lava mountains without locating his objective. Current distance, 1 meter. Upon reaching the endpoint, Jiang Han found no change in the scenery before him, immediately drawing out the Cold Cloud Sword to begin digging. Moments later, he encountered a hard tile and, after removing it, revealed a spacious room hidden underground. However, the furniture was dilapidated, and the surrounding walls and floors were marred with sword marks and scorch marks from flames. Ding! The system notified. You have discovered the hidden map, God-suppressing tower. Upon reading the description regarding the Dark Swordsman, Jiang Han began to understand why there was an aura here that resonated with his own. With this in mind, he leaped into the god-suppressing tower without hesitation. Although the description indicated it was a battleground for powerful warriors and might not be safe, he was a player, even if he only had one life. One cannot traverse a game while fearing the risks, or they would not go far. Boom! Suddenly, as Jiang Han touched the floor within the tower, a searing golden flame erupted from beneath his feet, engulfing him. Wind Guardian, at the critical moment, he decisively activated his sole protective skill. Ding! The system announced, "You have triggered a restriction left by the flame demon god on the ground. Due to the restriction's erosion over endless ages, its power has diminished significantly, causing only 157,891 points of damage." Well, what a delightful choice of wording with only. Jiang Han, having narrowly escaped death thanks to Wind Guardian, let out a sigh of relief. Waiting for the power of death to restore his health, gazing at the seemingly safe floor nearby, he swallowed hard, feeling a lingering sense of dread that a player afraid of risks would likely not venture far in a game. But those unafraid might find themselves kneeling in place. While awaiting the restoration of his health, Jiang Han did not act immediately, but rather confirmed that Wind Guardian had cooled down before taking a step forward. Boom! A surge of golden flames erupted. Flame Demon God, I curse your lineage, Wind Guardian. Having been the first to notice the mysterious patterns appearing on the floor, Jiang Han hurriedly activated the life-saving skill attached to his ring. Ding! The system announced, "You have triggered a restriction left by the flame demon god on the ground. Due to the restriction's erosion over endless ages, its power has diminished significantly, causing only 157,891 points of damage." With a soft exhale, Jiang Han released a breath of murky air, his remaining vitality ebbing away as he continued to wait for his health to regenerate. In truth, he was not particularly alarmed. After all, in critical moments, he still possessed the moon fragment to safeguard his life. Yet, should the moon fragment be activated, he would certainly refrain from exploring the Divine Guardian Tower for the foreseeable future. Surveying his surroundings, he ultimately fixed his gaze upon the staircase leading to the next floor. Though he had entered from the top, there was nothing of value up there. It seemed that the source of the alluring aura that had drawn him lay below. 5 minutes later, Jiang Han stepped forward once more, and nothing transpired. Excellent. It appeared that not every corner was fraught with traps. Cautiously, he advanced a few more steps, confirming that all was well, and he continued to feel his way towards the staircase, during which he triggered another curse, but it posed no significant threat. Bang! At a certain moment, he reached the edge of the staircase, preparing to enter, only to collide with an invisible barrier, a transparent wall of energy. Jiang Han extended his hand to touch it, only then comprehending its presence. Clang! Swinging the cold cloud sword, he struck the energy wall with considerable force. Miss! No damage was inflicted, as the wall had rendered his attack ineffective. Unable to pass through? Buzz! Just as Jiang Han pondered solution, a bright silver crescent-shaped item suddenly flew out from within his pouch, emanating a soft yet dazzling radiance. The moon fragment. Jiang Han felt a flicker of surprise. Could it be that this energy barrier had been established by the possessor of the moon fragment, thus triggering a response? Moments later, the barrier dissipated and the moon fragment fell. With quick reflexes, Jiang Han caught it and stepped onto the staircase. Venturing deeper into the Divine Guardian Tower, swish! Upon entering the next level, Jiang Han was met with a shocking sight. The walls, floor, and ceiling were all marred by a multitude of sword scars. In this layer, he discovered a black, withered skeleton lying in a corner. Approaching slowly, he attempted to use his insightful eye to examine the Soul Reaper. Carl, status, deceased. That it seemed the Divine Guardian Tower was far from simple. Jiang Han proceeded with utmost caution. One of the 10 demon gods had perished here. The perilous nature of the Divine Guardian Tower was evident, confirming that there were no remnants beside the bones. He turned and moved on to the next layer, the staircase. He encountered the same energy wall, but unbeknownst to him, the moon fragment once again proved its worth, allowing him to pass through. Upon reaching the lower 3rd level, Jiang Han beheld an abundance of remains. Numerous bones were intertwined, rendering them impossible to examine. Occasionally, he spotted a few intact corpses, and upon employing his insightful eye, he recognized them as once prominent figures of renown. However, Unlike the Dark Faction's strong warriors, he also saw the sacred remains of several characters from the Light Faction. The Holy Priest, Maki, the High Priestess, Weir, and the Thunder Princess, Olivia. Jiang Han fell into a stunned silence. It became clear to him that anyone who met their end here was no weakling. They were nearly all the most formidable individuals of their era. The description of the Divine Guardian Tower as a battleground where countless top-tier warriors clashed with mysterious and malevolent monsters was indeed not an exaggeration. Navigating carefully through the remains, he harnessed the power of the moon fragment and successfully entered the next layer. Swish! Upon entering the fourth layer, he sensed a substance akin to sword intent surging nearby, causing his skin to sting with a mild, tearing sensation. Ding! The system prompted, "You are under assault from sword intent, losing 800 health points per second." This sword intent had endured through countless ages and was likely significantly weakened. Yet it still inflicted immense damage upon Jiang Han, surpassing even the intense heat at the peak of the lava mountains. Gritting his teeth against the discomfort, Jiang Han focused his attention on the center, where a skeleton clad in pitch-black armor stood, its hands resting in front of it, gripping a blood-red slender sword. This is Jiang Han's expression stiffened that he had found it, the resting place of the previous generation's Dark Swordsman. Dark Swordsman, Luo Yi, status, deceased. As the saying goes, with death comes the end of the path. A mere corpse could not elicit any response from him, thus leading him to the Divine Guardian Tower. The key was that the armor worn by the previous Dark Swordsman had not lost its potency to the ravages of time. It still emitted a faint, ghostly glow, guiding him to this location. Could it be that I am about to acquire a legendary artifact armor for free? The thought of potentially reaping such a windfall filled Jiang Han with excitement. Suppressing his inner turmoil, he reached out to touch the armor. Farewell. Brother Luo Yi, I shall strive to uphold the legacy of the Dark Swordsman. Oh, a teasing voice echoed. Is that so? Jiang Han was startled, quickly retracting his hand. Who goes there? Swish! A semi-transparent blue soul emerged from within the armor. The soul took on a humanoid form, with sharp brows and bright eyes. Exuding an air of scholarly elegance, the playful smile graced its face as it regarded Jiang Han, clasping its hands in greeting. I am Luo Yi's lingering soul. The previous inheritor of the Dark Swordsman title you intend to glorify. Jiang Han's lips twitched awkwardly as he replied, I was merely speaking offhandedly. Truth be told, who could have imagined that Luo Yi had left behind a remnant soul within the armor? Had he discovered this sooner, his words would have been quite different. I have died. I shall not be perturbed by your words. Luo Yi shook his head, then raised his hand to summon a phantom by his side. The phantom wielded a sword, bearing an identical appearance to him. This armor has accompanied me through countless battles. I cannot easily bestow it upon you unless you defeat my younger self. Ding! The system prompted. Do you accept the challenge to confront the phantom? Indeed, this stingy system would not allow him to obtain anything for free. Yes. Jiang Han muttered to himself in exasperation. Accepting the challenge, he then cast an insightful eye on the phantom. Dark Swordsman. Luo Yi, Golden Level Boss. Level 37 health. 1,300,000 attack. 1,430 to 1,510 defense. 510 to 650 skills. Dark Blade Slaughter, Death Power, Dark Reincarnation. Wait! Just as the phantom prepared to launch an assault, Jiang Han raised his hand to halt it, reminding, Dark Reincarnation is a skill only usable by the Dark Swordsman at level 50. You should not be able to use it at level 37. That skill granted a 50-point boost to all attributes and functioned as an independent multiplier. Posing a significant threat, I do not know. Luo, he shook his head, I am merely a lingering soul. My memories of my past life are quite hazy. Hazy? You seem remarkably lucid to me, Jiang Han thought suspiciously. Glancing at the phantom's description and then at the amiable expression of Luo Yi, falling into contemplation, he vaguely recalled that someone had just stated they were already dead and would not mind what others said. Swish! The phantom, no longer hesitating, launched its attack, a sword aimed directly at Jiang Han with a sharp whoosh. Seeing this, Jiang Han activated War Domain, a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloping him, instilling fear. Ding! The system prompted. You have activated the skill War Domain, increasing your attack by 20, while the Dark Swordsman, Luo E, suffers a 10-point reduction in attack for 3 minutes. The soul of Luo E sparkled with surprise. Your technique is quite impressive. I wonder how you acquired it. I possess extraordinary talent and deduced it myself. Jiang Han, known for his humility, did not hide the truth and stated his answer plainly. Luo, you deduced it yourself. Do you think I would believe such nonsense? The back and forth continued, but Jiang Han remained undaunted, raising his sword to block the phantom's attack. He then swiftly lifted his right foot and delivered a powerful kick to the phantom's face, pinning it to the ground for a second. Death Slash, Grasp of the Undead, Frenzied Slaughter, -15, 247, -16, 789, -18, 954. Facing Luo E, who possessed Dark Reincarnation, he dared not be careless and unleashed a flurry of his most potent skills, causing the phantom's health to plummet by over 100,000 points. The gear you possess is not particularly impressive. Your passive skills merely enhance your attack with slaughter technique. Yet you can reach over 2,000 attack, certainly stronger than I was in my youth. Your talent must be incredibly formidable. Luo E observed the battle with curiosity. It is indeed quite formidable. Jiang Han replied with a righteous air while contending with the phantom. Restoring the glory of the Dark Swordsman is an obligation we must fulfill. Luo, this kid possesses considerable strength and displays a modicum of politeness, yet I cannot shake the feeling that his words are particularly grating. Is it merely my imagination? With a swift motion, the phantom's health plummeted to 75, and it suddenly unleashed a sweeping strike towards Jiang Han, sending forth a wave of sinister purple-black sword energy that tore through the air with a menacing brilliance. Gentle Breeze Guardian, the range of the sword energy exceeded expectations. Its speed was astonishing, making it challenging to evade. Without hesitation, Jiang Han activated the life-saving skill attached to his ring. Ding! The system notification chimed. Dark Swordsman Luo E has used the skill Dark Blade, inflicting 33,430 points of damage upon you. This move was incredibly ferocious. Without the 20 damage reduction from Gentle Breeze Guardian and the 10 attack reduction from War Domain, his health would have plummeted by over 40,000, instantly removing a quarter of it. Swiftly gulping down a health potion, Jiang Han pressed on to engage in combat. The phantom had only 4 skills. Having already encountered Dark Blade, it was clear that Slaughter Sword Technique and Death Power were passive abilities. Thus, the only troublesome skill remained, Dark Rebirth. Time ticked away. One could not deny the formidable prowess of Luo Yi's phantom in his youth. However, Jiang Han had no intention of confronting him head-on. He maintained his combat stance, occasionally blocking or creating distance, waiting for the cooldown of Evil Tread to expire before launching a series of strikes. 50, 30, the phantom's health rapidly dwindled until it reached 25, at which point an eerie black mist enveloped it, amplifying its strength. A chilling aura emanated from its surface, causing the temperature to drop sharply. Ding! The system notification echoed. Dark Swordsman Luo E has utilized the skill Dark Rebirth, enhancing all attributes by 50 for 5 minutes, but reducing his level by 10. Jiang Han squinted, surveying his surroundings, and inquired of Luo Yi's soul. Is it against the rules to leverage the terrain to my advantage? Terrain advantage? Luo E paused momentarily before nodding. True battles have never been fair. Utilizing the terrain is undoubtedly your skill. With that, Jiang Han took the implied consent to heart and immediately unleashed the grip of the undead, immobilizing the phantom for 0.5 seconds before activating Evil Tread and charging towards the 3rd level. Witnessing this, Luo E was taken aback. You intend to wait for Dark Rebirth to conclude? But Evil Tread lasts only 2 seconds. You cannot escape FARS. The control effect of grip of the undead dissipated. The phantom immediately gave chase. On the 3rd level, the phantom closed in on Jiang Han, rapidly approaching. On the 2nd level, Jiang Han was relentlessly struck, his health depleting swiftly. On the 1st level, had arrived. Jiang Han's eyes gleamed as he leapt high with Evil Tread, grabbing onto the shattered ceiling and awkwardly escaping the god-subduing tower. Entering the lava mountains, -500, 500. The scorching sun beat down mercilessly, the searing heat assailing him, and Jiang Han's health continued to diminish. Yet it mattered not. He downed a healing potion, prepared to deliver a strike to the phantom as it leaped towards him. Swish! At a certain moment, the phantom, attempting to leap out of the god-subduing tower, but lacking sufficient jumping power, landed on a section of floor Jiang Han had yet to tread, causing the patterns to illuminate. Jiang Han's eyes sparkled. It's coming. It's coming. Boom! Resplendent golden flames erupted from below, engulfing the phantom and instantly dealing hundreds of thousands in damage. Flame demon, for the great contribution you have made to me. Jiang, you may rest in peace. In a moment of exuberance, Jiang Han, as a member of the Dark Faction, irreverently formed a cross over his chest in honor of the fallen demon. 5 minutes later, Jiang Han leapt back into the god-subduing tower, charging towards the phantom, now reduced by 10 levels, easily overpowering it with sheer attribute superiority. Ding! The system notification chimed. Congratulations, you have slain Dark Swordsman Luo E. Phantom. Earning a reward. 1 million experience. Ding! The system notification continued. Congratulations, you have completed the task of challenging the phantom. You may now claim your reward from Dark Swordsman Luo E. Swish! Golden light scattered. The experience provided by the phantom elevated Jiang Han to level 38. Perhaps due to its nature as a phantom, the boss did not drop any equipment. After fulfilling the task conditions, Jiang Han hastily returned to the 4th level of the god-subduing tower, where he encountered Luo E, whose expression seemed somewhat peculiar. You truly excel at utilizing the terrain, Luo E remarked. Despite the phantom's use of Dark Rebirth, it was still Jiang Han who emerged victorious. As for the method, there was little to discuss. In battle, there was no concept of dishonor, only victory and defeat. Jiang Han chuckled. I completed the task. Rest assured, I will uphold my promise. Luo E nodded. Ding! The system notification chimed. Congratulations, you have completed the task of challenging the phantom. Earning a reward. 500,000 experience. Dark armor. Golden grade. Just a golden grade? Jiang Han furrowed his brow slightly as he opened his inventory, revealing a set of pitch-black armor emanating a ghostly glow. Adorned with a dragon motif on the chest and sharp spikes on the shoulders, exuding an imposing presence. Dark armor, golden grade, defense. 250 to 300 health, 20,000 effect, defense 30 additional effect, health 20 special skill, awe-inspiring presence required level, 35 exclusive class, Dark Swordsman special effect. Indestructible. Non-discardable description. A magical armor that accompanies the growth of Dark Swordsmen. Rumored to have been crafted by the first-generation Dark Swordsman using the scales of a slain holy dragon along with countless precious ores. If it absorbs enough blood from living beings, it will grow ever more powerful. However, prolonged lack of bloodshed will cause it to weaken. Can grow. Hiss! Jiang Han inhaled sharply. Such strength! The defense and health bonuses are already considered top tier among golden equipment, not to mention the added skill. Most importantly, it can grow. This implies that the ultimate tier of the dark armor is far beyond just the golden grade. The description states it accompanies the Dark Swordsman's growth, hinting at unimaginable potential. Subsequently, Jiang Han examined the skill attached to the dark armor. Awe-inspiring presence. S rank unleashes the dragon's soul power hidden within the dark armor to intimidate the unworthy, inflicting 100 damage based on one's attack to all enemy units within a 100-meter radius centered on oneself, while reducing their movement speed by 20 and attack speed by 20 for 3 seconds. Cooldown time, 5 minutes. Wow. Jiang Han was left dumbfounded. An expansive area attack, coupled with a reduction in the movement and attack speed of all enemies. Undoubtedly, despite the diminished power of the dark armor due to its grade, the attached skill remained unweakened. Are you satisfied? Luo E inquired with keen interest. Satisfied? Exceedingly satisfied. Jiang Han nodded vigorously, unable to hide the smile playing at his lips. This armor is formidable. If I were to describe it with an idiom, it could only be those 4 characters. Luo E, intrigued, asked, which 4 characters? Tailored to perfection, Jiang Han declared, donning the dark armor and providing the correct answer. Luo E was momentarily taken aback. Tailored to perfection? What does that make me? He shook his head in amusement, understanding that Jiang Han was merely jesting. since the dark armor had found its next rightful owner. Wait. Jiang Han hurriedly interrupted before Luo Yi could vanish, although the latter had already perished. The clarity of his soul suggested he could answer many of Jiang Han's lingering questions. He could not let this opportunity slip away. Is there anything else? Luo Yi inquired, puzzled. This sword, may I take it? Jiang Han pointed to the slender crimson sword propped against Luo Yi's lifeless body, its width less than an inch, exuding a faint glow, its edge shimmering ominously. Clearly not an ordinary weapon. He asked for 2 reasons: out of respect, and out of concern that the system might intervene to prevent him from taking it. This sword, Luo Yi pondered for a moment, gesturing towards an inconspicuous jade pendant stained with dust around the neck of the corpse. This sword pales in comparison to the dark armor. After enduring the wear of endless years, its former might has long since faded. If you wish to take it, I have no objections. However, you must return this jade pendant to a certain young lady. Ding! The system notification chimed. Congratulations, you have triggered the side quest to return the jade pendant. You accept. A side quest? Jiang Han gazed at the system prompt, his spirit invigorated. That up until now, the only mission he had received that could be deemed crucial was the main quest to safeguard the Dark City. All other tasks he undertook were mere ordinary quests, falling into the category of optional endeavors. The so-called side quests were largely intertwined with the main storyline, serving as extensions or supplementary details to the plot. Yet they were not obligatory for completion. All right. Jiang Han immediately acquiesced. Ding! The system prompted. You have obtained the task to return the jade pendant. Return the jade pendant. Difficulty S. Jiang Han perused the task details, rendered momentarily speechless. The description was brief, providing a pitifully low amount of information, leaving him at a loss on how to proceed. Who was the owner of the jade pendant? Jiang Han inquired. I do not know. Luo Yi replied, his expression filled with shame as he spoke reluctantly. I only had a fleeting connection with her, not even knowing her name. Were it not for Jiang Han's attempt to acquire his sword, he would have been reluctant to take on this task. Though Jiang Han was a descendant of the Dark Swordsman lineage, he was still an outsider, unfamiliar with him, and the task's requirements encroached upon his privacy. Furthermore, perhaps she had long since forgotten. Returning the jade pendant now would only stir up painful memories for her. With your strength, you cannot even gather any information about her. Jiang Han was taken aback. If even one of the 10 demon gods could not discern her attributes, how formidable must she be? The truth must have been obscured by some special means, revealing only a false name. Luo Yi shook his head, then recalled something, stating, such methods are exceedingly rare, and she wields a sword as well. She might hail from the Sword Pavilion. Where is the Sword Pavilion? In my recollection, the Sword Pavilion chose to remain hidden in Qingfeng Town, the farthest place from the super main city, to avoid being embroiled in the power struggles among the princes. Ding! The system prompted. You have received information regarding the side quest. The owner of the jade pendant is located in Qingfeng Town. Goodness! I receive no information about the task unless I inquire. The game's intrigue remains ever so high. After silently scoffing, Jiang Han pondered, how can I blend into the Light Faction's town without exposing my identity? This is a serious issue. It is worth noting that his bounty now exceeds 100 million. Various rewards are not exclusive to players. NPCs can also obtain them. Consequently, the moment he reveals himself, both NPCs and players would go into a frenzy. Worries. Luo Yi pointed, a streak of purple-black energy emanating from his fingertip, entering Jiang Han's brow. I shall teach you a technique for concealing your presence. Ding! The system prompted. Do you accept the skill taught by Luo Yi? Yes. Only a fool would refuse. Jiang Han decisively agreed. Ding! The system prompted. Congratulations, you have acquired the special skill Concealment Technique. Concealment Technique, A level, duration, 1 day, cooldown, 3 days. An exceedingly powerful skill. Aside from top-tier experts, he was already several levels ahead of mainstream players, making it quite challenging for them to investigate his information, coupled with the assistance of the concealment technique. Entering a level 3 town without raising suspicion would not pose much difficulty. After imparting the skill, Luo Yi's soul appeared increasingly faint, teetering on the brink of dissolution. Do you have any further questions? Do you know the origin of this item? After a moment's thought, Jiang Han retrieved the fragment of the moon from his inventory. It could unlock the barriers sealing the God-subduing tower, suggesting a connection between the moon fragment and a powerful entity within the tower. He could not afford to overlook this. What is this? Upon seeing the moon fragment, Luo Yi's pupils constricted, his expression frozen, engulfed in profound shock. Where did you obtain it? It was gifted by a mysterious individual. Jiang Han swiftly filtered through his thoughts, deciding not to disclose that Daniel was his mentor, lest it provoke Luo Yi's hostility. Gifted? Upon hearing this, Luo Yi's expression grew grave. It seems you have a connection with that individual. Who do you speak of? Jiang Han feared he would continue with riddles and hoped for a clear explanation. The source of the countless bones within the God-subduing tower, a mysterious creature that has claimed the lives of top experts. Including myself, Luo Yi elucidated. This moon fragment originated from him. After speaking, his disembodied soul could no longer sustain itself, dispersing into scattered points of light, vanishing completely. Staring at the softly glowing silver fragment in his hand, Jiang Han felt a tempest of emotions surge within him. Daniel, so you were so formidable in the past. Jiang Han was both amused and perplexed. No wonder when I asked him about the demise of the previous Dark Swordsman. He hesitated to tell me. All along, Luo Yi was killed by him. But if he had slain the previous Dark Swordsman, why did he harbor no animosity towards me, even willing to nurture me to the fullest extent? The plot of this game is truly bewildering. Jiang Han shook his head, casting aside distracting thoughts, and focused on the scarlet slender sword supported by the skeletal remains. First, he laid the bones flat on the ground, secured the jade pendant from its neck, and then grasped the sword's hilt. Instantly, an extraordinary surge of power coursed through his arm, invigorating his entire being, causing Jiang Han's strength to skyrocket. Undoubtedly, compared to this blade, the Hanyun sword paled in comparison to the bloodthirsty sword, spirit level. Attack, 650 to 750 effect, 40 attack effect, 50 attack speed additional effect, 15 lifesteal special skill, blood drain required level, 35, if the task to return the jade pendant is not completed within 3 days. Its use will be temporarily restricted until the task is fulfilled. Gazing at the attributes of the bloodthirsty sword, Jiang Han felt a surge of exhilaration. Spirit level. This surpassed the dark gold level of equipment, and the enhancements to attack and various percentage boosts were simply astonishing. Moreover, this sword also possessed a formidable special skill, blood drain, passive. A level absorbing blood would amplify the power of the bloodthirsty sword, stacking one attack for each enemy slain, up to a maximum of 20 stacks, lasting until the end of combat. The potential to stack up to 20 layers meant that after slaying 20 foes, he would gain an additional 20 attack bonus. This expedition to the lava mountains truly yielded immense rewards. Jiang Han decisively replaced the Hanyun sword with the bloodthirsty sword, brandished it in the air a few times, and then opened his character panel, unable to hide the smile on his face as he beheld his vastly improved attributes. Dark Mastery Jiang Han Shui, Silver Level Boss. Level 38 Health, 272. 172 Attack, 3785 to 4127 Defense, 770 to 824 Reputation, 41,500 Luck. One so powerful, despite acquiring the dark armor, greatly enhancing both his defense and health. What truly thrilled Jiang Han was the increase in attack power. With the spirit-level bloodthirsty sword equipped, his base attack had surged dramatically, and the dominance provided by his SS-level talent had unleashed his attack power like a wild stallion, no longer constrained. Subsequently, Jiang Han surveyed his surroundings, his gaze settling on the 5th floor. The God-subduing tower was not merely 4 levels. There might be other opportunities lurking below. Stepping to the edge of the floor, he encountered another barrier. However, this time, the moon fragment did not break the seal as it had previously. Whoosh! Suddenly, a powerful suction force erupted from the 5th floor. Jiang Han's heart raced, and he quickly retreated. A low, guttural roar reverberated from the 5th level, causing the entire God-subduing tower to tremble slightly. There are still living beings on the 5th floor? A faint yet palpable sensation of being watched gripped Jiang Han. sending chills down his spine. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned on his heel and fled, descending from the 4th floor to the 1st, and then leaping out. Only upon returning to the summit of the lava mountains did he feel the oppressive gaze dissipate. With a sigh of relief, he replaced the tiles atop the tower, covering the earth once more, and summoned the system panel to record the surrounding coordinates and terrain before opting to depart. The Spirit Tower was not a place he could currently explore. Having acquired the dark armor and bloodthirsty sword, he felt thoroughly satisfied. Suddenly, a massive crimson python manifested in Jiang Han's line of sight. Its scarlet tongue flicking in and out as its vertical pupils locked onto him, its serpentine body slithering forward menacingly. Lava python, common monster, level 45 health, 320,000 attack, 1,300 to 1,400 defense, 600 to 650 skills, venomous bite. Constriction. Despite being a level 45 creature, it posed little threat to Jiang Han, whose stats far surpassed its own, even nearing its health pool. With a simple series of attacks, each dealing upwards of 30,000 damage. The unfortunate lava python never had a chance to retaliate, swiftly succumbing and providing a commendable amount of experience to the solitude of a master, Jiang Han lamented, gazing skyward. There truly no entity in this world that could threaten my existence? At that moment, his stomach audibly protested, drawing his attention. Peering at the time, he was taken aback to find it was 2 o'clock in the morning, thanks to his foray into the Spirit Tower. He had once again burned the midnight oil. After some contemplation, he resolved to turn his quest before anything else. Hastily returning to the ghost swamp, Jiang Han proclaimed, "Mentor, I have returned, the elusive Death Knight." Cheryl required a loud announcement for him to emerge from the mists. Moments later, she stepped forth, approaching Jiang Han and eyeing the wooden staff in his hand. "It appears you have completed your task." Ding! System notification. Congratulations! You have completed the treasure-seeking quest, earning a reward of 800,000 experience. Ding! System notification. Please be advised, Death Knight Cheryl has become your new mentor. With the quest completed, Jiang Han's level surged once more. He had already been close to reaching level 38 from defeating the Sharp-Toothed Fire Ape King, and after vanquishing the Phantom and completing the challenge set by Luo Yi, it was only natural for him to attain level 39. Cheryl remarked, observing the armor and weapon Jiang Han wielded with mild surprise. "It seems you have garnered quite a bit from the lava mountains. Just some fortunate encounters," Jiang Han replied with a nod. "That is for the best," Cheryl said, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "I had originally placed the wooden staff in another location, awaiting your retrieval. Now that you have grown, it saves me the trouble of running around." Jiang Han thought, retrieve a wooden staff? Is there a quest with a higher reward? Mentor, I have received a task. After some deliberation, he decided to test whether he could extract useful information from Cheryl. Although the task did not specify an actual deadline, he wished to complete the side quest within 3 days. Otherwise, the bloodthirsty sword would remain temporarily unusable. "What is the task?" Cheryl inquired. "Producing the polished emerald pendant." Jiang Han explained, "I was asked to deliver this pendant to a young lady." Cheryl's typically impassive demeanor shifted as she gazed at the pendant. "That IT originates from the Sword Pavilion?" "Indeed," Jiang Han replied, his eyes lighting up. Eagerly, he pressed on, "What do you know about it?" Cheryl paused thoughtfully, then met Jiang Han's gaze and stated, "I was once a disciple of the Sword Pavilion. Thus, I am aware of the pendant's origin." Jiang Han was taken aback. The once in Cheryl's words referred to her life before. He had never considered that she might have ties to the Sword Pavilion. Taking the pendant from Jiang Han, Cheryl examined it as she elaborated. "Every woman in the Sword Pavilion, from the elders to the disciples, possesses a pendant. If she harbors feelings for a certain man, she will present the pendant as a token of her affections. This is an unspoken rule within the Sword Pavilion. I see." Jiang Han nodded, realizing that the woman who once shared a fleeting romance with Luo Yi had chosen to give him the pendant, thus expressing her sentiments. "This pendant is quite remarkable," Cheryl noted solemnly. "Her status within the Sword Pavilion is likely formidable. Will it be dangerous if I deliver the pendant to him?" Jiang Han asked, feigning ignorance. Danger is an inevitability. An S-rank side quest is far from trivial. Otherwise, the rewards would not be so generous. The bloodthirsty sword and concealment technique were essentially intended as advance compensation for the task. Perhaps this is fate. Returning the pendant to Jiang Han, Cheryl unsheathed her weapon, running her left hand along the blade, and said, "The sword I wield comes from the sword pavilion and must also be returned. You shall accompany me tomorrow." "Very well," Jiang Han readily agreed. With Cheryl, a mentor whose strength surpassed even that of a holy knight, he felt a greater sense of security. "You should rest now," Cheryl advised. Observing the fatigue etched across Jiang Han's face from his endeavors in the lava mountains. With that, she vanished into the mist. Seeing this, Jiang Han accessed the system panel and opted to log out of the game. Removing the gaming helmet, he rose to stretch, took a shower, donned some clothes, and headed to a nearby convenience store to purchase some bread and milk before retiring for the night. The following day, at noon, Jiang Han awoke, brushed his teeth, washed his face, and enjoyed a takeout meal before resuming his adventures. Swish! A flash of white light enveloped him as he reappeared in the ghost swamp. Sensing his presence, Cheryl appeared in an opportune moment. "If you are ready, let us depart," Jiang Han affirmed. Following Cheryl, he trailed behind her as they made their way towards the location of the Dark City. "Mentor, what do you think of my sudden appearance and disappearance?" Jiang Han inquired curiously. Based on her actions the previous night, Cheryl did not seem particularly surprised by his login and log dash out. "It is merely a return for adventurers from another world to their own space." She replied nonchalantly, "A rather intriguing ability, likely a privilege bestowed upon you by the god of time and space." "The god of time and space? Is that how the game lore explains it?" Before long, they arrived back at the Dark City, which was no longer in a state of ruin and desolation. The city walls and various structures have been restored, bustling with activity both inside and outside the city. However, high-level soldiers patrolled the towers, maintaining a strict vigilance. "Ding! System notification. You have entered the map of Radiant City." Radiant City, the Dark City reclaimed from the clutches of the Dark Faction, is in the midst of revitalization. As a Level 1 main city, its foundations remain intact, and it will not be long before it returns to its former glory. "Do you possess a method to conceal your presence?" Cheryl asked. "I do." Jiang Han promptly cast the concealment technique upon himself. "Ding! System notification. Please choose a pseudonym and fill in the corresponding false attributes." "A pseudonym?" Jiang Han was taken aback. "Ding! System notification. Name successfully registered." Indeed, Jiang Han's ID transformed from Dark Control 1 Jiang Han Shui to a pseudonym, effective immediately for a duration of 24 hours. Jiang Han thought, "This system is rather lacking in intelligence. It didn't even realize that was a question." He grumbled silently, then adjusted his character panel's attributes to align with those of standard level 15 player, a pseudonym, a fitting name. "Let us proceed," Cheryl nodded, her assessment rather perfunctory. "Those soldiers are merely level 50. They should not be able to discern your true identity." Indeed. Consequently, the two successfully entered Radiant City, arriving at the teleportation array. It resembled a six-pointed star, inscribed with numerous intricate and arcane symbols for the forces of light. The teleportation array was crucial, facilitating the remote deployment of reinforcements. Thus, should the Dark Faction choose to besiege the city, their primary target would undoubtedly be it. Stepping into the teleportation array, Cheryl declared, to Qingfeng Town. The cost amounted to 60 silver coins. The mage responsible for activation extended his hand to collect the fee. Jiang Han settled the payment. As the teleportation array shimmered with resplendent hues, the figures of Jiang Han and Cheryl vanished from sight. Whoosh! Upon reappearing, they found themselves in a new town, greeted by a labyrinth of intersecting streets, bustling with a continuous stream of pedestrians, the vibrant atmosphere nearly overwhelming. "Ding! System notification. You have entered the map of Qingfeng Town." Qingfeng Town, a level 3 town, although not far from the Dark Faction's territory. It appears that the Sword Pavilion remains hidden here, undisturbed by intruders, suggesting that the Sword Pavilion map has yet to be unlocked. Jiang Han pondered, "It is unwise to venture during the day. We shall set off at night," Cheryl proposed. Jiang Han comprehended her intent. Agreed. Since the Sword Pavilion was concealed, entry would not be easily granted. Cheryl had almost explicitly indicated the necessity for stealth. Naturally, The course of action upon infiltration would be entirely at Cheryl's discretion. After all, he held no doubts that she would betray him and expose him to the light. The rationale was simple. Capturing him would not require such elaborate procedures. We can explore during the day. Attempting to remain inconspicuous, Cheryl suggested, there's somewhere you wish to go. Jiang Han promptly replied, I am in need of potions. The medicinal supplies purchased from Daniel had dwindled to a single vial of healing potion. Having come to the realm of the Light faction, he needed to restock his resources. Subsequently, Cheryl accompanied Jiang Han to the apothecary. Greetings. How may I assist you today? The enthusiastic apothecary staff inquired. Jiang Han glanced at his satchel, brimming with confidence. Please procure your finest life-restoring elixir, having slain the Golden Tier bosses Jennifer and the Sharp-Mouthed Fire Ape King. He currently possessed a staggering 236 gold coins. What potion could he not afford? How about this? The clerk pointed to a milky white potion labeled Holy Water, priced at 50,000 gold coins. This is an exceptionally potent potion, providing a direct percentage of health restoration, certainly a highly sought-after item in the later stages of the game. Cough, cough. After glancing at the price, Jiang Han cleared his throat and replied, Perhaps I shall settle for something more standard. Ultimately, Jiang Han spent 100 gold coins to acquire 100 vials of restorative potions and 50 vials of healing potions. Fortunately, 10 vials could fit into a single slot. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to carry them all. Restorative potions, healing potions. For Jiang Han, whose health reached an impressive 270,000, these potions may not replenish much health, but any restoration was better than none. In prolonged battles, they would prove beneficial. After purchasing the potions, Jiang Han intended to explore the area. However, just as he stepped out of the apothecary, he encountered a disreputable-looking man harassing a young woman in a narrow alley. It was evident that both were NPCs. For if they were players, any act of aggression would surely invite divine retribution, with penalties far exceeding a mere level loss. Should I play the hero and rescue her? Ding! System notification. Congratulations, you have triggered a hidden whimsical quest show-off like the wind. Would you like to accept? Yes, since fate had brought this to his doorstep, it would be foolish to pass up the opportunity. But why was it classified as a whimsical quest? Ding! System notification. You have received the quest show-off like the wind. Show off like the wind. Difficulty, D. What a peculiar whimsical quest. Jiang Han found it rather amusing. Wasn't this contrived plotline a bit awkward? Observing the advancing bully in the alley, he quickly processed his thoughts and called out, Halt! Evil trample! Activating his skill, Jiang Han leapt high into the air, executing a flawless horizontal spin before landing perfectly between the bully and the woman, sword in his right hand, left hand shielding the young woman behind him. How splendid! Such a magnificent entrance must surely grant him at least 100 points of show-off value, right? Bully, what is this fool jumping so high for? Ding! System notification. The notorious Beifu perceives your oddity and harbors an increased wariness towards you. Show off value 1. Oddity. Jiang Han was momentarily taken aback. Why was it considered odd? In martial arts tales, those chivalrous souls who intervened when witnessing injustice often leaped high, gracefully spinning through the air, landing perfectly to showcase their prowess. Right? The bully, enraged, exclaimed, Do you have any idea who I am for disrupting my affairs? Humph. Jiang Han scoffed, But do you know who I am? Fake name? Precisely, you can only see my alias, for you lack the qualifications to know my true name. Jiang Han shook his head and instinctively cast a glance at the bully's attributes, nearly stunned by what he discovered. Notorious Beifu, Dark Gold Tier Boss, Level 50 Health, 15 million Attack, 15,300 to 15,500 Defense, 10,000-10, 500 Skills, Idle Wind Swordsmanship, Wind Dragon Guardian, Gale Sword Technique, Dark Gold Tier. This fellow was indeed Dark Gold Tier, and his attributes were nearly on par with Brandy at level 80. What happened to the supposed difficulty D? Ding! System notification. Beifu doubts your true identity. Show off value 5. Who cares who you are? Beifu, uncertain, retorted, If you have the ability, show me what you can do. Show you what? Jiang Han's mind raced as an idea struck him. He glanced towards Cheryl, who was observing from distance, and instantly understood. You are far too weak to witness my true strength. Little Xia, kindly assist me in driving him away. Cheryl. Little Xie? Ever since he had honed his swordsmanship, no one had dared to address him in such a manner. Yet, seeing Jiang Han's knowing expression, he grasped the situation and effortlessly seized the bully by the collar, tossing him aside with ease. "Begone! My master cannot abide by the oppression of the virtuous." "Master?" The young woman beside them was taken aback. Such a title, coupled with such a formidable subordinate, who could dispatch the mayor's son with a single move. "You'll regret this. I shall fetch reinforcements." Beifu fled in disarray. Ding! System notification. Notorious Beifu's hatred value towards you increases by 1,000. Show-off value 30. Ding! System notification. The young woman has developed an admiration for you. Show-off value 20. Wow, she is quite perceptive. Jiang Han silently praised Cheryl, smiling at the young woman. "I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Having completed his display, he needed to make a swift exit. Otherwise, if the bully truly returned with reinforcements, it would spell trouble. "Master, please tell me your true name," the young woman implored. Jiang Han, being an honest soul, immediately divulged his real name. "I am Daniel, Cheryl." Ding! System notification. Congratulations, you have completed the whimsical quest show-off like the wind, earning a total of 56 show-off points, converted into 560,000 experience points. Jiang Han glanced at his experience bar, now at level 39. 56. Not too shabby. At least it was more efficient than grinding for experience. Afterwards, Jiang Han visited the auction house, selling off all his unequipped gear. He then logged off in a spacious area not far from the sword pavilion, awaiting the arrival of nightfall. Night fell at 8 o'clock. Whoosh! Jiang Han logged back in, discovering that Cheryl remained by his side. The night in the game was adorned with twinkling stars and a hazy moonlight, casting a delicate silver frost over the entirety of Qingfeng town. "Let us proceed," Cheryl prompted. "Very well." Jiang Han nodded, following his mentor to the rear of the sword pavilion. In truth, the so-called sword pavilion occupied an inconspicuous corner of Qingfeng town, entirely enclosed by 6-meter-high walls, rendering it inaccessible to outsiders. Jiang Han had perused related content on forums, noting that players had stealthily infiltrated the sword pavilion's interior. However, if discovered, they would be swiftly eradicated by high-level NPCs, suffering a direct 5-level drop, a grave penalty. Cheryl grasped Jiang Han's arm and gracefully leapt over the wall, entering within. Ding! System notification. Please note, you have entered the map of the sword pavilion. Where should we head? Jiang Han inquired. "Make your way to the sword-hiding pavilion to the east," Cheryl directed. Cheryl wore a cautious expression, convinced that the being in question could provide you with answers that as for my intention to return the sword to the sword forging pool. "Shall we split up?" A sudden tension gripped Jiang Han's heart. "Who is this being you speak of?" "The sword god," Cheryl stated plainly. "You need not be anxious, although I have yet to meet this generation's sword god. One who practices the art of the sword must possess a clear conscience. Knowing your purpose for being here, he would not cause you any trouble." "Not cause me trouble? Brother, this is an S-level mission. Do you think he would let me off so easily?" Jiang Han found the notion somewhat absurd. However, upon reflection, he began to understand. If Cheryl truly intended to intervene, the difficulty of the side quest would likely not remain at an S level. Much like a whimsical task, the system continuously evaluates the variables present in any given mission. The reason the difficulty is rated as D may very well be due to Cheryl's presence. Otherwise, if every task could be triggered with such ease, players would have long since been at each other's throats over it, leaving no opportunity for him. "Very well," Jiang Han conceded, "but you must also exercise caution." "Fear not. I have yet to settle a great score. I shall not perish." As he witnessed Cheryl's figure swiftly vanish into the inky darkness of the night, Jiang Han took a deep breath and quietly made his way towards the direction of the sword-concealing pavilion. A few minutes later, he evaded the patrolling disciples of the sword pavilion and beheld the magnificent structure of the sword-concealing pavilion, adorned with elegant eaves and breathtaking beauty. How does one gain entry? If it is indeed the sword god, he has likely already sensed my presence. A straightforward approach is the way to go. Jiang Han's heart stirred as he set aside his guard and boldly pushed open the doors of the pavilion. Inside, he found a well-lit space filled with neatly arranged bookshelves brimming with tomes. Not far away, A young girl of about 14 or 15 lay on a soft crimson blanket, engrossed in her reading. Her features were delicate, her skin fair and smooth, though her disheveled hair lent her an air of languor. She munched on a snack resembling a biscuit while immersing herself in her book, seemingly lost in its pages, until the sound of the doors being opened alerted her. She quickly closed the book and tucked it away, then looked up at Jiang Han, her face registering a hint of surprise. "Why is it you?" "The insight technique, the sword god." "You know me?" Jiang Han asked, curiosity piqued. He could assure her that he had never encountered the so-called sword god in the game. The only time he had heard the name was when Daniel mentioned that the sword god possessed the SS-level talent known as Sword Heart during a discussion about talent trials. Of course, that it seemed that upon realizing the visitor was not whom she had anticipated, the girl breathed a sigh of relief and resumed her reading. Back in the Dark City, had Cheryl slain Herbert? I would have been the next to appear. Jiang Han was taken aback. The sword god's words were truly astonishing. As he pondered, understanding began to dawn upon him. It occurred to him that the Holy See had ties to the necromancer, which explained the dispatch of the Holy Knight Herbert, and Cheryl's intervention was due to the fact that the necromancer had resurrected him. If the sword pavilion had connections to Cheryl, it seemed reasonable for the sword god to emerge and settle the matter. Could it be that the hidden power Cheryl spoke of was indeed her? As he spoke, Jiang Han closed the doors of the sword-concealing pavilion to avoid detection by the patrolling guards outside. He then approached the girl with curiosity, eager to see what book had captivated her so deeply. Surely, it must be an extraordinary tome to hold the attention of the sword god, the unparalleled sword god. Jiang Han thought, the sword god is reading a novel about the sword god. You have an interest in this book as well? The girl looked up in curiosity. Then you must wait until I finish. No. Jiang Han quickly waved his hands, getting straight to the point. I came mainly to inquire if you know who the owner of this jade pendant is. He produced the jade pendant for her to see. Upon recognizing the unique pendant from the sword pavilion, the girl stood up and took it, examining it closely. After a moment, she furrowed her brow and suddenly looked up at Jiang Han, her expression grave. Where did you obtain this pendant? The previous dark swordsman. Jiang Han replied candidly that is he still alive? The girl appeared shocked, then shook her head, denying the possibility. No. If he were alive, you could not have become a dark swordsman. Unique hidden profession. The word unique does not merely apply to adventurers. In most cases, the previous holder of such a profession must pass away for the next to arise. When I encountered him, he had but a fragment of his soul remaining. Jiang Han explained, since you are aware of the pendant's origin, could you please help me pass it to her? I shall not impose further. With that, Jiang Han turned to leave. Clang. A silver sword appeared at Jiang Han's neck. A hair's breadth away, the girl, having seemingly teleported before him, spoke calmly. Now that you're here, shouldn't you say a few words? Gulp. Jiang Han swallowed hard, awkwardly stating, aside from my life, take whatever you wish. I shall not utter another word. Indeed, the S-level side storyline would not permit him to take shortcuts. However, if defeating the sword god was the objective, how could the difficulty be rated as S? It should at least be SS, if not SSS, akin to hunting a demon god. Is that so? The girl wore a smile, the sword lowering to point at Jiang Han's companion. Then the price you pay today may be quite steep. Wait, stepping back 2 paces, Jiang Han declared earnestly. Why not this? Let us engage in a duel of one strike. If I endure your blow and remain unscathed, you shall allow me to leave the sword pavilion in peace. What a peculiar girl! How old are you? And yet you possess such wisdom. The girl shook her head. Ultimately, I belong to the light faction. If I were to watch you enter and leave unscathed, it would surely provide an opportunity for the supermain city to seek retribution. I have come to return the pendant, with no ill intent. If you slay me, would that not harm the sword heart and leave you feeling guilty? Jiang Han activated his silver tongue mode. The sword heart harmed. The girl tilted her head, puzzled. What is that, the heart? In that moment, Jiang Han was rendered speechless. The sword heart, such an elusive concept akin to what should be easily understood. Should it not? My talent is indeed called sword heart, but that was obtained through the talent trial, and there seems to be no notion of harm. The sword god shook her head. Jiang Han fell silent. Cheryl, wasn't it said that the practitioners of the sword value a clear conscience? How amusing. The girl chuckled, unable to contain her mirth, sheathed her sword, her brilliant eyes sparkling with concealed laughter. Just as you said, since you have come to return the pendant, I indeed cannot take your life. However, before Jiang Han could relax his guard, the girl turned the tables. If news of your safe passage spreads, the sword pavilion will inevitably face scrutiny. How about this? I shall use my silver-level strength to duel you, that if you win, you may leave the sword pavilion. If you lose, you shall depart this world. Ding! The system prompted. Your side quest to return the pendant has transformed into a challenge against the sword god. Challenge the sword god. Difficulty S. That a duel of equal levels? Now, that seems quite promising. Jiang Han calmed himself, reining in his emotions, and regarded the sword god, whose oppressive aura had noticeably diminished, casting an insight technique upon her. Level: 1 health, 100 attack, 1 defense, 1 skills, none description. The strongest and most beautiful sword god in history. Unparalleled beneath heaven and earth. Jiang Han felt a twinge of astonishment. Just as Luo Yi had said, the people of the sword pavilion were particularly adept at concealing their true selves. Ding! The system prompted. You have seen through the opponent's disguise with your insight. In the next moment, the character panel displayed before Jiang Han transformed. Sword God Dongfang Yisin, silver level. Level: 39 health. 2,130,000 attack, 2,500 to 2,820 defense, 800 to 1,050 skills, sword control, unparalleled sword strike. Sealing sword technique, sword chi across the horizon, forbidden, all swords return to the source. Truly deserving of the S-level skill awarded by the system, it could pierce through the sword god's disguise, of course. It was merely a silver-level sword god's facade. The girl exclaimed, your investigative methods are quite intriguing. You were able to discern my true identity. Fortunate, fortunate. Jiang Han feigned humility. Indeed, quite fortunate. The girl nodded knowingly. Perhaps you are unaware, but you are merely one step away from a breakthrough. Breakthrough? After a brief contemplation, Jiang Han immediately comprehended her meaning. Golden tier. Elevating his level just a notch further would render him a golden tier boss. For NPCs, the disparity in attributes between each tier is exceedingly vast. Should he break through first and then challenge the sword god of the same tier, the difficulty would undoubtedly escalate dramatically. Hence, Dongfang Yisin's mention of luck made perfect sense. Then, the young girl brandished her sword, pointing it at Jiang Han without launching an immediate attack. Shall we begin directly? Having observed the sword god's attribute panel, Jiang Han cautiously inquired, were you able to cast forbidden spells while at the silver tier? Forbidden. All skills prefixed with forbidden signify extraordinary, high-level attacks with staggering power. Of course, Dongfang Yisin replied with a smile, hesitating for a few seconds before explaining. As a dark swordsman, when the timing is right or emotions align, you too can unleash latent potential and possess unique finishing moves. This information was not something she was supposed to disclose, but upon reflection, she deemed it not a dire secret. Sharing it would not be detrimental. Could you make that clearer? Upon hearing that he too could wield a forbidden-level ultimate attack, Jiang Han felt a jolt of excitement. Dongfang Yisin shook her head, dismissing further chatter. Let us resolve this swiftly. In the next moment, her sword slipped from her grasp, soaring through the air like a speeding arrow, aimed directly at Jiang Han. Ding! System notification. Sword God Dongfang Yisin has activated the skill sword control, increasing attack speed by 50 and attack range by 200 meters, with no cooldown. The first skill unleashed was already outrageous? As the chilling blade approached, Jiang Han's expression turned grave, shedding his usual playful demeanor, as he initiated the nearly habitual evil tread, targeting the incoming sword. Grasp of the undead. The sword flickered like a stream of light, its trajectory becoming increasingly difficult to track. Moreover, stepping on it was essential, prompting Jiang Han to rapidly employ his control skills. Unlike before, this time the grasp of the undead did not select any units, but instead formed a massive hand of purple-black energy to shield him, effectively halting the blade's advance for a fleeting moment. Ding! System notification. You have used the skill grasp of the undead, inflicting a 0.35 second immobilization on the weapon. With a slight turn, Jiang Han swiftly raised his foot. perfectly stepping on the side of the blade, crushing it beneath him to inflict an additional 0.5 seconds of suppression. The teasing glimmer in Dongfang Yisin's eyes faded, replaced by astonishment and seriousness. I have witnessed those moves in the City of Shadows. I didn't expect you to employ them so creatively now. The fact that the opponent had become a dark swordsman was indicative of potential, but luck played an equally significant role. However, this maneuver transcended the mere strength of classes. It spoke to innate combat talent. Controlling the sword looks impressive, Jiang Han remarked calmly. Could you teach me? Which man wouldn't want to wield a sword? Whether strong or not was secondary. Such a technique was undeniably flashy, granting melee classes the ability to strike from afar. Only a fool would decline to learn it. Our positions differ. I cannot allow an enemy to grow stronger. Dongfang Yisin coldly rejected him. Yet, sword control was merely a refined manipulation of elemental energy. Once your strength is sufficient, you will undoubtedly grasp it intuitively. As she spoke, she attempted to retract her sword. But unfortunately, Jiang Han stood resolutely upon it. Don't tell me that silver tier sword control can lift someone, Jiang Han provocatively retorted. The evil tread and grasp of the undead were crucial for control, and he had chosen to use both to step on the sword, clearly with careful consideration. Ultimately, if a silver tier warrior could wield a sword effortlessly, the opponent would already be inherently unbeatable. The so-called challenge was rendered moot, and it could be determined that the sword god would emerge victorious. Dongfang Yisin's eyes glimmered with a hint of combat spirit as she stated, a commendable assessment. With that, she withdrew another weapon from her pack. However, its power was evidently inferior to the demon-breaking sword, significantly diminishing her overall attack by over 200 points. The answer was simple. The true might of the sword god was unfathomable, yet she was constrained to a level 39 battle of equal standing, leaving her with scant weapon options. Jiang Han even suspected that the sword she currently wielded required a level beyond her present capacity, but was being forcibly suppressed by rules. This time, she did not employ sword control, but chose to engage up close, executing a swift and precise thrust. Come on then. Jiang Han's eyes brightened, not evading. War domain. Ding. System notification. You have activated the skill War domain, increasing your attack by 20 while decreasing sword god Dongfang Yisin's attack by 10. Lasting 3 minutes. Swish. The blade plunged into his chest, blood gushing forth. Receiving such a lethal strike in reality would be fatal without question. Yet Jiang Han was acutely aware that this was but a game. Adhering to the game rules, and the sword god's attack, without the demon-breaking sword, was merely under 2,000 points. 16475, damage exceeding 10,000 flashed on the screen. The sword god's innate talent was sword heart, ultimately boosting her damage by 80. Jiang Han was not surprised that her standard attacks could yield such high damage. Grasping the blade firmly, Jiang Han wasted no time in launching a counterattack. Frenzied Slaughter, -28644, miss, -35781, miss. 2 of the combos were evaded. After all, no matter how swift the sequence, without a connecting control, the opponent would not sit idly by. Withdrawing the sword embedded in his chest, Dongfang Yisin stepped back a few paces, flicking off the blood staining the blade, a hint of dissatisfaction in her voice. You are entirely trading life for life. Enduring her strike to seize the opportunity for retaliation, such a method of blood exchange felt somewhat foreign to her. Jiang Han remained silent, directly activating the skill attached to the dark armor. Terrifying presence. Roar. In the next moment, the soul of a black dragon emerged from the armor, sword forth, its form magnifying exponentially. The terrifying dragon's might enveloping the entire sword concealment pavilion, its massive tail sweeping across, leaving Dongfang Yisin with no avenue of escape. Ding! System notification. You have used the skill Terrifying Presence, inflicting 36,714 points of damage on sword god Dongfang Yisin, while reducing her attack speed by 20 and movement speed by 20, lasting 3 seconds. Seizing the opportunity afforded by her slowed state, Jiang Han lunged forward, his blade descending, radiating purple-black energy, necromancer slash, due to the slowdown. Dongfang Yisin found it difficult to evade, immediately raising her sword to block. Clang! The blade met hers, sparks flying. However, In terms of silver tier attack power, Jiang Han maintained a solid upper hand, compelling Dongfang Yisun's blade to rest against her shoulder in a feeble struggle. Yet even so, the blade still pierced flesh, soaking her azure robe with a trickle of blood. 17431. Ding! System notification. Sword God Dongfang Yisun has activated the skill counter, nullifying 80 damage based on the disparity in attributes. Without granting any respite, Jiang Han pressed the attack with all his might. The bloodthirsty sword had a 15 lifesteal, and combined with the panel disparity, he managed to maintain his health at a stable level through the damage dealt. Swish! Dongfang Yisun summoned the demon-breaking sword back, unleashing a sharp blade aura. Gentle Breeze Guardian. 43200. This ends here. Observing Jiang Han's health still above 80, she calmly assessed, in terms of silver tier prowess, I must concede that without using forbidden spells, I am inferior to you. Your talent is rather formidable. She remained within the silver tier phase, her myriad abilities constrained, and with barely over 2,000 in attack power, Jiang Han's innate enhancements nearly doubled her effectiveness. The gap was too vast. The numerical difference alone was already close to overwhelming her. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, you have completed the task of challenging the Sword God, earning a reward of 1,200,000 experience. Whoosh! Golden light scattered. The experience reward elevated Jiang Han to level 40. Ding! System notification. Your strength has ascended to a brand new tier, reaching the level of a golden tier boss, and your title has changed. Ding! System notification. Your title Dark Controller has evolved into Dark Sovereign, and attributes have changed. The unfolding of the narrative left Jiang Han somewhat taken aback, feeling as though it had abruptly concluded. Dongfang Yisun's health remained robust, and she had not utilized various skills, making the task completion feel quite sudden. You returned the Jade Pendant. I never intended to take your life, Dongfang Yisun explained, stating it was merely a formality. Yet the so-called rules compelled her to utter insincere words and engage in disingenuous actions. Jiang Han stood momentarily stunned. What a peculiar mechanism. What do game rules even signify in the eyes of these NPCs? Allowing them to critique and complain at will? Be on your way. Dongfang Yisun sheathed his sword, casting a meaningful glance at Jiang Han before turning away and stating, once we depart from this place, the prologue of chaos shall commence. The prologue of chaos? Jiang Han sensed an impending event within the game and quickly pressed for clarification. What do you mean? The enmity between the two factions had long been established. Irreconcilable a few days prior, the Light faction had reclaimed the City of Shadows, indicating they were thoroughly prepared. Dongfang Yisun waved his hand, signaling him to leave, suggesting that his return of the Jade Pendant was perhaps a twist of fate. Jiang Han found himself increasingly perplexed. Could you refrain from speaking in riddles? Or is it that the rules of the game restrict you from revealing the truth? Before Jiang Han could inquire further, a fierce wind swept through, rendering him unable to maintain his footing, and he was sent tumbling out of the sword concealment pavilion. Clearly, the sword god had opted for a closed-door dismissal, emulating the ancient customs. Jiang Han clasped his fists in salute towards the pavilion, leaving in haste, still shrouded in confusion. Although the sword god had not truly engaged in combat due to the storyline, the NPCs of the pavilion would show no mercy. Without Cheryl by his side, he would undoubtedly meet his demise if cornered. Upon reaching the location where Cheryl had entered the pavilion, he found his mentor awaiting him. Have you returned the Jade Pendant? Cheryl inquired. Yes, Jiang Han nodded, observing his mentor's countenance with some astonishment. Compared to when he had first entered the pavilion, while Cheryl's face remained pale, his spirit appeared significantly rejuvenated. Let us proceed. Cheryl grasped Jiang Han's arm and effortlessly leapt out of the pavilion. Subsequently, the two departed Qingfeng town under the cover of night, utilizing the teleportation array to return to City of Radiance, and then to the ghostly marsh. I owe you my gratitude, Cheryl said, gazing into the mist of the ghostly marsh. Exhaling a heavy sigh as if liberated from some shackle, Jiang Han, puzzled, asked, Thank me. After returning the sword, I am no longer a disciple of the Sword Pavilion, Cheryl replied with a smile. I can now join the Dark faction without any psychological burdens. Taken aback, Jiang Han exclaimed, You have not joined yet? He had presumed Cheryl was already a member of the Dark Faction. Join the Dark Faction. One must prove their allegiance to darkness, Cheryl elucidated. Having undertaken similar tasks, Jiang Han quickly understood. Initially, to complete his class change, he had to slay 1,000 players to demonstrate his inclination towards darkness, allowing him to successfully shift factions as a disciple of the Sword Pavilion. I once vowed that my blade would not be turned against humanity. Cheryl spoke slowly, but now I am no longer bound by such constraints. The grievances of the past must be avenged. Beep. A system notification chimed. Please be advised. Your mentor has decided to undertake the task allegiance to darkness in 3 days. Jiang Han was left bewildered by the system alert. What did Cheryl's task have to do with him? Perhaps the Dark Swordsman is destined to grow through slaughter. Cheryl said sternly, Jiang Han, regardless of whether you are prepared to embrace the baptism of war, the moment you join the Dark Faction, there's no turning back. What does this all mean? Jiang Han was utterly confused. However, the next moment, the system notification provided clarity. Beep. The actions of the Light Faction in reclaiming the City of Shadows have shattered the tranquility of your, awakening the slumbering demon from its endless years of silence. And the malevolent forces lurking in darkness yearn to declare their return through war. Beep. The first expansion pack, the struggle between light and darkness, is now officially launched. Whoa. Upon reading the system announcement, Jiang Han felt a jolt of excitement. This was the onset of a large-scale event for the entire server. In that instant, he realized that had it not been for his task of returning the Jade Pendant, triggering Cheryl's sword return event, he would never have resolved to join the Dark Faction, thus delaying the Sword God's so-called prologue of chaos. Beep. Please be advised. Led by the level 190 Celestial Boss, the Undead Swordsman Cheryl, the Undead Legion is preparing to assault the primary city of Haishin in the Merue district in 3 days. Beep. Please be advised, led by the level 185 Celestial Boss, the Cold Blood Moon Catherine, the Vampire Legion is preparing to assault the primary city of Zhuke in the Eastern District in 3 days. Beep. Please be advised, led by the level 190 Celestial Boss, the Evil Judgment Solomon, the Evil Legion is preparing to assault the primary city of Ladian in the Sakura District in 3 days. In an instant, dozens of system notifications filled the air, as if to underscore the vast impact of this event. Primary city? Jiang Han questioned, uncertainty clouding his thoughts. Given the current strength of players, it seemed nearly impossible to access a primary city. How could he participate in the event? Beep. As a member of the Dark Faction, you have received an S-level main quest, Siege and Conquest. Siege and Conquest, difficulty, S, quest reward, qualification to enter the Demon Lord's treasury failure penalty, death. Beep. Please be advised, led by the level 40 Golden Boss, the Dark Sovereign Jiang Han Hui, the Dark Legion is preparing to assault the level 3 town of Ice and Snow Town in 3 days. Beep. Please be advised, led by the level 50 Golden Boss, the Fury of the Waves Cane, the Wave Legion is preparing to assault the level 3 town of Tiangue Town in 3 days. It seemed to respond to Jiang Han's confusion. After the announcements regarding the siege of the secondary cities concluded, news of the third-level towns being swept into the flames of war followed. Staring blankly at the system messages, Jiang Han felt a rush of exhilaration. How should he put it? Although he was currently only at the golden level, he was about to experience the thrill of being a final boss in a siege battle. Right? It appears you do not feel fear, Cheryl remarked, observing Jiang Han's eager demeanor. Very well. I hope you achieve victory. Mentor, you too. With that, Cheryl ventured into the depths of the Dark Faction, seemingly to organize troops, and would also assist Jiang Han in bringing his Dark Legion along. Players of Ice and Snow Town, it is time for you to witness the might of a golden boss, Jiang Han. Increasingly intrigued by the system announcements, felt his blood surge with excitement, his face breaking into an expression of earnest enthusiasm. Reaching level 40, Jiang Han equipped the flame helm dropped by the Spike Fire Ape King. Opening his panel to view the advancement of his title due to his breakthrough to the golden level, Dark Sovereign. Final health increased by 250. Compared to the Dark Master, the Dark Sovereign's final health had risen by an additional 50, bringing Jiang Han's health closer to that of a true golden boss. One day, Perhaps I shall be the strongest boss in eternity. Jiang Han could not help but envision the grand spectacle of leading countless dark legions against players, his heart racing with fervor. However, for now, that was merely a fleeting thought. After all, he had seen his ranking on the Dark Faction Strength Leaderboard, 84505-217. Due to his journey through the Sword Pavilion, it was now 11 o'clock at night. After some contemplation, Jiang Han decided to log off to recuperate. Ding ding. Just as he removed his gaming helmet, his phone rang, displaying a call from Wang Kai. Picking up the phone, Jiang Han answered, "Hello. Bro, that's impressive." Wang Kai's voice was laced with excitement. "You've become the siege boss for the event." If given the choice, who wouldn't want to be a boss in the game? However, ordinary players were simply not afforded such options. Of course, the price Jiang Han paid for this was a bounty from the Light Faction and the loss of his resurrection rights, a cost that ordinary players could hardly bear. "Yes," Jiang Han replied with a smile. "I could finally take a look abroad. At least in the early stages of the game, the various country server divisions were distinctly separated. Cross-border play was almost impossible. Had he not been placed in the Dark Faction, he would not have such privileges. Make sure to stay safe," Wang Kai advised. "I specifically checked the forum for the Romantic District. It's already buzzing with excitement, and a large number of players are likely heading to Ice and Snow Town to claim your first kill." "Yes, I will proceed with caution." Subsequently, the two exchanged a few casual words about the trivialities of life before concluding their conversation. After setting down his phone, Jiang Han took a shower and settled down for a peaceful slumber. The following morning, as was his routine, he purchased a few steamed buns to satiate his hunger and sipped a few mouthfuls of warm water. Jiang Han re-entered the game, embarking on a new day's journey. Swish! A flash of white light flickered as Jiang Han reappeared in the Ghost Marsh. Ding! The system chimed. "Your item, the Swift Boots Silver Grade, entrusted to the auction house in Qingfeng Town, has been sold, earning you 112 gold coins." Ding! The system chimed again. "Your item, the Fiery Dagger, Gold Grade, entrusted to the auction house in Qingfeng Town, has been sold, earning you 2,147 gold coins." Numerous system notifications rang out. Jiang Han glanced at the screen and discovered that all the equipment he had sold had found buyers to sell for such a sum of gold coins. He had anticipated a few dozen coins at best. So the outcome took him by surprise. Upon closely examining the information panel, a realization dawned upon him. Ding! The system prompted. "The currency exchange system has been activated, with the current gold to RMB ratio at 193. In simpler terms, the recharge system is fully operational, signifying that wealthy players would soon begin to exert their influence. Without hesitation, Jiang Han converted the majority of his gold coins into cash, which was promptly credited to his bank account, resulting in nearly 500,000 extra. Oh, what a windfall! Suddenly, he heard footsteps approaching. Jiang Han turned towards the source of the sound and saw 5 players emerge from the mist into his line of sight. Clearly, they were searching for a leveling spot. The Ghost Marsh, being relatively close to the City of Dawn, had inevitably become one of the primary maps for player exploration as their levels increased. Jiang Han's Wei, the lead player's expression shifted slightly. "In a way, how could we be so unfortunate as to encounter him? Handsome, we're struggling to level up here. Could you please spare us?" Encountering Jiang Han's Wei was certainly not a fortuitous event for them. "Foolish adventurers, this is not a place for you to wander." Jiang Han feigned the demeanor of an NPC, uttering a line before brandishing his bloodthirsty sword and charging forward. With a single strike, he sent each of them to their respawn point, -38417, -39248, -36741. The players' defenses crumbled like paper, with damage figures exceeding 30,000, approaching 40,000, flashing across the screen present, not to mention the top-tier professional players. He possessed a level that surpassed mainstream players by several tiers, wielding a weapon of astonishing attack power. For anyone to withstand even a second strike from him was a mark of skill. "Minter, are you there?" After completing the kills, Jiang Han called out, confirming that Cheryl had yet to return. Thus, he resolved to seek out new leveling spots on his own. Indeed, the upcoming siege in 3 days piqued his interest. However, he could not afford to fall behind in levels. Maintaining a sufficient advantage was crucial to ensure he would not succumb to an onslaught from players, casually dispatching a few rotting bones that obstructed his path. Jiang Han traversed the Ghost Marsh. Moving northward, as the decayed trees gradually faded from view, a field shrouded in dark mist began to dominate the landscape. The chilling wind whispered through the air, and in the distance a robust black panther prowled, heralding the dangers ahead. Ding! The system prompted. You have entered the map of the silent wilderness. Approaching cautiously, Jiang Han cast an eye of insight towards the Black Panther. Black Demon Panther, Elite Monster, Level 50 Health, 650000 Attack, 2650 to 2800 Defense, 1300 to 1550 Skills, Claw Strike, Bloodthirsty Assault. Upon seeing the attributes of the Black Panther, Jiang Han couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Its stats far surpassed those of the 45-level Magma Giant Python. Elite monsters are on an entirely different level compared to regular monsters. Their overall strength vastly superior, almost describable as a crushing superiority. Nevertheless, Jiang Han showed no signs of trepidation. Calmly approaching, he wasted no time, initiating a series of attacks with Evil Stomp followed by a combo of output and control, whittling down the Black Panther's health by a quarter. Roar! The ambushed Black Panther bellowed, sinking its teeth into Jiang Han's calf. 18361 for Jiang Han, whose health exceeded 300,000. This damage was negligible. With a few strikes, bolstered by the bloodthirsty sword's vampiric effect of 15, his health swiftly returned 0.2 minutes later. The Black Panther's health bar was entirely depleted, emitting a whimper as it collapsed lifelessly. Ding! The system announced. Congratulations on defeating the Black Demon Panther, Elite Monster, earning 8,000 experience points. Not too shabby. Although the difficulty of the kill was greater than that of a regular monster, the experience was quite rewarding. Given Jiang Han's current level, he would only need to slay a couple of hundred before leveling up. In the time to come, Jiang Han decided to search for more Black Panthers in the silent wilderness. As these panthers were solitary creatures, their behavior in the game reflected this trait. Thus, it was impractical for Jiang Han to attempt to increase efficiency by drawing a group of them. He could only search for them one by one. Ding! The system prompted. Please be advised, the difficulty of the main quest, Siege and Conquest, has changed. Several hours later, while Jiang Han continued his monster grinding, an unsettling system notification rang in his ears. The difficulty had changed? With the siege only 3 days away, could there still be unforeseen complications? Jiang Han furrowed his brow and opened the quest panel, discovering that the difficulty had escalated from S level to SS level. As for the quest content, it remained unchanged. What does this mean? Is the system dissatisfied with the difficulty of my quest and seeking to challenge my limits? Or perhaps, the players from the Romantic Zone have learned of my impending assault on Ice and Snow City and are intentionally stirring trouble. Since the system considers various factors, has it decided to elevate the difficulty? At this point, all he could do was face whatever came his way. Jiang Han chose to abandon the inquiry and continued his search for the Black Panther. His only support in the game was his mentor, but Cheryl would also be appearing as a boss in the first main city, making it difficult for her to assist him. He had no choice but to rely on his own strength to navigate through the challenges ahead. For now, all he could do was enhance his power as much as possible to prepare for any potential encounters in the game's narrative. Around noon, after finishing his takeout, Jiang Han resumed his leveling grind. Ding ding! Longting Wanli sent a message. A little birdie told me that players from the Romantic Zone have somehow managed to station a 60-level Dark Gold boss in Ice and Snowtown. A Dark Gold boss? That's not too bad. Jiang Han exhaled in relief. His greatest fear was that an entity far exceeding his current capabilities would intervene, leading to consequences beyond his control, leaving him as mere prey on the chopping block. Thank you, Jiang Han replied. And no need for thanks. Longting Wanli responded with a smiling emoji, encouraging him not to fall victim to that group of foreign players. Understood. Jiang Han was well aware of the reason for such kindness in the reminder. As an Eastern Zone player, his head was worth billions, and his notoriety was skyrocketing, that if he perished in any zone, it would likely prompt public outcry among the player base. Yet could a Dark Gold boss truly elevate the quest difficulty to SS level? Jiang Han was uncertain, in his previous main quest, Guardians of the Dark City. The final bosses were none other than Herbert and Cheryl, two formidable figures. Cheryl was an elven boss, and while Herbert may have been slightly inferior, his strength undoubtedly surpassed that of a dark gold entity. If such powerful beings truly emerged, what could he possibly use to defend himself? Overthinking was futile. Dismissing such thoughts, Jiang Han continued to patiently grind monsters, with each Black Panther that fell to his blade. His experience points surged. Before long, a day had passed. After an entire day of grinding, Jiang Han's level reached 41, 86 experience points, and he was not far from leveling up to 42. Ding. The system announced, "Your mentor, the undead swordsman Cheryl, has led the Dark Legion to the Ghost Marsh and is awaiting your arrival." After dispatching another Black Panther, Jiang Han heard the system's notification. Ready to set off? Jiang Han invigorated himself. Eager to witness the caliber of players from the Romantic Zone, that he set out on his journey back. After a brief interval of a few minutes, he once again arrived at the Ghost Swamp, where he beheld Cheryl leading a formidable army clad in pitch-black armor. The Legion numbered in the thousands, impeccably organized and well-trained, wielding a variety of weapons, their heads encased in helmets that concealed all but their blood-red eyes, which glinted with murderous intent. An atmosphere of impending doom enveloped the scene. Jiang Han, filled with curiosity, cast his eye of insight upon one of them. Undead swordsman level. Health, attack, defense, skills. All were marked with question marks. The eye of insight could normally discern creatures whose levels did not exceed his own by 50 levels, and typically, even if they surpassed the detection range, it would not result in a complete display of question marks. It was evident that these undead swordsmen were all formidable creatures of level 100 or higher. In life, their strength had been inferior to his. They had not been as fortunate as he to regain their consciousness and become true undead swordsmen. Cheryl offered a brief explanation, then gestured toward a nearby entity that was clearly of a lower caliber than the undead swordsman. "Ah, over there is the Dark Legion you command." Jiang Han raised his gaze and saw a group of blue-skinned humanoid creatures, wielding spiked clubs and draped in tattered garments, in the presence of the undead swordsman. They appeared cowering, their aura completely overshadowed. Water Goblin, elite monster. Level, 45 health, 550,000 attack, 2150 to 2350 defense, 1000 to 1250 skills. Critical strike, savage charge. Though both were classified as elite monsters, the Water Goblins were markedly weaker in all aspects compared to the Black Magic Leopard. However, they posed no challenge to ordinary players. Nevertheless, the Water Goblins were among the last wave of minor creatures to appear, numbering just over 100, alongside more than 30 low-level creatures, even some at the 20th level. Even their respective bosses were utterly feeble in comparison to Jiang Han. Cough, cough. Jiang Han cleared his throat and quietly inquired, "Mentor, could you spare me a few undead swordsmen?" He felt that having 100-level undead swordsmen by his side would greatly enhance their safety. Upon hearing this, Cheryl regarded her disciple with a bemused expression, half smiling. "Do you think that is feasible? Is it against the rules?" Jiang Han asked. Cheryl nodded, remaining silent. "Then, are there any other means of ensuring my survival?" Jiang Han shamelessly persisted, unwilling to relent. Faced with an SS-level difficulty main quest, he needed to be exceedingly cautious, ensuring that he acquired every possible advantage without omission. "That I do have something." Cheryl hesitated for a moment before retrieving a scroll from her satchel. "But you likely won't need this for an assault on a mere level 3 town." Jiang Han took the scroll, intrigued. "Demon summoning this level. Wow, what a treasure. Dear mentor, do you have any other valuable items? Please bestow them upon your brave and fearless disciple." Jiang Han hastily tucked the scroll into his bag and then turned to Cheryl with earnest sincerity. "Such a powerful scroll, and you think I wouldn't ask for it?" "Cheryl, I am truly disappointed in you. Just do not misuse this scroll." Cheryl replied, exasperated yet amused. "If you summon a divine being without a truly overwhelming force present, it would be tantamount to inviting your own demise. Those mighty figures are not to be trifled with. The reason for distributing such scrolls is to ensure that our side has divine beings to counteract the emergence of powerful forces from the Light faction. If you were to summon them for trivial matters, the consequences would be dire. Rest assured, I shall not misuse it." Jiang Han nodded, comprehending the warning embedded in Cheryl's words. Then, he extended his hand toward her, unabashedly asking, "Could you possibly give me a few more?" Cheryl, both amused and exasperated, swatted Jiang Han's hand away, stating, "Do not be greedy. I possess only 2 scrolls myself. It was improbable that she would relinquish them all to her disciple. For her chances of encountering a divine being were far greater than those of her pupil. There truly nothing else of value." Jiang Han pressed, the weight of the situation compelling him to reconfirm. "None." Cheryl shook her head. "If you doubt my word, I can swear it before the god of oaths." "That one do," Jiang Han quickly interjected, speaking with righteous indignation. "Mentor, what kind of talk is that? Jiang Han, have always revered my teachers and upheld integrity. You know this well." Though jesting, Cheryl was well aware of how Jiang Han viewed her, and he certainly knew when to tread carefully in order to avoid inciting displeasure. "Am I truly that predictable?" Cheryl inwardly mused, yet she recognized her disciple's cautious nature and knew he would not hold grudges. After a brief interlude, Cheryl resumed her solemn demeanor, stating gravely, "Since we are prepared, let us set forth." Indeed, before long, an imposing force of several 100,000 troops advanced toward the south, a dense aura of dark magic characteristic of the dark faction billowing through the air, instilling a sense of dread. Creatures that encountered them scurried away in fear as they journeyed. Jiang Han gazed at the parched and barren lands deep within the dark territory, curiously asking, "Mentor, what is your perspective on the dark faction?" "A rebellious force seeking to overthrow the current authorities," Cheryl replied calmly. Jiang Han, puzzled, asked, "Does that not signify evil?" "The necromantic magic corrupts the 10 great demon gods." He reflected, in his subjective view, this should all symbolize malevolence. Yet how could the concepts of justice and evil be so easily delineated? Cheryl cast a meaningful glance at her disciple. "You must remember, history is written by the victors. If the dark faction were to triumph over the light faction, then we, who re-establish our power, would be deemed the light, while they would be considered the dark." Jiang Han was rendered speechless. He understood this aspect well. Yet within the game, the light and dark factions had evolved into distinct species, akin to a racial conflict, not merely a human civil strife. I believe I grasp your thoughts," Cheryl remarked with a smile. You truly think that the dark faction would annihilate humanity in their invasion of the light faction? Is it not so?" Jiang Han deliberately followed her line of reasoning, attempting to elicit more of the game's backstory. "Whether or not they slaughter civilians depends on the intentions of their leaders. Even within the light faction, conflicts among various forces occasionally arise. Such occurrences are not uncommon. However, the true objective of the dark faction's higher-ups is to overthrow, not to obliterate, a high-level celestial being." Cheryl possessed far greater understanding and insight. Among the 10 demon gods, some even trace their lineage to humanity. Yet according to the light faction's narrative, they are deemed traitors to humankind. Jiang Han found this notion intriguing. In modern narratives, the storylines of games often bore striking similarities, typically involving players championing the side of justice to vanquish evil. Yet, standing on the evil side, he encountered a different perspective. Of course, I do not proclaim the dark faction as the embodiment of justice, nor do I attempt to gloss over their extreme actions, Cheryl chuckled, elucidating. Compared to the light faction, the strong among the dark faction tend to operate with greater ruthlessness, evoking disdain for the labels of good and evil. Both sides possess their share, though I suppose we have a greater proportion on our side. Subsequently, as the two continued to lead their forces forward, their discourse deepened Jiang Han's understanding of the game as backdrop. According to Cheryl, the so-called magic that rendered certain creatures violent and even mutated them was seemingly not a result of the dark faction, but rather stemmed from other causes, with the blame for this malevolence placed upon the dark faction by the light faction. It is not the doing of the dark faction, Jiang Han contemplated, pondering Cheryl's words that he would not take them at face value. Yet neither would he dismiss them entirely. "We have arrived." After several hours of trekking, Cheryl brought Jiang Han to a vast grassland, as far as the eye could see. The emerald grass and azure skies dominated the landscape, the unadorned natural beauty offering a refreshing respite. Ding! A system prompt sounded. "You have entered the long, green grassland." The warm sun hung high above, and a gentle breeze carried the unique scent of earth and grass. "Have we arrived?" Jiang Han asked, perplexed. As if sensing his confusion, Cheryl took a few steps forward, extending her hand to touch what appeared to be a faint golden barrier. Swish! In the next moment, a pale golden barrier unfurled, as if cleaving the heavens and the earth in twain, with Jiang Han and the Legion ensconced within one half. The significance of this barrier was to prevent them from reaching the far side of the long green prairie. Jiang Han, no fool, was acutely aware that this was a national boundary. This enchantment partitioned the Tianheng continent into several segments, and without sufficient strength, crossing it was unattainable. Cheryl, exercising patience, elucidated the situation to Jiang Han, and then produced a scroll, tearing it asunder without hesitation. Rip! As the scroll split in two, a surge of inky energy erupted forth, violently shooting towards the barrier like a shockwave, causing it to tremble violently, ultimately smashing out a sizable opening for their passage. Let us proceed. Cheryl turned to Jiang Han, stating solemnly, beyond this barrier lies another human dynasty. Understood? Jiang Han nodded, leading the way across the national boundary, with the weapons of the two legions trailing closely behind. Ding! System notification. Please be advised, you have entered the romantic zone, within the territory of another nation. Death penalties are doubled. The system message seemed to inform Jiang Han that he had officially crossed into foreign lands. Death penalties doubled? Opening the information panel, Jiang Han observed the red warning indicators and shrugged nonchalantly. He had no opportunities for respawning, thus he could not afford to die even once. This place is unfamiliar to you. I shall first guide you to the vicinity of Ice and Snow Town, Cheryl remarked with concern, naturally inclined to take extra care of his disciple. Jiang Han expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Master. Haha. No need for such formalities. After approximately another hour of travel, they arrived at the base of a snow-capped mountain. Ding! System notification. You have entered the map of the Snowstorm Mountains, battling against the biting, cold wind. Cheryl pointed toward a town obscured by the heavy snowfall, its lights and figures appearing intermittently. That is the town you are to attack, Ice and Snow Town. All right, Jiang Han exhaled, his breath dissipating in the frigid air, his gaze resolute. I will surely conquer it. 2 days hence, the formidable golden-level boss, Jiang Han Shui, would descend upon Ice and Snow Town with unparalleled might. Let the novices tremble. Your confidence is commendable. Cheryl chuckled at his disciple's spirited demeanor. May you return victorious, and together we shall delve into the demon god treasury to seek treasures. The demon god treasury. Upon hearing this keyword pertaining to quest rewards, Jiang Han's eyes brightened, and he hurriedly inquired, Master, what treasures lie within the demon god treasury? This was the reward for a main quest, and its richness was undoubtedly immense. The treasury contains treasures collected by the demon god, Cheryl explained, including various rare items, skills, equipment, and even proof of class advancement for hidden professions. You may select one item for yourself, of course. Proof of class advancement for hidden professions? Even if I can't personally utilize it, I could sell it for hundreds of thousands to millions. Not to mention the other, even more precious artifacts. With this in mind, Jiang Han brimmed with anticipation. Master, let us meet at the entrance of the treasury. I shall hold you to it, Cheryl. Subsequently, Cheryl led the Undead Legion toward the Level 1 city, Haixin City, that he needed to conquer, needing to traverse another national boundary, since their destination was the Meruwei district. In truth, he need not have taken such a convoluted route. But he chose to do so merely to ensure Jiang Han's safe arrival. He watched Cheryl's legion vanish into the swirling snow. Jiang Han withdrew his gaze and surveyed his own Dark Legion, stating with gravity, set up camp here. Should any enemies approach, notify me at once. Yes, the members of the Dark Legion, whose strength and aura paled in comparison to the undead swordsmen, complied unconditionally with Jiang Han's orders. They immediately commenced their tasks, properly arranging the supplies transported along the way. Afterward, Jiang Han chose to log out. Having traveled without the benefit of a teleportation array, he had spent an entire morning marching, and his stomach was now growling with hunger. Swish! After having lunch, Jiang Han logged back in. During the time he was away, the camp had begun to take shape, with a full day remaining before the siege. He decided not to squander the time, and opted to explore the Snowstorm Mountains in search of monsters to level up. He first marked the coordinates of the camp to avoid getting lost, then braved the biting wind and heavy snow to delve deeper into the mountains. After walking for about 10 minutes, he spotted a bear-like creature with white fur. Its body was robust and immense, with claws on its limbs far sharper than those of a real polar bear, leaving deep footprints in the snow with each step. It certainly appeared to be a formidable opponent. Snowstorm bear monster, elite level, 55 health, 800, 000 attack, 3200 to 3480 defense, 1900 to 2050 skills, thick skin and flesh, rending claw, rampaging charge. What a ferocious foe. As a level 55 elite monster, it far surpassed the black magic leopard in all aspects, boasting an attack exceeding 3,000, stronger than certain lower-level silver and golden bosses. Come to think of it, level 50 seems to be the point where one undergoes a second-class advancement. Jiang Han pondered, gradually understanding the immense increase in monster strength. The second advancement, or the second-class change, grants stronger skills and may even enhance one's innate class characteristics. Due to the scant information provided by Eternity on this matter, Jiang Han was unaware of the specifics of the second advancement. His speculation stemmed from Cheryl's previous mention of waiting until he awakened the skills of the Dark Swordsman before returning to learn from him. With Dark Reincarnation being a powerful skill only available at level 50, not dwelling further on it, Jiang Han stealthily approached, gripping the bloodthirsty sword. Roar! The snowstorm bear monster detected the unexpected visitor and emitted a low growl of warning, its expression menacing as it fixed its gaze upon Jiang Han. "Hey, brother!" Jiang Han raised his hands, signaling that he posed no threat as he approached. "I come from Ice and Snow Town. I mean no harm." As he spoke, he suddenly leaped into the air before the snowstorm bear monster's eyes. Evil Stomp. -2360. Although the Evil Stomp was guaranteed to crit, the increasing importance of weapon bonuses became evident. Without the bloodthirsty sword's enhancement, Jiang Han's attack power struggled to breach the snowstorm bear monster's defenses significantly. -16140, -18761, -20444, -24531. Jiang Han, with good intentions, planted his foot upon the head of the malevolent snowstorm bear monster, forcing it to the ground. He unleashed a frenzied series of strikes, followed by the grasp of the undead, and finally executed the deathly slash, dealing substantial damage and inflicting a slow effect. Quickly retreating, Jiang Han utilized the area skill from his dark armor, Resounding Might, to maintain control and create more distance. Roar! After being attacked, the snowstorm bear monster broke free from control and bellowed in fury, charging towards Jiang Han. However, slowed by various effects, it struggled to close the gap until the control wore off. At a certain moment, Jiang Han turned, exuding an aura of slaughter, emanating a formidable presence. Ding! System notification. You have used the skill War Domain, increasing your attack by 20 and reducing the snowstorm bear monster's attack by 8. Lasting for 3 minutes, with a level difference of over 10, and even considering the disparity between first and second class advancements, the suppression was too great. Thus, the effects of War Domain on the snowstorm bear monster were limited. Slash! The snowstorm bear monster extended its forelimb, its sharp claws slicing through the air with blinding speed and a wide reach. Ding! System notification. The snowstorm bear monster used the skill Rending Claw against you, inflicting 67,240 points of damage. The damage was substantial. Jiang Han's health plummeted by nearly a quarter. However, this was a skill, not the snowstorm bear monster's normal attack, which would typically deal around 20,000 damage. With a claw strike to his chest, Jiang Han consumed a bottle of recovery potion, and without hesitation, launched a counterattack, leveraging the bloodthirsty sword's lifesteal effect to restore his health, especially after his skills cooled down. A series of chain skills could easily replenish over 10,000 health, and by intermittently utilizing the slowing effects of his skills, he managed to wear down the foe over 3 to 4 minutes until he finally vanquished it. Boom! The massive form of the snowstorm bear monster collapsed, yielding over 20 silver coins and a skill book. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, you have slain the snowstorm bear monster, earning 14,000 experience points. The considerable disparity in levels significantly enhances the acquisition of experience. allowing Jiang Han to reap rewards far surpassing those obtained from slaying the black magic leopard. Could it be that minions can also drop skills? Jiang Han hastily picked up and examined the snowball technique. Grade B. Subsequently, he quietly leveled up by grinding against the frost bear monsters on the outskirts of the wind and snow mountain range. Whoosh! Golden lights scattered around him. With his level already close to 42, he managed to level up smoothly in under an hour. Ding! System notification. Please be advised, the Dark Legion you command is under attack by adventurers from the Romantic Zone. Please return promptly for support. Ding! System notification. Please be advised, the Dark Legion you command is under attack by adventurers from the Romantic Zone. Please return promptly for support. After a brief interval, Jiang Han, who was peacefully leveling up, was inundated with system notifications. Have they grown impatient so soon? After vanquishing another frostbear, a cold smile crept across Jiang Han's lips. It was fortuitous, as he too found the leveling process rather slow. How timely of them to arrive. Killing high-level players is swifter than grinding monsters, proving to be far more efficient. If it were foreign players, that would be even more advantageous. The vast expanse of snow blanketed the entire mountain range. Kill. Upon Jiang Han's hurried return to the camp, the Dark Legion had already engaged in fierce combat with the players from the Romantic Zone. As the event had yet to commence, various levels of minions and bosses surged forth, creating utter chaos. Swish! He swiftly advanced and dispatched a player entangled with a water domain imp with a single strike. Ding! System notification. You have slain the adventurer Pure Love Bloodred, earning 3,041 experience points. In terms of single target experience, players naturally do not match that of wild monsters. However, the efficiency is significantly greater, provided the level is appropriate. Found him, Jiang Han Shui is right here. Upon witnessing their comrade being instantaneously defeated, they immediately began to shout. Although they spoke in a language of the Romantic Zone, it naturally transformed into Eastern dialect upon reaching Jiang Han's ears, as if undergoing real-time translation. Quite remarkable. Instantly, numerous players, as if having discovered a target, rushed towards Jiang Han, unleashing a flurry of skills. -12, -8, -18, a barrage of damage figures that could not penetrate his defenses left them astounded. Just how high is his defense? Although categorized as a boss of the Dark Camp by the game system, he should still essentially be a player, right? Report him. He must be utilizing cheats. It is well known that players from the Eastern Zone are fond of cheats. They're the bane of the gaming community. Jiang Han flashed a radiant smile. Oh, foreign friends, how do you do? With that, he activated the dark armor's accompanying dominance, summoning a colossal black dragon's phantom that soared skyward. Its immense form sweeping through the it disrupted the trajectory of the falling snowflakes. It transformed all players within a 100 radius into beams of white light, sending them back to the city for resurrection. -37144, -36888, -37514. Countless damage figures exceeding 30,000 erupted, surpassing the threshold of what mainstream players could endure. Swish, swish, swish. The dazzling white lights, in tandem with the snowflakes, left the surviving players 100 meters away utterly dumbfounded. Using a special reconnaissance technique, I have glimpsed his attributes that this truly the top-tier expert who has secured 3 first kills. His attack exceeds 4,000. My god, he is a melee class. How can he possess such an exaggerated area of effect skill? It appears he has completely evolved into a golden-level boss. The clamor of astonished exchanges filled the air. After all, players from different nations perceive the internet as an invisible barrier. This was their first encounter with Jiang Han's overwhelming damage. Jiang Han glanced at his experience bar, which surged by 5, feeling a surge of satisfaction. Why is it only this little? He had anticipated thousands of players would come rushing in, yet there were merely hundreds. Perhaps this is a system restriction, fearing that the Dark Legion might be annihilated before the event even commenced, thus thwarting the activity altogether. Swish! Suddenly, a dagger gleaming with cold light sliced through the air from the side. Unfortunately, Jiang Han had sensed it beforehand and swiftly stepped back, narrowly evading the dagger's lethal arc aimed at his neck. Miss. Ghost King, Shadow Assassin. Level 34 health. 56710 attack, 1650 to 1817 defense, 553 to 589 skills. Shadow Stealth. Lethal Strike, Shadow Kill, Fatal Spike. The Shadow Assassin. Undoubtedly, this belongs to a hidden class, and his equipment and attributes far surpass those of ordinary players, which explains why he was not annihilated by the wide-ranging dominance. Indeed, he is a formidable opponent. The player named Ghost King is an exceptionally handsome male, and upon revealing himself, a profound seriousness enveloped his features. This was his first encounter with a player of such terrifying strength. It is no wonder the Light Camp offers generous rewards for bounties. Ghost King actually faltered. There remains a chance. He is yet to unleash his true power. One Jiang Han Shui possesses an extraordinary awareness and reflexes. The players from Romantic Zone erupted into shouts once more, with some even whistling at the sight of the two experts clashing in battle. That was an impressive ambush. Had it not been for the advantage of level suppression, I would have found it challenging to evade. Hearing the opponent label himself as an expert, Jiang Han promptly engaged in a bout of mutual flattery. Presently, it is highly likely that some players are recording. Having ventured abroad, a satisfying kill is certainly in order, yet it would be unwise to be overly aggressive. One must display a sense of poise when necessary, for that is the mark of a high-quality player. Ghost King remained silent, slightly bowing, and once again entered stealth, waiting for the opportune moment. How intriguing. Jiang Han observed the snow without any footprints appearing, and the falling snowflakes remained undisturbed, suppressing his inclination for playful banter and earnestly searching for his hidden position. Other players, witnessing this, refrained from advancing and instead chose to confront the soldiers of the Dark Legion, not interfering with the duel between the 2.10 seconds, 20 seconds. Time ticked away, yet Ghost King remained concealed in the shadows, patiently biding his time. At a certain moment, a small snowball appeared beneath Jiang Han's right foot, causing his gaze to instinctively drop to the ground on the right side. Now's the moment, positioned behind Jiang Han. Ghost King's eyes suddenly lit up as he leaped forth, aiming a lethal strike at Jiang Han's head. The chilling glimmer, tracing a breathtaking arc, however, at that critical juncture, Jiang Han abruptly turned, a smirk gracing his lips. As a class that relies on explosive attacks to deal significant damage, he likely preferred to strike from behind the enemy to the left side, making it more challenging for his opponent to react and defend. Moreover, even if he chose to approach from the right, deliberately initiating an attack from that angle, as a player regarded highly by the Romantic Zone, the commotion he generated should not have been so pronounced. Clang! The dagger was perfectly blocked by the bloodthirsty sword. Amid the crisp sound of colliding weapons, Ghost King revealed himself. Astonishment etched upon his face. How did you discover my position? Clearly, the earlier act of lowering his head to glance at the ground on the right was a feint, intended to provoke him into launching an attack, thus allowing Jiang Han to pinpoint his true location in that fleeting moment. Guess, Jiang Han replied nonchalantly, activating the grip of the undead to immobilize his opponent, denying him the opportunity to showcase the Shadow Assassin's skills again. The deathly slash fell, claiming him to, in truth, given his current attribute panel. Even though Ghost King is a hidden class, he poses no threat to him. If Jiang Han truly wished to eliminate him, he could easily do so with the Evil Trample, dispatching him with a single, straightforward strike. However, relying solely on numerical superiority might attract criticism. Thus, he afforded Ghost King another chance to shine, intending to demonstrate to the players of the Romantic Zone that without sufficient skill, they could never reach his level, ultimately relegating them to mere quest rewards. Amidst the gasps of disbelief, the beleaguered players from the Romantic Zone exclaimed, "This Eastern Zone player is incredibly strong." Sigh, as the wind and snow howled, surveying the players struggling against the onslaught of the Dark Legion, Jiang Han pondered that this battle would likely be recorded, shaking his head with a heavy sigh. Filled with vexation that it's over, all is lost. My performance this time was simply too spectacular. How many female admirers will this earn me? It is evident that this wave of assault from the adventurers can only be regarded as the tip of the iceberg in the siege warfare. The system would not permit them to mount a large-scale invasion before the event officially commenced. After successfully resolving this initial threat, Jiang Han proceeded to the Snowstorm Mountains to grind for levels, during which no players attempted to ambush the camp again. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed out. On the third day, the event was officially unveiled. Energized, Zhang Han opted to log in at 9:30. Immediately greeted by a cacophony of system notifications, heralding the commencement of the siege battle. Ding, system notification. You have officially commenced the SS-level main quest of Siege and Conquest. Ding, system notification. Please be advised. Your Dark Legion must launch attacks in 5 or more waves sequentially. Failure to do so will result in all creatures within the Legion suffering a -20 penalty to all attributes, lasting until the siege concludes. Ding, system notification. Please initiate your attack by 10 o'clock in the morning. Otherwise, all creatures in your Legion will endure a -20 penalty to all attributes. Clearly, to restrict Zhang Han from overwhelming the Dark Legion all at once, and to ensure the event commence punctually. The system imposed considerable constraints. Should the Dark Legion's attributes diminish by 20, the likelihood of success in this siege would be significantly compromised, akin to courting death. Was this the reason why the forces of light attacked the City of Shadows in waves? It was Zhang Han's first appearance as the final boss, and he found the rules set forth by the system rather novel. However, none of this truly mattered to him. The sole source of his unease stemmed from the task's difficulty. SS level, would there be entities of Herbert and Cheryl's caliber this time? As time trickled by, until the clock struck 10, all cities belonging to the forces of light, with the exception of the Supermain City, came under siege, with flames of war engulfing the Tianheng continent. Ding! System notification. You may now initiate your attack. Demonized Lizard. Charge forth. Zhang Han pointed his sword towards the densely populated ice and snow town, issuing commands. It must be noted that nearly all level 3 towns, including those on the Tianheng continent, were under attack, and given that each town had a limit on the number of participants, it was impossible to accommodate too many players. These various factors meant that even with the special treatment Zhang Han received, he would not be overwhelmed by the sea of players from the Romantic Zone. Ding! System notification. Please note, the Demonized Lizards, led by the level 20 bronze boss Demonized Lizard King, will commence the first wave of attack. This message appeared uniformly on the information panels of players defending the ice and snow town. With a tremor of the ground, numerous Demonized Lizards surged forth from behind Zhang Han, charging wildly towards the ice and snow town. Kill them. Players from the Romantic Zone would not remain passive. Knights mounted on steeds charged into battle, bracing against the onslaught of the Demonized Lizards, leading to a chaotic skirmish. Zhang Han observed from a distance, witnessing the Demonized Lizards retreat in defeat, their bodies falling to the players, becoming mere experience points. This did not surprise him. The first wave, regardless of the game, was typically not very strong. It served as a starter benefit, providing players with experience from weaker monsters, which was entirely normal. After all, when he had ground for Demonized Lizards, it felt like a lifetime ago since he had just emerged from the novice village. Mounts, Zhang Han gazed at the steeds ridden by the knights, feeling a twinge of desire. Truth be told, as the final boss, lacking a mount felt rather inadequate. How magnificent it would be to make an entrance riding a majestic dragon, arms crossed, standing proudly at the dragon's head, casting a disdainful gaze upon the players below. What a spectacle that would be! The thought delighted him immensely. He must find an opportunity to learn riding skills and acquire a more impressive mount. Zhang Han silently plotted. However, all of this hinged upon first triumphing in this undoubtedly challenging siege battle. Before long, the Demonized Lizards were vanquished, and the boss dropped several pieces of equipment as spoils of war. Demonized Wild Rats, it is your turn to take the stage. Zhang Han commanded once more. Ding! System notification. Please note, the Demonized Wild Rats, led by the level 25 silver boss Demonized Rat King, will initiate the second wave of attack. It remains uncertain whether this is mere coincidence or a deliberate design by the system, but the creatures he commanded were all familiar to him, save for the final wave of water goblins. However, ordinary demonized creatures lacked intelligence, relying solely on instinct, whereas the creatures under his command could at least comprehend his orders. In contrast to the first wave, the second wave proved to be slightly more challenging. Many players fell victim to the bites of the wild rats, and the demonized Rat King rampaged, further diminishing the difficulty for subsequent assaults. 10 minutes later, The second wave was obliterated, and Jiang Han methodically commanded the 30-level rotting skeletons to launch their assault. The rotting skeletons, being level 30 undead creatures, undoubtedly escalated the pressure on the players, causing their defenses to gradually falter, prompting the archers and mages atop the city walls to join the fray. The battlefield became increasingly chaotic, with elemental magic and rain of arrows incessantly raining down. Simultaneously, due to the players' retreat, NPC soldiers joined the fight, collectively resisting the onslaught. Jiang Han silently observed all of this until the rotting skeletons began to fall, preparing to arrange for the fourth wave. Ding! System notification. You must wait 5 minutes before you can initiate the fourth wave of attack. Otherwise, the fourth wave's creatures will suffer a -20 penalty to all attributes. Jiang Han couldn't help but chuckle, finding this all too real. The system had considered it quite thoroughly. After 3 consecutive waves, it was only reasonable to grant players some time to rest and regroup. Ding ding! Suddenly, Long Tong Wanli sent a message. A player from the Romantic Zone has started a live stream, and the video platform of the Eastern Zone is also broadcasting. Currently, millions are watching your performance. So give it your all. Millions are watching me. Jiang Han was taken aback, nearly slapping his thigh in realization. What a monumental oversight. Had he known, he should have opened an official live stream room to showcase his prowess. His female fans would surely scream and shower him with likes and rockets. However, it was too late now. He could not afford to disrupt his focus over such trivial gains. 5 minutes later, Skeleton Knights, charge. Jiang Han continued to direct. Ding! System notification. Please note, the Skeleton Knights, led by the level 40 silver boss Undead Knight, will commence the fourth wave of attack. The Skeleton Knights were of a considerably higher level than those he had commanded in the City of Shadows. Alas, the boss was merely of silver rank. Inferior to the Undead Knight, can't with a flurry of clashes, the Skeleton Knights made contact with the players' front lines, immediately generating a flash of white light as the defenders struggled to withstand the pressure. They could only rely on NPCs to maintain their formation. Facing a horde of undead, we cannot falter. We must advance. A stunning female NPC shouted from atop the city walls, wielding a bow, shooting down the advancing Skeleton Knights. She was likely one of the bosses defending the city, but Jiang Han could not discern her information panel from such a distance. More than 20 minutes later, the Undead Knights fell to the blades of skilled players. Collapsing from their steeds, Jiang Han gazed at the defenders, who had suffered significant losses under the assault of the Skeleton Knights, his killing intent palpable. After such a long wait, it was finally my turn to take the stage. The last SS-level main quest had ended in failure. This time, I would ascertain whether I could succeed. Ding! System notification. Please note, led by the level 43 gold boss Dark Overlord Jiang Han Shui. The water goblins will initiate the fifth wave of attack. Scalding blood surged forth, melting the snowflakes beneath the corpses of the fallen. Outside the ice and snow city, the ground was littered with bones. In the distance, Jiang Han led hundreds of water goblins charging forth, signaling the final battle of the event had arrived, invigorating all adventurers and NPCs defending the city. Damnable traitor! On the city walls, the beautiful NPC gritted her silver teeth, her eyes glinting with murderous intent, and agreed she struggled to conceal. Soldiers, we fight to defend our city. Let us slay him together. Agreed, the crowd echoed in unison. Soldiers fought to protect their homeland. Players battled for the first kill. Observing the united front of the defenders, Jiang Han remained unfazed, charging boldly into the fray, leading the way through the snowstorm. Water goblins. Kill, kill. The water goblins, naturally, obeyed without question that in an instant. The momentum surged. Some players withdrew, lest they grant him an attribute boost. It was the lack of cooperation that had allowed Jiang Han to narrowly escape in the City of Shadows. Indeed, we must ensure that Jiang Han Shui meets his demise in the Romantic Zone, striking a severe blow to the Eastern Zone's morale. When the president speaks, one must heed the command without a doubt. The players defending the city are well prepared, having made reasonable arrangements to prevent Jiang Han from gaining health and resilience from the crowd. I shall claim your life. Jiang Han, a valiant warrior player, charged forward, grinning as he raised his sword, which blazed with a fierce crimson flame, exuding formidable power. However, before the blade could descend, Jiang Han suddenly leapt into the air, radiating an aura of lethal intent, and ruthlessly stomped down upon the warrior's face, forcefully pinning him to the ground, his visage meeting the snowflakes. 31540. Though the malevolent stomp lacked weapon enhancements, Jiang Han's assault was not something an ordinary player could withstand. That, if you can, Jiang Han replied nonchalantly. And with a single stroke of his sword, he ended the warrior's life. Ding! The system notification sounded. You have activated the skill war domain, increasing your attack by 20, boosting friendly forces attack within a 50-meter radius by 15, and reducing enemy attack by 25, lasting 3 minutes. Concurrently, the effects of war domain empowered the attacks of the water domain spirits surrounding Jiang Han, making them increasingly ferocious, while the defender's strength diminished, with many unable to even breach the defenses of the water domain spirits. What a monstrous skill! Many players gasped, their faces paling in the early stages of the game. Percentage-based attack boosts were invaluable, and this wave of debuffs proved catastrophic, capable of significantly altering the course of the battle. Jiang Han maintained an indifferent expression, showing no mercy as each sweep of his sword claimed a player's life. Ding! The system chimed. You have slain the adventurer Fei Yang's heart, gaining 1247 experience points. Ding! The system chimed again. You have slain the adventurer Ghostly Temptress, gaining 866 experience points. The incessant notifications of kills echoed in his ears, making it difficult to concentrate, prompting Jiang Han to temporarily mute them. 38971, 39567, 40144. With damage exceeding 4,000, only the top-tier players could withstand such onslaughts, while Jiang Han's inflicted damage continued to rise. This was due to the bloodthirsty sword, which bore a passive skill, Blood Drain, granting a 1-point attack boost for each kill, stacking up to 20 layers, thus enhancing Jiang Han's lethality further. How terrifying. It's no wonder he was deemed the final boss by the system. I had watched the video of Dark City Online when he was still at the silver rank. Could he possibly continue to ascend? Do not panic. Let us retreat slightly and allow the NPCs to deplete his health first. A commotion surged among the players. Not only was the boss formidable, but these water domain spirits were also elite monsters at level 45, proving quite troublesome, resulting in heavy losses and pushing the front lines perilously close to the city gates. Traitor, prepare to meet your demise. A striking man with blue hair and piercing blue eyes stepped forth from the ranks, entering Jiang Han's line of sight. He exuded an imposing presence atop a magnificent pure white steed, wielding a chilling blade, exuding an impressive aura. Ice and Snow Blade Lanta, Golden Boss, level 50 health, 2,800,000 attack, 2850 to 3120 defense, 1950 to 2060 skills, Ice Sword Chi, Fury of Snowstorm, Frozen Armor, Domain of Cold Winds with attributes so elevated. Perhaps due to being a second transformation at level 50, Lanta's capabilities nearly doubled compared to the fire-mouthed flame Ape King Jiang Han had previously faced, only slightly exceeding in health. Swish! Lanta, brimming with murderous intent, slashed his sword towards Jiang Han's direction, unleashing a crescent-shaped sword chi as sharp as a blue ribbon, shooting forth with the speed of a launched arrow. Jiang Han, caught off guard, instinctively crossed his swords to block with all his might, summoning a shield to mitigate the sword chi's potency. Gentle breeze guardian, boom! The sword chi shattered, scattering energy, leaving Jiang Han momentarily chilled and somewhat disoriented. Ding! The system announced. You have suffered an attack from Ice and Snow Blade Lanta's Ice Sword Chi, losing 50,700 health, with your attack speed reduced by 20 and movement speed decreased by 15 for 5 seconds. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Simultaneously, a rain of arrows and magic bombarded Jiang Han. Although most attacks failed to penetrate his defenses, they nonetheless chipped away at his health. Betray, the light faction is to betray justice. Lanta sneered, urging his snow-white steed forward. Roar! In the next moment, a massive black dragon's phantom loomed, expanding in the air, causing devastation within a 100-meter radius as its tail swept through, unleashing a tempest of cold winds and heavy snow, inflicting grievous losses upon the adventurers, while also slowing the steed's gallop considerably. Swish, 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 the damage equivalent to Jiang Han's attack of 100 echoed throughout, with white light flashing as his experience bar surged rapidly. After gulping a healing potion, he leapt towards Lanta, initiating the evil stomp. Frozen armor, Lanta would not remain idle, swiftly calling forth a translucent blue armor that evidently enhanced his defenses. Bang! Their limbs collided, causing Lanta to stagger, his body bending, while the hooves of his mount tilted sideways, nearly causing a fall. Regrettably, the mount's resilience prevented any significant suppression. Jiang Han inhaled deeply as he retracted his legs, his left hand grasping towards Lanta, successfully binding him for a second with the grasp of the undead. Immediately following up with a flurry of savage strikes. Faced with a counterattack, Lanta's expression soured as he drew his sword, engaging Jiang Han in fierce combat. Water domain spirits, join me in slaying him. Jiang Han's gaze remained unfazed. The battlefield acknowledged no sense of fairness, only the outcome. Empowered by his war domain, the water domain spirit's attacks surpassed those of NPC soldiers, providing substantial assistance in vanquishing Lanta. Kill! The water domain spirits cried out, surrounding Lanta with unyielding ferocity, their clubs raining down upon him, causing his health to plummet. In no time, his steed's resilience waned, collapsing lifelessly beneath him. Cowardly traitor, do you lack the courage to face me in a fair duel? Lanta, battered and bruised from being thrown off his mount, struggled to rise, his heart racing in panic as he shouted in fury. Jiang Han's lips curled into a cold smile, dismissing Lanta's taunts entirely. There was no need for him to heed the provocations of the deceased. Soon, under the relentless assault of the water domain spirits, Lanta teetered on the brink of collapse. Jiang Han seized the moment, executing the evil stomp to pin him down, gazing into his eyes filled with terror, and without mercy, he swung down the bloodthirsty sword. Ding! The system chimed. Congratulations with the aid of the water domain spirits. You have defeated the level 50 Golden Boss Ice and Snow Blade Lanta, gaining 500,000 experience points and 1,000 reputation. While the experience from a Golden Boss would typically be substantial, Jiang Han's rewards were significantly diminished as he had not executed the kill alone. After collecting the 2 pieces of equipment and several coins dropped by Lanta, Jiang Han rejoined the fray against players and NPC soldiers alike. Damn it, he actually killed my dear brother using despicable means. The woman atop the city tower, who had been providing support with her bow, trembled at the sight, her clear eyes ablaze with rage and hatred. The nearby ranged players exchanged glances, somewhat speechless, as players. They found it challenging to empathize with NPC emotions, and these natives often harbored disdain for adventurers, exhibiting hostility and rejection that further exacerbated tensions between adventurers and the indigenous populace that he is dead. So what? He was hardly a significant NPC. This was the genuine reaction of the players. Ding, the system announced. The 4th wave of defenders has concluded. Ding, the system continued. Please be advised, the 5th wave of defending forces, led by the level 50 Golden Boss Wind and Snow Guardian Phoenix and the level 60 Dark Gold Boss Fury of Cold Winds Tello, will soon engage. The system's chime resonated in the ears of every adventurer. Jiang Han's expression tightened. The challenge was indeed formidable. The defense comprised 2 bosses, 1 dark gold and 1 golden. Who? Under immense pressure, Jiang Han took a deep breath, exhaling slowly, the frigid air sharpening his mind. If it weren't for the narrative twist, this should be the final wave, wouldn't it? Casting his gaze around, he noted the significant reduction in both player numbers and NPC forces after 5 waves of siege warfare. Their total strength surely did not exceed 2,000, with the majority being ranged classes stationed within the city. He then glanced at his level. 44, 83. This was the result of less than an hour's work, proving that slaying players indeed expedited leveling up. Water Domain Little Demon advanced towards the city. Positioned beneath the gates of the ice and snow town, Jiang Han activated his war domain once more. His sword aimed at the furious woman atop the city wall. She was one of the siege bosses of the 5th wave, the Frost Guardian, Phoenix, kill. The remaining water domain little demons were few. Barely 40, however, their strength had surged compared to before the siege, with nearly all having leveled up by 1 or 2 ranks. Undoubtedly, leveling up had never been a privilege exclusive to players. Gaining experience from player kills was not solely Jiang Han's advantage. As a member of the Dark Faction, the Water Domain Little Demons could certainly gain experience from slaying NPCs and players of the Light Faction. Bang, 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 braving the rain of arrows and magic. The Water Domain Little Demons relentlessly assaulted the gates of Ice and Snow Town. -1, -2, -1. The gate had a remarkable resilience of 5,000, and chipping away at it with mere points would take considerable time. Frowning slightly, Jiang Han approached the gate, utilizing his evil stomp to leap high into the air. He intended to jump up, an impossible feat. This is bad. Retreat quickly. Roar. The dark armor on Jiang Han shimmered with an eerie light, and a phantom black dragon appeared, viciously whipping its tail towards the direction of Ice and Snow Town, dispatching a group of adventurers who were safely casting spells on the city wall, alleviating pressure on the Water Domain Little Demons, while simultaneously battering down over 200 points of the gate's resilience. 30 seconds to a minute, when only 20 or so Water Domain Little Demons remained. The gate collapsed with a resounding crash, presenting no further obstacles. Seeing this, Jiang Han brandished his sword and charged in alongside the Water Domain Little Demons, only to be met with a blockade of over 100 elite soldiers from the Ice and Snow faction on the main street. Concurrently, the Frost Guardian, Phoenix, descended from the city wall, creating a surrounding encirclement. Traitor, do you not surrender? Phoenix brandished a beautifully crafted longbow, radiating a ghostly blue light, her snow-white visage emanating a murderous intent, having restored his health to full before breaching the gate. Jiang Han narrowed his eyes, standing ready to Rose's heart, Fire Mage, Invincible Me, Rock Knight, Blank Paper, Thunder Summoner. The players surrounding him were evidently the elite among players. While not all were hidden classes, their attributes were significantly superior to those outside the city. Their equipment quite formidable that a pack of wolves encircled him. This was Jiang Han's current predicament. Those players knew well that Jiang Han was not one to perish easily, thus they patiently awaited the perfect moment. At this juncture, the Water Domain Little Demons he commanded were few and far between, facing hundreds of elite NPCs led by the Golden Tier boss, Phoenix, along with the unknown hidden presence of the Dark Gold Tier boss. Tulu, and no matter how one looked at it, this was a certain death. Hopes of a reversal? Absolutely impossible. Haha. However, in response to Phoenix, Jiang Han unleashed a wild, unrestrained laughter that startled those around him, causing an involuntary tightening in their chests. Filled with doubt, could he possibly have a trump card? Yet, it was still the early stages of the game. What cards could he possibly hold? Quite the contrary, I believe that the moment I breached Ice and Snow Town, I had already seized the initiative. Mere steps away from victory, Jiang Han replied calmly. Communication is a good thing. The Water Domain Little Demons, though slightly stronger than elite soldiers, would relieve him of considerable pressure. A moment of silence, followed by a stir. They could not comprehend why Jiang Han spoke so arrogantly. The fifth wave had yet to conclude. Where was the victory? Where was this step away? Do not give him a chance. Let's go. One player spoke first, prompting others to follow suit and charge at Jiang Han. Suddenly, a deluge of attacks surged towards Jiang Han. -10874, -16471, -8547. The combined assault of top-tier players was formidable, yet Jiang Han chose not to evade. Instead, he braced himself against their onslaught, executing a necromancer's slash, effortlessly slaying one opponent. Immediately, he ensnared another with his grip of the undead, unleashing a frenzy of strikes. The rapid sequence of attacks left the supporting priests behind them unable to react in time to provide healing. Roar! A summoned tiger pounced at Jiang Han, met with an evil stomp in response. The relentless assault instilled fear in some players, who hesitated to advance. After all, should they perish, they would only respawn after the event concluded, thus losing the opportunity for a first kill. Dare to act ferociously. Today, I shall claim your head as a tribute to my brother who fell on the battlefield. Phoenix hesitated no longer, raising her bow. The sharp arrowhead aimed directly at Jiang Han's head. Regardless of what trump cards he possessed, today she would ensure his demise. Whoosh, an arrow imbued with ghostly blue energy shot forth, flashing like lightning. So swift. Zhang Han's expression shifted, and without hesitation, he sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a fatal strike to his forehead, the arrow grazing his cheek, slicing through his skin and causing a trickle of blood to flow. 22341. After all, this was a 50-level golden tier boss. Phoenix's arrows were not easily evaded. Eye of Insight, Frost Guardian, Phoenix, golden tier boss, level, 50 health, 2,800,000 attack, 3,000 to 3,150 defense, 1,800 to 2,000 skills, armor-piercing arrow, blinding arrow, cold wind domain. Tracking arrow. Compared to Lanta, the attributes of Phoenix, being the elder sister, were not vastly different. Merely slightly higher in a one-on-one confrontation, Zhang Han even felt confident in his ability to defeat her single-handedly. Whoosh, 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 Phoenix continuously drew her bow, releasing arrows that forced Zhang Han into a desperate series of evasive maneuvers. The players nearby exchanged glances. Charge. Watching Zhang Han's health plummet rapidly, they knew it was time to act, for none could guarantee that the final blow would determine the kill. More likely, it would be the player who dealt the most damage. The more perilous the situation became, the calmer Zhang Han grew, his gaze sweeping over the elite soldiers of Ice and Snow Town embroiled in chaotic combat with the water domain little demons. Instead of confronting them head-on, he plunged into the fray, seeking momentary refuge in the turmoil of battle. Think you can escape? The players were frantic, fearing that Zhang Han's first kill might be snatched away by some fortunate elite soldier. And they rushed forward in pursuit. Roar! The phantom black dragon materialized, its roar deafening. 31457, 32541, 31988. Damage numbers exploded forth in a flurry. Choosing to unleash his most concentrated attack amidst the chaos, the coverage of the war domain enveloped more water domain little demons, naturally alleviating his burdens even further. Cunning and despicable. Do you think this will allow you to escape with your life? Hatred filled Phoenix's eyes as she gripped her bow tightly, yet felt somewhat helpless. She too desired the bounty offered by the higher-ups of the Light faction, but amidst the confusion, tracking Zhang Han's position became increasingly difficult. Thus, she had no choice but to direct her ire towards the water domain little demons, praying that once the remaining 20 or so were slain, Zhang Han would still be alive. Meanwhile, Zhang Han swiftly dealt finishing blows to the elite soldiers entangled with the water domain little demons. Though the experience would be significantly diluted, the efficiency gained was undeniable. He was already quite close to leveling up to 45, and an upgrade would naturally increase his chances of victory. Swish, suddenly, a cold light cut through the air from behind Zhang Han. Clang, system prompt. You have received a fatal strike from the Ghost King, losing 12,410 health points and falling into a dazed state for 0.35 seconds. The battlefield was inherently chaotic, and Zhang Han found it impossible to divide his attention. While he was engrossed in harvesting experience points, he remained vigilant against the onslaught of rogue players, ultimately falling prey to a surprise attack from the phantom assassin, Ghost King, seizing the opportunity while Zhang Han was ensnared in a daze. Ghost King swiftly executed a devastating combo, followed by his signature move, Phantom Kill, which drained over 20,000 of Zhang Han's health points. Utilizing the phantom assassin's unique ability, Phantom Stealth, he vanished again even amidst the fray. Having broken free from control, Zhang Han paid little heed, violently cleaving through elite soldiers with his deathly slash, his experience points soaring to 95, just 5 more. Regrettably, he was still at level 44, and even that meager amount required substantial experience. Simultaneously, the bloodlust emanating from him dissipated. Ding, the system announced. The duration of the war domain has ended. Kill. With the weakening of the war domain, the elite soldiers intensified their assault, driving back the last 20 or so Water Realm pixies, who ultimately succumbed to defeat, leaving only a few desperately struggling, which proved inconsequential to AT that moment. In the official live broadcast room of the Eastern District, millions of viewers fixated on the scene, the barrage of comments flooding the screen as popularity soared to unprecedented heights. He's done for. Game over. I just heard Jiang Han spouting nonsense, thinking he had some trump card, which is utterly laughable. Not dying at the hands of his fellow countrymen, but choosing to meet his end in the romance zone. How ridiculous! Some expressed regret, while others mocked and berated him. They saw no opportunity for a comeback. The Water Realm Pixies had been completely annihilated, with over 50 elite soldiers remaining, alongside a dozen top-tier players from the romance zone. Not to mention 2 fully healed bosses, with the Dark Gold level boss yet to make an appearance. Given the cumulative circumstances, how could Jiang Han still harbor illusions of turning the tide alone? It was an undeniably fatal situation. In a conference room nearby, dozens of men gathered, their expressions filled with melancholy as they observed Jiang Han's bloody struggle on the large screen. Sigh. At the forefront, an elderly man leaning on a cane softly lamented. What a pity, truly a pity. Do not be too disheartened. Our Eastern District is brimming with talent. Though he shines brightly, there are many players who rival him. As the saying goes, a tree that stands out in the forest will inevitably be felled by the wind. His fame was excessively grand at the inception of the Eternal Realm, which ironically became his downfall. Had he chosen a more low-key approach, his future achievements would undoubtedly surpass his current standing. This spot should be vacated. They consoled the elder in unison. Let us watch. The old man gazed at the youthful figure still brimming with vitality in the center of the screen, shaking his head. Perhaps he can create a miracle. Create a miracle. Upon hearing this, others scoffed discreetly, harboring little hope, yet they continued to nod in agreement to avoid inciting the elder's ire. Still alive? Phoenix exclaimed with delight. Seeing Jiang Han struggling under the encirclement of elite soldiers, she dashed forward with her bow drawn, commanding, "Everyone step back. I will personally slay him and offer his head as a tribute to my deceased brother's soul." Upon receiving the order, despite their lingering thoughts, the elite soldiers had no choice but to retreat. As she approached rapidly, assessing the bloodied and panting Jiang Han, confirming he had only 50,000 health remaining. Phoenix anxiously drew her bowstring, exclaiming, "Die!" Whoosh! The arrow flew. "The head is mine. Please, I beg you, give me the first kill." The top-tier players' eyes gleamed with greed as they revealed their trump cards, pouring their all into ensuring that Jiang Han's final blow belonged to them. Evil stomp. Miss, miss, miss. Having long prepared for this moment, Jiang Han leapt at the instant she drew her bow, evading the attacks that crisscrossed beneath him, as he caught sight of their somewhat grim and unwilling expressions. He stepped on the head of a nearby elite soldier and burst forth, escaping the thin encirclement and plunging into the depths of the snowy town streets. Where do you think you're running to? They pursued him relentlessly, only to witness Jiang Han kick open a door, forcefully entering a civilian's residence. "Help! Don't come near!" 5 individuals hiding within the house scrambled out in a panic. However, Jiang Han chose not to sit idly inside, but instead leapt through a window, continuing his frantic dash into another dwelling, scaring the cowering civilians away. Witnessing this scene, the nearby civilians, initially hesitant, dared not linger and hastily fled in search of refuge. Swish! 8567. Did you think you could escape so easily? One player who had caught up to Jiang Han struck him from behind with his sword, sneering inwardly as he saw Jiang Han not even glance back. How many eyes around the globe are fixated on you, hoping to take advantage of the chaos to escape? Humph, such wishful thinking. The biting cold wind howled mercilessly, and the cries of fleeing civilians echoed through the air. What could he possibly be planning? Countless viewers of the live stream were left bewildered. 2 minutes later, under the watchful eyes of many, a bloody Jiang Han once again burst into a certain residence, the menacing aura scaring the civilians away. "Run! This guy is close to death. He wants to drag us down with him." The civilians were taken aback, fleeing in terror, causing the number of pedestrians on the street to swell. Bang! Several players hot on his heels scrambled into the house, only to be met with a scene that left them utterly bewildered. Inside, the furniture lay in disarray, scattered across the floor. It was completely empty. They hurriedly searched the house, but found no trace. Left staring blankly, where is everyone? Soon, more players, including Phoenix, arrived at the scene, even going so far as to demolish the house, yet still failing to locate Jiang Han. Could a person really just vanish into thin air? They were utterly dumbfounded, struggling to believe it. The only ones who had fled were civilians. That was an undeniable fact. This meant Jiang Han must still be inside. The question was, where in the world is he? They seemed to have found nothing. No way. I saw him rush into that house with my own eyes. Though I didn't have a god's eye view, he definitely went in broad daylight, disappearing like a living ghost. The audience following the battle through the players' perspectives was equally filled with question marks. It was simply unbelievable. Just moments ago, he was fighting for survival, and now he had seemingly vanished into thin air. Are you dumbfounded? Jiang Han, having blended into the civilian crowd amidst the chaos, disengaged from combat mode, and secretly consumed a potion, a cold smirk forming within him. Concealment technique. This was an extraordinary skill capable of altering one's name and all associated data. Coupled with the civilian's attire being utterly unremarkable, he simply swapped into a different outfit and donned a hat to obscure his features as he flowed out of the house with the rest. No one paid him any mind. Ultimately, their thoughts were entirely consumed by the player known as Jiang Han, completely unrelated to him. The entire process was executed flawlessly. He could guarantee that no one would focus on the name of the civilian who had just emerged from that house. As for being discovered, it was utterly impossible. His level far surpassed that of the players, and Phoenix was only a few levels above him. Under the concealment technique, the requirement for the opponent's reconnaissance would increase by 20 levels. Not everyone possessed skills akin to insight, and who would bother to scout a few fleeing civilians? Of course, hiding indefinitely was not a viable solution, but he could use this opportunity to restore his health to full and wait for all his skills to cool down. Furthermore, it could provide an opportunity for a surprise attack. Time ticked away, and all players grew increasingly anxious, filled with dread. Jiang Han was still alive. The activity must not come to an end. Bang! Phoenix's fist slammed against the wall, creating a small crater, her face a mask of rage and confusion. How did he disappear? Suddenly, a player searching for Jiang Han's whereabouts on the street met a shocking fate, turning into white light as they fell victim to an untimely death. Jiang Han, having stealthily followed the fleeing civilians, left without a trace. Ding! System notification. You have been hit by a civilian named Bob's normal attack, losing 37,416 health points. Ding! System notification. You have been killed. As the screen faded to black and white, and the player's body fell, they remained in a state of confusion, unable to comprehend the situation. Bob? Among the civilians in the snowy town, was there truly someone capable of killing them with a mere normal attack? Swish, swish, swish. Following this, players began to fall one by one, finally drawing attention. Indeed, Jiang Han Shui had blended into the crowd, and by some means, even altered his name. Everyone hurriedly searched for the individual named Bob, who was likely Jiang Han Shui. Phoenix's eyes lit up as she promptly commanded the civilians to gather together, instructing them not to scatter any further. Understood. The elite soldiers acknowledged her command. Organizing the populace on the streets, it seemed that hiding would not last much longer. Observing all of this, Jiang Han remained composed, aware that they had begun to pinpoint their target. Yet he was in no rush to reveal himself. Every additional kill counted. Minutes later, swoosh, Bob executed a frenzied slash, cleaving the lurking Ghost King in two. Gazing at the lifeless body, he calmly remarked, "Ambushers are always subject to ambush." The siege warfare had elevated his level significantly, and he had previously slain the Ghost King once before. Now he merely needed to restore his level to 34, and with a 10-level disparity in the early game, finding a stealthy assassin would indeed be no challenge. He found one, right here. Nearby players immediately reported. What was this nonsense about here and there? Bob effortlessly sent them on their way with a few swift strikes, then donned his dark armor anew. Reaching the pinnacle of his state, why should Bob concern himself with your quest to slay Jiang Han Shui? Unfortunately, no player was willing to believe his earnest declarations, rushing forward instead to take his life. Die! Phoenix hurriedly dashed towards the fray, fearful of being left behind. Rapidly surveying the battlefield, Jiang Han activated the war domain, utilizing Death's Blade to slay a player, while the grip of the undead restrained another. Seizing the moment before the priest arrived, he struck down yet another with two swift swords. After downing a potion, Jiang Han leisurely awaited the encroaching throng. Now, Let us see where you intend to flee. Phoenix pressed on, unleashing 5 arrows in quick succession, of which Jiang Han deftly evaded 3. 2-1-1-4-0, 2-3-4-7-1. Jiang Han dispelled the now ineffectual stealth, revealing his true name. Gripping his bloodthirsty sword tightly, he charged forth, unleashing a devastating area attack as he entered the encirclement, causing the health of the remaining 50 elite soldiers to plummet. Ultimately, not everyone possessed the power of death nor the terrifying regeneration capabilities. Ordinary NPCs could hardly afford potions, and their health recovery was excruciatingly slow. Previously, they had endured relentless torment from the water spirits, leaving them with little health remaining. Only a handful had leveled up a couple of times and remained at full health. This wave of devastation rendered many elite soldiers on the brink of collapse. Jiang Han, in a good state, engaged in combat with the players, biding his time to deal with Phoenix, whose health was too substantial to confront just yet. One by one, the already dwindling top players fell unwillingly. Only a few dared to hide behind the elite soldiers, refraining from advancing. They understood the enemy was in excellent condition and that charging forth would be tantamount to suicide. Patience was key, waiting for the opportune moment to strike when the enemy was low on health, gambling that the final blow would belong to the one who dealt the last hit rather than the one inflicting the most damage. Once the troublesome foes had been eliminated, only a few stragglers remained, and Jiang Han charged towards Phoenix, his killing intent palpable. Now, it's your turn. You, gazing into those eyes filled with lethal intent. Phoenix felt an inexplicable shiver run down her spine, then swiftly drew her bowstring. Evil tread, Jiang Han leapt into action, delivering a powerful kick that sent her crashing to the ground, followed by a frenzied assault with his crimson blade, accompanied by psychological taunts. In the end, you are merely an archer, suited for range support. How do you expect to triumph in close combat against a warrior? Trollo, why aren't you coming to help? Phoenix's face paled as she shouted, "Do you need to witness my demise before you act?" She was genuinely frightened. This wretched traitor was far too cunning, managing to turn what should have been a fatal situation around. Trollo, that level 60 dark gold boss. Jiang Han's heart raced as he felt a chilling wind sweep in, and without hesitation, he leaped to the side, narrowly avoiding disaster. My dear Phoenix, how could I bear to let you perish? Clad in a black cloak and wielding a blue staff, Trollo emerged from the crowd. His diminutive stature revealed a face marred by burns, with a sinister grin as he beheld Phoenix's slender waist. His eyes filled with insatiable greed. By asking for my assistance, does that mean you are willing to marry me? Kill him. Phoenix ground her teeth, her beautiful eyes ablaze with indignation. I to your command, my lovely bride. Trollo licked his lips, chuckling sinisterly as he pointed his staff at Jiang Han. Thank you for arriving, allowing me to claim Phoenix and reap substantial rewards. Surrender your resistance, and I shall grant you a swift death. I have insight. Jiang Han remained silent, inspecting Trollo's attributes. Frostwind, Fury Trollo, Dark Gold level. Level, 60 health, 6 million attack, 9,500 to 10,200 defense, 5,500 to 6,100 skills. Ice Spike, Frostbite, Self-Freeze. Despairing Frost's attributes were remarkably high. Jiang Han's upper attack limit was only around 4,000, while Trollo's defense alone exceeded 6,000, making it impossible to break through. Naturally, Jiang Han was not surprised. The gap between first and second transitions, gold and dark gold, was glaringly evident. It would be strange if he were weaker. Noticing that his skills were still on cooldown, Jiang Han opted for a conversational approach. Trollo, you are truly short-sighted. What did you say? Trollo's eyes glinted with malice. In this vast world, there are countless beauties. Phoenix is indeed lovely, but there are many who surpass her. Jiang Han initiated a conversation on topics he presumed Trollo would find enjoyable. Oh, Trollo raised an eyebrow, though his brow had been singed away by fire potions. Such as the sword god. Jiang Han filtered his thoughts briefly, recalling NPCs he deemed more beautiful than Phoenix. Though their initial encounter had found the sword god in disarray, her beauty was undeniably stunning, and with some grooming, she would be a true paragon of beauty. I have indeed encountered the sword god. But alas, She is a divine figure, unreachable. That as he spoke of this, Trollo became intrigued. He could see through Jiang Han's ploy for time, yet had already investigated and knew that no support was forthcoming. Nor was Jiang Han plotting anything in the shadows. Therefore, he was unbothered by a few more exchanges. If the opponent could alter the situation with mere words, were they still human? People should possess ambition. Jiang Han consumed a healing potion while stealthily advancing a few steps. Observing the approach, Trollo tightened his grip on the staff, sneering. And what of it? Thus I cannot afford to lose this siege. Jiang Han suddenly sprang forth, targeting Phoenix with evil tread. Humph! Trollo summoned a sharp blue ice spike from the void, propelling it towards Jiang Han. Frostwind Domain. Phoenix raised her left hand, conjuring a blue, translucent shield that blocked Jiang Han's evil tread from achieving its goal. Grip of the Undead. Dark purple energy surged forth, forming a massive hand that seized Phoenix, while Jiang Han unleashed a flurry of chaotic slashes, shattering the shield like glass. Swoosh! -102. For 35. The blue ice spike struck Jiang Han's shoulder, dealing over 100,000 damage and reducing his health by a third. In the next moment, the crimson blade fell, striking Phoenix and inflicting over 50,000 damage. Simultaneously, her arrow pierced Jiang Han's chest. -24,875. You're almost dead. The lurking players grew restless. Without hesitation, Jiang Han turned and charged towards the elite soldiers. Under the wave of devastation, many injured soldiers finally succumbed. Swoosh! Golden light scattered as health was fully restored. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, you have reached level 45. Immediately, Jiang Han turned back towards Phoenix, intent on eliminating her first before contending with the Dark Gold boss Trollo. Swish, swish, swish. After he unleashed several strikes, 2 ice spikes, and an arrow once more pushed him to the brink of danger. It was merely a desperate struggle. Trollo's eyes were filled with disdain as he summoned another ice spike. Die. Damn it. The Dark Gold boss dealt far too much damage. Far more anxious than Jiang Han was the player from the Romantic Zone, who felt compelled to rush in, hoping to seize the final blow by sheer luck. It's still not possible. While other Tier 3 towns were guarded by Golden-level bosses, Jiang Han was faced with the challenge of combating 2 Golden and 1 Dark Gold adversary. Clearly, the system was deliberately placing obstacles in his path. I asserted that he was merely offering the kill, unwilling to grant it to his compatriots, and simply striving for a more realistic portrayal. Fortunately, it was ultimately claimed by an NPC. Viewers of the livestream were nearly convinced that Jiang Han was destined for demise, with a Dark Gold boss boasting over 10,000 attack and 6,000 defense. Breaching his defenses seemed a far-fetched dream. Damage numbers of -1, -1, -1 echoed as countless players speculated on who would claim Jiang Han's first kill reward. Suddenly, however, numerous damage figures appeared that defied the odds. The players who had exerted themselves to unleash attacks upon Jiang Han stared in bewilderment, their eyes wide, unable to believe the figures displayed were indeed their own. Even Tello was left in a state of shock. Jiang Han remained indifferent, his blades sweeping across the battlefield, achieving instant kills with every strike. -412457, -438941, -425719, a staggering total exceeding 400,000 damage. How could any player withstand such onslaught? Simultaneously, the so-called low health status vanished without a trace. Ding! A system notification chimed. You have utilized the A-grade item, Purple Lightning Gem, awakening your latent potential. All attributes enhanced by 1,000 for 1 minute. Jiang Han unleashed his full power against Phoenix, each strike penetrating deeply. With the opponent's health at a mere 2.8 million, each blow dealing 400,000 damage meant he only needed 7 strikes at most. Moreover, he had already compelled her to activate her defensive skill. Frostfield out of course, he did not intend to employ the Purple Lightning Gem only at the final moment. 1 minute.